Chapter 1. I shall not traverse, you shall come to me. Hey, I heard your wife has passed away. May I borrow her for a while? Get lost. All right then. Sean, the blacksmith, affinity level 50. Dear sister, your father's corpse is just lying around. Why not let me take advantage of it? Penny, the tailor, affinity level 50. Brother, I am willing to help your brother seek vengeance. What do you say? Engel, the apprentice, affinity level 50. Heaven has finally shown mercy. I have located the corpse. Damn it. Whoever plays the Necromancer is a fool. In a novice zone 3225 at Shibei Town. In the dilapidated basement of the church, Wang Yuan cursed at the corpse before him. Dawn of the Breaking Day is a third-generation holographic simulation online game. The IT is said to be an epic masterpiece that first applied cutting-edge military and aerospace virtual reality technology to the realm of online gaming. Upon its public beta, it ignited a global sensation. Billions of players worldwide became enamored with it. Wang Yuan is one such player. Dawn of the Breaking Day features 8 primary professions: warrior, fighter, mage, necromancer, assassin, archer, paladin, and priest. When selecting a profession, Wang Yuan resolutely chose the necromancer. After all, the official description proclaiming one person is a legion was truly irresistible. However, once he entered the game, Wang Yuan quickly realized something was amiss. Damn it. The game company only mentioned that the necromancer could summon an army of the undead, but they never said that summoning the undead requires corpses. At level 1, the necromancer had no skeleton warriors, and the guards at the village entrance wouldn't even let him pass, taunting him that it was too dangerous outside and that someone as useless as him, with no skeleton guards, would only meet his demise. Listen to this. Does that sound like reasonable discourse? Fortunately, the game still possessed a modicum of humanity in these chaotic times. Who hasn't lost a few souls? However, Shibei Town had only a handful of corpse respawn points, all monopolized by large guilds. Wang Yuan could only search from house to house, inquiring with each NPC. 3 days. A full 3 days. Only after exhausting his goodwill with the NPCs in Shibei Town did he discover a hidden door behind a bookshelf in the church, leading to the basement where he unearthed 2 corpses. Arise, my sons. With a wave of his broken wooden staff, Wang Yuan cast the necromancer's summoned skeleton. The putrid flesh from the corpses fell away, and 2 white skeletons sat upright. My sons, I have missed you dearly. After 3 days in the game, he finally summoned his skeleton warriors, and tears streamed down Wang Yuan's face. Yet just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Huh, have I traversed through time? Immediately, another skeleton's voice resonated in Wang Yuan's ear. Whoa, is it you speaking, skeleton over there? Ah, yes. Have you also traversed through time? The 2 skeleton warriors exchanged glances, the flames of the souls in their eye sockets flickering animatedly. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yuan gazed at the 2 skeletons before him, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? According to the game's design, skeleton warriors are the most rudimentary pets of necromancers, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, merely a collection of data without AI. Yet, these 2 skeletons were evidently the souls of 2 human beings. Moreover, from their words, it seemed they were also traversers from another world. As a seasoned reader well-versed in the intricacies of completed time travel and fantasy novels, Wang Yuan's mind swiftly grasped the unfolding situation. Could it be that these 2 unfortunate souls were protagonists who had been summoned by me? Goodness! Wang Yuan's mind suddenly buzzed with disbelief. Just like those protagonists in online novels, who are often portrayed as heartless orphans. Now here are 2 of them. Would they not strike me down first? With this thought, Wang Yuan cast a glance at the rusted, sword-like weapon in the hands of the skeletons. Have we become someone else's summoned beings? Could this fool be our master? It appears to be the case. If we kill him, will we regain our freedom? It's futile. I have tried. He is an untargetable entity, and I suspect that if he dies, we might perish as well. What? Am I to remain his servant for eternity? A true man born of heaven and earth cannot languish beneath others for long. Take it easy, brother. At least we have been resurrected. In other stories, only the protagonists receive such a privilege. That is true. It seems this is our golden finger. What a pathetic golden finger. How are we even speaking without mouths? As undead beings, we evidently communicate through our souls. Thankfully, he cannot hear us, otherwise we might end up in a cauldron. While Wang Yuan's thoughts wandered, the voices of the skeletons echoed in his ears once more. Wang Yuan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing their words. As expected, the one on the right, filled with malice, was contemplating killing him to regain freedom, while the left one was taciturn yet resolute, had already tried that. However, it seemed that these two were unaware that he could hear their conversation. First, let's see if they heed my commands. If they refuse to follow my orders, I shall cancel the summoning outright. Having two highly intelligent skeletons as subordinates would certainly be impressive, but having two rebellious ones would be of no use at all. With this thought, Wang Yuan concentrated and commanded, "Stand up and turn around." Can you refuse his command? No. Even if I subjectively refuse, my body still follows the directive. The two skeletons engaged in conversation while obediently standing and turning around. Well, that's a relief. Seeing this, Wang Yuan exhaled deeply, realizing that these two were indeed under his control. Henceforth, you shall be called Abai, and you shall be called Xiaobai. Wang Yuan casually assigned names to the two skeletons before rising and departing from the churches. Basement. The square of Xibei town remained teeming with life. Players of various professions moved in a continuous stream. Wang Yuan stood at the church's entrance, observing the passing players while occasionally glancing at the two skeleton warriors beside him, a proud expression gracing his face. Though the skeleton warriors were rather unimpressive as pets, the fact that a necromancer could summon them was a rarity. The envious glances from the passing necromancers filled Wang Yuan with delight. Attributes. With a thought, Wang Yuan opened his character panel. Name: Neodali. Class: Necromancer. Level 1. Health points 100. Magic points 100. Attack 5. Magic 5. Armor 5. Magic resistance 5. Strength 5. Constitution 5. Intelligence 5. Spirit 5. Agility 5. Skills. Summon Skeleton LV1. Active skill. Consumes 5 magic points to resurrect the deceased as a skeleton warrior, with a maximum of 2 summons. Equipment: broken wooden staff. Pets: Dubai Common. Race: skeleton warrior. Level 1. Health points 50. Magic points 50. Attack 5. Defense 1. Skill slash. Xiaobai Common. Race: skeleton warrior. Level 1. Health points 50. Magic points 50. Attack 5. Defense 1. Skill slash. Character introduction: a fledgling necromancer. Despite the title of mage, the necromancer's attributes are rather average, lacking any particular strengths. After all, the necromancer's true prowess lies within the skeleton warriors. Though the attributes of these two skeleton warriors are not particularly impressive, the numbers certainly make up for it. 2 skeletons with an attack of 5 equate to a total attack of 10, which is flawless. Closing the attribute panel, Wang Yuan was about to follow the novice procedure to receive a quest from a mayor. Suddenly, the voice of the skeleton warrior Dubai echoed in his ear once again. Is this not Xibei Town? Goodness, it truly is Xibei Town. I would never mistake the statue of Hero Sage. Wait, mate, you know Xibei Town? Could it be that you hail from the Human Federation as well? Yes, I am Song Wushuang, the captain of the 1st Elite Squad of the Holy Light Special Forces, Dubai replied. Wu. Wushuang Laogo. No, I mean Teacher Wushuang. Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the name. You know me? Dubai inquired, somewhat taken aback. I am Gu Yidao, Xiaobai replied. You trained me when you were an instructor in Vanguard City. Unfortunately, our team could not escape when Vanguard City fell. Adeo, it's truly you. Dubai was momentarily stunned by the revelation. I never imagined I would encounter you here. Teacher Wushuang, someone as formidable as you. Xiaobai's tone suddenly shifted to one of profound sadness. Does this mean that Holy Light City has? Sigh. With a heavy sigh, Dubai remained non-committal, casting a glance at the surrounding crowd. Our reunion takes such an unexpected form considering our environment. It appears that Dawn of the Breaking Day is still a game and has just launched. Just launched. It seems we have traversed back to 120 years ago. Indeed, according to historical records, within a month, this game will become the harbinger of the apocalypse. By then, half of the global population will perish in this catastrophe, and those players will be the first to consciously awaken as practitioners. At this juncture, Dubai's tone grew somber once more. 120 years hence, the Holy Light Special Forces will be annihilated, and humanity's final bastion will fall. We will become naught but dust in the annals of history. Chapter 2. Masters of Deception, the Source of the Apocalypse? 120 years ago? Upon overhearing the conversation between 2 skeletal figures, Wang Yuan was inexplicably engulfed by a wave of melancholy. It seemed that these skeletal warriors were remnants of players from dawn of the breaking day, a century and 2 decades hence. Yet, it appeared that a month later, the world would be plagued by horrifying events due to dawn of the breaking day, leading humanity to ultimately falter in safeguarding their homeland, resulting in complete annihilation. Receiving this news left Wang Yuan in disbelief, his heart inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. However, he could not inquire further about the specifics of these events. After all, he needed to feign ignorance to the skeletal duo's discourse. Otherwise, with his current meager prowess, he would surely fall victim to these cunning adversaries. It appeared that a month hence, the world was poised to face its doom. He must strive to grow stronger to survive in such dire circumstances. The fate of humanity a century and 20 years later was of little concern to him, as long as he continued to exist. If it were the newly opened Shibei town, the sacred artifact should still be in the possession of the town mayor, Hag. Dabai glanced at the mayor and remarked nonchalantly, "Damn it, that foolish NPC, Zika, has actually lost the sacred artifact. If I encounter him, I would surely stab him multiple times." A hint of fury laced Xiaobai's words as he mentioned the artifact. "What do you think about assisting this fool in retrieving the artifact?" Dabai suggested thoughtfully. "He is an exceedingly rare profession, a necromancer, after the apocalypse descends. If he obtains the artifact, we can reclaim our powers, and with the strength of the undead legion, history may very well be rewritten." "Huh? How do we help him acquire it? This fool cannot hear us. How do we inform him that the demon clan's infiltrator is like from the tavern?" Xiaobai mumbled. Moreover, the crucial challenge now lies in how to initiate the quest. This is a triggered quest. According to historical records, the artifact mission requires the continuous cancellation of novice quests before it can be accepted. How can we persuade him to cancel? Simple. While he is accepting the quest, we attack the players beside him. That will force him to cancel the dialogue by entering a combat state, right? With so many people around, he won't even notice. Dabai replied, "Wow, that's a brilliant idea. Truly, you are the master." "Teacher," Xiaobai couldn't help but praise. "Of course, I am a mage. Not one of those professions that rely solely on brute force," Dabai retorted. "Ugh, so we can't play together anymore?" Xiaobai lamented. "What is this sacred artifact? It sounds quite formidable. Will necromancers become exceedingly rare in the future?" The tavern S-like turned out to be the target of the so-called sacred artifact quest. "These two fellows are quite cunning to devise such a plan to help me accept the quest." Hearing the skeletal warrior's conversation, Wang Yuan maintained a stoic expression while squeezing through the crowd, exclaiming, "Why are there so many people? I feel like my pants are being squeezed off." The two skeletal soldiers exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Navigating through the crowd, Wang Yuan approached Mayor Hag. "Is that not Bull Dolly? I have heard that you have summoned your own skeletal guardian and acquired the power to command the undead. The world outside is tumultuous. Could you assist me with a matter?" Just as Wang Yuan was about to speak, Dabai behind him feigned an accident, stabbing the back of a neighboring player. Wang Yuan's dialogue was abruptly interrupted, and a system notification flashed before him. "System notification, you have entered combat mode." Seeing this, Wang Yuan pretended to be bewildered and shouted, "Who the hell hit me? Is it still possible to accept quests?" His acting was truly impressive, leaving the nearby players in a state of confusion. 20 seconds later, as he exited combat mode, he attempted to engage Mayor Hag once again. Dabai struck another player's leg, causing Wang Yuan's quest to be interrupted once more. 3 times. 4 times. After the 10th interruption, Mayor Hag finally remarked, "It seems, Dolly, you have little interest in ordinary quests." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Realizing he had triggered a hidden quest, he feigned ignorance and replied, "Indeed. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I am a dragon among men. Mayor, please assign me a task worthy of my abilities." How shameless. If the two skeletons had mouths, they would be gaping in disbelief. Good lad. Mayor Hag looked at Wang Yuan with appreciation and said, "The world is currently besieged by demonic energy, and the demon clan, sealed for millennia by the gods, stirs restlessly. Just yesterday, a spy infiltrated our town. System notification, you have triggered the hidden quest demon clan spy. Will you accept?" "Yes." Wang Yuan decisively clicked yes. "Really? Could you elaborate?" he inquired with curiosity. "Our Shibei town is a crucial border stronghold, yet last night someone stealthily entered my study, attempting to steal border maps. I discovered him during our confrontation. He wielded dark magic of the demon clan. Although he escaped, I injured his hand, and he is likely still lurking in town. I hope you can help me find him. System notification. You have accepted the S-level hidden quest Demon Clan Infiltrator. Quest objective. Identify the demon spy in town. Quest reward. Unknown. This is a revealing potion. Subsequently, Mayor Hag withdrew 3 vials of potion from his pocket and handed them to Wang Yuan. These are revealing potions crafted by the Grand Alchemist Clyde. They can dispel the disguises of the Demon Clan. There are only 3 vials, so use them wisely. 3 vials? Wang Yuan's brow furrowed. This task was indeed challenging, not to mention the trigger condition, which required him to refuse the mayor's novice quests 10 times. Even the quest process was rather absurd. Although Shibei Town is a novice area, there are still thousands of NPCs. Thankfully, he already knew who the spy was. Otherwise, with just 3 vials, he would have no idea where to search. The task has been received. Now, how do we lead him to the tavern? Xiaobai inquired eagerly upon seeing Wang Yuan acquire the task item. He should pass by the tavern shortly. At that point, we will feign a blockade and pause momentarily. Ultimately, it will depend on his perceptiveness, Dabai remarked. However, before Dabai could finish, Wang Yuan muttered to himself. The tavern is the place where the most NPCs in the town congregate. Any suspicious characters are likely to be found there. With that, Wang Yuan strode directly towards the tavern. Oh dear, this fellow is far more astute than he appears. Indeed, he possesses far greater insight than I had anticipated. The 2 skeleton soldiers felt a surge of excitement, astonished at Wang Yuan's cleverness. Moments later, Wang Yuan, accompanied by the skeleton soldiers, arrived at the tavern. Contrary to his expectations, the tavern was not as bustling as he had imagined. Given that the game had only just launched, players were preoccupied with completing quests, leaving little time or coin for tavern indulgences. Ah, it's you, Nyodali. Care for a glass of the newly arrived Hellfire? Just 1 gold coin, the tavern owner. Brew called out from behind the counter to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan glanced at Brew's name above his head, pondering silently. Wasn't he said that the spy was known as Leek in the tavern? This fellow is not named Leek. Could there be a discrepancy in their memories? Isn't this Leek? Xiaobai remarked in surprise. Dabai, however, asserted with conviction, impossible. It has only been a mere 120 years. Every significant historical event is accurately recorded. The texts mention Leek in the tavern, but it doesn't state that the owner is named Leek. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, casually producing his only 10 copper coins to toss to the tavern owner, declaring grandly, 1 glass of the cheapest malt liquor, please. I wish to inquire about something. With that, Wang Yuan settled into a corner of the tavern. Upon seeing the copper coins on the counter, the tavern owner displayed a look of disdain as he accepted the coins, loudly instructing, Leek, take the drink to the customer. Indeed, Wang Yuan smiled slightly. The 2 skeletons momentarily paused, and Wang Yuan could sense their admiration for him in that moment. However, the next instant, he heard their derisive voices in his mind. This fellow is both miserly and pretentious. Yes, coming to the tavern with just 10 copper coins and expecting to gather information. Yet, it seems fortune smiled upon him, inadvertently revealing the true character. Chapter 3. A cunning deceiver, what a scoundrel. So stingy yet pretentious? A blind cat? Good heavens. Wang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Moments later, a slender figure named Like approached Wang Yuan's table, carrying a glass of malt liquor. This Like fellow, with his delicate features and clad in the attire of a tavern server, bore a countenance full of despair, were it not for the premature revelations from the 2 skeletons. Wang Yuan might have never suspected this individual. Yet, even now, knowing the truth, he felt compelled to feign ignorance and inquire further. How could he expose Like without seeming too abrupt? If those 2 were to discover that he could hear their thoughts, it would spell disaster. I must perform with utmost subtlety. Damn it, I should be out there acting. Not winning an Oscar would be an affront to my talents. Wang Yuan mused inwardly. As he pondered how to inadvertently unveil Like's true identity, the large figure behind him, Dabai, suddenly stepped forward and collided with Like's hand. Bro, I can only assist you up to this point. Dabai looked at Wang Yuan with hopeful eyes. Alas, when Dabai unintentionally struck Like's injured hand, the latter recoiled in pain. Wang Yuan feigned surprise, allowing his gaze to fall upon Like's hand, his expression devoid of any theatricality. Before Like could react, Wang Yuan swiftly tossed a vial of revealing potion, dousing Like in its contents. With a peculiar sound, a cloud of smoke enveloped Like. In the next instant, he split apart, black spikes protruding from his back, his visage transforming into that of a menacing demon. Devil Spy, Silver, Level 10. Weakened. Health points. 5,000 magic points. 1,000 skills. Disguise. Demon fire background. A spy from the demon realm, gathering intelligence within the human world. Has significantly weakened due to injuries inflicted by Mayor Hager's sword energy. System notification. You have discovered a demon spy. Quickly report to Mayor Hager. If you die during the mission, it will be deemed a failure. Successfully escaping will count as mission success. Defeating the boss will grant players the highest rewards. Goodness. A silver boss. Upon witnessing the creature's attributes, Wang Yuan was taken aback. Curse it, these two deceitful skeletons only mentioned that the spy was like. Neglecting to inform him that like was a silver boss. In the realm of Dawn of Awakening, bosses are categorized into 7 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the tier, the greater the power. Even the most basic bronze boss requires a fully equipped team of 10 at the same level to contend with. A silver boss is virtually invincible within the novice village. Moreover, Wang Yuan was merely a novice necromancer. Devoid of skeletons, he was akin to a blank slate. A mere super soldier. With skeletons, he became 3 such blank super soldiers. Huh. Despicable human. Having seen through my ruse, you shall leave no witnesses. Rake screeched, extending his right hand as a mass of black flames coalesced in his palm. Are you foolish? I am a player. I can resurrect upon death. If you offer me some benefits, perhaps I shall keep your secret. Must you resort to violence? Wang Yuan retreated a step, raising his voice. Huh? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Rake appeared momentarily taken aback. This fellow lacks principles. A traitor among men. Little Bai exclaimed indignantly. Calm down, to him. This is merely a game. Naturally, whoever offers the better deal will receive assistance. Bai remained remarkably composed. True, but what can we do? We must confront them. We cannot allow them to conspire together. With that, Bai maneuvered behind Rake and thrust his sword into Rake's leg. Wang Yuan exclaimed. Scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Seeing Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier attack him, Rake was instantly enraged, and without hesitation, he hurled the flames at Wang Yuan. As the black fireball hurtled toward his head, Little Bai abruptly overturned a table, shielding Wang Yuan. Boom! The flames erupted, incinerating the table to ash. The blast shockwave sent both Wang Yuan and Little Bai flying, with Wang Yuan crashing heavily at the tavern entrance. Is it possible for these skeletons to fight independently? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance, his acting skills on full display. However, the two skeletons had no time to respond, as Little Bai exclaimed. Wow, Rake is stronger than any boss we faced in previous dungeons. He nearly killed me. Of course, we are merely level 1 skeletons, and as a mage, I can only wield a sword. How could I possibly contend with him? Bai expressed his concern. This is terrible. We can't die here, can we? Little Bai lamented. To perish just after respawning would be utterly tragic. Someone, please help. A boss has appeared at the tavern. While the two skeletons awaited their fate, Wang Yuan had already scrambled outside the tavern, calling out loudly to the players in the square. As is well known, upon the game's launch, the novice area was teeming with players. Especially in the town square, it was a veritable sea of humanity, with the tavern situated directly opposite. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's call, nearly everyone was drawn to his voice at once. A boss, indeed, signified exceptional equipment, advanced skills, and substantial wealth. In the realm of online gaming narratives, countless players had soared to greatness due to a single boss in the novice area, their legends still recounted among the gaming community. With opportunity at hand, it's easy to imagine the excitement that filled the crowd. Wang Yuan's shout ignited a frenzy among the players, who surged toward the tavern like a tidal wave. Wang Yuan deftly summoned 2 skeletal warriors and immediately turned to flee, keeping his accomplishments hidden. To my astonishment, there truly exists a boss. A silver boss, no less. Everyone, charge forth. Behind Wang Yuan, the astonished cries of players echoed. The enthusiasm for battling the boss surged among the players. Had Rek been on the streets, these level 1 novices would undoubtedly be unable to even graze his hem. Alas, his misfortune lay in being trapped within the tavern. Moreover, the tavern was situated right next to the resurrection point. The hallmark of novice players is their fearless embrace of death, charging forward in droves. Even though Rek, the level 10 silver boss, could eliminate them with a mere flick of his hand, he could not withstand the relentless tide of the people's struggle. With each spit of defiance, in less than 10 minutes, Rek was vanquished on the spot. Wang Yuan received the notification that the demonic spy had been slain. What the heck? Why did the silver boss not drop any loot? What kind of drop rate is this? A complaint. A complaint. Soon. The public screen filled with players venting their frustrations. Task boss, what a joke. Outside the tavern, Wang Yuan wore a sly grin. Truly despicable. This fellow must be a scoundrel after all. I was led to believe he was a fool. A scoundrel is certainly preferable to a fool. The two skeletal warriors gazed at him, their expressions filled with disbelief. Goodness, considering Wang Yuan's innocent appearance with his thick brows and large eyes, his actions were unexpectedly lewd. Even these two time travelers could not help but marvel. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover, though they cursed. The two skeletal warriors had developed a modicum of respect for their master. After all, had it not been for Wang Yuan, they would likely have reincarnated once more. One must admit, this frugal master possesses some merit. I have identified the spy. It is Rek from the tavern, and he is now deceased. In the square, Wang Yuan approached Mayor Harg to deliver the task. It was him. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Mayor Harg appeared somewhat taken aback, then responded, "Thanks to you. Otherwise the consequences for the entire town, and even the entire empire, would have been unimaginable. You are truly a hero of the empire." System notification. You have received the special title of Empire Hero. Empire Hero category. Title all attributes 6 title description. A title granted only to those who have made significant contributions to the empire. Mayor. You cannot possibly comprehend how vicious that demonic creature was. I nearly did not return. Glancing at the title's attributes, Wang Yuan feigned a pitiful expression. Goodness. Are they truly only bestowing a title? Wasn't there supposed to be some sacred artifact? Is this title the artifact? Oh dear, this fellow is utterly nauseating. Keep up the act. The two skeletal warriors were on the verge of retching. You have worked hard, my child. I shall not let your bravery go unrewarded. Mayor Hag leisurely retrieved a box from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yuandao. This is the hometown of the legendary Hero Saga. You are the second individual to bear the title of Imperial Warrior after him. And you are also the rightful heir of Hero Saga. This is a relic of Hero Saga. I implore you to accept it. Chapter 4. The Chronicle of Heroes is this. The legendary artifact? Wang Yuan, filled with excitement, took the box from Mayor Hag. The box was entirely black, intricately engraved with countless inscriptions. Upon opening it, he discovered a tome with a black cover. Adorning the cover was a bizarre magical array outlined in gold, seemingly in perpetual motion. Behold, the sacred relic bequeathed by the legendary hero Sag, the Chronicle of Heroes. So this is what the artifact looks like. It is my first encounter with it. Likewise, though I have seen illustrations of it in the historical text of the Federal Library. Is it truly as powerful as the legends suggest? I am uncertain, but let us hope so, for we have strived to obtain this tome. And it must not be in vain. Two skeletal warriors watched Wang Yuan's possession of the Black Book, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, a prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. System notification. Do you wish to bind the sacred relic, the Chronicle of Heroes? Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan clicked confirm. System notification. Binding of the Chronicle of Heroes successful. You have acquired the Necromancer's relic, the Chronicle of Heroes Reincarnation. Chronicle of Heroes Reincarnation. Category. Offhand grade. Gold, upgradable. All attributes. 10 evolution. Passive skill. Equipment level increases with player level, for each level gained. All attributes increase by 1. Tomb, passive skill. Opens an independent necromantic space. Summoned units will automatically return to the tomb upon player death or disconnection. And summoned units will not disappear upon death but will resurrect in the tomb. Rebirth, passive skill. Summoned units gain the ability to utilize equipment and learn skills. Current item level. LV1 current status. Bound holding player. Nyodali usage level. 1 required class. Exclusive to Necromancer. Item description. The ultimate artifact possessed by the hero Sag, granting its wielder the power to alter fate. This. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Chronicle of Heroes, Wang Yuan was utterly astounded. Gold equipment. It is indeed gold equipment. The drop rate in the game Dawn of Awakening is notoriously low, often driving players to despair, with forums overflowing with complaints regarding the drop rates. In the 3 days since the game's launch, the vast majority of players still don novice attire. It is a rare feat for players who do not invest money to assemble a complete set of basic gear, let alone attribute-laden equipment. Currently, the top weapon on the forum's leaderboard, the Rakshasa Battle Axe, is merely a piece of bronze gear. Thus, It is evident how immensely valuable a piece of gold equipment is at this stage. Wang Yuan's astonishment stemmed not only from the fact that this was gold equipment, but also from the remarkable attributes it conferred. In the lore of Dawn of Awakening, the skeletal warriors and other undead beings summoned by the Necromancer do not persist indefinitely. Regardless of whether the Necromancer meets his demise or the summoned units suffer fatal injuries, the undead creatures will completely vanish, necessitating the arduous task of leveling up anew and scouring the ground for corpses. This can be considered a significant flaw of the Necromancer and, aside from the requirement of corpses for summoning skeletons, serves as the primary source of frustration for necromancers. However, the graveyard attribute of the Hero's Chronicle directly compensates for the necromancer's shortcomings, effectively providing Wang Yuan's undead legion with a built-in resurrection point. What astonished Wang Yuan even more was the rebirth attribute. As players, frail humans possess the ability to challenge formidable monsters through the enhancement of their stats via powerful equipment and martial skills. Equipping the undead legion and teaching them skills essentially means commanding a group of skeleton subordinates whose attributes rival those of the players. Imagine the scene. With a mere wave of the necromancer's hand, a battalion of heavily armored skeleton warriors, executing spinning strikes, fearlessly charges into the fray. Such a sight would indeed be terrifying. In light of the comparison between these two attributes, the seemingly potent evolution attribute pales in comparison. It is no wonder that the two skeleton soldiers place such immense value on this Hero's Chronicle, devising every means possible to acquire it. Although it remains uncertain what attributes other classes would gain from binding to the Hero's Chronicle, in the hands of Wang Yuan, this artifact undoubtedly possesses a bug-like existence. This is merely of the gold tier. One can hardly fathom the horrific nature of the ultimate version of this Hero's Chronicle upon ascending to the mythic tier. Goodness! It truly is as powerful as the legends foretold, Xiaobai exclaimed. With this, we can resurrect infinitely like players. Dabai echoed, equally exhilarated. Hail the hero Sager. Hail the god of death. Hail our master, the mighty Nyodali. Hey, have some standards. You actually praise that scoundrel, Dabai retorted, bewildered. Of course I must praise our master. We can now equip ourselves, Xiaobai replied with a chuckle. I can't believe your flattery stems from that. Yes, indeed. The warrior's novice artifact set, Shan's Revenge, is located in Shibei Town. Haha. Xiaobai boasted. I went to great lengths to gather it in the secret realm of Shibei Town back in the day. How shameless of you. Dabai exclaimed in anger. Heh. If he buys me a full set of artifacts, I could be even more shameless, Wang Yuan mused. Artifact set? Listening to their conversation, Wang Yuan secretly rejoiced. There's such a thing in the novice area of Shibei Town? This game is quite the scam, hiding treasures in the novice zone. But now it all belongs to me. With that, Wang Yuan affectionately patted the heads of the two skeletons. You are fortunate to follow me. Come. I shall procure some equipment for you. Thus, Wang Yuan led the two skeleton warriors directly to the blacksmith shop. Ha, he truly is going to buy. Hail Nyodali, my master. Pa. Useless fellow. Within the forge, the blacksmith Shan was rhythmically hammering away at the iron. Humph. What do you want now? Upon seeing Wang Yuan enter, Shan let out a cold snort, suppressing the urge to strike him down with a single blow. A few days prior, Wang Yuan had offended him while searching for a corpse, and now Shan's feelings towards him had devolved into disdain. Of course, I am here to make a purchase. Wang Yuan replied with a cheeky grin. Don't be so stingy. I was merely jesting. Do you have any warrior gear? I'd like 2 sets, please. Humph. Despite his disdain for Wang Yuan, Shan was still a functional NPC and coldly stated, the steel armor costs 50 silver coins, the steel greatsword also 50 silver coins, and the steel helmet 25 silver coins. Wait a moment. Is that really the price? Wang Yuan interrupted, astonished. Goodness. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1,000 copper coins equals 100 silver coins. 50 silver coins translates to 500 for a single piece. 500 for a basic item in the novice village? What a ridiculous sum. I recall that the basic clothing and weapons were far cheaper just a few days ago. Surely, no one would buy at these prices. Others don't pay such exorbitant rates. But for you, I'll give a 20% discount, Shan retorted curtly. Come on, is that really necessary? I'm an imperial warrior, after all, Wang Yuan said, pointing to the badge on his chest with a frown. An imperial warrior. Shan paused, momentarily taken aback, contemplating the absurdity of this character before him being deemed a warrior. Absolutely genuine, Wang Yuan proclaimed, thumping his chest. Can you help me seek vengeance? After a moment of contemplation, Sean asked decisively. System notification. You have triggered the hidden quest Sean's Revenge. Do you accept? Another hidden quest? Wang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Of course. What do you need from me? Just say the word. I wish to avenge my wife and child. If you can help me slay that vile wolf, I will reward you with a set of gear. Sean gazed at Wang Yuan, tears welling in his eyes. System notification. You have accepted the hidden quest Sean's Revenge. Quest level A. Quest objective. Slay the Silver Moon Wolf King. Quest reward. Sean's Revenge. Character background. Sean's son and wife were slain by the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Shattered Stone Wilderness, and he hopes you can avenge them. Can you give me that gear now? Wang Yuan pointed to his skeleton companions, lamenting, look at them. They're utterly pitiful and no match for the Wolf King, destined to become the afternoon snack of that beast. That is not permissible. Sean shook his head. It doesn't comply with the rules. Then could you offer me the basic gear at a reduced rate? Very well. Sean nodded, sighing. Wang Yuan shook his head in resignation, opened the recharge link, and angrily deposited 1,000 yuan to procure 2 sets of basic gear for his skeleton companions. In other online game novels, the protagonists typically earn money, but it seems that I alone am compelled to spend from the outset. Wang Yuan mused silently. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Wang Yuan still deemed it a worthwhile endeavor to acquire a set of extraordinary artifacts. After all, if the words of the 2 skeletal warriors were to be believed, the boundary between the real world and the gaming realm would dissolve into a singular existence within a month's time. At that juncture, all currencies would be rendered mere scraps of paper. Thus, spending money now could be seen as a preemptive investment. Goodness, could this be a strategy employed by the gaming company to incite consumerism? Chapter 5. I am the lackey of Brother Neo. Steel armor, quality, black iron defense, 5 magic resistance, 5 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, armor crafted from fine steel. Steel helm, quality, black iron defense, 3 magic resistance, 2 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, helmet forged from fine steel. Steel boots, quality, black iron defense, 3 magic resistance, 2 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, boots constructed from fine steel. Steel gauntlets, quality, black iron defense, 3 magic resistance, 2 constitution, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, gauntlets made from fine steel. Steel greatsword, quality, black iron attack, 5 strength, 1 equipment requirement, none item description, long sword forged from fine steel. As a complete set of equipment was donned, 2 skeletal warriors underwent a remarkable transformation. Previously feeble and fragile, they were now enveloped in a full suit of armor, resembling formidable knights of steel, which left Wang Yuan utterly exhilarated. It is worth noting that, at this stage, few players were willing to spend gold on such basic equipment in the novice village, yet his skeletal minions reveled in a privilege that ordinary players could scarcely attain. Compared to the skeletal warriors of other necromancers, his armored skeletons stood in a league of their own. Indeed, our master is quite exceptional. I am willing to serve him faithfully, remarked Xiao Bai, who, after donning the armor, caressed the great sword in his grasp, showering Wang Yuan with praises. Bah, you spineless creature. Dabai scoffed disdainfully. What a ridiculous notion, allowing a mage to wield a sword. This fellow is utterly foolish. This clumsy weapon is anything but comfortable. As he spoke, Dabai awkwardly swung the long sword in his hand. Dabai, it seems you are struggling. Wielding a sword appears to be quite the challenge for you. Wang Yuan teased, observing the awkward display between the two. How dare he say, I am inadequate? Dabai's fury ignited as he glared at Wang Yuan, the flames of his soul flickering with indignation. You mutt, do you dare to provide me with a staff? Master Wushuang, please refrain from engaging with him. Xiaobai fervently urged from the sidelines. Wang Yuan indeed considered procuring a staff for Dabai, but such items belonged to the realm of magical weaponry, classified as high-tier goods in the world of dawn of the breaking day. Only the main city offered such wares for sale, leaving him with little choice but to endure the current situation. Attributes. After equipping the 2 skeletal warriors with their new artillery, Wang Yuan once again opened the attributes panel. Name, Neo Dali Occupation, Necromancer level, 1 health points, 460 magic points, 460 attack, 23 magic, 23 armor, 23 magic resistance, 23 strength, 23 constitution, 23 intelligence, 23 spirit, 23 agility, 23 skills, summon skeleton, level 1. Active skill, consuming 5 magic points, resurrects the deceased as skeleton soldiers, with a maximum of 2 summoned. Equipment, broken staff. Heroic Tome of Rebirth Pet. Heroic Tome of Rebirth Dubai, untransformed. Attribute growth, Strength C, Constitution C, Intelligence A, Spirit A. Agility C race, skeleton soldier level, 1 health points, 390 magic points, 390 attack, 20 magic, 20 armor, 32 magic resistance, 28 skills, / equipment, steel armor, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, steel greatsword background, a heroic spirit recorded in the heroic tome, possessing limitless potential for growth. Xiaobai untransformed, attribute growth, strength A, constitution A, intelligence C. Spirit C, agility C race, skeleton soldier level, 1 health points, 470 magic points, 270 attack, 26 magic, 16 armor, 36 magic resistance, 20 skills, / equipment, steel armor, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, steel greatsword background, a heroic spirit recorded in the heroic tome, possessing limitless potential for growth. Character introduction, the Fated One. Honored with the title of Imperial Warrior. Remarkable. Upon gazing at his attribute panel, Wang Yuan could not help but exclaim, "In Dawn of the Break." The Necromancer is categorized as a mage, yet lacks the formidable output capabilities of elemental mages, rendering the attribute panel rather mediocre. The undead creatures summoned by the Necromancer inherit attributes from the Necromancer himself. Typically, the higher the tier of the undead creature summoned, the greater the percentage of attributes inherited. For instance, the lowest tier, the first-level skeleton soldier, can only inherit 50 of the Necromancer's attributes, while the more advanced second-tier skeleton warrior can inherit 70. And the third-tier skeleton champion can inherit 90 of the attributes, and so forth, with the 9th-tier skeleton dragon capable of inheriting 210 of the Necromancer's attributes. Consequently, the Necromancer is often regarded as the strongest profession in the late game, while in the early stages, it is lamentably challenging to summon even a skeleton soldier. However, with the possession of the heroic tome, Wang Yuan's skeletal minions not only inherit his panel attributes but also, through the tome's influence, can don equipment, learn skills, and even possess their own growth potential. At this moment, the 2 skeleton soldiers under Wang Yuan's command boast attributes rivaling those of level 10 players. Truly, it is no wonder that this legendary artifact can sway the fates of humanity. Its power is indeed astonishing. Grateful am I to the 2 skeletal brothers. Otherwise, had this contraption fallen into another's hands, I would undoubtedly have succumbed to envy and resentment. Wang Yuan mused inwardly. With preparations complete, Wang Yuan set forth towards the outskirts of the town, accompanied by 2 armored skeleton warriors. What in the world? Skeleton soldiers? But why are they clad in armor? Have they undergone some mutation? Could they be the legendary armored skeletons? Armored skeletons? Is there any mention of such in the official records? Alas, I am merely indulging in fanciful conjecture. As they journeyed, the 2 skeletal warriors behind Wang Yuan incited waves of astonishment. In an era where players struggle to acquire equipment and necromancers can scarcely summon even a single skeleton, the visual impact of 2 fully armed skeletal warriors was undeniably unparalleled. Those necromancers who had previously reveled in their success at locating corpses to summon skeletons found themselves starkly aware of their own inadequacies upon witnessing Wang Yuan's formidable skeletal companions, contrasting sharply with their own skeletal minions wielding rusted swords. Upon reaching the town's outskirts, it was evident that 3 days since the game's launch had rendered the novice area teeming with players, a veritable sea of adventurers. A wild dog materialized at Wang Yuan's feet, lunging toward him. "You shall not harm my master." Before Wang Yuan could issue a command, Xiaobai had already stepped boldly in front of him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the wild dog sprawling to the ground, followed by a swift strike to its neck with his sword. In an instant, the wild dog's health bar was depleted, leaving behind a lifeless carcass and a single copper coin alongside a tuft of fur, prompting gasps of astonishment from surrounding players. "You are such a sycophant," Xiaobai retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. "Indeed, I am but a loyal subordinate to my esteemed master," Xiaobai replied. "After all, this task I undertake is solely to procure equipment for my master." How utterly pragmatic. Wang Yuan felt speechless mere moments ago. This scoundrel Xiaobai had sought to eliminate him, yet now he was content to serve as a loyal retainer. Chapter 6. The Silver Moon Wolf King, Moonlit Plains. This is a novice area for players at level 5 to 10, where the monsters that spawn are level 5 wild wolves, level 8 wind wolves, and level 10 silver wolves, in contrast to the level 15 grinding zone of the gravel wasteland. The creatures of the moonlit plains not only boast higher levels but also appear in formidable packs, making them quite challenging to confront. Even high-level players must team up to survive in this area, and the efficiency of leveling up is undeniable. Consequently, despite the game having launched merely 3 days prior, the moonlit plains remains rather desolate, with few players in sight. The occasional encounters are primarily with treasure-hunting squads from various studios. Players like Wang Yuan, who dare to roam the moonlit plains alone, are indeed a rare breed. Yet, only Wang Yuan knows that he is not truly alone. After all, this is still a virtual world, and these monsters are as foolish as they come. Indeed, look at these wild wolves. They are so sluggish, entirely unlike the training sessions conducted by Teacher Song in the wilderness. It is hardly surprising. Those are real beasts, while these are merely a collection of data. 2 skeletons are busy slaughtering the wild wolves before them while engaging in mundane conversation. Wang Yuan follows closely behind, leeching experience and gathering loot. These 2 fellows are undeniably elites forged in the crucible of a post-apocalyptic future, having emerged victorious from years of life and death battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The high-level monsters in the moonlit plains are trivial in comparison to what these skeletons have faced. It is akin to a seasoned player who has mastered the hellish mode for over a decade, suddenly finding themselves in a rudimentary, low-end game. For them, the wolf monsters of the moonlit plains are no different from moving targets, and they slice through them effortlessly, causing Wang Yuan's experience bar to soar. Within a single morning, Wang Yuan has reached level 6. What vexes Wang Yuan, however, is the fact that after a morning of defeating monsters above his level, not a single piece of equipment has dropped. The notorious low drop rates of Dawn of the Breaking Dawn are indeed not unfounded. In Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, players gain 1 point in each of their 5 attributes and 5 free points to allocate according to their class needs with each level gained. Warriors enhance strength or constitution, while mages increase intelligence or spirit. As for what a necromancer should augment, there is no definitive standard. Although the necromancer is classified as a mage, it is an unconventional mage. The attribute inheritance design makes it difficult to determine an optimal allocation strategy. Should they add intelligence like other mages? Before summoning a lich, all the undead creatures are of the physical type. If they solely increase strength, the necromancer remains a mage, possessing numerous curse skills. For this reason, there is not a single comprehensive guide for necromancer attribute allocation on the forums. Currently, there are 2 major schools of thought. One focuses on boosting skeleton warrior output through strength and constitution, while the other emphasizes enhancing the necromancer's own curse-based magic through intelligence and spirit. These 2 factions are fiercely at odds, embroiled in daily disputes. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yuan allocated his freedom attributes evenly across the 5 dimensions. After all, with the epic tome of heroes at his disposal, it was evident that his primary source of output would be the undead legion. Unlike the skeletal warriors of other necromancers, Wang Yuan's skeletons, empowered by the epic tome, possessed unique growth talents, enabling them to transition into various professions. Thus, it was essential for Wang Yuan to consider all classes, and an average distribution of attributes would ensure comprehensive coverage. Furthermore, the epic tome bestowed growth attributes, granting him an additional point in each dimension upon leveling up. Consequently, even with an average allocation, Wang Yuan would boast 5 more points than other players, preventing him from becoming a jack of all trades yet master of none. Moreover, should the skeletal duo's ominous prediction of an impending apocalypse come to pass, self-preservation would take precedence. Therefore, alongside ensuring output, attributes vital for survival, such as constitution and agility, were indispensable. After much contemplation, an even distribution of points emerged as the most prudent choice. At level 6, Wang Yuan's health and mana reached 760 points, with attack and defense attributes also peaking at 38 points. Naturally, the attributes of his skeletal companions rose in tandem, with the magical prowess of Dabai and the physical strength of Xiao Bai each reaching 43 points, and their defense attributes approximating 50 points. To put this into perspective, a warrior focused solely on constitution would typically possess around 800 health and a mere 40 in armor. At this juncture, disregarding other attributes, Wang Yuan's survival capabilities were already on par with those of a warrior. Additionally, he commanded 2 fully equipped skeletal warriors whose attributes surpassed his own. One man alone constituted an entire team, a truth not merely spoken but lived. With 2 golden-tier fighters at his side, Wang Yuan ventured deeper into the wilderness. Upon reaching the center of the moonlight plain, a distant howl pierced the air. Almost immediately, a notification flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. A powerful magical beast has appeared nearby. Adventurers are advised to exercise caution. Leveling is arduous. Cherish your journey. It was the Silver Moon Wolf King. Someone had beaten them to it. Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. How can you be so certain? Dabai inquired, perplexed. I spent half a year in the secret realm of Shibei for revenge against Xian, slaying him over 50 times. I know exactly what he wears the moment he squats. Besides, with such a raucous howl, it's clear someone is engaging him. True to his words, Wang Yuan followed the sound and soon spotted a group of players encircling a towering wolf standing over 2 meters tall. The beast, resplendent in silver, shimmered under the moonlight, exuding an aura of ferocity and majesty. It was indeed the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King. Wang Yuan casually cast a detection spell. Silver Moon Wolf King, silver, level, 15 health, 8,000 mana, 1,500 skills, Wolf King charge, silver blade background, the supreme lord of the moonlight plane, possessing formidable magical abilities. What a sight to behold! Upon witnessing the attributes of the Silver Moon Wolf King, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This level 15 silver boss surpassed the demonic spy by 5 levels. Fortunately, he possessed 2 skeletal soldiers, the offspring of the plains. Otherwise, confronting this formidable foe alone would prove quite challenging. Naturally, the team daring to besiege the Silver Moon Wolf King was also quite impressive. The leader of the group, a female assassin clad in black leather armor that accentuated her flawless curves, wielded a dagger emanating a green luminescence akin to a piece of bronze equipment. The other 4 members were equally well-equipped, showcasing a comprehensive array of professions, and their coordination was remarkably seamless. Notably, the warrior beside the assassin donned a novice village iron set, resembling Wang Yuan's skeletal soldiers as if they were brothers. At that moment, drawing the wrath of the Silver Moon Wolf King, even Dabai interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Hey, Adao, that warrior must be your brother, right? Nonsense, I have no such worthless brother, retorted Xiaobai dismissively. Look at where he's standing, he'll be dead in no time. Just as Xiaobai completed his remark, the Silver Moon Wolf King lunged forward, striking the warrior's longsword with a powerful claw. The steel greatsword was knocked aside, and simultaneously, the Silver Moon Wolf King opened its maw, unleashing a silver blade of light that struck the warrior's neck with deadly precision. In an instant, the warrior was decapitated, cleaved in 2. Chapter 7. Taking advantage of the chaos, what a ruthless display. Wang Yuan was taken aback to witness a warrior being obliterated by a single skill. The warrior's companions were equally astonished. This was a level 10 warrior, the main tank of the team, renowned for having the highest defense among players. To see him dispatched in an instant by a single skill was utterly absurd. The attack power of the Silver Moon Wolf King was indeed outrageous. Well, this beast is impressive, Dabai remarked with surprise. Indeed, Xiaobai added, the Silver Moon Wolf King possesses a hidden trait. When positioned beyond a certain distance, he can charge up and unleash a devastating attack, rendering his target devoid of all defensive, parrying, and evasion attributes for 5 seconds. He must be kept within half a meter to prevent him from charging. No way. Teacher Wushuang, you truly did not know this? I only engage in high-level matches and have no time to dally with a low-level boss that can be dispatched with a mere fireball for an entire month. Damn it. Xiaobai was frustrated. Hearing their exchange, Wang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. These two, while appearing to be amiable on the surface, were secretly competing and exchanging barbs. Especially Dabai, who always managed to leave Xiao by feeling dejected. It was clear that Dabai, being a few years older and a mage, was of a significantly higher caliber. Meanwhile, the warrior, tasked with tanking and drawing aggro, was swiftly eliminated, leaving the remaining members defenseless and exposed before the Silver Moon Wolf King. With a fearsome howl, the Wolf King unleashed a blade of light, striking the mage squarely in the face. In a swift motion, he leapt toward the archer, dispatching him with a single claw. The priest, caught unawares, had barely a moment to react before the Wolf King turned and sank his fangs into the priest's neck. In less than 10 seconds, the 5-member team was annihilated, leaving only the female assassin. Without a word, she turned to flee. Offending a boss and expecting to escape? Such an endeavor was far from simple. The Silver Moon Wolf King gave chase. Need a hand? As the assassin was about to be caught, Wang Yuan suddenly emerged, standing not far in front of her and waving his hand energetically. Hey! The assassin was momentarily startled, then retorted. Haha, 1 gold coin. Wang Yuan grinned. There is no such thing as a free lunch, dinner, or midnight snack. Our journey here to complete a quest incurs costs. The equipment from those 2 skeletons alone is worth a gold coin. If I am to provide assistance, compensation is only fair. This young lady wielded weapons with attributes. Clearly not a pauper. Thus, my help could not come without a price. Humph, no need. The assassin scoffed, casting an icy glance at Wang Yuan. Then I shall assist the boss. Wang Yuan's smile took on a more mischievous edge. Sister, the weapon you hold is worth far more than a gold coin. How regrettable it would be to lose it. With that, Wang Yuan positioned himself directly in front of the assassin. You shameless fiend. The assassin was both astonished and furious. Even the 2 skeletons behind Wang Yuan couldn't help but express their disbelief. My goodness, is our brother being a tad shameless? To take advantage of the chaos. Haha, I find myself admiring him. He is indeed a person of great ambition. No way, Teacher Wushuang, are you serious? You understand nothing. In this apocalyptic world, only individuals like him can survive with tenacity. Wang Yuan was left pondering whether this was a compliment or an insult. Ladies, you have but a second to decide. Wang Yuan glanced back at the assassin. Noticing that the Silver Moon Wolf King was now less than 10 meters away from the assassin. Humph, the assassin scoffed. Stop him. Reluctantly, the assassin threw a gold coin. After all, losing a gold coin was a small price to pay. Failing to do so would clearly mean this scoundrel would assist the boss in eliminating him. As the assassin had stated, losing even a piece of equipment could cost more than 1 gold coin. The choice was evident. Wang Yuan caught the gold coin just as the Silver Moon Wolf King had closed in on the assassin. With a swift paw, it lunged towards the assassin's back. Children, attack! Wang Yuan commanded the 2 skeleton soldiers. Little White, eager and restless, stepped forward and struck the Silver Moon Wolf King on the chest with his sword. Bang! The Silver Moon Wolf King staggered from the blow, its attack interrupted. The assassin seized the opportunity, rolling away to create distance and fleeing without a backward glance. The Silver Moon Wolf King's ire was now directed at Little White. Oh whoa! The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a furious roar, slamming a paw down at Little White. This was a level 15 silver boss, and Little White, merely a level 6 skeleton soldier, could not withstand such a blow without a healing class to support him. Typically, one would retreat and evade. However, Little White stood firm and advanced boldly. Smack! The Silver Moon Wolf King's paw swung wide, striking the ground, and it opened its mouth to bite down on Little White. At that moment, Little White thrust his shoulder forward. Boom! A dull thud echoed as he struck the Wolf King's throat. Critical hit. Gah! The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a whimper, its face contorted in pain. Seizing the chance, Little White darted beneath the Silver Moon Wolf King and thrust his sword into its belly. 258. A large damage number floated above the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. Critical strike. In Dawn of the Breaking Day, the monsters are designed with remarkable realism, possessing vital areas. Attacking these critical spots triggers a defense-ignoring effect known as a critical attack. Striking a vital area for a heavy hit results in triple damage, referred to as a critical strike. In the game, there exists a skill known as axe correction. While striking a target is not particularly difficult, achieving a hit on a vital point necessitates a remarkable level of precision, a skill that requires significant expertise. Xiaobai, who boldly claims to have ambushed the Silver Moon Wolf King over 50 times, has evidently mastered the combat techniques of the Silver Moon Wolf King, executing each strike with extraordinary accuracy, each aimed at critical points. The Silver Moon Wolf King, incensed, pivoted to bite Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai seemed to anticipate this move before the Wolf King could turn. He deftly sidestepped, positioning himself directly beneath the beast as it completed its turn. With a swift thrust of his longsword, he struck upward. Thud. A critical hit of 258. Without pausing, Xiaobai shifted a few steps in another direction. As if synchronizing with Xiaobai's movements, the Silver Moon Wolf King repositioned itself above him. And Xiaobai struck again. Thud. Another 258. The scene resembled a poorly executed television drama, where one party leaps while the other sweeps low, an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Witnessing this strange display, Wang Yuan was left bewildered. As a skeleton warrior, Xiaobai's speed was not particularly swift, especially in comparison to the level 15 Silvermoon Wolf King, a silver tier boss. Yet, regardless of how the Wolf King turned or maneuvered, Xiaobai always seemed to predict its movements, expertly calculating his position to remain beneath the beast. Utilizing the Wolf King's massive form, he executed his strikes with impeccable timing, delivering critical hits with precision. Each step was flawlessly executed, each sword thrust executed with pinpoint accuracy. Is this the prowess of an elite warrior, forged in the crucible of a post-apocalyptic battlefield, drenched in the blood of ferocious beasts? Chapter 8. Praise my lord Neo Dali. In the distance, amidst the grass, the assassin, having successfully entered a stealth mode after evading the battle, was left speechless at the sight before her. Initially, her intention was merely to have Wang Yuan distract the enemy, allowing her an opportunity to escape. She never anticipated that Wang Yuan would be capable of halting the Silvermoon Wolf King. To her astonishment, not only did Wang Yuan manage to single-handedly confront the Silvermoon Wolf King, but he also appeared to have the upper hand. Using a mere skeleton soldier to firmly suppress the beast. It is common knowledge that the skeleton soldiers summoned by necromancers inherit only 50 of the player's attributes. Although Wang Yuan's 2 skeletons seemed somewhat exceptional, they remained fundamentally skeletons, limited in power. Moreover, these low-level undead creatures lacked any semblance of AI intelligence. Their attacks and defenses required direct commands from the necromancer. Yet, Wang Yuan was controlling a seemingly inferior skeleton to subdue a level 15 silver boss. What extraordinary skill must he possess? The assassin, who had initially regarded him with disdain, now viewed him with a measure of respect. Unbeknownst to the assassin, the 2 skeletons were vessels for the souls of elite warriors from a post-apocalyptic world, bolstered by the legacy of heroic manuscripts, rendering them incomparable to ordinary skeletons. If typical necromancer skeletons were akin to bicycles, then Xiaobai was a luxury sedan with automatic transmission, capable of executing commands with effortless grace. As a seasoned warrior who had slain the Silvermoon Wolf King over 50 times, the meager data construct before Xiaobai was utterly insignificant. With fluid movements, he dodged all of the Silvermoon Wolf King's attacks, countering with precision that resulted in critical strikes with each blow. The damage numbers 258, 258, 258 floated above the Wolf King's head, visibly diminishing its health bar at an alarming rate. In mere moments, the Wolf King's health turned crimson, plummeting to 30. Suddenly, Xiaobai sidestepped and retreated a few paces, creating distance between himself and the Wolf King. A question mark appeared over Wang Yuan's head. At that moment, the Silvermoon Wolf King transformed into a fleeting shadow. Brushing past Xiaobai, Wolf King charge. Wang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The Wolf King charge was the Silvermoon Wolf King's signature move, and yet Xiaobai had evaded it with such ease. Well done, Adeo. The Bai could not help but exclaim in admiration. I could dodge that with my eyes closed. Xiaobai replied without a hint of modesty. After executing the charge, the Silvermoon Wolf King's movement slowed significantly. Xiaobai seized the opportunity to pursue, striking once, twice, thrice, each blow aimed directly at vital points. At last, after delivering 7 swift strikes, the health bar of the Silvermoon Wolf King was completely depleted. With a mournful howl, it succumbed to its injuries, transforming into a lifeless corpse. A cascade of gleaming spoils tumbled from the fallen beast. System notification: you have slain the Lord-level silver boss. Achieving a first kill. You have gained 100,000 experience points, 150 reputation, and earned the title Wolf Kingslayer. Wolf Kingslayer category. Title: favorability with all NPCs in Shibei Town is now at 100. Title description: awarded for the first kill of the Lord-level silver boss, the Silvermoon Wolf King. In rapid succession, a series of golden rays erupted from Wang Yuan's body, propelling him to ascend 4 levels in an instant, reaching level 10. The 2 skeletal warriors accompanying him also elevated to level 10. Their once white frames transformed into a lustrous black, gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding a remarkable quality. You have completed the first kill of the Lord-level silver boss, the Silvermoon Wolf King. Would you like to publicly disclose your game ID? No. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan declined. What is the point of gaming if not for fame and recognition? In a purely gaming context, he would surely seize the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Yet, he understood that this realm was not merely a game. It was prudent to maintain a low profile in reality. System announcement: player from the novice area 3225. Shibei Town has successfully slain the Lord-level silver boss, the Silver Moon Wolf King, achieving a first kill. His deeds will be recorded in history. The system announcement echoed 3 times, causing an uproar among players. The game had only been live for 3 days, and the vast majority of players were still struggling for survival, lacking equipment and skills. Battling even the lowest-level monsters was a daunting task, and yet, someone had managed to vanquish a silver boss? Indeed, it was a stark reminder of the competitive nature of the game. Of course, these accolades were merely superficial. The true value lay in the spoils dropped by the Silver Moon Wolf King. Wang Yuan hastily collected all the items strewn across the ground. As expected from a silver boss's first kill, even in the notoriously low drop rate world of Dawn's Break, the rewards were quite substantial. He acquired a skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, a dark token, and a pre-packaged wolf head. The wolf head was a quest item, requiring no further explanation. The token, known as the Death Goddess Proof, was also a quest item, lacking extensive details. The skill book contained an assassin's skill, sneak attack category, martial skill rank, DA surprise attack skill aimed at targets from behind. Class requirement, assassin. In an era where the populace was limited to F-grade initial skills, a D-grade skill book was indeed a rare find. It would conservatively fetch a value of 1 gold coin on the market. The equipment included a pair of boots, a ring, and a staff. Wolf's Foot, quality, bronze armor, 9 magic resistance, 8 agility, 7 wolf shadow, passive skill. Increases movement speed by 15 class requirement. Universal level requirement, 10 item description. These boots are imbued with wind magic. Clearly designed for agile classes, their attributes are quite impressive, particularly the 15 increase in movement speed, which has captivated Wang Yuan. In the face of the apocalypse, what is paramount? Survival. The ability to run swiftly is essential for survival. Surpassing the speed of monsters is irrelevant, as long as one can outpace other players. That 15 speed boost could very well be a lifesaver. Wolf's Fang, quality, bronze attack, 7 magic. For agility, for strength, 2 wolf's kiss, passive skill. 10 of physical damage converted into health. Class requirement, universal level requirement, 10 item description. Forged from the teeth of the Wolf King, it possesses a bloodthirsty power. This ring is also intended for agile classes, with attributes that are rather standard, yet it boasts a highly practical lifesteal effect. However, it is designed for physical classes, making it ill-suited for Wang Yuan's role as a subordinate who relies on his underlings for combat. He casually equipped it on Xiaobai. All hail my lord, the mighty bull strength. Great Necromancer, I shall be your eternal disciple. Xiaobai exclaimed, nearly overcome with excitement. Shameless and unambitious. Do not dare claim you are one I have brought forth. Dabai retorted with disdain. Hiki. At this, Wang Yuan chuckled inwardly and revealed the attributes of the staff in his hand. Seeing the staff in Wang Yuan's possession, not only Dabai, but even Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. This is Chapter 9, Shameless and Worthless Quality. Silver Attack, 17 Magic, 29 Intelligence, 9 Spirit, 6 Blessing of the Moon God. Passive skill, restores 10 magic points per second. Arcane Mithril, passive skill, increases magic by 15. Class requirement, Mage, Necromancer, Priest level requirement, 10 item description. A wand crafted from mithril by the grand alchemist Clyde. Once blessed by the moon, bestows its bearer with an inexhaustible source of magical power. Silver equipment, a weapon class. In the realm of Dawn's Break, weapons and armor are considered substantial items, significantly more costly than other scattered pieces, especially weapons, which are undoubtedly the most crucial gear for players. While one may venture without any equipment, a weapon is indispensable. Currently, the majority of players struggle to even acquire a basic weapon. Wielding a bronze weapon marks one as an elite. The value of a silver weapon is thus easily imagined. Although Wang Yuan perceived the attributes of this wand as rather unremarkable, considering that a 15 magic increase is not particularly high, and the 10 points of magic recovery seem rather trivial, a mere pittance compared to the lowest grade magic potions available in shops, which automatically restore 15 magic points per second. This attribute merely saves a little on potion expenses. However, this wand possesses a magic recovery attribute. Just then, a voice filled with excitement echoed in Wang Yuan's mind. Is it truly worthy of such exuberance? Wang Yuan pondered quietly. In all the games he had played, magic recovery was hardly regarded as a premium attribute. Even for someone like Dabai, who was destined to become an elite expert, it seemed rather uninformed. Could it be that there are no magic potions in the future? As if on cue, Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, our luck is incredible. This is undoubtedly a piece of equipment with magic recovery. In our time, it would be considered a divine artifact. Indeed, had I possessed this wand earlier, I would not have drained my magic reserves so quickly." Dabai's tone turned somber, evidently recalling past events before his rebirth. If only Clyde and his alchemical society had not been annihilated, humanity would not be in such dire straits. Xiaobai's tone also shifted to one of sorrow. Alas, Dabai sighed. According to historical accounts, within a year, the alchemical society will cease to exist, and humanity will fall into despair due to a lack of medicinal supplies. If only we could avert this calamity. Seeing the two previously cheerful companions suddenly transformed in demeanor, Wang Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. From their dialogue, it was clear that an impending doom awaited 1 year hence, with the alchemical society vanishing for some unknown reason, leading humanity toward decline. It was not difficult to deduce why players could effortlessly conquer bosses, aside from their equipment and skills, which enhanced their abilities. The ample supply of resources played a crucial role. As one engages in battle while sipping potions, as long as there remains a health bar, no boss is invincible. However, the absence of ample mana supplies would lead to the vanishing of humanity's bug-like regenerative abilities, a catastrophic blow for mankind. Alas, this individual is also a mage. Otherwise, that staff would be a splendid acquisition for me. Dabai lamented, gazing longingly at the staff in Wang Yuan's grasp. Hee, little Bai, he chuckled. I told you to praise my lord. Now you regret it, don't you? Huh, do you think I am as mediocre as you? Why do you look at me like that? Are you yearning for this staff? Just as the two exchanged disdainful glances, Wang Yuan suddenly turned his head, grinning as he queried Dabai. Dabai shivered, the flames of his soul flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the staff in Wang Yuan's hand, nodding with insatiable desire. Oh, you can comprehend words beyond battle commands? Wang Yuan feigned surprise. Didn't they say the skeleton soldiers have low AI? It seems you two, following me, are as clever as I am. How should I go about eliminating him? Dabai gritted his teeth, appalled by the audacity. Here, take it. It is more useful in your hands than mine. Wang Yuan casually thrust the staff into Dabai's hands. Wow, this action left Dabai utterly bewildered. Stunned for a full 3 seconds, he finally managed to utter, "Praise my lord Nyodali. I shall forever be your devotee." Shameless, utterly unambitious. Pah. Little Bai sneered from the side. Plan successful. Upon hearing Dabai's praise, Wang Yuan smiled faintly. The great philosopher Zhen Xian Dao Gu was indeed correct. Offering benefits rather than mere empty promises ensures loyalty from subordinates. The once rebellious Dabai had been won over by a mere staff. Hey, thanks for earlier. After tidying up the battlefield, Wang Yuan was preparing to return to town when a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside him. Turning around, he witnessed a distortion in the air, revealing a graceful assassin of striking beauty appearing at his side. It was the girl from before. It's you. What thanks? I'm merely doing my job for a price. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. 1 gold coin for a boss? Quite a bargain. The assassin replied. Damn, this guy truly knows how to converse. I am Shui Linglong. And you? The assassin suppressed the urge to pummel Wang Yuan and sent him a friend request. Being able to solo a silver boss, this individual was undoubtedly a skilled player. Though somewhat infuriating, he was tolerable. Nyodali. Wang Yuan replied indifferently to the request. Meanwhile, the 2 skeleton soldiers began to stir restlessly. Shui Linglong? Is she truly Shui Linglong? The super wealthy individual who influenced the global monetary system in history? It's astonishing to discover she is also from Shibei town. Ah, so she is affluent. No wonder. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this revelation. The young lady, adorned with an array of equipment and wielding a bronze-level dagger, had a conservative value exceeding 5 digits in the early stages of the game, a considerable investment that most would hesitate to make at such a nascent phase. Over 10,000 coins, equivalent to 2 months' wages, spent on a set of novice gear that could be easily outmoded. Only a person of considerable wealth would dare to make such a purchase. Nyodali, your name? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's name, Shui Linglong could not suppress a laugh. Hey, did you add me as a friend solely to mock my name? Wang Yuan retorted, feeling disgruntled. Not at all. Shui Linglong replied, stifling her laughter. What did the boss drop just now? Is there anything I need? I'll pay a premium. How much? Wang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Shui Linglong. The girl was quite attractive, yet her imposing demeanor made her somewhat unlikable. Is wealth all that impressive? I'll buy anything, starting at 10 gold coins. Each item for 10 gold coins. Shui Linglong produced a coin pouch. All right, wealth is indeed impressive. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's offer, Wang Yuan instantly donned a sycophantic smile and handed over the book titled Ambush. A D-grade skill book. What a treasure. Is there more? Shui Linglong inquired as she took a glance at the book before promptly learning it with a clap of her hands. No, I have use for the rest. Wang Yuan fixed his gaze firmly on Shui Linglong. You haven't paid yet. Don't even think about running off. Humph. Shui Linglong casually tossed a coin pouch to Wang Yuan and said, What do you take me for? Do you think I would lack money? In the future. If you come across something good, remember to find me. With that, Shui Linglong's figure flickered and vanished from Wang Yuan's sight. Chapter 10. Sean's Revenge. Hail to the valiant warrior Duke Nadali of the Empire. At long last, I have avenged my wife and child. After Wang Yuan presented the wolf's head of the Silver Moon Wolf King to Sean, the latter wept profusely, tears streaming down his face, overflowing with gratitude towards Wang Yuan. Grieve as you will, but do not forget to express your thanks to me, Wang Yuan consoled from the side. Had you not reminded me? I might have indeed overlooked it, Sean replied, hastily ceasing his sorrow and rummaging beneath the shelf behind him. How could one forget such a thing? Thankfully, Wang Yuan had prompted him, that shameless NPC, he thought, rolling his eyes in silence. Before long, Sean unearthed a weathered wooden chest from beneath the shelf. Had Wang Yuan not known the treasures contained within, he would have been incensed at the sight of such a box. A novice artifact tossed carelessly within? The lack of prestige was appalling. This is a set of equipment I forged with my life's blood for the sake of my vengeance. Now that you, brave warrior, have avenged my family, I have no further use for it. I bestow it upon you, Sean declared. System notification. Quest completed. You have received Sean's gift. At last. It is mine. My equipment is now in my possession, Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together, his hollow eyes gleaming with anticipation. Could it possibly be superior to my staff? Bai mused, curious about the prowess of novice gear. Wang Yuan, equally intrigued, opened the chest. With a flourish. As the chest opened, a brilliant light burst forth, and as it faded, 3 pieces of equipment materialized before Wang Yuan's eyes. A long sword, a shield, and a suit of armor. Sean's Fury, set 1-3, quality, bronze attack, 20 magic, 20 strength, 10 constitution, 10 vengeful flame, passive skill, damage increase 10 class requirement, warrior. Knight level requirement, 10 item description, forged by the blacksmith Sean, this equipment embodies his lifelong efforts to avenge his wife and child. Sean's Guardian, set 1-3, quality, bronze defense, 500 strength, 10 constitution, 10 heart of protection, passive skill, armor and magic resistance increase 10 class requirement, warrior. Knight level requirement, 10 item description, forged by the blacksmith Sean, this equipment embodies his lifelong efforts to avenge his wife and child. Sean's Perseverance, set 1-3, quality, bronze armor, 20 magic resistance, 20 strength, 10 constitution, 10 spirit of endurance, passive skill, maximum health increase 10 class requirement, warrior. Knight level requirement, 10 item description, forged by the blacksmith Sean, this equipment embodies his lifelong efforts to avenge his wife and child. Judging by the attributes, all 3 pieces of equipment exhibit maximum primary stats, which is quite commendable, and their additional attributes are reasonably standard. In the early stages of the game, they can indeed be considered exceptional. However, to claim that this item is a divine artifact would indeed be an exaggeration. Nonetheless, Wang Yuan understood that the reason a set is termed a set is not due to its intrinsic attributes, but rather the hidden set bonuses that are activated when all pieces are assembled. Consequently, he casually adorned the 3 pieces of equipment onto Xiao Bai. As the trio of gear was donned, the set attributes were activated. Xian's Revenge, a passive skill, for every 1 decrease in health. The player's attack and defense attributes are enhanced by 1. When health drops below 30, the Blood Rage attribute is activated, restoring 1 of health every second during combat. Astonishing, astonishing, astonishing. Upon witnessing the set attributes, Wang Yuan felt as though his eyes might pop out, exclaiming astonishing thrice in rapid succession. The essence of a warrior lies in their high attack and defense, serving as the core tank of the team. As long as the warrior can endure, no boss is insurmountable. Thus, The higher the survival capability of the warrior, the greater their value within the team, whether through enhanced attack and defense as health diminishes, or automatic health regeneration during battle. Both significantly bolster the warrior's survivability. They Xian's Revenge set attribute elevated the ensemble from a mere collection of fine items to an echelon beyond its perceived quality. To refer to it as a novice's divine artifact is not an overstatement. Attributes. Wang Yuan's mind raced, and he eagerly opened the attributes panel. Name: Neo Dali class, Necromancer level, 10 health, 1060 mana, 1060 attack, 53 magic, 53 armor, 62 magic resistance, 61 strength, 53 constitution, 53 intelligence, 53 spirit, 53 agility, 60 skills, summon skeleton, LV1. Active skill, consuming 5 points of mana to resurrect the deceased as a skeleton soldier with a maximum summon limit of 2. Equipment: broken wooden staff, heroic codex, reincarnation. Wolf's foot pet, heroic codex, reincarnation to buy, untransformed, attribute growth, strength C, constitution C, intelligence A, spirit A. Agility C race, skeleton soldier level, 10 health, 560 mana, 660 attack, 43 magic, 83 armor, 45 magic resistance, 62 skills, equipment, steel armor, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, silver moon's admiration background, recorded within the heroic codex. These spirits possess limitless growth potential. Xiao Bai, untransformed, attribute growth, strength A, constitution A, intelligence C, spirit C. Agility C race, skeleton soldier level, 10 health, 1232 mana, 480 defense, 500 attack, 104 magic, 51 armor, 124 magic resistance, 51 skills, equipment, Xian's perseverance, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, Xian's fury, Xian's guardian, Wolf Fang. Background introduction. The heroes recorded in the annals of history possess limitless potential for growth. Character introduction. A fated individual bearing the title of Imperial Warrior. Under Wang Yuan's attribute enhancement, 2 skeletal soldiers exhibit prowess comparable to their peers. Notably, the character Xiao Bai, with the added bonuses from their equipment, has achieved an armor value that surpasses 120. At this stage, even a tank with a full allocation of physical attributes pales in comparison to Xiao Bai. Closing the attribute panel, Wang Yuan opened the menu and selected to log out. After spending an extensive amount of time in the game, he was feeling quite famished. Removing his gaming headset, he stretched lazily, switched on the television, and proceeded to prepare a meal. At that moment, the sound of a news broadcast echoed from the screen. According to our station's report, an unknown creature has been discovered in the Jiangbei region. This creature is extremely ferocious, having injured individuals before fleeing. Experts have yet to find any information regarding this creature in existing literature. Residents of Jiabei are advised to secure their doors and windows and take precautions when venturing outside. Unknown creature? Extremely ferocious? Wang Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed the skeletal soldiers had spoken the truth. If all goes as anticipated, the game world will merge with reality in a month's time, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Countless monsters will invade the real world, ruthlessly slaughtering humanity. Players within the game will assume the roles of extraordinary professionals, leading humanity in its resistance against the onslaught of these beasts. Signs of the impending apocalypse have already begun to manifest. The monsters from the game world have started to seep into reality, and when the day of reckoning arrives, half of the global population may perish in this sudden cataclysm. Given that he possesses foreknowledge of this information, it is imperative that he prepares diligently before the impending doom descends. Chapter 11. Ominous signs of the apocalypse. Wang Yuan glanced at his bank account, scrutinizing the balance. As an unemployed young man nearing his 30s, his financial situation was hardly prosperous. Upon hearing that one could earn a living as a professional player in the gaming world, he invested 10,000 yuan in a headset, hoping to make his mark in the virtual realm. However, after 3 days of meandering within the game, he had yet to venture beyond the novice village. It was then he learned of the impending apocalypse. Life felt almost surreal, thankfully. Wang Yuan was acutely aware of his circumstances, otherwise he might have doubted his own sanity. This morning, he had deposited another 1,000 yuan into the game, leaving him with a mere 2,000 yuan in his account, his last vestige of living expenses. Contemplating the month ahead, he realized that this sum would soon be rendered worthless, prompting him to descend to the convenience store. In the face of an impending cataclysm, food and fresh water were of utmost importance. Although 2,000 yuan would not procure an abundance of supplies, it would suffice to sustain him for a while longer. Brother Wang, what is going on? Buying so much instant noodles and water? The store owner, Xiao Zhang, expressed surprise at the quantity Wang Yuan was purchasing. The store was conveniently located downstairs, and food was always accessible, so what prompted this sudden bulk purchase? The world is coming to an end, Wang Yuan replied with a serious gaze. Typically, Wang Yuan shared a good rapport with Xiao Zhang, who often supplied him with near-expiry sausages and such. Thus, it was only natural to lend a hand when possible. Haha, Brother Wang, you really do have a knack for humor. Since 2012, I haven't heard any prophecies about the apocalypse, Xiao Zhang chuckled. Wang Yuan recognized that if he continued to speak of the apocalypse, no one would believe him. He could easily be dismissed as delusional, or, worse, be detained by the authorities for disturbing public order. It appeared that saving a few souls before the end would not be an easy task. Though not malevolent, he was not the type to provoke trouble unnecessarily. Chuckling to himself, he decided to rephrase. I've been playing a new game lately and plan to stay indoors for a month. I know, it's dawn of the breaking day, right? I've heard many are becoming engrossed in it. Xiao Zhang acknowledged. Later, I'll find someone to help carry your items upstairs, he added. Thanks, Wang Yuan said as he settled the bill. Just as he was about to exit, he paused and turned back. Xiao Zhang, you should stock up on supplies too. I understand, Xiao Zhang replied. There are certainly many others like you hoarding provisions. I'll fill the storeroom to the brim. Wang Yuan nodded appreciatively. This was all he could do to assist. After a while, as he gazed at the living room filled with bottled water and an abundance of instant noodles, his sense of security significantly increased. Despite depleting all his savings, he felt no regret. After all, these are essential items for living. Even if the apocalypse does not arrive after a month, it cannot be deemed wasteful. At the very least, they will suffice for my needs for several months. With the money I currently possess, I can only make these preparations. Once I earn more in the game, I shall save additional resources. After all, even if the end of the world comes, consuming instant noodles daily would surely lead to nausea. Having completed all these tasks, Wang Yuan returned to his bed and donned his helmet. However, he did not immediately enter the game. Instead, he logged into the forum. Upon reaching level 10, players must transition to the main city for their job change. So he needed to peruse some guides in advance. Upon opening the forum, he was met with a plethora of chaotic posts. There were those pretending to be experts, others seeking companionship, requests for assistance, and guild recruitment announcements. The most popular post was a complaint about the game's drop rates, lamenting that after defeating a silver boss, not a single item dropped, urging the game's swift demise. Amidst this sea of triviality, Wang Yuan finally located the job change guide he sought. The official game website contained only basic information on the 8 primary classes, while the specifics of job transitions required player exploration. It was rumored that numerous hidden branches existed within the game, resulting in diverse experiences and job change paths for each player. Currently, the main conventional classes were divided into 16. Warriors could transition into either damage-focused weapon warriors or defense-oriented guardian warriors. Fighters could become chi masters, emphasizing internal skills, or martial artists, focusing on techniques. Mages varied according to their chosen elements, classified as ice mages or fire mages. Necromancers split into curse-focused necromancers and summoners commanding undead legions. Assassins had the options of stealth assassins or direct attackers. Archers could choose between snipers and hunters. Priests divided into holy and shadow priests, while paladins were categorized as guardian or retribution knights. With the hero's tome in hand, Wang Yuan was certainly inclined to choose the path of the necromancer summoner. Suddenly, just as he was about to log into the game, a newly posted title caught Wang Yuan's attention. Have you noticed any abnormalities in your body? Intrigued, he clicked on the post. The author, a mage named Ocean of Limitless Depths, claimed to be a mage who, after logging off today, suddenly sensed a wave of energy in his mind, identical to the magical fluctuations experienced in the game. He sought assistance to determine if others were experiencing the same phenomenon. The post was written with sincerity, yet the replies were rife with the typical forum style. Wow, your exaggeration is refreshingly unique. I'm impressed. Indeed. Compared to those show-offs flaunting their gear, you are on another level. I shall refer to you as the king of pretenders. And I hope you continue to achieve even more remarkable feats. Reading the comments below, Wang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, in a game forum, There are always those who boast, sharing tales of which bosses they have slain, which dungeons they have conquered, and what items they have acquired. It rarely strays beyond the confines of the game. This individual claiming to sense magical fluctuations was truly unexpected in his audacity. Being subjected to sarcasm is, of course, within the realm of reason. While others may laugh, Wang Yuan did not question it like the rest. After all, he possessed two reincarnated beings, a fact far more extraordinary, rendering him indifferent to such remarks. The emergence of this post further solidified Wang Yuan's belief in the veracity of the skeletal duo's words. The apocalypse was indeed approaching, and the world was on the brink of transformation. Only by stockpiling resources and enhancing one's capabilities could one hope to survive the impending cataclysm. Upon logging back into the game, Shibei Town bustled with its usual vibrancy. Players at level 10 could teleport through the village chief directly to the main city area nearest to the novice zone. As the scene shifted before him, Wang Yuan found himself standing before the grand gates of a magnificent city. Thunderstorm City has been discovered. You gain 1,000 experience points. This city was none other than Thunderstorm City. In stark contrast to Shibei Town's delicacy, Thunderstorm City's towering walls and rugged architectural style imparted a sense of monumental grandeur. After spending 3 days in the novice area, many players had already ascended to level 10 and ventured into the main city, filling the streets with their presence. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan strode directly towards the cemetery of Thunderstorm City, accompanied by his 2 skeletal warriors. Chapter 12. The Necromancer Indeed. The place for the Necromancer's job change is the graveyard, also known as the resting place. The game designers must harbor a profound grudge against necromancers. Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Warriors have their camps, fighters have their dojos, archers have their ranges, assassins have their guilds, and both priests and paladins have their churches. In stark contrast, the sorcerers, akin to nobility, occupy the central and most auspicious location of the main city, residing in the lavishly constructed magic towers. Yet, the necromancer's transition lies within this dark, filthy, and foul-smelling graveyard. Wang Yuan felt an acute sense of professional discrimination. Even the 2 skeletal soldiers could not suppress their disdain. No wonder, in our era, becoming a necromancer was the rarest of professions. Under such conditions, it is hardly surprising that few chose this path. Indeed, the scarcity of necromancers resulted in a dwindling lineage, to the extent that during our time, no one could awaken as a necromancer. Had there been more necromancers, the valiant spirits of the fallen could have been resurrected. And with the might of a legion of the undead, a single necromancer could defend an entire city. A single necromancer could defend a city? Wang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. It appears the game's descriptions were not misleading. The necromancer truly becomes extraordinarily powerful in the later stages. No wonder the initial experience is so daunting. Listening to the 2, Wang Yuan felt a sense of equilibrium restore within him. The game designers in his mind transitioned from canines to primates. Truly, great responsibilities are bestowed upon those deemed worthy. Such a formidable class as the Necromancer is bound to encounter challenges in the early stages. However, from their conversation, Wang Yuan gleaned that after the game merged with reality, humans could no longer freely select their professions as before. Instead, they must rely on the awakening of their bloodlines. This bloodline is likely related to the professions chosen by current players. The more players that select a particular class, the more bloodlines are available after the game's integration with reality, thereby increasing the awakening rate. Conversely, the fewer players who choose a profession, the more diluted the bloodline becomes, resulting in a lower awakening rate. It is precisely due to the harsh design of the Necromancer class that leads to an abysmally low number of players selecting it, rendering the Necromancer a legendary profession over a century later. All because of those foolish grand guilds. Wang Yuan grimaced in discontent. Although the requirement to summon skeletons necessitates corpses, the game company has indeed provided corpse refresh points. The reason Wang Yuan, an ordinary necromancer, cannot summon skeletons is that these grand guilds monopolize the corpse refresh points, preventing any necromancer outside their ranks from approaching. Consequently, most necromancers have never even seen what their skeletons look like and have opted to delete their accounts and restart. Wang Yuan, being rather stubborn, persevered and eventually summoned the Great White and Little White in the church's basement. Adventurer, have you come to undergo a job change? Upon arriving at the graveyard, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in Wang Yuan's ears. Looking up, one could see a middle-aged man standing before him, his complexion unnaturally pale, draped in a gray cloak. The gaunt visage of the man bore no trace of color, resembling a zombie that had emerged from a grave. Atop his head was emblazoned the name Gravedigger Wang, the mentor of necromancers. Indeed, it is I. Wang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. After all, he was not here for leisure. Who would come to such a place without purpose? Please select your profession, Wayne instructed. Necromancers can choose between the Necromancer and the Necromancer Summoner. The former focuses on enhancing their own abilities through curse magic, while the latter specializes in summoning, bolstering the undead army. Necromancer Summoner, Wang Yuan declared without hesitation. Although the curse magic of the Necromancer was formidable, his hero's tome was intended for the undead legion. Furthermore, with the two progenies of different realms, Big White and Little White, as his subordinates, the summoning path was the obvious choice. May the great Rasmar forever protect you. Wayne raised his staff, and a black light enveloped Wang Yuan. However, at that moment, the black light uncontrollably surged into Wang Yuan's body, disappearing without a trace. A look of surprise crossed Wayne's cold expression. You possess a powerful force of death. Force of death? Wang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, you are the chosen hero of Hero Sarg, a fated child of destiny with the hero's tome. I regret to inform you that I lack the ability to facilitate your class change. Wayne nodded, returning to his impassive demeanor. Unable to change classes? What should I do? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow. It is not that you cannot change classes. It is that I cannot assist you in doing so, Wayne clarified. Who can? Wang Yuan pressed further. Haha. Wayne chuckled, disregarding Wang Yuan's question. Wang Yuan fell silent, realizing that not knowing where to change classes would render his efforts futile. Is our brother Neo really lacking in common sense? He knows not to help others for free. Yet when he seeks help, he is so uncooperative. Little White's voice echoed in his ear. Our brother Neo is such a brazen fellow, adhering to a principle of being lenient with oneself while strict with others. Big White chimed in agreement. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment, then pulled out a copper coin from his pocket and said, Brother, could you do me a favor? Well, that's insightful, Wayne remarked. He is shameless, but not foolish. However, will a mere copper coin suffice to get this matter resolved? The two skeletons began whispering as Wang Yuan produced the copper coin. Are you insulting me? Wayne snorted coldly. Wrong coin, it's a silver coin. A silver coin. Wang Yuan quickly retrieved a silver coin. Wayne, cannot be so easily bought, Wayne scoffed. Then, Wang Yuan contemplated for a moment and asked, What are your conditions? 1 gold coin. Did you not claim that you could not be easily bribed? Wang Yuan exclaimed in fury. A single gold coin is no trivial matter. Wayne displayed a cunning grin. All right, very well. You are impressive. Wang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. At present, it appeared that Wayne remained very much in line with the gaming company's ethos, primarily motivated by greed. You should visit the sacred graveyard behind the church. There is someone there who can assist you. Upon receiving the gold coin, Wayne casually remarked. With Wayne's guidance, Wang Yuan soon arrived at the graveyard behind the church. Within the graveyard stood an NPC even thinner and paler than Wayne, resembling a zombie. Amidst a group of light-aligned NPCs, this necromancer, clad in a gray cloak, stood out conspicuously. I am Zul, the high priest of Lathmer, and also a necromancer. Upon Wang Yuan's arrival, Zul scrutinized him and said, My child, I have heard that you possess the heroic codex and are recognized as the destined child of Hero Sag. I believe I can assist you in your class advancement. Zul? Is that truly Zul? The great necromancer who single-handedly held back the army of beasts at Thunderbluff for 16 years? I never expected to encounter the legendary hero here. Upon hearing Zul's introduction, two skeletons stirred restlessly, emitting sounds of inexplicable admiration. At that moment, Zul suddenly paused, his gaze fixing upon the two skeletons. He then earnestly advised Wang Yuan, Child. The first rule of the Necromancer's code is to never summon undead creatures that possess souls. Chapter 13. The Deceptive Zul. What the heck? What on earth? Upon hearing Zul's words, both Wang Yuan and the two skeletons fixed their gazes upon him. This fellow can perceive us. Are we going to be ground into bone powder for starchy sausages by Brother Nyo? Goodness. Had I known, I would have kept a lower profile. What should we do? We still have to save the world, right? Surely, we won't be done in just like that? The voices of the two skeletons trembled, clearly shaken by fear. As two reincarnated souls, Dabai and Xiaobai had but two aspirations, to live well and, incidentally, save the world. Moreover, Wang Yuan treated them rather kindly. and they were quite content with their current situation. If they were truly to be dismissed or worse, perish due to one utterance from Zul, it would be most unfortunate. Naturally, the most astonished of all was Wang Yuan. He was not surprised that his two skeletons possessed souls, but rather by the fact that Zul could detect his secret. This individual is profoundly unfathomable. No wonder he is revered as a legendary hero by the two skeletons from the future. You mean, they have souls? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance, inquiring. Indeed, my child. I can sense the soul fluctuations emanating from them, Zul replied. Moreover, their intensity far surpasses yours. Evidently, they were once formidable warriors. If you lack the ability to control them, you shall face dire repercussions in the future. Brother Nyo, please do not be swayed by his temptations. The skeletons implored. We are brothers. How could we ever betray you? The two skeletons glared at Zul, their disdain for this legendary hero more pronounced than ever. Does that imply I am the legendary protagonist? Hearing Zul's words, instead of feeling apprehensive, Wang Yuan feigned excitement and declared, true strength lies in being extraordinary. To summon skeletons with souls, I must indeed be a dragon among men. Huh? Zul was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Wang Yuan's line of thought. Truly, Brother Nyo is as audacious as ever, to connect such a notion back to himself. He truly is a dragon among men. The two skeletons, having narrowly escaped peril, sighed in relief, their fondness for Wang Yuan soaring. So, you prefer souls endowed undead over ordinary ones? Zul inquired, fixating on Wang Yuan. Absolutely. How cool is that? Wang Yuan exclaimed, his fist clenched in enthusiasm. Excellent. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's response, Zul's previously stern expression suddenly softened. You have passed my first trial. Indeed, you are the fated child chosen by Sag, unlike those mundane fellows. You are a born necromancer. As Zua continued, he remarked, throughout my life, I have dedicated myself to the study of necromancy, discovering that the strength of undead beings is intrinsically linked to the potency of their souls. The more formidable the soul, the greater its potential for growth. Hence, I remain here, yearning to summon an undead possessing the soul of a warrior. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, no matter how valiant the warrior, they invariably return to the void upon death, and their bodies fail to conjure forth powerful souls. Wang Yuan thought to himself, so, this old fellow is merely deceiving himself. Thankfully, I have long recognized that my two skeletons are extraordinary. Had it been someone else, they might have been led astray by his trickery. He lamented the inadequacies of the dog system, which had proven to be quite the scam. However, it seemed that Zua was also striving to summon souls, albeit without success. Wang Yuan mused that he might have wandered into a misconception. Fixating on their physical forms was perhaps a misguided choice. He ought to endeavor to guide their souls instead. Yet he found himself at a loss. Zua muttered to himself, I have heard that deep within the thunderstorm forest lies a skeletal altar, upon which rests a soul lantern. Could you assist me in retrieving it? System prompt. You have triggered the hidden class transfer quest, stage 2, guiding souls. Quest level, A. Quest content, retrieve the soul lantern. Quest reward, unknown. Wang Yuan was taken aback. Wait, is it truly this complicated to change classes? According to the guides on the forum, class transfer is quite simple. Just converse with the vocational mentor and select a profession. Why must I undertake a quest, and not just one, but a chain of tasks? The first stage has me deceiving myself into abandoning my skeletons. The second stage clearly has me risking my own life. Who knows how arduous the third stage may be? This master deceiver is brimming with malice. You are not like ordinary individuals, Zua remarked calmly. You are the destined one, a paragon among men, worthy of being my personal disciple. Thus, I must present you with various trials to ascertain your qualifications. Really? Wang Yuan questioned skeptically. You may doubt my words, but you cannot deny that you are indeed exceptional, Zua asserted confidently. Look at my earnest expression. It is evident that I speak truthfully. That is indeed a valid point. You articulate your thoughts persuasively, and I too believe I must be extraordinary, Wang Yuan nodded. Before embarking on these tasks, I should at least learn some skills. Of course. Feel free to choose, Zua replied enthusiastically, opening his robe to reveal an array of skill books, reminiscent of a vendor at a market. Wang Yuan spent 20 silver coins to learn the level 5 skill curse and the level 10 skill rebirth. Curse, active skill, consumes 20 MP to cast a curse on the target, reducing all attributes by 10 for 60 seconds. The effects do not stack, and there is no cooldown. Rebirth, active skill, consumes a corpse to replenish the health of summoned units. There is no cooldown. One is a debuff skill, while the other serves as a healing ability. The skills of debilitation are relatively straightforward, belonging to the realm of dark curses, and can be cast at the expense of magical energy. However, the restorative skills are rather burdensome, as they inexplicably require corpses. Wang Yuan has come to realize that a necromancer following the path of summoning regards corpses as indispensable consumables. After mastering a new skill, he spent an additional 5 silver coins to elevate the Summon Skeleton ability to level 2. Summon Skeleton, LV2, an active skill. Consumes 10 points of magical energy to resurrect the deceased as skeleton warriors, with a maximum of 3 able to be summoned. As the principal skill of a necromancer, Summon Skeleton can be deemed the most vital ability. The higher the skill level, the greater the quality and quantity of the summoned skeletons. However, the skill cultivation system in Dawn of the Breaking Dawn is rather arduous. The first 3 levels can be learned for a fee at a mentor, but beyond that, one must rely on personal practice to gain proficiency. For other professions, skill enhancement merely requires the consumption of mana. Yet, to advance Summon Skeleton, one cannot fathom the number of corpses that must be expended. It is no wonder that those formidable guilds monopolize the corpse respawn points, as they are indeed invaluable resources for training. To hone one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. After leaving the cemetery, Wang Yuan proceeded to the warrior encampment and the magical tower, purchasing the level 5 skill of Heavy Strike and the level 10 skill of Charge for warriors, as well as the level 5 Fireball and the level 10 Ring of Fire Resistance for mages, allowing his 2 skeletons to learn these abilities. Having accomplished all this, Wang Yuan set forth towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 14. The Supreme Necromancer. Outside Thunderstorm City lies the leveling area for players at level 1015, teeming with level 10 slimes and level 15 wandering goblins. Unlike the beasts found in the Novice Zone, these creatures are classified as low-level magical beasts, capable of dropping items such as magic crystal cores, which can be exchanged for currency at the main city shop, serving as a vital economic resource for players at present. Groups of players, often in 3s or 5s, can be seen chasing after monsters outside the city gates. At the entrance of the refugee district beneath the city walls is a corpse respawn point. Wang Yuan's Necromancer has now reached level 2. In addition to the 2 skeleton minions, Big White and Little White, he can summon yet another skeleton warrior. He proceeds directly to the corpse respawn point. Hey, what are you doing? As Wang Yuan approaches the respawn point, several warrior players block his path. The leader, a bald man, fixating his gaze on Wang Yuan and his 2 skeletons. I'm summoning minions, Wang Yuan replies, showcasing his identity as a necromancer. This corpse respawn point is claimed by our Black Dragon Guild, and it costs 1 silver coin each time. No negotiations. The bald man casts another glance at Big White and Little White. All right. Wang Yuan casually tosses a silver coin and steps into the respawn point. His primary objective now is to change classes, and he sees no need to waste time quarreling with these fools. Upon seeing Wang Yuan so readily produce a silver coin, the warriors exchange glances, particularly the bald man, whose eyes gleam with avarice. It is important to note that level 10 players have only just emerged from the novice area and typically possess little wealth. Learning skills can deplete their finances, making a single silver coin a significant amount. A person capable of so easily producing a silver coin must surely be affluent. Upon entering the corpse respawn point, Wang Yuan observes 7 or 8 players gathered in the center. However, among them, only one is a necromancer. With a wave of his hand, the necromancer summons 4 imposing black skeletons wielding hand axes. The other players rush in and shatter the skeletons to pieces. Witnessing the skeletons summoned by the necromancer, Wang Yuan is taken aback. Skeleton warriors. They are 3rd-tier undead skeleton warriors. Has this individual already reached level 20? To summon skeleton warriors, one must attain level 20 and learn tier 3 summoning skills, indicating that this necromancer is at least at level 20. Given that the game has only been live for 3 days, and most frontline players are merely around levels 15 or 16, this necromancer has astonishingly reached level 20. However, what are they doing? Wang Yuan is somewhat perplexed. I can't believe that in this era, such a primitive method of skill grinding still exists. Little White exclaims in astonishment. It's fortunate to be in a game where one can exploit this bug. Once the world merges, such practices will no longer be feasible, Big White adds. Reflecting on the situation. Skill grinding? Wang Yuan realizes suddenly. Good heavens, I never considered this approach. How many corpses must be wasted for such a feat? It is a sheer waste. However, judging by their demeanor, they appear to be in league with those who monopolize the respawn points. Damn it. The guilds are indeed formidable. While other necromancers must expend resources to acquire a mere corpse, they utilize them to hone their skills. As expected, a player nearby remarked, "Boss, barring any unforeseen circumstances, today you shall reach level 4 in summoning skeletons, which will enable you to summon the Skeleton General. Once you summon the Skeleton General, you will undoubtedly be the premier necromancer on the server. You've no idea. The boss is already the top necromancer on the server. Look around. Who else can summon skeleton warriors? Those amateurs can barely manage skeleton soldiers. Huh. There are always greater heights and individuals beyond our ken." The necromancer chuckled in response. Within this game, there are hidden talents. While it may not be true that no one can summon skeleton warriors, as long as I can summon the Skeleton General, I will certainly surpass all other necromancers. Curse it. The derisive Wang Yuan scoffed, casually casting his summoning spell. Before him, the corpse shed its flesh, and a white skeleton, shield in one hand and iron sword in the other, rose and clumsily approached Wang Yuan. "Huh. Look how foolish that skeleton soldier appears." The others could not contain their laughter upon witnessing Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier. Unfazed, Wang Yuan exited the respawn point without a backward glance. "Hey, buddy, say something. Will you? Are you also reborn?" Xiao Bai and Bai circled around the newly summoned skeleton soldier, scrutinizing it. However, the skeleton soldier exhibited no semblance of thought, mechanically following Wang Yuan. Clearly, this skeleton soldier lacked a soul. Although somewhat disappointed, Wang Yuan was not taken aback. If even a grand mage like Zuer could not summon a soul-bearing skeleton, then summoning two was already a stroke of luck. It was only reasonable that the third would be soulless. One cannot be insatiable. Accompanied by his newly summoned skeleton soldier, Wang Yuan ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, several players followed closely behind. Had Wang Yuan seen these individuals, he would have recognized them as the very same ones lingering outside the corpse respawn point, accompanied by a few players of other professions. "Gunbrother, this guy doesn't seem to have impressive gear, does he? Surely we won't leave empty-handed?" One assassin queried, furrowing his brow at the bald warrior. "You know nothing. This fellow is quite generous, tossing coins without a second thought. He must be wealthy," replied the bald warrior, known as Gunbrother. Moreover, although his equipment is lackluster, did you not notice his two companions? They are decked out in fine gear, especially the one wielding a staff. That must at least be bronze gear, likely silver. Silver gear? Is that true? Our boss doesn't even have silver gear. The group erupted in excitement. Haha. If we can snatch it for the boss, we would benefit as well, Gunbrother grinned. When we defeat the boss and claim the loot. We have our pick. That makes sense. That makes sense. The crowd nodded in unison, urging one another to pursue swiftly, lest they lose track. However, one must ponder, do you two truly possess souls? You appear to be far more astute than Bisaner. Along the journey, Wang Yuan perceptibly grasped the stark contrast between the two reincarnated skeletons and an ordinary skeleton. Although the skeletal warrior was a second-tier undead, its intelligence and combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the two battle-hardened reincarnated beings. The disparity was akin to that between a top-tier professional player and a mere common foe, even without equipment. Dabai and Xiaobai could effortlessly triumph over the soulless skeletal warrior. It is no wonder that Zol dedicated his life to summoning skeletons with souls. The advantage is overwhelmingly apparent. Zol's prior musings were not without merit, with Zol elucidating the matter of souls, at the very least. Wang Yuan and the two skeletons could dispense with the pretense of theatrics. Confronted with Wang Yuan's curiosity, the two skeletons momentarily paused in unison. Master Wushuang, how shall we respond? Do not appear overly intelligent. It may instill fear in him. A subtle display of our abilities will suffice. With that, Dabai feigned ignorance, nodding vacantly, while Xiaobai followed suit. Indeed, although possessing souls, they do not seem particularly clever. We must proceed with caution, Wang Yuan mused to himself. The two skeletons exchanged glances, swelling with pride as they declared, "We successfully deceived him. Our performance was impeccable." Suddenly, amidst their theatrical exchange, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind them. Chapter 15. Ah, how delightful it is to encounter you, destined for demise. Alas, an ambush. The two formidable warriors, Dabai and Xiaobai, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, displayed remarkable reflexes. Upon hearing the ominous sound behind them, Xiaobai instinctively pivoted, raising his shield. With a soft thud, an arrow was deflected by his shield. Simultaneously, a notification flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. You are under attack by the player Team Bald Dragon. You have 180 seconds to engage in self-defense, during which time eliminating opponents will not increase PK value. What? Wang Yuan spun around abruptly to find a group of players encircling him. At the forefront stood a familiar bald figure, his face contorted with malice, adorned with the ID Bald Dragon. In the realm of Dawn of the Breaking Day, players who initiate PK, player killing, automatically reveal their names. Only those equipped with items or gear that conceal their identities can remain anonymous. Following Bald Dragon were 6 players, an archer, 2 mages, a priest, and 2 warriors. All clad in complete and proficient gear, unmistakably seasoned veterans. Damn it, a band of robbers. It seems that scoundrels exist in every era. The 2 skeletons exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. A chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth from their flickering soul flames, sending shivers down Wang Yuan's spine. In this future age, amidst the century-long war between humans and beasts, the greatest contempt was reserved not for the beasts themselves, but for those who opportunistically betrayed their brethren for profit. Robbers were among the most detestable. The first rule of the post-apocalyptic code clearly states that when encountering robbers, one must annihilate them without mercy, leaving no trace behind. As elite warriors among the ranks, the 2 skeletal soldiers instinctively felt the urge to kill upon sighting these brigands. Haha, my friend, we meet again. Bald Dragon grinned lewdly at Wang Yuan. It's you? What do you want? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the figure before him. He realized he had inadvertently flaunted his wealth and immediately commanded his skeletal minions, prepare for battle. Oh, it's nothing much. Just noticed you were quite generous and thought we might borrow some equipment. Bald Dragon's gaze greedily lingered on the weapons wielded by Da Bai and Xiao Bai. He had already devised a plan, the warrior's weapon for himself, the mage's weapon for the leader, and the spoils of battle to be shared among the others, perfectly orchestrated. And what if I refuse? Wang Yuan retorted. Haha, he says he won't lend. Upon hearing this, Bald Dragon turned to his companions and erupted into laughter. The others joined in, mocking, is this fellow foolish? He thought we were being polite. Hey, are you out of your mind? Our boss insists you leave the equipment and money behind, or you won't live to see another day. Did you understand that this time? Wang Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating. So, you are indeed robbing me. Precisely. You've summed it up quite accurately, my friend. In the realm of the game, the bald-headed dragon declared, I am not fond of the violence and the need for PK points. You may as well remove your equipment to spare us from taking action. To which Wang Yuan responded with a chuckle, since you have willingly come to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's proclamation, the bald-headed dragon and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into exaggerated laughter. Did you hear that? He claims he will slay us, they exclaimed. The 3 of them, all at level 10, dared to challenge 8 of us. How amusing. With the game having just launched, players were still in the nascent phase, devoid of equipment and skills. In the world of player versus player combat, levels and numbers were paramount. In the eyes of the bald-headed dragon and his group, Wang Yuan's side consisted merely of 3 level 10 characters, whereas their own ranks boasted 8, each at least level 15. In terms of both level and numbers, they held an overwhelming advantage. That Wang Yuan would audaciously threaten to annihilate them was nothing short of a farcical jest. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes and issued commands to the skeletal duo, Da Bai and Xiao Bai. Charge forth, leave none alive. Well done, brother Niu. My admiration for you grows. Without hesitation, the 2 skeletons launched their assault. Da Bai raised his staff, and with a whoosh, a fireball hurtled towards the bald-headed dragon, striking him head-on. By the heavens, he truly dares to act, the bald-headed dragon exclaimed, hastily raising his shield to defend himself. However, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Bai had already dashed to the side of the bald-headed dragon, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. The impact interrupted the dragon's defensive stance, and simultaneously, Da Bai's fireball struck him squarely in the face, displaying the staggering damage numbers, 182 and 277, red and blue, hovering above his head. The bald-headed dragon's health plummeted by half. Before he could regain his footing, Xiao Bai swiftly swung his sword, executing a cleave that struck the dragon's leg, sending him sprawling onto his back. In a seamless motion, Xiaobai followed up with a heavy strike, plunging his sword into the dragon's throat. From the moment Wang Yuan issued the command to the instant Xiaobai delivered the final blow, scarcely 3 seconds had elapsed, and the bald-headed dragon lay lifeless at their feet. None of the onlookers had the time to process what had just transpired. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire group was left in stunned silence. Being comrades within the same guild, they were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. The bald-headed dragon, as their leader, was undoubtedly the mightiest among them, equipped with the finest gear, boasting high attack and defense, as well as substantial health, a cornerstone of their team. Yet, here he lay, having failed to withstand even a single round, slain before their very eyes. What in the world? Even Wang Yuan could not help but exclaim, truly. A formidable character who has experienced the battlefield, having slain both men and monstrous beasts. In comparison to ordinary players, he exists in an entirely different realm. The duo's coordination was seamless, their strikes brutally straightforward, a level of prowess unheard of even by a homebody like Wang Yuan. Dare to slay me? Eliminate them. Meanwhile, upon regaining his senses, the bald-headed dragon had returned to the resurrection point, and in a fit of fury, he issued attack orders to his subordinates. Members of the Black Dragon Society surged towards Dabai and Xiaobai. In the next instant, 2 warriors charged forth, aiming to send Xiaobai flying. With a chuckle, Dabai deftly maneuvered himself in front of Xiaobai, bringing his staff crashing down. A dazzling inferno erupted from Dabai, radiating outward in a full 360 degrees, colliding forcefully with the 2 charging warriors. Bang! The warriors were hurled back as if struck by an unseen force. Xiaobai leaped forward, executing 2 precise strikes that found their mark in the throats of the 2 warriors, delivering critical hits. They had no time to evade and fell lifelessly to the ground. As Xiaobai landed, he raised his shield. Bang! The fireball from the opposing mage, along with the arrows aimed at Dabai, struck the shield, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The tremendous force forced Xiaobai to stagger back a step. Simultaneously, Dabai's fireball found its target in the opposing mage. With a resounding blast, the mage was engulfed, meeting a fiery demise. Chapter 16. The Concealed Phantom Ring 3 Individuals. A full trio. If the first round, where 2 skeletal warriors swiftly dispatched the bald dragon, was unexpected, then the second round, in which 3 were eliminated in an instant, was nothing short of astonishing. After all, the previous encounter had involved a 2-on-1 scenario, albeit one that favored the greater numbers. Now, however, it was a genuine case of the few triumphing over the many. Particularly striking were the 2 strikes from Xiaobai, which eliminated 2 warriors in a heartbeat, leaving all witnesses in a state of shock. Warriors, indeed, are among the 2 most resilient classes in the game, in player versus player combat. No other class is typically capable of being dispatched so effortlessly, except for the knight and warrior classes. At this moment, the onlookers could only watch in disbelief as 2 warriors were felled by a single player with each strike, creating a staggering visual impact. What extraordinary offensive power is this? In less than 10 seconds and merely 2 rounds, the 8-member team had lost half its strength, with not a single frontline fighter or backline mage remaining. The remaining few were left aghast. My goodness! Run! A startled shout echoed as they turned to flee. The 2 archers, swiftest among them, darted away. Yet, before they could cover much ground, 2 beams of deep green light enveloped the archers. Their speed diminished dramatically. Curse! Wang Yuan, brandishing a broken wooden staff, smirked and declared, "You think you can escape after offending me? It won't be that simple. Well done, brother Niu." Dabai praised as Wang Yuan successfully immobilized the 2 archers, prompting him to wield his staff once more. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs soared forth, reducing the archers to mere ashes, leaving only 1 trembling priest behind. Please don't kill me. I am with the Black Dragon Guild. Surely you know the consequences of crossing the Black Dragon Guild? Wang Yuan retorted. And are you not aware of the consequences of crossing me? With a swift gesture, Xiaobai's sword cleaved down upon the priest's head, ending his life in an instant. Wang Yuan spat contemptuously at the priest's lifeless body. How dare you put on airs? What nonsense is this about the Black Dragon or White Dragon Guild? Am I to fear death in a game? Even if the game were to merge with reality, with 2 children of the plains in my possession, how could the main character of this tale be bullied by you? It was one thing to monopolize the spoils of a corpse, but to rob him directly was audacious. They even attempted to instill fear in him. How presumptuous. Damn it. With so many of them, not a single piece of equipment dropped? Observing the barren ground, The two skeletons expressed their dissatisfaction. These opponents bore decent gear, and they had anticipated that a counterattack might yield some equipment. However, fortune had favored this group, resulting in not a single item being dropped. How much better were our times when we could strip equipment directly from the corpses, Xiaobai reminisced. Wang Yuan. Well, who would have thought these two skeletons were also marauders? Just as Wang Yuan lamented the two skeletal warriors, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. A faint injury floated away from Wang Yuan's head. He turned around, only to witness a distortion in the air behind him. A diminutive assassin gradually materialized. His eyes glazed and expression bewildered. Clearly, he could not comprehend why a mage clad in novice robes and wielding a beginner's wooden staff had only lost a mere 40 health points from such an attack. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuan had allocated his points evenly, and, armed with the legendary artifact, the Heroic Chronicle, his armor value had exceeded 60. The assassin, specializing in agility and strength, possessed an attack power of merely 60 or 70 points. To inflict 40 damage with a backstab was already quite remarkable. Reacting swiftly, the assassin, seeing his strike barely penetrate Wang Yuan's defenses, turned to flee. However, Wang Yuan seized the assassin by the collar. Not so fast. There is another one. With a strength of 53 points, Wang Yuan was no less formidable than the assassin. Once he grasped the assassin's collar, he firmly held him in place, while a skeleton warrior beside him struck the assassin on the head with a sword. Although the skeleton warrior lacked the advanced AI of his companions, he was still empowered by the Heroic Chronicle, boasting attributes that surpassed even those of a novice fighter. That single blow knocked the assassin over. At that moment, the other skeleton, Xiaobai, rushed forward, stepping on the assassin's back and plunging his sword through the assassin's heart. With a thud, the assassin's body fell lifelessly to the ground, and a ring tumbled out from his remains. An equipment drop. Finally, an equipment drop, Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully. As a fellow melee class, the assassin possessed many items that could be shared with warriors. Mage gear. Big Bai muttered a spell. Perplexed as to why such a rational mage would mistakenly believe the assassin would drop mage equipment, Wang Yuan casually picked up the ring. Ring of Concealment, Quality, Bronze Attack, 17 Magic, 10 Agility, 6 Strength, 5 Illusion, Passive Skill. Enhances Stealth by 15 Class Requirement. Assassin Level Requirement. 15 Item Description. A mysterious magical ring that renders the wearer's movements inscrutable. By the heavens, what a treasure! Why is it assassin gear? Why not mage equipment? Upon reading the ring's attributes, both Wang Yuan and the skeletons gasped in astonishment. The skeleton warrior, by Sanners, stood there with a blank expression, utterly out of place in this world. Just as the Necromancer's summoned skeletons were essential, so too was stealth for assassins. Even more so than for Necromancers who could rely on curses and spells beyond their undead legions. For assassins, whether lurking or striking, stealth was paramount. Lacking it would result in an 80% decrease in combat effectiveness. Thus, equipment that enhances stealth is among the most coveted by assassins, often surpassing even the value of their weapons. Moreover, the assassin class, owing to its innate ability to become invisible, holds a significant presence in Dawn's Break, with 1/3 of players selecting this vocation. Consequently, the equipment for assassins is valued at over twice that of other classes. A ring imbued with stealth enhancement, when placed on the auction block, far surpasses the worth of the staff wielded by the renowned player. Open the friends list. Engage in conversation with Shui Linglong. Capture a screenshot and send it, all in one swift motion. 50 gold. Moments later, Shui Linglong messaged, "Where are you? I will come find you for the trade. Do not sell it to anyone else." 50 gold. Upon reading Shui Linglong's message, Wang Yuan's hands trembled. That equates to 50,000 yuan. Previously, he would toil for an entire year without sustenance, barely earning 50 or 60,000. Now, a single ring in the game can fetch such a sum. This wretched world deserves to be obliterated. In Thunderstorm Forest, Wang Yuan swiftly sent a coordinate. "Hurry, I still have tasks to complete. Here I come." Shui Linglong messaged back. And in an instant, a brilliant light flashed before Wang Yuan, revealing her alluring figure. A teleportation scroll for 100 gold. Goodness. The world of the affluent is utterly incomprehensible. Hand it over. Shui Linglong accepted the ring and casually slipped a pouch of 50 gold into Wang Yuan's hands. He gingerly counted the coins, embodying the essence of a miser. "Do you think I would shortchange you?" Shui Linglong scoffed, observing his demeanor. What task are you undertaking? Do you need my assistance? The class changed quest. I can manage it myself. Wang Yuan was about to decline when Shui Linglong interjected. Rest assured. I require no payment. Well then, that works splendidly. Wang Yuan promptly changed his tune. In Thunderstorm City, at the resurrection point, the bald-headed dragon and his companions exchanged glances, astonished. How did you all perish? Is it any surprise? If you can die, so can we. Frustration hung heavy in the air as everyone vented their irritation, disregarding the bald-headed dragon's authority. None of us lost equipment, right? Equipment? Goodness. The group hastily checked their gear, exhaling in relief. No, thankfully not. At that moment, a white light materialized at the resurrection point, and an assassin appeared before them. You didn't escape either? Damn it, this guy is too formidable. I couldn't even eliminate him with my backstab. The assassin cursed. What are you all doing? Checking equipment. Did you lose any? Upon hearing this, the assassin quickly glanced at his gear, his expression darkening instantaneously. Chapter 17, The Gravekeeper. What happened? Old 7? Upon witnessing the assassin's expression, the others began to feel a rising tension. Damn it, I've lost my equipment. After a moment of stunned silence, Old 7 finally exclaimed through gritted teeth. What did you lose? The group became increasingly anxious. It wasn't the ring, was it? It was the ring. Old 7's eyes brimmed with tears. How am I supposed to explain this to the boss? A pall of dread settled over the group. Why on earth did you have to lose the ring? Even Bald Dragon's expression soured. In the Black Dragon Guild, a commercial organization, all equipment is considered guild property. The players of the Black Dragon Guild possess only the right to use the equipment, not ownership. Thus, the individual who loses it is responsible for its replacement. Therefore, the first thing Bald Dragon and his companions did upon respawning was to check if they had lost any equipment. The Hidden Mirage Ring, a premier accessory for assassins, enhanced stealth capabilities and was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. It could not be overstated. At this stage, it ranked among the most valuable items in the guild's equipment repository. Yet, now it had been lost in battle. One can only imagine the turmoil within Bald Dragon's group. If it had been during a boss fight or a guild war, losses could be expected and the guild leader would not pursue the matter. However, this was a situation where several had taken guild equipment to attack someone and were subsequently killed, marking a personal loss. Furthermore, they had been 8 against 1 and still failed, which not only meant losing equipment, but also brought shame. How could they possibly maintain their standing in the guild after this? I had no idea I would lose the ring. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought it with me. Old 7 shouted in desperation. It's all your fault. If you hadn't led us to ambush that guy, I wouldn't have died. Bald Dragon quickly interjected. Now is not the time to assign blame. The priority is to recover the ring. Recover it? The group paled at Bald Dragon's words. Those who had faced Wang Yuan understood the formidable strength of him and his companions, even though Wang Yuan had not engaged. The 2 fighters by his side were astonishingly powerful. Their seamless teamwork was impeccable, and their strikes were lethal. Akin to professional soldiers emerging from a battlefield, every move purposeful and efficient. 2 could easily handle 7 or 8 without sustaining injury. Birds of a feather flock together, thus. Wang Yuan's strength was undoubtedly impressive as well. 3 exceptionally skilled fighters. How could they possibly contend with that? Attempting to reclaim the ring would only lead to further losses. What do we do now, Old Yun? Bald Dragon asked, helplessly turning to the mage Yun Zhangyi for guidance. I believe we should report this to the guild leader without delay, Yun Zhangyi pondered. The situation has escalated beyond our control, and we must involve someone capable of resolving it. Otherwise, if that guy sells the ring at the auction house, we'll be left to bear the consequences. Hiss. Selling it. Upon hearing the words of the crane amidst the clouds, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. At least they still had knowledge of the whereabouts of their equipment. Should it be sold at the auction house, it would be lost entirely to the abyss. Very well. The bald-headed dragon nodded helplessly, suggesting, let the guild leader resolve this matter. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and Shui Linglong had traversed the thunderstorm forest and arrived at the depths marked by their quest. As anticipated, just as Zor had indicated, the heart of the forest revealed a vast clearing, littered with pale, lifeless corpses. In the center of this clearing stood an imposing altar, towering over 2 meters high. Old bull, there won't be any ghosts here, will there? Shui Linglong exclaimed, her face paling at the sight, instinctively leaning closer to Wang Yuan. Of course. Do you even know what I am? Wang Yuan retorted, pushing Shui Linglong aside. perplexed by her apparent lack of sense. What are ghosts if not the departed? Necromancers thrive on the essence of the deceased, and yet she dares to inquire about the presence of spirits? Truly, the profession of a necromancer is sinister. Shui Linglong scoffed at the notion. Wang Yuan thought to himself, the logic of women is utterly incomprehensible. Stay away from the skeletal altar. Just as the duo approached the altar, an echoing voice reverberated in their ears. Looking up, they beheld a figure upon the altar, clad in a tattered robe, enveloped tightly by a cloak, wielding a green lantern that exuded an aura of eeriness. Wang Yuan employed a detection spell, revealing the information of the figure before him. Lich Guardian Django, Gold, level, 20 health points, 50,000 mana points, 10,000 skills. Undead summoning, soul guiding background. Once a necromancer of the burial grounds. Django transformed into a lich in pursuit of the supreme undead essence, now imprisoned at the skeletal altar, guiding the heroic spirits of those who perished in the thunderstorm forest. Damn. Upon seeing Django's attributes, Wang Yuan could not suppress a cynical smirk. Indeed, as he had surmised, Zor had not devised anything beneficial. It was simply a ploy to lead him to his demise. A level 10 player challenging a level 20 gold boss. What were the game designers thinking? It turned out Django was merely a miser. As Wang Yuan lamented the designer's folly, a voice resonated in his mind. Do you know him? Xiaobai inquired. Of course, Wang Yuan replied. Back in the day, our mage graduation trial involved assisting Zor in fending off the horde of beasts in the Thunder Cliff secret realm. Django was one of Zor's disciples, responsible for potion materials. He certainly drained my finances. Old dog Wushuang, you two have faced financial woes. Indeed. That is precisely why I exploited your funds. You seem unashamed of your actions. Not in the slightest. Such is the nature of societal experience. Upon hearing the words of the great Bai, Wang Yuan fell into contemplation. It turned out that Django was also a disciple of Zur. And since he was to become Zur's future disciple, did that not imply a familial bond? With this thought, Wang Yuan felt a surge of joy and eagerly sought to ingratiate himself. Mr. Django, I am sent by my mentor Zua to request the use of your soul lantern. Since we are brothers in the same craft, surely there can be no objection to borrowing a lantern, even without a formal bow of respect. However, upon hearing the name Zur, Django's demeanor shifted dramatically. An aura of menace enveloped him as he seethed. That old wretch Zur. He has imprisoned me here for over 30 years, and now he sends his disciple to lay claim to my soul lantern. How utterly detestable. Wang Yuan, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him, thought, what kind of information did that fool Bai provide? Wasn't it said that Django was also a disciple of Zur? How then do they appear to be adversaries? The attempt to bond had backfired, igniting the fury of the boss instead. Yet, upon further reflection, one could see the logic in this. Bai's claim about Django being Zur's disciple was made when guarding Thunder Cliff, which was decades ago. It seemed that the two remained foes even now. It was merely a misunderstanding on his part. Chapter 18. The Genius of Dual Focus, the Despicable Necromancer. If you wish to seize the soul lamp, you must first defeat me. As Wang Yuan's mind wandered, Django atop the altar suddenly let out a fierce roar. Grasping the air with his empty right hand, conjuring a bone spear that he hurled down at Wang Yuan from his elevated position. This is it. Shui Linglong gasped in shock at the sight. She never anticipated that this formidable boss would launch an attack without warning. At that moment, Wang Yuan stood just 3 to 5 meters beneath the altar, directly beneath Django, with the bone spear hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Django, a level 20 golden boss, posed a grave threat to Wang Yuan, a mere necromancer. One hit from this attack would surely spell his demise. Clang. Just when Shui Linglong believed Wang Yuan was doomed, an unexpected shadow dashed forward with incredible speed, raising a shield to protect Wang Yuan. It was none other than his skeletal warrior, Xiaobai. Smack. The bone spear collided with the shield, producing a soft sound as it shattered into fragments. The force of the impact sent Xiaobai reeling backward, but he steadied himself, digging his right foot into the ground, creating a small crater. Seeing this scene, Shui Linglong was left utterly astonished. He blocked it. He actually used a skeletal warrior to shield himself, although she held the necromancer in disdain. Perceiving it as a malevolent profession, she was well aware of the mechanics involved. Summoning necromancers must issue commands to their skeletons to engage in combat, which involves an additional step compared to other classes like warriors or mages. Thus, despite how promptly a necromancer might issue orders, their skeletons would always lag slightly behind. Given the distance between Wang Yuan and Django, even Shui Ling Long, an agile rogue far superior to the Necromancer, doubted she could evade the bone spear before it struck. Yet Wang Yuan managed to command his skeletal warrior to block the attack. What remarkable reflexes must he possess to achieve this? Even though Shui Ling Long had witnessed Wang Yuan single-handedly take on the Silver Moon Wolf King in the novice area, his ability to deflect Django's ambush left her incredulous. His reaction speed was nothing short of extraordinary. How shameless. The boss even resorts to ambush. Take this curse. While Shui Ling Long was still in shock, Wang Yuan retaliated with a curse aimed at Django. Swish. The curse landed on Django, its green light dissipating harmlessly. The curse was ineffective. A foolish novice. Attempting to curse a great lich. Django paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. As a necromancer who is transformed into a lich, curses hold no sway over Django. For he is a product of curses himself. Bang. Just as Django finished speaking, a massive fireball struck his face with tremendous force, exploding upon impact. A staggering number indicating a loss of 385 hit points floated above Django's head. Meanwhile, the large skeleton cursed under its breath, "That bastard still laughs so unpleasantly. I let you deceive me out of my money. Scoundrel, how dare you?" Enraged by the soot-blackened visage left by the explosion, Django's fury was palpable. "Do on." Mid-sentence. A shield came crashing towards him, landing heavily on his face, dealing 167 damage. Django staggered, nearly losing his balance. Infuriated, he steadied himself, extending his right hand to conjure a bone sword, which he swung back at the small skeleton. The skeleton ducked, evading Django's strike, and then launched another charge. Django intended to dodge, but was interrupted when, boom, another fireball erupted in his face, thwarting his escape. Following that, a resounding bang echoed as the small skeleton's charge collided with Django's side, inflicting 199 damage. Although Django was a boss, he was ultimately a mage with a frail body. Unable to withstand such an impact, and he stumbled backward. The small skeleton advanced a step, delivering a slash to Django's knee, causing 384 damage. Thud. With his balance already precarious, Django lost his footing and fell to the ground. The small skeleton followed up with a powerful strike, driving its sword down onto Django's head, dealing a staggering 770 damage. The enormous damage numbers were alarming, as the two skeletons executed a flawless combination that drained nearly 2,000 hit points from Django. Waterling Long, watching from beneath the altar, was left in stunned disbelief. While necromancers typically summon legions of the undead to overwhelm their foes with sheer numbers, they often struggle to maintain fine control when their minions outnumber them. After all, managing the undead is akin to controlling characters in a video game. Even the most gifted genius finds it exceedingly challenging to multitask effectively. Yet, this particular necromancer not only commanded the skeletons to suppress the boss, but also orchestrated another skeleton to provide support from afar, executing their moves with seamless grace. This was astonishing. Were it not for her own eyes, Waterling Long could scarcely believe the spectacle before her. It was akin to playing League of Legends while simultaneously managing two accounts in different lanes, all while initiating team fights and dominating the opposition. Anyone else would surely be at a loss. This was far more impressive than the legendary ability to draw circles with one hand while drawing squares with the other. Was this truly a human being? Even more outrageous, Wang Yuan appeared utterly unfazed, shouting from the sidelines, "Well done. Kill him. Finish off that scoundrel." This leaves one perplexed. Are there truly prodigies capable of multitasking in this world? The Django within the game is not the same as the Django from the apocalyptic realm. The synergy displayed by the two former comrades, Dabai and Xiaobai, transcends mere numerical superiority. Their prowess is far beyond the simplistic level of 11. Even a level 20 golden boss, with its overwhelming attributes, is rendered powerless against their seamless coordination. Each time Django attempts to retaliate with a skill, Xiaobai, whether through shield strikes or charges, invariably interrupts his actions at the most critical moments. When Django seeks to evade Xiaobai's control, Dabai's fireball always finds its mark, effectively blocking Django's escape route. In Dabai's words, these data-driven adversaries possess no combat intelligence whatsoever, apart from their surface attributes. They exhibit a complete lack of fighting capability, even inferior to the lowest-tier beasts of the apocalypse. The duo operates in perfect harmony, one applying close-range pressure, the other providing remote harassment, one executing defensive counterattacks, while the other deftly exploits openings, leaving no room for error. Even as a master of necromancy, Django has yet to successfully summon a single skeleton warrior. The numbers 359, 621, 314 float above Django's head, a grim testament to his dwindling health. His health bar plummets swiftly, soon reaching a critical 30, turning a vivid shade of red. Chapter 19. The Soul Summoning Technique. Does he truly require my assistance? Shui Linglong stood to the side, utterly astounded and at a loss for words. That was a level 20 golden boss, utterly incapable of resisting before Wang Yuan. Who is truly the boss here? How infuriating. How dare he harm me? At the moment when Jiang Ji's health bar turned crimson, he suddenly let out a furious roar. A burst of green light erupting from his form. Xiaobai, who had been relentlessly attacking Jiang Gu, was abruptly flung back by the green radiance, crashing heavily against the edge of the altar. Simultaneously, the lantern in Jiang Ji's hand blazed with an intense glow. This is bad. It's the soul summoning technique. Run. Upon witnessing this, Dabai quickly warned Xiaobai. However, it was already too late for Xiaobai to evade. After all, due to attribute limitations, no matter how swift his reflexes, the body of a level 10 skeleton soldier could not keep pace with his reactions. Clack, clack. Just as Xiaobai was about to be drawn towards the green light, a skeletal figure brandishing a shield and long sword positioned itself before him. It's you? Seeing the skeleton before him, Xiaobai was visibly taken aback. This skeleton was none other than the silly one summoned by Wang Yuan at the city gate. Affectionately referred to as by Saner by Wang Yuan, Xiaobai could hardly believe that Wang Yuan had come to his aid at such a critical moment. Dabai also cast a look of incredulity at Wang Yuan. To be fair, although these two skeleton soldiers had acknowledged Wang Yuan as their master in terms of strength, they had never held Wang Yuan in high regard. To them, Wang Yuan was merely a lowly game player, fundamentally different from the elite warriors forged in the crucible of the apocalyptic battlefield. Yet at this moment, both suddenly realized they had underestimated their master. This individual possessed unparalleled battlefield insight, discerning the shift in the combat scenario as the boss's health dwindled, promptly repositioning the skeleton warrior that had been standing by to Xiaobai's side, thereby absorbing the boss's attack. The essence of a summoner lies in command and leadership. In the apocalypse, necromancers were referred to as the commanders of the undead legions. A powerful battlefield insight is the foundation of effective command in combat. Wang Yuan, with such acute battlefield awareness, would undoubtedly become a formidable necromancer, even if he could not summon two soul-infused skeletons in the future. Phew. In the distance, Wang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm glad I made it in time. With the skeleton warrior shielding Xiaobai, the soul fire within its eye sockets seemed to be drawn forth, soaring out and transforming into two ethereal blue orbs, which were then absorbed into the lantern, merging with the green light. Crash. As the soul fire vanished, the skeleton warrior crumbled into a heap of bones. What the hell? Is this lantern truly so ruthless? Wang Yuan found himself speechless upon witnessing the terrifying power of the lantern. According to the game's lore, the essence of the undead is embodied in the flame of their souls. Wang Yuan, possessing the legendary Tome of Heroes, can ensure that as long as the soul fire of his skeletal minions remains alight, they can resurrect infinitely, akin to the players. However, Django's peculiar artifact can directly siphon away the soul fire of the undead, which is rather audacious. Observing that the soul fire of Little White was not drawn by the soul lantern, Django momentarily paused, then commenced a fervent chant. O undead, heed the radiant light before you, traverse the eternal river of the netherworld, and ascend to the grandeur of everlasting life. With a flourish, the light of the soul lantern surged once more, enveloping the entire altar. Yet, Little White remained unfazed, even somewhat perplexed. Is this the soul summoning technique? I thought it would be more impressive. It nearly frightened me to death. This shouldn't be. Big White also appeared bewildered. I recall the soul summoning technique to be quite fearsome. Any undead should have their soul fire extracted by it. Why are you unaffected? Do you wish for me to be in peril? Is that the crux of this matter, you fool? The two began to bicker once more. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Earlier, Bai San's soul fire was indeed siphoned away. Why is Little White unscathed? They are both undead. Could it be that the soul summoning technique only extracts the soul fire of those devoid of consciousness? Django was utterly stunned. How can this be? Could it be that your undead possesses a soul? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. To summon an undead with a soul, I even transformed myself into an undead creature. And yet I have failed. You are but an insignificant insect, a novice necromancer. How could you summon an undead with a soul? Indeed. Upon hearing Django's words, Wang Yuan confirmed his suspicions. Although the soul fire of the undead possesses the term soul, it does not equate to a true soul. It is merely the unholy fire that governs the undead, lacking self-awareness and guided solely by instinct. Only higher-tier undead may develop wisdom and self-consciousness, thus possessing a genuine soul. The soul summoning technique is merely a skill for extracting unholy fire. It holds no efficacy against soul fires endowed with self-awareness. At that moment, Django's composure visibly fractured. His background revealed him to be a fervent researcher of necromancy. In pursuit of summoning an undead with a soul, he had even undergone the transformation into a lich, a living corpse, hoping to summon the undead using his own undead identity. Yet, even so, he had met with failure. And now, Wang Yuan, a mere level 10 novice, had achieved the summoning of an undead creature that Django could never hope to conjure in his lifetime. One can only imagine Django's emotional turmoil. It would be akin to a mathematician dedicating their life to solving complex equations only to be outdone by a child fresh from kindergarten. Such an occurrence is indeed hard for anyone to fathom. What is this nonsense? I'm done. It's meaningless. Django waved his hand and plopped down onto the ground. His eyes were filled with despondency as he tossed the soul lamp aside, crying out in despair, "Just kill me already." Ah, this. Xiaobai glanced at Dabai, asking, "Should we kill him? After all, he is an NPC from the human side in the later stages." "Why are you looking at me? Look at Nyogo. If he tells you to kill him, can you refuse?" Dabai replied irritably. Indeed. They were time travelers and were aware of history. Django was not a villain, but a disciple of a hero who had contributed to the defense of humanity's homeland. Yet now, Django stood in direct opposition to Wang Yuan, embodying a boss that players must defeat. If Wang Yuan wished to kill him, his two skeletal soldiers would certainly be unable to intervene. "What do I gain from killing you? I'm here to retrieve the lamp, not to kill you." Wang Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Hand over the lamp, and I shall spare your life." Although Wang Yuan was not a paragon of virtue, he was not a villain either. With the apocalypse looming, anyone capable of protecting humanity was a hero and deserving of respect. We still hold on to our fundamental principles. No way. However, upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Django flatly refused. "This lamp is my treasure. I shall not surrender it to anyone, especially not to that old scoundrel." Zur. Chapter 20. Delving deeper into thoughts. Ah. Are you feeling invigorated? Do you think I cannot unleash my power if you refuse to comply? With a fierce glare, Wang Yuan gestured, and the longsword of Xiaobai pressed against Django's throat. "I have transformed into a lich. Do you truly believe I still fear death?" Django retorted with a cold laugh. "Rest assured, even if you kill me, you shall not acquire the soul lantern." "You insolent fool." Wang Yuan's expression darkened. Goodness. This fellow is indeed resilient, impervious to both threats and persuasion. Either you kill me, or you be on your way. I have no desire to live anyway. Django's face was one of utter disillusionment. What is the point of this? Xiaobai appeared somewhat bewildered. Of course, this man has dedicated his life to a research topic, only to have it muddled by Brother Neo. It's no wonder his mindset has crumbled. Dabai saw through it all clearly. It seems this fellow truly fears not death. Such a fanatic is most dangerous when their goals remain unfulfilled, Dabai remarked. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes, pondering momentarily before speaking. "Little Django, we are, after all, somewhat akin in our pursuits. It is not that I look down upon you. Do you not feel it is regretful to perish without mastering the profound art of summoning?" Django paused, then replied, "What can I do?" "Do you know the true purpose behind Teacher Zuer's request for the soul lantern?" Wang Yuan inquired again. "How would I know?" Django retorted, "That old man harbors no good intentions." Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled lightly. "In truth, Teacher Zuer is also researching how to summon undead beings endowed with souls. And he is now in the final stages, merely needing your soul lantern. Is that true?" Django's eyes brightened. "Indeed." Wang Yuan nodded. "If you were to present the soul lantern now, you would surely have a share in the research findings, and wouldn't that be something to celebrate? Should you refuse to hand it over, you shall never attain understanding in your lifetime." At this point, Wang Yuan continued, "Fear not, I shall not slay you. Rather, I will allow you to live and witness all necromancers being able to summon undead beings with souls. After all, you are a lich, endowed with eternal life. In the end, who suffers will be evident." Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Django's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Yuan spoke the truth. Although Django held no fondness for Zuer, The latter was indeed a paramount figure in the realm of necromancy, second only to the god of undead, Razuma. Wang Yuan's assertion that Zuer's research was in its final stages left no room for doubt. After all, Wang Yuan himself could summon skeletal warriors infused with souls. As Wang Yuan had mentioned, by relinquishing the soul lantern, Jiango would secure a stake in Zuer's research findings. Should he withhold it, such knowledge would remain forever concealed from him. Having pursued advanced summoning techniques for years, the outcome lay tantalizingly close. Jiango found himself unable to resist the allure. Hee. Observing Jiango's expression, Wang Yuan chuckled slyly. A philosopher known as Chanshin Daogo once remarked that understanding a person is a simple task. One merely needs to contemplate what they desire and what they fear. What does Jiango yearn for? Naturally, it is the ability to summon spirits endowed with independent souls through necromancy. What does Jiango dread? Surely, it is the thought that others can conjure forth these autonomous souls while he remains incapable. With these two insights, Wang Yuan effortlessly grasped Jiango's motivations, skillfully manipulating him with just a few words. Even the two skeletons nearby couldn't help but comment, "What a wicked individual. Has he truly deceived Jiango this easily?" Indeed, the life of a lich is eternal. If Jiango were to witness other necromancers successfully summoning sentient spirits while he could not, he would be left in utter despair. Worse than death itself. How sinister. Such a dark heart. No, I refuse. After a full minute of hesitation, Jiango ultimately shook his head. What? Are you serious? Wang Yuan was taken aback by Jiango's unwavering stance. The words of the great philosopher seemed ineffective on him. What a remarkably extraordinary individual this must be. Well, Jiango stated, without the soul lamp, Zuer may not succeed. Moreover, your terms are insufficient to compel my submission. Indeed, you are truly unyielding. Wang Yuan exclaimed in frustration. How could he encounter such an obstinate character? Neither persuasion nor coercion worked on him. Just as Wang Yuan found himself at a loss, Shui Linglong approached from beneath the altar, inquiring curiously, "What is going on? This fellow is as slippery as an eel." Wang Yuan summarized the situation. Enough of the chatter. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's account, Shui Linglong's expression shifted, and she swiftly produced a pouch of coins, confronting Jiango. How about 100 gold coins? Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned. What good would money do in persuading such a person? Before he could finish his thought, Jiango fixated intently on the pouch, saying, "Isn't that a bit low? Perhaps you could offer a bit more?" Wang Yuan nearly choked on his own blood. How naive he had been to perceive Jiango as a noble hero. Impervious to flattery, it turned out he was merely someone who was easily swayed by greed. He had mistakenly assumed Jiango resided in the heights of virtue when, in fact, he was grounded at a much lower level. Had he known Jiango's true nature, he could have simply offered him money from the outset. 90. If you continue to haggle, I might lower it further. After all, no one else is seeking your services. Shui Linglong boldly retrieved 10 gold coins from the pouch. Wait. 100 it is. Deal. Jiango quickly rose, nodding and bowing to Shui Linglong. Wang Yuan and the two skeletons were left in stunned silence. What kind of situation was this? Was this what they referred to as the power of wealth? Indeed, money could sway even the most formidable of beings. Even a lich must yield. I have one more condition, Jiango added. 80. Wang Yuan hastily incited Shui Linglong. This fellow still dared to set conditions. No, you can do it. Jiango was genuinely at a loss, repeatedly gesturing in refusal, fearing that Shui Linglong would lower the price. Speak, Shui Linglong replied, folding her arms. I must witness Zuer's research results with my own eyes, thus you must take me back with you. At this point, Jiango cautiously inquired of Shui Linglong, is that acceptable? Is it not a problem? Shui Linglong turned her gaze towards Wang Yuan. Aren't you imprisoned here? How could you return with me? Wang Yuan asked warily. Is someone assigning themselves the task of rescuing him? What if he is released and then changes his mind? Humph. I am merely adhering to the agreement made with Zuer. What power does he possess to confine me? Jiango scoffed, emanating an aura of expertise. You need only agree to my request in Zuer's name, and I shall be free to depart from here. Very well. In the name of Minter Zuer, I grant you permission to accompany me. Wang Yuan responded casually. Excellent. Then let us proceed. However, the soul guiding lamp can only be wielded by me. Should you refuse my request, you will not be able to take it. Wang Yuan. Chapter 21. The transformation. It must be said that Jiango is quite the troublesome character. Fortunately, I had agreed to assist him. Otherwise, the task would remain unfulfilled. I owe you 50 gold coins, Wang Yuan declared, counting out the coins from his pocket and handing them to Shui Linglong. Wang Yuan has always believed in the principle of clear accounts among close comrades. It would be improper for a lady to bear this expense. 100 gold coins is no trifling sum. With only 60 coins left for skills and equipment, he could only repay 50 for now, promising to compensate the remainder once he earned more. Did I ask you to repay me? Shui Linglong remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the pouch of coins in Wang Yuan's hand, as if the sight of money repulsed her. Whether you choose to return it is your affair. But I do not appreciate others taking advantage of me, nor do I intend to exploit anyone else. I can assist you with tasks for free in the future. With that, Wang Yuan pressed the pouch into her hands. Shui Linglong scrutinized the pouch, her brows furrowing slightly. This fellow was somewhat enigmatic. As a wealthy individual, she was accustomed to people making every effort to gain from her, and anyone who approached her seemed to seek personal benefit. Yet Wang Yuan was entirely different. He neither elevated himself due to his wealth nor regarded her as a mere means to an end. Prices for equipment may be steep, but that was merely a reflection of the seller's demands. He had every right to keep the 100 gold coins without repaying them. Yet he chose to repay and even wrote an IOU, which intrigued Shui Linglong greatly. Of course, had Wang Yuan been privy to Shui Linglong's thoughts, he would have chastised her for her narrow-mindedness. Is it not the nature of a decent person to repay debts and refuse to take advantage of others? Has society truly degenerated to such a state? How surprising. It appears our noble brother still values integrity. Unexpectedly, such a shameless person possesses such principles. No wonder he can summon individuals of our caliber. To be our leader, he must be exceptional indeed. Indeed. But your tone has become rather brazen, she added teasingly. Oh, how transformed you are. Wang Yuan remained speechless. In Thunderstorm City, at the church cemetery, Master Zhou, look who I brought back. Wang Yuan announced as he presented Django to Zhou. Shui Linglong had initially intended to level up, but decided to join the excitement upon hearing that Wang Yuan was involved in significant matters with an NPC. Are all necromancers so sinister? Shui Linglong could not help but comment upon seeing Zhou. Not at all. I am quite amiable, Wang Yuan replied, gesturing to himself. Compared to the frail, half-dead NPCs, Wang Yuan's robust and imposing figure was clearly not suited for such dark practices. Ah, Shui Linglong sighed, casting a glance at Wang Yuan. What do you mean by that? Wang Yuan retorted in anger. Django, my child, at long last, you have returned. Zhu'er greeted Django with palpable enthusiasm, clearly an old acquaintance. Humph. Django let out a cold snort, seemingly disinterested in Zhu'er's warm welcome. I have heard you have discovered a method to summon soulbound spirits? Django cut straight to the chase. Indeed. However, I still require your assistance, Zhu'er replied with a nod. Then let us commence without delay. Django extracted the soul lantern. Not so fast. Zhu'er interjected. We are still lacking one crucial tool. What tool? Django inquired, perplexed. The proof of the Reaper. Zhu'er explained. Only with the Reaper's proof can your soul lantern ferry those high-tier spirits. The Reaper's proof? Where might I procure that? Django furrowed his brow. Hee. You need not concern yourself with that, Zhu'er chuckled, turning his gaze toward Wang Yuan. Surely you cannot be asking me to go again. Wang Yuan was left speechless. Was this old fool truly considering him as free labor? What a hassle to change roles. There is no other choice. Zhu'er insisted. This is the trial of a hero sage, and only the chosen one can accomplish it. After all, you are a dragon among men. You do have a point. Wang Yuan conceded, nodding gravely at Zhu'er's words upon hearing the phrase dragon among men. Then pray, go and retrieve the Reaper's proof, Zhu'er said with a slight smile. System notification. You have triggered the hidden class change quest. The third ring, Reaper's proof, quest level. A. Quest content. Find the Reaper's proof 1-1. Quest reward, unknown. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the information before him. Typically, quest items displayed as 0-1, but now it indicated 1-1, suggesting that the quest item resided within him. Realizing this, Wang Yuan hastily checked his inventory, and indeed, a dark token lay carelessly in the far corner of his bag. Is there no quest prompt? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow and asked. None, Zhu'er replied. If it were that easy to find, I would not have sent you on this errand. Is it not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? When might I ever find it? Wang Yuan feigned a troubled expression. Oh, but you are a player, are you not? You surely cannot find it on your own. You might seek assistance on the forums or at the auction house, Zhu'er chuckled, his wrinkled visage resembling a withered flower. You are aware of both the forum and auction house? Wang Yuan was astonished. What level of AI was this sewer? Not only did he comprehend the distinction between himself and players, but he also acknowledged the existence of forums. According to game lore, such knowledge would typically belong only to a top-tier boss of level 180 or higher. In jest, the Ancient One declared, "I am the High Priest of the Undead, endowed with the most advanced AI within the game. I have long awakened to autonomous consciousness and discerned the profound truths of the world." Zul continued with pride, "Otherwise, how could I perceive you as a paragon among men? This endeavor requires considerable investment of both time and money, especially in the current phase, making it all the more challenging to find. Hence, I entrusted the task to you." Zul addressed Lord Bullstrength. "You are a warrior of the Empire, the fated child recognized by the heroic Sag, my future successor, the legendary paragon among men. The hopes of the Necromancer lineage rest upon your shoulders. You must embrace this responsibility." "I did not mean it that way," Wang Yuan interjected candidly. "It's just that you have tasked me with something that demands significant time, effort, and expense, yet there appears to be no reasonable explanation." He had come to realize that Zul was merely a master of rhetoric. As long as one refrained from articulating their requests, Zul would prefer to recite various self-bestowed titles rather than address the matter directly. "Ah, so that is how it is." Zul feigned understanding and suggested, "If you can procure the proof of the Grim Reaper within 3 days, I shall bestow upon you a relic of the Necromancer." "Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" "Rest assured. I swear by my father, Razma, that I shall not deceive you," Zul vowed, thumping his chest. "That is splendid." Wang Yuan replied with a faint smile, retrieving a dark token from his pocket. The token was etched with bizarre inscriptions, and at its center were inscribed the 4 characters, "Proof of the Grim Reaper." Chapter 22, Concealed Profession. Necromancer. I beheld Wang Yuan clutching the death certificate, and for a brief moment, Zul was taken aback, only to swiftly turn pale. He had never anticipated that Wang Yuan would possess such a trump card. "Ha ha ha. Zul, you old rascal, today is indeed a turning point for you." Jiang Gu, filled with youthful exuberance, joyfully linked arms with Wang Yuan, exclaiming, "My dear brother, you are truly extraordinary." "Pfft. Ha ha. The boss is indeed quite cunning. I must say, I have a fondness for this fellow." Dabai and Xiaobai also erupted in laughter. "This is rather amusing." Shui Linglong found herself increasingly intrigued by Wang Yuan. "How remarkable. This fellow can even deceive NPCs. Truly a cut above anyone she had previously encountered. What an interesting character he is. Excellent. Now we can summon the spirits." Zul quickly regained his composure and reached for the death certificate in Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan instinctively recoiled. "What about the artifact? You wouldn't dare to play tricks, would you?" "Artifact? Did I ever mention that?" Zul was indeed attempting to pull a fast one. "What do you think?" Wang Yuan feigned a move to reclaim the token, then added, "Such behavior warrants a lawsuit against the game company." Wait. I was merely jesting." Zul hastily produced a skeletal ring from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yuan, saying, "This ring is a relic of Lord Rasmar. Now pass to you. Undead Holy Ring Artifact. Damaged. Quality. Bronze attack. 10 magic. 10 all attributes. 10 undead evolution. Passive skill. 10 chance to summon an undead of 1 tier higher than the skill level. Class requirement. Necromancer level requirement. 10 equipment description. Crafted from the finger bone of the Necromancer god Rasmar. This holy ring possesses formidable undead power. It was damaged during the Ancient War but can be repaired and upgraded. Materials required for next level King's Bone, Prophet's Heart. What the hell? Is this truly an artifact? Upon seeing the ring's attributes, Wang Yuan was furious. Though it was labeled an artifact, it was merely a damaged one, currently of bronze quality. Zul had the audacity to deceive him with such a trinket. Was this not sheer folly? Just admit it. Is it an artifact or not? Zul boldly asserted. "Do not be deceived by its current state. Once restored, it shall be a genuine artifact." "Very well. I shall remember this." Wang Yuan glared menacingly at Zul and donned the ring. To be fair, while it may not be an artifact, its attributes were not without merit. Moreover, the additional attributes were superb for a necromancer, considering that, at his current level, he could only summon tier 2 undead. With this ring, he had a 10 chance of summoning tier 3 undead. It is worth noting that as one progresses further, skill upgrades become increasingly challenging. Other necromancers require level 10 to summon tier 10 undead, while he only needs to reach level 9. Better to have than to lack. Though this ring may not rival the sagas of heroes, it certainly surpasses the novice garb I currently adorn. With the acquisition of the death proof, Zul commenced his summoning ritual. As Zul invoked the spell of Summon Skeleton, a skeletal soldier emerged from the graveyard, standing motionless with vacant eyes. Subsequently, Django employed the death proof to cast the soul-guiding technique, conjuring a golden flame of soul fire in the void. Zul extended his hand, grasping the soul fire, and with a gentle push, implanted the golden flame into the eye sockets of the skeletal soldier. Instantly, the blue flame of soul fire within the skeleton was devoured by the golden blaze. In the next moment, the skeletal soldier became animated, seemingly endowed with a new soul. Success! I've done it! Zul exclaimed with exhilaration. Django gazed in disbelief at the skeleton before him, murmuring, "He truly has unraveled it. My talent indeed pales in comparison. Thanks to you, my student." Zul joyfully grasped Wang Yuan's hand, stating, "Without you, I could never have achieved such high-level soul summoning. Therefore, can you facilitate my class advancement?" Wang Yuan replied with resignation. What a challenge it has been. After such a lengthy detour, it was all to summon a mere undead. This is rather cumbersome. Certainly, without a doubt. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, and this, soul extraction, technique owes part of its success to you. With a casual gesture, Zul sent a beam of light into Wang Yuan's body. Simultaneously, a series of notifications flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. System notification: you have gained the recognition of the Death Priest Zul and successfully transitioned to the hidden class, Necromancer Priest. Necromancer Priest, a high-level necromancer endowed with both curse and summoning powers, capable of mastering all necromancer skills. Death magic proficiency: you can cultivate advanced death magic. Summoning proficiency: the undead creatures you summon inherit an additional 20 of their attributes. Soul extraction: you have mastered a new summoning technique researched by High Priest Zul, allowing you to absorb the souls of the deceased as soul fire, which can be placed within the bodies of the undead, transforming them into your loyal undead companions with no cooldown time. Advanced growth: you have received the blessing of the necromancer god Rasmar, unlocking the wellspring of potential, granting you an additional 2 points of free attributes with each level gained. A hidden class: it is indeed a hidden class. Upon reviewing the description of his new vocation, Wang Yuan could not contain his excitement. Typically, a necromancer's transition allows for the selection of only one major specialization. Necromancers are unable to learn advanced summoning spells, while summoning specialists cannot acquire advanced curse spells. However, Wang Yuan's class enables him to refine both branches, mastering high-level curse magic as well as advanced summoning techniques. While ordinary necromancers inherit only an additional 10 of attributes upon transitioning, the Death Priest can inherit an additional 20. Most crucially, Wang Yuan possesses 2 additional points in his freedom attributes compared to other necromancers. This endows him with a broader scope for growth. However, what truly sets him apart is the unique skill of soul extraction. To clarify, this soul extraction technique is not to be conflated with the magic that allows Wang Yuan to directly summon his skeletal companions, Dabai and Xiaobai. The summoning spell he employs to conjure 2 skeleton warriors is the conventional summon skeleton. As for why he is able to summon 2 beings from the dimension, Wang Yuan himself remains perplexed. Nevertheless, this pertains to innate souls and is a legitimate technique for summoning heroic spirits. In contrast, soul extraction involves drawing forth independent souls and placing them onto the summoned skeletons, representing a form of acquired creation, which is relatively less authentic. There exists a significant distinction between the two, while it is challenging to ascertain which is superior at this moment. It is evident that the soul extraction technique offers greater convenience and expediency compared to random summoning. However, the limitations of soul extraction are also more pronounced. The summon skeleton spell merely requires a corpse, while soul extraction necessitates first summoning a skeleton warrior from an ordinary corpse and then extracting the soul from the remains of a higher-level creature. For Wang Yuan at this stage, the summon skeleton spell remains the more practical choice. Just as he was contemplating his hidden class transition, a notification flashed before him. System alert. Transition successful. The skeletons you have summoned also meet the conditions for class advancement. Would you like to proceed with the advancement? Chapter 23. Skeleton warriors can advance their class upon encountering this astonishing information. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, swiftly piecing together the implications. Ordinarily, the skeleton warriors summoned by a standard necromancer are ineligible for class advancement. The rank of these skeletal minions is contingent upon the Necromancer's proficiency in the skill Summon Skeleton. The higher the level of this skill, the more formidable the summoned undead. Although these minions are designed to level up, their maximum attainable level caps at 10. However, due to Wang Yuan's possession of the legendary artifact, the Heroic Tome, both Dabai and Xiaobai were endowed with privileges akin to those of players. They could not only level up indefinitely, don gear, and acquire skills, but they could also undergo class advancements, allowing for boundless growth. This is the remarkable power of the Heroic Tome. The undead legions of a typical necromancer merely serve as a metaphor. The existence of the Heroic Tome truly enables Wang Yuan to function as an entire adventuring party unto himself. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan decisively clicked confirm. With a flash, two beams of light erupted from within Dabai and Xiaobai, visible only to Wang Yuan. Both Dabai and Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. What in the world? We can also change classes, Xiaobai exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Although he hailed from the future, he had only heard tales of the Heroic Tome, remaining unaware of its specific attributes. Dabai, being a mage, quickly grasped the situation. It's the Heroic Tome. Truly a sacred artifact. Not only does it allow us to equip gear and learn skills, but it also grants us the ability to change classes. Is this the true strength of the Heroic Tome? Does that fool Zika even realize what treasure he has lost? Had the Heroic Tome not been misplaced, we humans would surely have triumphed in that war. At this point, Dabai's voice quivered with emotion. Wang Yuan empathized deeply with their sentiments. If the Heroic Tome existed in the apocalyptic future, humanity could potentially reconstruct the cycle of reincarnation, eternally safeguarding their homeland in a new form of existence. What class do you intend to choose? Dabai asked Xiaobai, his excitement palpable. Of course, I'll be a shield warrior. There's no future in being a weapon warrior, Xiaobai declared with conviction. Excellent. Then I shall become a fire mage. Dabai responded, making his choice. Why not ice mage? Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Wang Yuan too was curious. After all, in terms of game mechanics, while fire mages dealt less damage than ice mages, the latter's crowd control abilities rendered them significantly more powerful. At this stage, most mages who had already advanced their classes were ice mages, unless they were dedicated artillery in large guilds. Since you're going for shield warrior, I'll focus on firepower. Why squander the opportunity for damage? Dabai chuckled mischievously. Hey, you cunning old dog. You're quite the schemer. Class advancement successful. You have acquired the battle companions, Shield Skeleton and Flame Skeleton. Upon completing their class advancement, the two skeletons underwent a transformation in their appearance. Xiaobai was originally an ordinary skeleton soldier clad in armor and wielding a sword and shield, resembling a malnourished warrior. After his class advancement to Shield Skeleton, his once white bones transformed into a lustrous black, reminiscent of forged iron, radiating a metallic sheen. His physique became remarkably imposing, towering over 2 meters. In his left hand, he grasped a black tower shield, while his right wielded a colossal black sword. The intricately designed heavy armor enveloping him exuded an unyielding sense of security. Dabai, before his transformation, bore a striking resemblance to Xiaobai, both adorned in armor, with the sole distinction being Dabai's weapon, a blue staff. However, upon his advancement to Flame Skeleton, his armor morphed into a magnificent black magical cloak, the hood shrouding his skeletal head. From a distance, only 2 flickering orbs of soul fire could be discerned beneath the cloak, imparting an air of mystery and power. Has your skeleton soldier mutated? Water Linglong exclaimed, astonished at the sudden transformation of Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier. Previously, Wang Yuan's skeleton had already deviated significantly from others, and now it resembled an entirely different creature. It is noteworthy that even a third-tier skeleton warrior merely brandished a gigantic axe, appearing rather foolish and dull-witted. In contrast, Wang Yuan's 2 skeletons emanated a sense of strength and sophistication from top to bottom, inside and out. It has advanced, Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, opting not to elaborate further. Water Linglong, well-versed in gaming, understood that everyone harbored their own little secrets. Respecting Wang Yuan's reticence, she refrained from pressing the matter. Having successfully advanced, Wang Yuan could now acquire skills associated with his new class. In addition to curses and resurrection spells, a level 10 Necromancer could learn 2 new skills, Life Enhancement and Bone Spear. After mastering these abilities, Wang Yuan summoned the attribute panel with a mere thought. Name, Neo Dali Class, Necromancer, Great Priest of the Undead. Level, 10 health, 1260 mana, 1260 attack, 73 magic, 73 armor, 72 magic resistance, 71 strength, 63 constitution, 63 intelligence, 63 spirit, 63 agility, 70 skills. Summon skeleton, LV2. Active skill, consuming 20 mana points to resurrect the deceased as a skeleton warrior, with a maximum of 3 summons. Equipment, broken wooden staff, heroic chronicle, rebirth, wolf's foot. Undead sacred ring. Pet, heroic chronicle, rebirth by mage, attribute growth, strength C, constitution C, intelligence A, spirit A. Agility C race, flame skeleton level, 10 health, 1220 mana, 1320 attack, 83 magic, 122 armor, 75 magic resistance, 92 skills, slash, LV1, fireball, LV1. Fire resistance ring, LV1. Explosive flame, LV1. Equipment, steel armor, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, silver moon's admiration. Background introduction. The heroic spirits inscribed in the annals of heroes possess boundless potential for growth. Little White, warrior. Attributes, strength A, constitution A, intelligence C, spirit C, agility C. Race, shield skeleton level, 10 health points, 2376 magic points, 1254 defense, 500 attack, 134 magic, 86 armor, 157 magic resistance, 124 skills, cleave, LV1, heavy strike, LV1, charge, LV1. Shield bash, LV1, block, LV1. Equipment, Scene's perseverance, steel helmet, steel gauntlets, steel boots, Scene's fury, Scene's guardian. Background introduction. The heroic spirits recorded in the Hero's Chronicle possess limitless potential for growth. Character introduction. Direct disciple of the Necromancer High Priest Soul. Recognized as an imperial warrior by the hero SAG. Originally, Big White and Little White had only a 50 inheritance. After Wang Yuan's class change, the attribute inheritance of the two skeletons reached 90, resulting in a qualitative leap in their attributes. At this point, the attributes of the two skeletons far surpassed those of players at the same level. Moreover, the two skeletons, after their class change, automatically acquired professional skills, marking a transformation of an entirely different nature compared to before. The only regret Wang Yuan felt was that the skeleton warrior by Sanner, summoned outside the city, had completely perished due to the loss of its soul fire, and even the graveyard of the Hero's Chronicle could not resurrect it, leaving him with one less battle companion. Now, Wang Yuan needed to fully populate his ranks of skeletons before venturing out to level up. However, this time he could not summon recklessly. The corpse respawn point outside the city was occupied by the Black Dragon Society, and having just eliminated several players from the society, summoning skeletons at the respawn point would merely invite trouble. Furthermore, the skeletons summoned outside did not possess the same essence as Big White and Little White. Why? Despite being the same type of skeletons, did the skeleton warriors lack souls? What distinguished them? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. In truth, there was no inherent difference in the corpses. The only distinction lay in the fact that he had not summoned Big White and Little White at the corpse respawn point, but rather in the church basement. Could it be the environment? With this thought, Wang Yuan suddenly felt as though he had grasped something significant. Chapter 24. The Third Heroic Spirit Master Zul. Why are you not in the Necromancer's cemetery? Wang Yuan suddenly inquired. Haha. Zul laughed heartily. The church in every city serves as the final resting place for its heroes, the locale most proximate to the Hall of Heroes, making it easier to summon formidable souls. Indeed, upon hearing Zul's response, Wang Yuan shuddered in realization. His conjecture had proven correct. The cemetery of the church was a sanctuary for heroes, a haven for their souls. It was no wonder he could summon powerful heroic spirits within the church. Where's the Hall of Heroes? Wang Yuan pressed on with his questions. I do not know. Zul replied, shaking his head. According to the scriptures left by the Father God Rasmor, the Hall of Heroes is situated in the burial grounds of heroes and is accessible solely to the chosen. Only those burdened with a mission can enter. Ordinary individuals cannot even perceive the entrance, even if the hall stands before them. It is said that only those who have entered the hall can summon spirits of great power, transcending the confines of time and space to call forth the mighty heroes of epic history. Only those burdened with a mission can enter, Wang Yuan pondered, increasingly alarmed. Why was he the only one among so many necromancers in Shibei Town to discover the church's basement? Transcending time and space? Was he not referring to Xiaobai and Dabai? Could it be that dilapidated basement was not merely a basement, but the legendary Hall of Heroes? Indeed, it must be so. The church was the resting place for heroes, and that worn-out basement was the Hall of Heroes. Or rather, every church's basement served as a Hall of Heroes. With this revelation, Wang Yuan wasted no time and swiftly dashed into the church. What are you doing? Shui Linglong followed closely behind him, trailing him to a bookshelf in the church's library. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped Wang Yuan, and he vanished behind the shelf. Despite Shui Linglong's frantic searching, she could not locate Wang Yuan's presence. A necromancer can become invisible? Shui Linglong was somewhat flustered. How could there be a crossover of professions? At that moment, Wang Yuan had already arrived in the basement of the Thunderstorm City Church. Observing the familiar surroundings and the corpse lying on the bed, he could hardly contain his excitement. This basement was identical to the one where he had summoned 2 skeletons in Shibei Town. Even the bed for refreshing corpses bore no distinction, just as he had surmised. This dilapidated basement was indeed the Hall of Heroes. Behind every church's bookshelf lay an entrance to the hall. Awaken, my child. Wang Yuan raised his tattered novice wooden staff and recited the incantation to summon a skeleton. The corpse upon the bed shed its flesh, and a stark white skeleton slowly rose. The newly summoned skeleton donned a straw hat, with a quiver slung at its waist and a longbow strapped to its back. Upon rising, it performed a complete 360-degree turn of its head, subsequently voicing a trio of quintessential inquiries characteristic of a time traveler. Where on earth am I? What on earth is happening? How on earth am I alive again? Splendid. Indeed, you truly possess a soul. Upon hearing the bewildered trifecta of questions from the skeleton before him, Wang Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that this was the proper method for summoning a heroic spirit skeleton. Zhuer's so-called soul extraction was utterly feeble. Yet another newcomer has arrived. Bai Da and Xiao Bai, upon hearing the voice of the newly summoned skeleton, excitedly gathered around. Are you also a time traveler? The newly summoned archery skeleton's soul fire flickered noticeably at the sight of the 2 skeletons before it. Indeed, you might want to refrain from such grand gestures. If Neo-Gu discovers you are a time traveler, he might very well turn you into a soup. Xiao Bai, drawing from his own experiences, cautioned the newcomer. Hiss. The archer cautiously glanced at Wang Yuan and inquired, Who is this? This is Neo-Gu, our master. Nonsense. Who has the audacity to claim the title of my master? This fellow is so hideous, he is undeserving. The archer's irate retorts revealed his short temper. Damn it. Upon hearing the archer's assessment of him, Wang Yuan struggled to suppress the urge to deliver a punch. What is your name? Which main city do you hail from? Baida curiously asked. My name is Zhang Yusen, from Lining City, part of the Elven Guard. The archer introduced himself. Zhang Yusen, Lining City. Do you know Zhang Yuan? Baida inquired. He is my second brother. The skeletal archer exclaimed with excitement. Which one are you? He is Song Wushuang from the Holy Light Special Forces. Xiaobai interjected on behalf of Bai Da Song. Song, you are the legendary Master Wushuang? Upon hearing Bai Da's name, the skeletal archer exhibited a level of excitement reminiscent of Xiao Bai's initial reaction. It was evident that Bai Da, while alive, had been a figure of considerable renown. Yes, that is I. Bai Da affirmed with a nod. My brother often speaks of you. The skeletal archer remarked. What does he say about me? He claims that fellow is no human. The skeletal archer replied candidly. Aha, your brother does not miss the mark. Xiao Bai laughed heartily. Damn it, that beast. Bai Da gritted his teeth. When shall we take action? The skeletal archer inquired. Take action? What action? The 2 whites responded. Bewildered. Of course, to eliminate that fellow's surname Niel. The skeletal archer cast a fierce glance at Wang Yuan and stated, Aren't you all preparing for it? Bai Da and Xiao Bai exchanged incredulous glances. Wang Yuan felt utterly despondent. What a calamity! What merit is there in summoning heroic spirits? Though each of these rascals possesses a unique temperament, their first thought upon being revived was surprisingly unanimous. Everyone seems intent on leading themselves to ruin. Do you truly wish to remain perpetual slaves to others? The skeletal archer inquired with fervor. In truth, Brother Neo is rather commendable. Bai interjected, gesturing to their attire, all of which he had provided for us. Such trivial favors have swayed you? What of your principles? The skeletal archer's tone dripped with disdain. Just as he continued to incite Bai, Wang Yuan brought his hand down sharply upon the archer's skull. Young man, in the name of your master, I bestow upon you a name. You shall henceforth be known as Ma Sanner. Ma Sanner? Why am I called Ma Sanner? The skeletal archer appeared utterly bewildered. Indeed. Why aren't you named by Sanner? Bai pondered, perplexed. Why should the conventions of naming shift in the case of the skeletal archer? Little did they realize that Wang Yuan had chosen the name Ma Sanner because this fellow's initial 3 utterances were remarkably laced with the word Ma. Since Brother Nyo has named you, you shall bear this moniker without grievance. After all, his name is rather unappealing as well. In that moment, Bai resembled an ancient madam persuading newcomers to enter the profession. And what are your names? Ma Sanner inquired. Well, the weather is quite pleasant today. Indeed. It is a splendidly fine day. Chapter 25, The Invitation of the Dragon's Journey. Having completed the naming of Ma San, Wang Yuan casually opened Ma San's attributes. Ma San, Archer, Attribute Growth, Strength B, Constitution C, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility S. Race, Arrow Guardian Skeleton Level, 10 Health Points, 1140 Magic Points, 1140 Attack, 67 Magic, 57 Armor, 57 Magic Resistance, 57 Skills, Basic Shooting, LV1, Focus Shooting, LV1, Triple Shot, LV1, Evasion, LV1, Equipment, Bone Bow, Attack 1, Background, a heroic spirit recorded in the annals of heroism, possessing infinite potential for growth. Alas, upon seeing Ma San's attributes, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This seemingly unreliable character turned out to be a skeleton with an S-level growth attribute. Based on the current attributes of Dabai and Xiaobai, Wang Yuan had a general understanding of how the growth levels of skeleton soldiers contributed to their attributes. With C-level talents and below, leveling up does not enhance attributes. B-level talents grant 1 additional attribute point per level. A-level talents provide 2 points per level, and similarly. S-level talents offer 3 points per level. Although Ma San, like Dabai and Xiaobai, gains 4 points per level, the game is not reality. In the realm of gaming, a higher single attribute gain correlates with greater class strength. Naturally, S-level talents are slightly superior to A-level ones. Moreover, I must procure a set of equipment for him, Wang Yuan mused, feeling an inner discontent. This skeleton indeed demands significant expenditure. How infuriating it is to spend all my hard-earned money on these ungrateful wretches who wish to see me perish. While I am still clad in the starter gear bestowed upon character creation, closing the attribute panel, Wang Yuan sighed as he exited the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Just outside, he encountered Shui Linglong, who was wandering about the library. Where have you been? Shui Linglong inquired, her curiosity piqued by Wang Yuan's sudden disappearance and reappearance. Nothing much. I summoned a skeleton. Wang Yuan gestured towards Ma San. Oh, this fellow looks delightful. Upon seeing Ma San approach, he immediately endeared himself to Shui Linglong, who exclaimed with excitement, how adorable, and wearing a straw hat. Ma San, encouraged by Shui Linglong's voice, became even more animated, stretching his neck for her to pet. Meanwhile, he boasted, did you see that? She likes me. I want to serve her as a skeleton. She is an assassin. Dabai interjected, a frown adorning his face. Who says an assassin cannot have a skeleton companion? We shall soon dispatch that fellow surnamed Nyo, claim his inheritance. And you shall regain your freedom while I roam the world with this lady. Just imagine, 1 person and 1 skeleton. What a splendid scene. Curse it. Wang Yuan was on the verge of bursting with frustration upon hearing this. This wretched creature, having resurrected its progenitors, now shamelessly seeks to accompany a complete stranger with no ties to him. How disloyal can a skeletal minion of a necromancer be? It seems I must procure a whip to remind him who his true father is. As Wang Yuan seethed with indignation, his teeth clenched. A friend request unexpectedly appeared before him. Dragon on the move? Such a pedestrian name. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the request. As a skilled player, it was imperative to maintain an air of mystery. One could not indiscriminately accept friend requests. After all, with the impending convergence of gaming and reality, who could discern whether those in his friend list were men or beasts? Moreover, this fellow's name reeked of nouveau riche pretension, suggesting he was no virtuous individual. Within the guild office of the Black Dragon Society, Dragon on the Move stared at the notification of his friend request being declined, confusion swirling in his mind. This was unexpected. Things were not unfolding according to the script. The Black Dragon Society was the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, and as its president, Dragon on the Move had always exuded confidence in his reputation. Typically, others would beseech him to accept their friend requests. This was his first instance of reaching out to someone else. According to the narrative he envisioned, the recipient should have gratefully accepted his request, then humbly apologized, allowing him to graciously dismiss it as a misunderstanding, only for the individual to ultimately bow and offer a ring, requesting to join the Black Dragon Society. Such a flawless sequence of events. Yet, to his astonishment, this fellow named Yodali had decisively rejected his request. For a moment, Dragon on the Move felt utterly bewildered, left in a state of confusion. What's wrong, boss? Did he accept? Is he still offering the ring? The anxious bald dragon and old Seven inquired, their expressions tense. He was afraid. Undoubtedly, he was intimidated. Dragon on the Move proclaimed with certainty, he dares not accept my request. Really? Is that so? At that moment, the priest named walked towards Light, whom Wang Yuan had defeated, chimed in, that kid is quite arrogant. Would he truly be afraid? Bald Dragon and Old Seven wore skeptical expressions. Indeed, when Wang Yuan had slain them, he had been fully aware of their affiliation with the Black Dragon Society and exhibited no signs of fear, even resorting to more ruthless tactics. Perhaps, boss? You could claim to be selling equipment, suggested the reticent Yun Zhong, cautiously. I'll give it another try. Dragon on the Move sent a new friend request, this time appending a note about purchasing equipment. Instantly, it was accepted. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from Wang Yuan. Hey, what equipment are you selling? Wang Yuan was equally perplexed, wondering how the other party had discerned that he was selling equipment. He had nothing of worth at the moment. Could it be that he had his eyes on the staff wielded by the Great White? Indeed, it is a remarkable item. However, I am uncertain whether the esteemed Bai is willing to part with it. On the other hand, Long Xing Tian Xia's expression darkened considerably. What a surprise! It appears that the president of the illustrious Black Dragon Society is regarded as less valuable than mere equipment in the eyes of this individual. Such an affront. May we meet in person? Long Xing Tian Xia inquired, suppressing the urge to utter a tirade of curses. At that moment, he was still attempting to salvage his pride, convincing himself that if this scoundrel dared not meet, it would indicate fear of his formidable presence. Where? Yet, in the next instant, Wang Yuan's message delivered a harsh blow to his ego. Han's Tavern. Trembling, Long Xing Tian Xia sent the address. I shall be there shortly. Wang Yuan closed the friend interface and made his way directly out of the church. Hey, where are you off to? Shui Linglong questioned curiously, following closely behind. To the tavern. By the way, why are you trailing me instead of leveling up? Wang Yuan asked, perplexed. This girl seemed to be somewhat off-kilter. He was merely selling her some items, and yet she had followed him from the wilderness back to the city, and now she continued to accompany him. Could it be that she feared he would not repay her the 50 gold coins? Wang Yuan pondered this, silently resolving that upon selling the items, he must first settle his debt to her, otherwise she might follow him incessantly, and even his skeleton would be at risk of being taken away by her. Being with you always leads to amusing adventures. It is far more entertaining than leveling up, Shui Linglong chuckled. This woman certainly had a flair for amusement. Chapter 26. A bloodbath. The player's transition area was located on Central Street, with blacksmiths, pharmacies, and taverns situated conveniently in the adjacent commercial district. Moments later, Wang Yuan escorted Shui Linglong to the tavern. Upon entering, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The game had only launched a few days prior, and players typically possessed little currency. It was now the peak evening hours of 8 to 10 p.m., and most players should have been leveling up in the wilderness. Consequently, one would expect the tavern, a place of expenditure, to be relatively empty. Yet, the tavern was bustling with players. These players regarded Wang Yuan with fierce expressions. As he surveyed the room, he noticed that every player bore a black dragon emblem emblazoned upon their chests. The Black Dragon Society. A sense of caution enveloped Wang Yuan. It was clear to anyone with even a modicum of sense what was unfolding. Hey, have you crossed paths with the Black Dragon Society? Shui Linglong inquired, taken aback by the tense atmosphere. The Black Dragon Society had a notorious reputation in Thunderstorm City, known for monopolizing territory, engaging in malicious player killing, and even claiming the respawn points of skeletons summoned by necromancers. The forums of Thunderstorm City were rife with threads denouncing the Black Dragon Society. However, their sheer numbers and ruthless tactics meant that few dared to confront them. Even someone as affluent as Shui Linglong preferred to steer clear of such individuals, as one would not tread upon foul refuse with good shoes. Yet, witnessing Wang Yuan being targeted by the Black Dragon Society left her astonished. This fellow truly had a knack for attracting trouble, having stirred up a band of rogues immediately after leaving the novice area. Indeed, Wang Yuan nodded. That ring of yours was dropped by them. Wow. Impressive. Shui Linglong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In Thunderstorm City, it was typically the Black Dragon Society that seized the equipment of others, yet here was a man who had managed to claim their spoils, truly a remarkable individual. Oh. It was nothing, Wang Yuan replied modestly. At this moment, even the skeletons were whispering among themselves. Is Brother Nyo seeking revenge? No way out now. Look at those few. Aren't they the ones we previously dealt with? How thrilling. Let us abandon him and run when the time comes. If he dies, we'll be free. Wang Yuan, unfazed, called out, Who is Long Xing Tianxia? Ignoring the ramblings of Ma Sanner, he directed his question towards the assembly. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's inquiry, every patron in the tavern turned in unison to gaze at a particularly conspicuous player seated at a nearby table. This player, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a full suit of black armor, embodying the guise of a warrior. Surrounding Long Xing Tianxia were several players, a bald warrior, a mage, an assassin, and a priest, none other than those whom Wang Yuan had previously annihilated. That would be me. Long Xing Tianxia responded coolly, meeting Wang Yuan's gaze. Wang Yuan strode directly to the table and took a seat opposite Long Xing Tianxia, casually pulling a chair for Shui Linglong as well. Shui Linglong unceremoniously took a seat beside Wang Yuan, while 3 skeletons stood guard behind them. Xiaobai fixed his gaze on the tavern's entrance. Dabai scrutinized Long Xing Tianxia before him, and Ma Sanner flanked Shui Linglong on either side. These individuals were well prepared for any eventuality, ready to commit murder and flee at a moment's notice. Upon noticing Shui Linglong, Long Xing Tianxia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How infuriating. Female players were already a rarity in the game, and a stunning player like Shui Linglong was even more uncommon. Although he boasted a retinue of underlings, he was taken aback by the presence of such an enchanting companion, which promptly diminished his imposing aura. Is Long Xing Tianxia so fearful of having his gear stolen that he brings along an entourage to purchase equipment? Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and teased. Haha. Long Xing Tianxia chuckled. No one dares to steal from our Black Dragon Guild. Not entirely true, Wang Yuan replied with a smirk, insinuating. One such individual sits before you. You bastard. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, several of Long Xing Tianxia's companions instinctively drew their weapons, particularly the bald-headed Long, who stood up and pointed his sword directly at Wang Yuan. The Black Dragon Guild was a significant force in Thunderstorm City, and no one had ever dared to provoke them openly. Uffed. Shui Linglong couldn't contain her laughter. Wang Yuan had audaciously flaunted the spoils of another's defeat right in their faces. Brother Nyo, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Long Xing Tianxia inquired with a calm demeanor. You must know this individual, correct? He gestured toward bald-headed Long. Indeed, I know him well. I've taken his life before. Wang Yuan replied unabashedly. You. Bald-headed Long trembled with rage, nearly thrusting his sword at Wang Yuan's face in response. And what about these gentlemen? Long Xing Tianxia pressed further. Yes, I know them all. I've slain them as well. Wang Yuan exhibited remarkable conversational prowess. Everyone present fell silent. Thus, you are aware of the purpose of our invitation? Long Xing Tianxia wore an expression that suggested Wang Yuan understood. Indeed, Wang Yuan nodded, then called out to the bartender, 2 bottles of your finest wine. Charge it to boss Long. Long Xing Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, his displeasure evident. I did not summon you here merely to treat you to drinks. Then what is the purpose? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance, fully aware. Enough with the banter. Where's the ring? Assassin Qi Yiting Shui slammed his hand on the table and demanded. What ring? Wang Yuan retorted. Surely you mean my invisibility ring. Hand it over promptly. Qi Yiting Shui insisted loudly. The ring was lost by him, and it was he who was most eager to retrieve it. Why would my hands possess your ring? Wang Yuan asked with a mischievous grin. You. Qi Yiting Shui was exasperated. Long Xing Tianxia spoke in a low voice. Brother Nyo, I perceive that you are new to Thunderstorm City and remain unaware of the operational style of our Black Dragon Society. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since vanished from this city. The very fact that I summoned you here to converse signifies a degree of respect. I hope you will relinquish the ring. Otherwise, you cannot possibly think you are doing me a favor, do you? Are you afraid that if you kill me, the loot will not drop? Long Xing Tianxia's grandiloquent words were not lost on Wang Yuan, who understood their implications all too clearly. In the game, when a player dies, they may drop equipment, albeit with a low probability. Thus, even if he were to slay Wang Yuan. There was no guarantee that the ring would be among the spoils. The value of that ring was substantial. And should Wang Yuan choose to hide in the safety zone after a death, the Black Dragon Society would be left with no hope of acquiring it. Since Brother Nyo is well informed, I shall not beat around the bush. Hand over the ring, and we can discuss matters amicably. Refuse to do so, and the Black Dragon Society possesses ample time and patience to wear you down. Longxing Tianxia fixed his gaze upon Wang Yuan. I arrived late. I have already sold it. Wang Yuan replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of triumph. Damn it. I wonder who these scoundrels think they are fooling. They attempted to rob but were instead killed and lost their equipment. Had they simply apologized, perhaps the situation could have been diffused. Instead, Longxing Tianxia dares to threaten me. Wang Yuan was not the kind of person to be easily intimidated. Sold it? The members of the Black Dragon Society turned pale at his words. Nonsense. You sold it so quickly? Who would believe that? The bald-headed dragon bellowed. I purchased it. Shui Linglong replied, defiantly raising her middle finger at the bald-headed dragon. For 50 gold coins. See? I told you I wasn't lying, Wang Yuan chimed in. That is even better. My dear lady, may I have the ring? Longxing Tianxia turned his attention to Shui Linglong. 100 gold. No bargaining, Shui Linglong said with a slight smile, revealing an expression that was just as infuriating as Wang Yuan's. Chapter 27. The killing and looting of equipment. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, the individuals at the table immediately sprang to their feet. It became evident that these two were merely here to amuse themselves, utterly disregarding the Black Dragon Society, treating even a young girl as if it were a leisurely Sunday. 100 gold coins? Why not ask for 1,000? How dare they discuss monetary matters before the Black Dragon Society? Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but cast a glance at Shui Linglong, impressed by her sharp retort. You're courting death, roared the bald dragon in fury, drawing his sword and lunging at Shui Linglong. The distance between them was minimal, and his blade was poised to strike her face. Just as it seemed Shui Linglong would be struck, a shield unexpectedly intervened, positioning itself between her and the bald dragon's sword. The shield was wielded by a towering figure clad in heavy armor, with two flickering flames of soul burning in his eye sockets. None other than Wang Yuan's most formidable enforcer, Xiaobai. With a resounding clang, the bald dragon's attack was thwarted, causing him to stagger backward. Simultaneously, Xiaobai extended his sword, delivering a heavy blow that pierced the bald dragon's throat. The damage registered, 750. A massive critical hit emerged, turning the bald dragon's health bar crimson. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable, though the bald dragon was not a shield warrior. As a level 17 weapon warrior, he boasted over 1,000 health points. To see him reduced to such a precarious state by a single strike was beyond comprehension. The horror deepened when the onlookers recognized the flickering flames in Xiaobai's eye sockets, realizing he was not a player, but a skeletal warrior. This revelation was staggering, essentially. The bald dragon had been felled by a blow from a skeleton summoned by a necromancer. Before the stunned spectators could recover, 3 white bone arrows whizzed through the air, striking the bald dragon's eyes and throat with unerring accuracy. He fell lifelessly, without uttering a sound. With a clatter, the bald dragon's sword dropped to the ground. Wang Yuan, quick to act, reached down and retrieved the weapon. Warrior's sword quality, bronze attack, 22 magic, 14 strength, 7 constitution, 6 warrior's soul. Passive skill. Each successful attack will accumulate 1 additional damage, stacking up to a maximum of 30. Required class, warrior, knight. Required level, 15. Item description, a weapon that can only be wielded by a powerful hero. What a splendid find, Wang Yuan mused, tucking the sword into his backpack. At this stage, a bronze weapon was considered a premium item, easily sellable for a gold coin. 1 gold coin equates to 1,000 pieces of currency. Witnessing Wang Yuan effortlessly retrieve the weapon of the bald-headed dragon and stow it away in his backpack left everyone momentarily speechless. Soon, however, a surge of fury ignited within them. Beside him, Shui Linglong couldn't help but give Wang Yuan a thumbs up once more. What a remarkable fellow. While he was merely toying with a few foolish members of the Black Dragon Society, Wang Yuan had gone a step further, brazenly committing murder and plundering right before their eyes. Longxing Tianxia was nearly apoplectic with rage. Who were the members of the Black Dragon Society? They were the foremost guild in Thunderstorm City, often the subject of invectives on the forums. Historically, it was the Black Dragon Society that engaged in killing and looting others' gear. Now, someone had the audacity to kill one of their own under the gaze of their president and seize their equipment. If word of this spread, how could the Black Dragon Society ever maintain its standing in Thunderstorm City? Should this information reach the global forums, the Black Dragon Society would become a laughingstock. From that point forward, any incident of gear theft would see the Black Dragon Society dragged through the mud. How dare they show such insolence? Eliminate them. Strip them of their equipment. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Long Xing Tianxia could no longer contain his wrath and issued a kill order. In an instant, the members of the Black Dragon Society in the tavern rose without a moment's hesitation. Run! Wang Yuan shouted as he turned to signal Shui Linglong to escape. However, upon turning, he found that Shui Linglong had already vanished, her voice echoing in his ear. Fool, I can stealth. I'll fetch you some assistance, just hold on. Wang Yuan. No wonder so many players choose assassins in this game. Stealth skills are utterly overpowered. With Shui Linglong gone, Wang Yuan felt no further hesitation and pointed at the members of the Black Dragon Society, issuing an attack command. Kill at will. Go. The sorcerer Yanzhong Yihi and the priest Xiang Guang, closest to Wang Yuan, raised their staves, hurling a fireball and a holy light sphere, one red, one white, towards him. The assassin Qi Yu Ting Shui lunged forward with a dagger aimed at Wang Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuan remained unaware of the impending attack from behind. Just as the trio believed Wang Yuan was doomed, suddenly, Xiaobai flicked his longsword, sending the table flying. Bang! The fireball and holy light sphere exploded upon striking the table, which then crashed down onto Qi Yu Ting Shui's head with a resounding smash. Dazed, Qi Yu Ting Shui barely had time to react before a large foot descended upon her chest. In the next moment, she found herself pinned to the ground by Xiaobai's foot, followed by a sword plunging down her throat, the blade piercing through her skull and embedding itself in the floor, taking Qi Yu Ting Shui away. Xiang Guang, the priest, stood there holding his staff, eyes wide with confusion, realizing he hadn't even had a chance to heal amidst this chaos. After vanquishing July's snow, Xiaobai strode forward with determination, delivering a powerful shield strike upon the head of Long Xing Tianxia, who was poised to charge. With a resounding thud, Long Xing Tianxia found himself stunned. His skill uncast, as Xiaobai swiftly thrust his sword into Long Xing Tianxia's chest, who then transformed into a beam of white light, racing towards the resurrection point. Observing this, Yanzhong Yihi and Zhou Guangming turned tail and fled. Xiaobai pivoted, launching his flying shield, which struck Yanzhong Yihi with precision. Simultaneously, he advanced a step, slicing his sword into the back of Zhou Guangming's head. If a warrior could not withstand Xiaobai's strike, how could a priest? Zhou Guangming emitted a muffled groan as he departed for the realm of the divine. With a swift motion, Xiaobai caught the returning flying shield in his left hand and dispatched Yanzhong Yihi with another stroke of his sword. From the moment Xiaobai engaged to the total annihilation of the four, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The ferocity and swiftness of his actions left Wang Yuan oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind him. As the enmity of Long Xing Tianxia and his companions towards him had already surged to 50. Take down that brute. Nodally. We cannot let him escape. Upon resurrecting, Long Xing Tianxia was evidently agitated, bellowing in the guild channel, whoever kills him will receive a gold coin. A gold coin. The members of the Black Dragon Guild, initially disheartened by witnessing Long Xing Tianxia's demise, had begun to reconsider their resolve. After all, they were merely here for monetary gain. Their levels belonged to them, and with the boss slain, whom were they to pretend for? However, upon hearing the promise of a gold coin as a reward, they were instantly invigorated, rushing headlong towards Wang Yuan like a swarm. Boom. At the moment the Black Dragon Guild encircled Wang Yuan, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by a wave of heat that engulfed them all. Chapter 28. He is afraid. Explosive Flame. An advanced skill for mages, a more potent version of Fireball. Not only does it possess far greater power than Fireball, but it also features a devastating area of effect explosion, making it the primary output skill for mages in the early game. As the flames dissipated, a vacant space was created around Wang Yuan, taking out several players in a single wave. Humph. Meanwhile, Dabai let out a cold snort, remarking, "Charging in like a swarm, they clearly do not regard me as a mage. What the heck? Is Explosive Flame truly that terrifying?" Wang Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. Although he acknowledged that Dabai was formidable, even more so than Xiaobai, the skill data was evident. The area damage of Explosive Flame was only 50. Can 50 area damage really result in instant kills? This is absurd. Not only was Wang Yuan perplexed, but Ma San'er beside him couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Master Wushuang, your explosive flame is far more powerful than any other mage I have seen. Hiki. Dabai chuckled and said. Do you know why I allowed them to get so close? Why? Ma San'er was confused. Dabai explained, because within a 3-meter distance, they will endure an additional wave of damage from the protective fire ring. Using the protective fire ring to deal damage? Is that even possible? Ma San'er was utterly astonished. Wang Yuan was equally taken aback. According to the design of explosive flame, it only dealt base magic damage and explosion damage upon hitting the target. However, upon casting explosive flame, the mage automatically activates a 3/3 protective fire ring, which inflicts damage on targets within 3 meters, preventing melee classes from approaching a purely defensive skill. Unexpectedly, Dabai exploited this mechanism, using explosive flame the moment the target approached, allowing them to suffer another wave of damage from the protective fire ring. The triple damage stacking resulted in an extraordinarily terrifying effect. It is essential to note that typical mages would never allow targets to close in. Dabai's ability to devise a strategy for triple damage using explosive flame demonstrated his profound understanding of this spell and his absolute confidence in his own prowess. After one wave, the players of the Black Dragon Society within the tavern had been slaughtered nearly to the last. The remaining players were left in a state of low health, too fearful to advance even a single step. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan remained at full health, his skeletal minions vibrant and vigorous. Yet, he understood that he was not safe. The Black Dragon Society boasted over 2,000 members. This was just the beginning. Let us go. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan led his skeletal minions through the tavern's entrance and into the street. As expected, players from the Black Dragon Society had already gathered from all directions. Standing at the tavern's entrance, Wang Yuan gazed into the distance at the approaching players of the Black Dragon Society. With a slight smile, he recalled 3 skeletons back into the realm of the undead and plunged into the crowd of onlookers, subsequently pulling up the menu to log out of the game. As the countdown reached its conclusion, with 10, 9, 8, 7, down to 2 and 1, Wang Yuan had already successfully logged off. With a swift disconnection of the internet, he severed all grudges. No matter how formidable you are, can you truly descend from the online realm to confront me? Boss, that fellow has vanished. The players of the Black Dragon Society hurried to the tavern, only to discover Wang Yuan's absence, rapidly sending messages in the guild channel. Nonsense. He is not an assassin. How could he simply disappear? Find him. Search relentlessly. I refuse to believe we cannot locate him. The bald-headed dragon exclaimed loudly in the guild channel. Dragon Walks the World furrowed his brow and opened his friends list, only to find the name of Bull Dolly had turned gray. Damn. Upon realizing Wang Yuan had gone offline, Dragon Walks the World could not help but curse. What happened, boss? The bald-headed dragon and his companions anxiously inquired. He is logged off. Dragon Walks the World fumed. Logged off? That dog dared to log off? The news of Wang Yuan's departure infuriated not only Dragon Walks the World, but also the bald-headed dragon and his crew. Well, this bastard is truly despicable. After playing the fool and taking lives, he simply logs off. This is absurd. It felt akin to reading a novel where the protagonist suffers relentlessly at the hands of the antagonist for 1,000,000 words, finally gaining the power to seek vengeance, only to find the antagonist has met a natural end. No one could fathom just how frustrated Dragon Walks the World and his companions felt at this moment. He is frightened. He must be terrified. Dragon Walks the World darkly reassured himself. Indeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have logged off. Coward. Trash. It seems we have triumphed. Others echoed his sentiments. Should we continue to wait for him? The bald-headed dragon inquired further. No need. Dragon Walks the World waved his hand dismissively, declaring, after our intimidation, he won't dare log in for a while. Leveling up is crucial. Let us disperse for now. It must be said, as the guild leader, Dragon Walks the World possessed a remarkable resilience. Despite having suffered a total annihilation, one might think he was the one who had triumphed over Wang Yuan. At this very moment, Wang Yuan had exited the game. He first took a trip to the restroom, then leisurely enjoyed a piece of fruit, before returning to his bed to don his helmet once more. Instead of diving straight back into the game, he decided to browse the Thunderstorm City forum for a while. The forum was abuzz with activity. Breaking news, the Black Dragon Society has faced a setback. The incident of the Black Dragon Society losing their gear. Discussing the Black Dragon Society, the paper tiger. Dragon walks the world. This time he has truly finished. Threads were rapidly proliferating. The events at the tavern were being recounted in intricate detail, embellished as they were shared. The tales grew increasingly exaggerated. That fellow had slain his minion right in front of Dragon Walks the World and had even looted his weapon. What boldness! Indeed, I was there. That guy single-handedly vanquished Dragon Walks the World's entire table with just one sword. They stripped their equipment bare, leaving the Dragon Guild utterly exposed. Nonsense! That fellow is a mage. My friend witnessed him obliterate the Black Dragon Guild, which consisted of dozens of members, with a single devastating fire spell. An archer, perhaps? I have heard tales of his great bow, capable of claiming a life within 100 meters as effortlessly as plucking fruit from a tree. Ridiculous. An archer proficient in fire magic who can engage in close combat? You must have read too many online gaming novels. Clear your minds. The Black Dragon Guild has always possessed a tarnished reputation, and after suffering this defeat, it is only natural that their misfortune is being widely broadcasted. Amidst the reverberations of the forum, Wang Yuan has transformed into a righteous hero, wielding a staff in one hand and a sword in the other. With a bow slung across his back, single-handedly carving a path through the Black Dragon Guild, leaving a trail of devastation. Wang Yuan was utterly astounded. He could scarcely fathom that the formidable figure described by players on the forum was indeed himself. After perusing the forum for a while, he switched interfaces and logged into the game. Wang Yuan is not one to instigate trouble, yet he harbors no fear of it either. This incident was initiated by the Black Dragon Guild's robbery. Had they approached with humility and offered some form of compensation, Wang Yuan may have been inclined to consider reconciliation. Instead, these ruffians not only sought to reclaim their equipment without spending a dime, but also dared to intimidate and threaten Wang Yuan, clearly underestimating him. Wang Yuan has always been someone who settles scores. In school, after being bullied by the principal's grandson and being branded as uncouth by the principal, he shattered the office's glass in a fit of rage and urinated at the principal's doorstep. The principal's grandson transferred schools that very night. In his professional life, when his boss withheld his salary for 6 months and displayed a haughty demeanor, Wang Yuan doused the factory floor in gasoline. Determined to teach the boss a lesson about the fearless nature of the barefoot, the boss was so frightened that he relocated his family to another city. Even later, upon returning to his hometown to farm, when the village chief encroached upon his land, Wang Yuan unleashed a box of firecrackers at the chief's livestock farm, leaving the chief haunted by nightmares. Children, do not imitate this behavior. Wang Yuan's life has been characterized by a fiery temper, a vengeful heart, and a penchant for holding grudges. This is true in reality. In a virtual world where killing is not against the law, how can one tolerate being bullied? Chapter 29. I will stream my revenge. Old Bull, are you alright? I've called a few friends from outside the city. They are on their way to Thunderstorm City. Once they arrive, I will help you take vengeance. As soon as Wang Yuan logged in, he received a message from Shui Linglong. A warmth spread through his heart upon reading her words. He had not anticipated that this girl would indeed seek reinforcements, even going as far as to recruit help from other main cities. Given Shui Linglong's character, it was likely that she had spent quite a sum. To be honest, Wang Yuan felt genuinely touched. After all, he and Shui Linglong had only met twice. She was merely a guest to him. Yet, in this critical moment, she was genuinely offering assistance. It was important to note that his enemies at this moment were not ordinary foes, but a notorious gang. Most others would not only refrain from helping, but would also distance themselves from him. No need. I can handle this on my own. Wang Yuan thought for a moment and replied. Money can be repaid easily, but favors are not so easily settled. Wang Yuan was already quite pleased with Shui Linglong's goodwill, and he certainly did not wish to involve her further. Besides, he had his own methods for resolving this matter. Hey, I won't take your money. Shui Linglong quickly responded upon Wang Yuan's refusal. Knowing him, she likely feared that he would ask for financial assistance. It's not about the money, Wang Yuan replied. It's simply more convenient for me to deal with this alone. Involving you all would just complicate matters. Shui Linglong was taken aback by his words, then fumed. Are you implying that you're afraid will hinder you? Haha, that's exactly what you said. Wang Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, if I find myself in a bind, I will certainly reach out to you. Uffed, arrogant dog of a man. Shui Linglong cursed vehemently. Hey, Sister Ling, we are almost there. Have your friend wait for us outside the city. It's been a while since we've had such an exhilarating adventure. Just as Wang Yuan ended his conversation, Shui Linglong received another message from her allies. No need. Shui Linglong replied irritably. He insists he can handle it alone. Alone? Didn't he offend a rather significant guild? Her comrades were puzzled by her message. They had come a long way, having heard that Shui Linglong's friend had crossed a major guild, only to find out he claimed he could manage it single-handedly. These two messages together created a distinctly contradictory impression. It is indeed one person. He has offended a major guild, and he fears we might be a hindrance. Shui Linglong relayed Wang Yuan's words without hesitation, cursing, that arrogant, self-important scoundrel. Damn it. Does he look down on us? Upon hearing her words, her companions were also taken aback. Clearly, after playing this game for so long, they had never encountered such bold statements. They soon joined in on the cursing. What an audacious little brat. Today, we must make a special trip to Thunderstorm City to witness the audacity of this individual who dares to be so arrogant. I've encountered many pretenders, but never one as brazen as this. It is as if you were flying a plane with a cow, soaring to unfathomable heights. I suddenly comprehend that the guild's intention to target him is not without merit. I almost yearn to eliminate him myself. Why not assist the Black Dragon Society? Ah, that makes sense. How did I not think of that? You all need to behave yourselves. Shui Linglong sighed in exasperation. How is it that none of my acquaintances are normal? Meanwhile, Wang Yuan sent a message to Longxing Tianxia. Hey, where are you? Upon receiving the message, Longxing Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own senses. Based on past experiences, those he had cornered would typically take several days to muster the courage to return. Yet, Wang Yuan had only been offline for a mere 10 minutes before resurfacing. What astonished Longxing Tianxia even more was that upon logging back in, this fellow had the audacity to inquire about his whereabouts. This was unequivocally a blatant provocation. You dare to log back in? Longxing Tianxia promptly replied. Of course. What I have to fear? I am not the one being slaughtered. Wang Yuan retorted without hesitation. What do you mean by mocking like a Greek god? I will strike where it hurts the most. Fine. You have guts. Dare you reveal your coordinates? Longxing Tianxia's temper flared. I am right outside the tavern. I just logged off to start a live broadcast on the forum. Now the entire forum knows that I intend to take you down. If you do not show up, you are a coward. Wang Yuan casually sent a link to his post. As expected, upon clicking, it led directly to Wang Yuan's announcement. I hereby declare. Today, I will livestream the defeat of Longxing Tianxia, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Current coordinates, Commercial Street 77454-22131. All players are welcome to observe. I await the Black Dragon Society leader's arrival to meet his demise. If he dares not come, he is a turtle, and the Black Dragon Society shall be renamed the Turtle Society. Wow, my friend is incredible, declaring war on the Black Dragon Society. Impressive. Even if they turn you into a whiteboard, I am still in awe of you. You are the first to possess the courage to undertake such a venture. The Black Dragon Society monopolizes the leveling zones and seizes resource points. Their actions are detestable and unjustifiable. My brother, you are acting on behalf of justice. Regardless of your outcome, we will support you. The majority of players who saw the post adopted a supportive stance, as the Black Dragon Society had long been a source of irritation for the players of Thunderstorm City. Naturally, some players aligned with the Black Dragon Society criticized Wang Yuan, claiming, what is he even? Can he possibly defeat the Black Dragon Society? Does he not know how many members they have? Furthermore, a group of self-proclaimed wise individuals replied, this guy seeks fame. It is all a publicity stunt. If he can make the Black Dragon Society assist him in staging this, he must be some wealthy heir. At that moment, the one who was most infuriated by Wang Yuan's post was undoubtedly Longxing Tianxia. Joking aside, ever since the game's launch, the Black Dragon Society has amassed thousands in Thunderstorm City, monopolizing the area and ensuring that others cannot thrive there. Today, however, an unknown player boldly named them in a forum post, even providing coordinates for a confrontation. Who could possibly endure such an affront? As the leader of the Black Dragon Society, to ignore this would be to truly become a laughingstock. Very well, just wait, Longxing Tianxia declared, hastening towards the commercial street. At this moment, the commercial street was thronged with players from Thunderstorm City, eager to witness the spectacle. While many were skeptical that someone could genuinely confront the Black Dragon Society, the allure of the event was undeniable. What if it were true? To witness Longxing Tianxia falter would bring a sense of satisfaction, even if they were not the ones to deliver the blow. Here they come. Here comes Longxing Tianxia. The audacity of it all, bringing a crew along. From a distance, onlookers observed as Longxing Tianxia approached the commercial street with a dozen followers, eliciting whispers among the gathered crowd. The audacity of calling out Longxing Tianxia while arriving with backup diminished his standing even before the confrontation began. Of course, Longxing Tianxia was not oblivious. He was well aware of Wang Yuan's formidable prowess. To arrive alone would indeed be tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, to refrain from appearing would be to cower in shame, and to be bested in front of a crowd would be an even greater humiliation. Chapter 30 Roll Call. Where is that fellow who intends to slay the dragon of the world? Why has he not yet arrived? Upon seeing that the dragon of the world was already present, the onlookers began to search for Wang Yuan's figure with eager anticipation. Boss, that kid has shown up yet? One of the dragon of the world's underlings whispered after scanning the crowd. Humph. The dragon of the world snorted disdainfully and proclaimed with an air of triumph, a coward like him only dares to boast on the forum. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't teabang. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow burst forth from the crowd, charging towards him. The figure collided heavily with the dragon of the world, sending him flying. The assailant was a towering figure, wielding a shield in his left hand and a massive sword in his right, with 2 balls of blue soul fire gleaming in his eye sockets. An unmistakable undead warrior. Upon recognizing the familiar skeletal warrior, the dragon of the world felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This was indeed Wang Yuan's formidable skeleton fighter. Damn. The unexpected scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What audacity! He actually came. Impressive. A true warrior. In truth, even if Wang Yuan had chosen not to attend, no one would have held it against him. Everyone understood the formidable nature of the Black Dragon Guild. It was entirely plausible that Wang Yuan was merely engaging in bravado, and they were all mentally prepared for that. After all, such matters are typically just talk. Who would genuinely risk their life? Yet, no one could have anticipated that Wang Yuan would indeed show up. Wait, isn't that the one who annihilated the Black Dragon Guild at the tavern? Some in the crowd recognized the figure of Xiaobai. Xiaobai was undeniably striking, a towering 2-meter-tall armored warrior, with glowing eyes reminiscent of the T-800 Terminator, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld him. Is this the ruthless individual who slaughtered that wretched crew from the Black Dragon Guild in the tavern? Wow. No wonder. So brave. Truly courageous. As the realization dawned that this individual had been the one to decimate the dragon of the world's gang at the tavern, excitement surged through the crowd. In confronting the Black Dragon Guild, most would either be hunted down or go into hiding. No one could have guessed that there would be a follow-up to this incident. Not only had this person seized the Black Dragon Guild's equipment without facing retribution, but he also boldly called out the guild. It was as if he had set his sights solely on the Black Dragon Guild, ready to confront them head-on. What remarkable bravery, what immense confidence, and how utterly audacious. Such a feat is beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Yuan's audacious maneuver would become a legend in Thunderstorm City, even if it led to his demise at the hands of the Black Dragon Guild. By the heavens, let us take him down. The players brought forth by Longxing Tianxia were taken aback when a sudden figure emerged from the shadows. Instantly, they drew their weapons and charged forward. The formidable gear they donned revealed that these players were indeed elite members of the Black Dragon Guild. Longxing Tianxia, having led them out, clearly intended to engage in battle. Yet, the newcomer, without so much as a glance at the others, raised his shield and forcefully struck Longxing Tianxia on the head. With a resounding thud, Longxing Tianxia was sent sprawling to the ground. The newcomer then planted his foot firmly on Longxing Tianxia's face, rendering him immobile, while simultaneously driving his massive sword heavily against the latter's throat. A seamless combination of skills was unleashed: charge, shield bash, stomp, and heavy strike. As the colossal damage figures ascended 312, 278, 466, 824, Longxing Tianxia met his demise, soaring once more toward the warrior target range. With Longxing Tianxia slain, the assault from the Black Dragon Guild players descended upon the newcomer. Just as it seemed the newcomer would be ruthlessly dispatched, he suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Wasn't this individual purported to be a melee archer adept in fire magic? Could he also be an assassin? The rumors would spread. Not only was he a fire magic wielding melee archer, but he also possessed the ability to cloak himself like an assassin. He was a jack of all trades. Nearby, Neo Dali had witnessed the events unfold. The fallen foe had been his skeletal minion. At that moment, A furious roar from Longxing Tianxia echoed through the Black Dragon Guild's chat channel. The guild members immediately began searching the onlookers for any sign of the elusive Wang Yuan, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the forum was abuzz with updates. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, prompting everyone to rush to Wang Yuan's post. As expected, following the slaying of Longxing Tianxia, Wang Yuan had revealed a second coordinate, Central Avenue, at the entrance to the warrior target range. Longxing Tianxia, do not linger at the resurrection point. Come forth and meet your end. Wang Yuan's succinct update sent shockwaves through the player base. He was waiting at the resurrection point to intercept him. The excitement among the players surged anew. Blocking the resurrection point was one of the most brutal tactics in the game. The infamous Black Dragon Guild had engaged in such practices, both in this game and others, with countless players who had crossed them being trapped at their resurrection points. Those who were timid often vanished without a trace, while those with more fortitude were mercilessly reduced to nothing. Who would have imagined that the tides would turn, and the Black Dragon Guild's leader, Longxing Tianxia, would find himself cornered at the resurrection point, broadcasted live for all to witness? This was the very essence of karmic retribution. When others faced such blockades, sympathy filled the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, witnessing Longxing Tianxia trapped at the resurrection point ignited a fervor among the masses. A thrilling rush of exhilaration coursing through their veins. A myriad of words can be distilled into a single expression, exhilarating. At this moment, within the confines of the warrior training ground, the recently revived Longxing Tianxia appeared visibly perturbed. In less than half an hour, he had met his demise twice. Now, under the watchful eyes of the entire city's players, he found himself cornered at the resurrection point. It would be an embarrassment for anyone to log off when trapped at such a location, yet he, as the leader of the Black Dragon Society, was a figure whose mere stomp could send tremors through Thunderstorm City. The thought of retreating was unfathomable, even if he were to hide within the resurrection point. He would still become the target of ridicule. How could he maintain his reputation within the game? Even if the Black Dragon Society ascended to become the world's foremost guild, this blemish would forever brand him, akin to a lantern retrieved from a bath, subject to incessant mockery and derision. Given the current predicament, venturing out would spell certain doom. An embarrassment of monumental proportions. The weight of despair bore down on Longxing Tianxia, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Fear not, my leader. That scoundrel-esque skeletal warrior is a melee fighter. As long as we have enough warriors to safeguard you, he shall not breach your defenses. Just as Longxing Tianxia found himself in a state of indecision, a message flashed through the guild channel from Yunzhongya. Chapter 31, The Living Demon Indeed. Upon hearing the news about the crane in the clouds, others readily concurred. Longxing Tianxia's eyes glimmered with newfound insight. Truly, no matter how formidable Xiaobai may be, he is but a warrior. As long as he is kept at a distance, can he still unleash his skills from afar? Warriors, guard the camp. With this thought, Longxing Tianxia issued his command. Members of the Black Dragon Guild surged toward the camp, encircling Longxing Tianxia in layers, marching forth from the resurrection point in grand procession. Puff! Ha ha! Observers outside the resurrection point, witnessing Longxing Tianxia's demeanor, could hardly contain their laughter. Had Longxing Tianxia emerged alone from the resurrection point, they might have respected him as a true man. However, this spectacle merely emblazoned the words cowardice across his face. In the realm of gaming, where everyone possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely, being slain merely reflects a lack of skill and is not a source of shame. Yet, to cower in fear is indeed a matter of disgrace. Moreover, given Longxing Tianxia's title as the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, his display epitomized the essence of bravado concealing frailty, revealing a lack of both courage and strategy. Haha. After stepping out of the resurrection point, Longxing Tianxia chuckled heartily. This boastful bulldolly knows nothing but to prattle. Now he finds himself powerless. Boss, what are you laughing at? Inquired the bald-headed Long, perplexed. Oh, nothing, nothing. Longxing Tianxia waved his hand dismissively, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, nearly uttering words akin to Zhuge Liang's lack of strategy or Zhou Yu's limited wisdom. Whoosh! Just as Longxing Tianxia believed himself to be safe, a white-bone arrow suddenly soared toward him. Bang! It struck him squarely in the forehead, embedding itself like a lightning rod. The crimson digits of health loss floated up, 322. Longxing Tianxia's health plummeted dramatically. What the hell? There's an archer. Quickly, protect me. With that arrow, Longxing Tianxia reacted instinctively, spinning around to flee back toward the resurrection point. The surrounding warrior players hastily raised their shields, gazing toward the direction from which the arrow had come. Longxing Tianxia was less than 5 meters from the resurrection point when, all of a sudden, a towering skeleton clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword in its right hand and a shield in its left, barred the entrance to the warrior camp. Having been slain twice in broad daylight by Xiaobai, Longxing Tianxia's fear was ingrained in his very bones. The sight of the fiery-eyed figure sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to screech to a halt and yell in panic, "He's behind us, behind us." But the other warriors had pursued the archer, leaving no one to heed his warning. By the time they turned to heed Longxing Tianxia's cries, his lifeless body lay trampled beneath Xiaobai's feet. In the next instant, Xiaobai vanished once more. Damn it! The warriors immediately scattered in search of Wang Yuan's elusive figure. As before, they have failed to locate Wang Yuan. Where on earth could this fellow be? Longxing Tianxia is on the verge of collapse. In truth, Longxing Tianxia is not a coward. But it matters greatly how one meets their demise. If one were to be slain by a boss, drowned, or killed in a duel, it would be inconsequential. However, the current situation is alarming. Longxing Tianxia has been publicly named and executed before all the players in the city. Even more chilling is the fact that, thus far, he has not laid eyes on Wang Yuan. This is utterly spine-chilling. This man is a necromancer. Could he have transformed into a ghost himself? The post has been updated. With no options left at the resurrection point, news of Wang Yuan's latest update has reached Longxing Tianxia. It appears you dare not leave the resurrection point. No matter. Doesn't the Black Dragon Society have others? From now on, every member, one and all, will face my wrath. Should you dare to venture out with a badge, I shall slay you on sight. This is madness. Upon reading Wang Yuan's third update, players across the city are filled with an excitement they have never experienced before. Even as spectators of others' battles, they have witnessed formidable prowess, yet none could compare to this. First, he single-handedly challenged a guild, then cornered its leader at the resurrection point. And now he boldly declares that if the guild leader does not show himself, he will slaughter the guild's members. The guild is utterly powerless, still unaware of their adversary's whereabouts, unable to catch even a glimpse of him. Reflecting on the Black Dragon Society's previous misdeeds in Thunderstorm City, the situation ignites a fire within. Particularly for the players of the Black Dragon Society, their anger has transformed into sheer terror. This fiend has ceased to call out names and has begun to harvest randomly. Previously, when he targeted Longxing Tianxia, at least they knew who was in his sights. Now, it feels like a random lottery, with no certainty of when one's number might be drawn. In an instant, Black Dragon Society players feel as though a storm cloud looms above their heads, enveloping them in dread. I was slain in the commercial street. That scoundrel is now in Trading Street. He has returned to Central Street. Soon, the guild channel of the Black Dragon Society is inundated with messages of players being killed by Wang Yuan's skeletal minions. As they read each message, their fear only deepens. Wang Yuan moves like a specter, unpredictable and elusive, wandering through every corner of Thunderstorm City. One moment he is in Central Street. The next he has arrived at the Commercial Street, and then he vanishes to Trading Street. It is utterly confounding, offering no discernible pattern. To make matters worse, when they gather in numbers, he does not appear, yet when they are few, he emerges. 7 or 8 players stand no chance against him, while he disregards dozens. The entire Black Dragon Society feels as though they are being led by the nose, completely ensnared in the terror controlled by Wang Yuan. What shall they do? What shall they do? Longxing Tianxia, the president, found himself in a state of bewilderment. They had never encountered such a formidable adversary before. In the past, those who dared to provoke the Black Dragon Society met a swift demise, eliminated without hesitation, and their resurrection point sealed, simple, brutal, and effective. Yet now, this opponent was elusive. They could not even catch a glimpse of him, let alone strike him down. Even if they managed to slay him, he would merely transform into a skeleton. The whereabouts of their leader remained unknown, as he executed guerrilla tactics with uncanny stealth. How could they possibly contend with this? Now, even the president was hiding at the resurrection point, too fearful to venture out, rendering the situation for the others even more dire. The only recourse was to combat magic with magic. After all, they possessed a necromancer as well. Yunzhong began to devise a plan. Indeed, what about my brother? Upon hearing Yunzhong Yihe's suggestion, Longxing Tianxia finally recalled that his guild had a necromancer, the top-ranked one in the national server. The vice president had gone to level up. As you know, he is not fond of participating in these matters. While they were being ambushed at the entrance, could he really remain indifferent? I shall message him immediately. Longxing Tianxia opened his friend list and clicked on a chat box labeled "Don't disturb me." Brother, I am being bullied. After a moment of silence, there was no response. Brother, there is an incredibly powerful necromancer pursuing me. An incredibly powerful necromancer? Where? I shall come at once. Longxing Tianxia. Chapter 32. Wang Yuan's Deception. Lingjia, your friend is quite intriguing. Outside the Resurrection Point in Thunderstorm City, Shui Linglong's companions could not help but express their astonishment after witnessing the entire ordeal. Indeed, he is rather fascinating. This fellow possesses remarkable audacity and formidable strength. Shui Linglong remarked. In her eyes, Wang Yuan was a bold artist with exceptional talent. No. He is not merely strong. This individual is also quite astute. A player dressed as a priest, stroking his chin, commented. Really? Does someone like him even need to be clever? Shui Linglong responded, taken aback. Indeed. The priest nodded and said, have you not noticed how the Black Dragon Society has been following his lead? This fellow employs a scheme of open deception. Open deception? What does that mean? It means he clearly sets the trap for you, and you have no choice but to step right into it. Wait a minute. Lingjia, how did you come to know such a friend with your intellect? Is it not said that birds of a feather flock together? It is perfectly normal for someone as clever as I to associate with intelligent individuals, Shui Linglong replied. But returning to the topic, how did he set the trap? The priest, momentarily speechless, said, did you not see what transpired? This fellow knows he cannot possibly contend with the entirety of the Black Dragon Society alone. So he directly challenged Longxing Tianxia to establish his reputation. Do you think, given Longxing Tianxia's standing, he could simply ignore it? Once he accepted the challenge, it transformed the matter from involving over 2,000 players of the Black Dragon Society into a personal affair, naturally leading to Wang Yuan prevailing over him. Shui Linglong's mind began to race. After a considerable pause, she finally grasped the meaning behind the priest's words. Indeed, the Black Dragon Society boasted over 2,000 members, all seasoned players above level 15. Wang Yuan, a mere level 10 necromancer, regardless of how adept he was at controlling skeletons, would undoubtedly perish against such overwhelming numbers employing a sea of people strategy. Thus, Wang Yuan cleverly executed a conceptual sleight of hand by publicly challenging Longxing Tianxia on the forum. Longxing Tianxia, as the leader of Thunderstorm City's largest guild, had no choice but to respond to the challenge. Once he accepted, the situation shifted from involving over 2,000 players to becoming a personal confrontation, allowing Wang Yuan to dominate the encounter. The scenario at the Resurrection Point was no different. It could be said that from the moment Wang Yuan posted the challenge, every step taken by Longxing Tianxia was calculated by Wang Yuan. Even more absurdly, Longxing Tianxia understood the underlying logic but found himself powerless, compelled to follow Wang Yuan's meticulously laid plans, each step leading him into a pitfall. What is open deception? It is when I lay bare my intentions before you, and you cannot refuse, even when I play my cards openly. You are still led by me. Now there is one thing I cannot comprehend. The priest, noticing Shui Linglong had regained her composure, displayed a perplexed expression. What is it that you do not understand? Shui Linglong inquired. The necromancer's ability to control his minions has its limits. Why, until now, has no one been able to discover where he is? The priest pondered, stroking his chin. Who knows? Shui Linglong shook her head, suddenly realizing that she too did not fully understand Wang Yuan. Indeed, the reason why Shui Linglong and his companions failed to comprehend the situation is that Wang Yuan is far from an ordinary necromancer. According to the system's design, necromancers possess their own realm of the dead, a sanctuary capable of housing the summoned undead. This realm allows them to maintain control over their summoned entities within a radius of approximately 20 meters, a distance that expands as the necromancer's power increases. However, Wang Yuan wields the sacred artifact, the Heroic Chronicle, which grants him the ability to summon undead with their own independent burial grounds. As long as their soul flames remain intact, these undead can be resurrected indefinitely. Thus, the entities Wang Yuan summons exist in a manner akin to players, maintaining a mental link with him, unbound by the limitations of the necromancer's realm. Theoretically, as long as Wang Yuan desires, his undead can manifest anywhere. Therefore, he only needs to conceal himself in a secure location while commanding his skeletal minions to appear at any desired spot. rendering the players of the Black Dragon Society incapable of locating him. Who would have thought your leader was quite devious on the rooftop of the church? Ma San was engaged in conversation with Airby. Wang Yuan's strategy had thoroughly impressed Ma San, who had never anticipated that a single individual leading 3 minions could reduce an entire guild to disarray, to the extent that they now dared not even venture onto the streets. Enough with the chatter, as if no go isn't your leader. Keep a close watch on the resurrection point. Are there any members of the Black Dragon Society appearing on the street? Xiaobai retorted with irritation. All present were true warriors, aware of the significance of a capable commander in the heat of battle. After this encounter, Xiaobai found himself even more in awe of Wang Yuan, not merely because Wang Yuan had allowed him to shine, but also due to Wang Yuan's prodigious talent in battle command. By employing the rules to his advantage, centering himself in strategy, and maximizing his limited resources, he deftly manipulated a guild of over 2,000 members as if they were mere pawns. It is said that even in a post-apocalyptic world a century and 20 years hence, Wang Yuan's tactics would still rank among the finest. All of them had returned from the end times and recognized the strength of the formidable. Previously, when Wang Yuan equipped himself, Xiaobai acknowledged him only in material terms. However, after this collaboration, Xiaobai had come to completely recognize Wang Yuan on a spiritual level as well, no longer daring to underestimate this player from the peaceful era. Indeed. After being rebuffed by Xiaobai, Ma San, feeling somewhat disgruntled, activated Eagle Eye to scan the surroundings. Turning his head, he spotted an individual clad in a gray robe meandering through the commercial street. By Teacher Song, number 115, on the commercial street. I see him, Dabai exclaimed, swiftly turning around. A player from the Black Dragon Society was approaching. Upon seeing Dabai by the street, the player couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! So you are indeed a necromancer. Come out. No need to hide. I can see you're undead. If Wang Yuan were to encounter him on the street, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the necromancer he had previously seen while summoning skeletons beneath the city wall, a self-proclaimed master of necromancy, claiming the title of the foremost necromancer in the entire server. This person, known as Don't Bother Me, is not only the vice president of the Black Dragon Society but also the elder brother of Longxing Tianxia, a veritable leveling fanatic. He stands as the sole player in the game to have reached level 22, reigning supreme at the top of the leaderboard. Typically, his sole interest lies in leveling up. And had it not been for Longxing Tianxia's mention of a formidable necromancer, he would never have graced the scene. At this moment, upon witnessing the black skeleton before him, Don't Bother Me was utterly exasperated. The black skeleton was evidently merely a second-tier skeleton warrior. What nonsense about a powerful necromancer! Was Longxing Tianxia's brain filled with refuse? The wind swept through the street, stirring a cluster of leaves. No response came forth, nor did anyone else appear. Only the solitary black skeleton stood across the street, the two locked in a silent gaze. The skeleton slowly raised its empty left hand, and then defiantly displayed a middle finger towards Don't Bother Me. Chapter 33. Wishing you an enjoyable game. Upon witnessing the skeletal warrior extend a middle finger towards him, an array of exclamation marks erupted in the mind of the necromancer, whose expression swiftly transformed from one of anger to bewilderment. How dare this impudent creature display such rudeness? Yet, a thought struck him. Did the undead minions possess such a provocative command? The necromancer, known as Don't Bother Me, was not merely any practitioner of necromancy. He was the sole necromancer in the game with a level exceeding 20 and the ability to summon third-tier skeletal warriors. To call him the foremost summoner in the realm would not be an exaggeration. No one understood the intricacies of the necromancer class better than he. However, even his third-tier skeletal warriors were incapable of such insolence. It was a known fact that the higher the level of the undead, the more complex their commands became. Yet, here was a mere second-tier skeletal warrior performing an action that even third-tier warriors could not execute, which was quite astonishing. Just as Don't Bother Me pondered this perplexity, the skeletal warrior's middle finger transformed into an elegant sword-like gesture directed at him. Simultaneously, a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled towards him. To his astonishment, it was a mutated skeleton. The sight of the incoming fireball elicited a look of surprise from him. This opposing necromancer possessed some remarkable skills, having summoned a mutated skeleton. Mutated skeletons are a rare breed among undead companions, distinct from the conventional skeletal warriors and fighters typically summoned by necromancers. There exists a chance for a mutated skeleton to evolve into other classes, such as a skeletal archer, a skeletal assassin, or even the exceedingly rare skeletal mage. While the attributes of a mutated skeleton may not significantly differ from those of its tier counterparts, its combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary skeletons, thus greatly enhancing the Necromancer's overall battle capability. This is akin to a trio of warriors lacking versatility, which would inherently be less effective than a well-rounded party of warrior, mage, and healer. Given that Wang Yuan possessed a mutated skeleton, he was evidently slightly stronger than Don't Bother Me had anticipated. Yet, no matter how formidable the mutated skeleton, it remained merely a second-tier undead, easily outmatched by a third-tier counterpart. Moreover, there was only one of them. With a chuckle, Don't Bother Me raised his staff, summoning forth 4 skeletal warriors before him. These 4 towering skeletons, comparable in stature to the formidable White, glistened with a polished, iron-like sheen despite lacking armor. Their colossal axes gleaming with lethal brilliance. They were indeed the third-tier skeletal warriors summoned by the Necromancer. As the fireball approached, Don't Bother Me focused his thoughts. Defense. A skeletal warrior, wielding a colossal axe, positioned itself before Do Not Disturb Me. With a resounding impact, a fireball struck the axe, exploding into countless sparks of flame. The immense force pushed the skeletal warrior back a step. Huh, is that all? Glancing at the skeletal warrior's health bar, which had diminished by about 1/5, Do Not Disturb Me couldn't help but smirk, thinking the mutated skeletal mage's damage was overrated. Under the overwhelming attributes of a third-tier undead, any so-called mutation was merely superficial. A skeletal warrior, no matter how ordinary, remained a third-tier undead. Charge. After enduring a fireball from Big White, Do Not Disturb Me offered no chance for Big White to cast another spell, pointing his wooden staff forward. 4 skeletal warriors bowed their heads and surged forward, charging directly at Big White. The soul fire in Big White's eyes flickered, and he stepped back slightly, retrieving a blue staff from his robes. As the 4 skeletal warriors approached, he slammed the staff's handle into the ground, initiating his chant. Explosive flames. Release. By the time the incantation concluded, the 4 skeletal warriors had closed to within 2 meters of Big White, raising their axes high to strike. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted from Big White, a crimson protective ring engulfing the 4 skeletal warriors in an instant. Simultaneously, a massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, collided with the skeletal warriors. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated. Unlike conventional necromancers, Big White possessed the unique advantages of a hero's legacy. Even though the skeletal warriors were third tier, bolstered by the summoning mastery enhancement, they merely inherited a 100 attribute from the Necromancer's core. Thus, although the 4 skeletal warriors appeared formidable, their health and defense were comparable to Do Not Disturb Me. The Necromancer and their attributes paled in comparison to those of Airby and Moss San. As a magic-oriented profession, a Necromancer, even at level 22, had limited defense and health. Big White's fireball, without the staff, could already deplete 1/5 of their health. Thus, the trifold damage from the explosive flames was, as one could imagine, devastating. In an instant, the 4 skeletal warriors were reduced to ashes. Your undead warriors have all perished. A system notification flashed before Do Not Disturb Me. The smile on Do Not Disturb Me's face froze, swiftly replaced by bewilderment, confusion, and shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was evident that Do Not Disturb Me could scarcely believe the unfolding events. After all, he was reputed to be the top necromancer in the entire server, and his 4 skeletal warriors were undoubtedly premier third-tier undead. How could 4 third-tier undead lose to a mere second-tier undead? Yet the stark reality was that my skeletal warrior was utterly annihilated by a singular spell from the skeletal mage before me. This is utterly preposterous. I cannot possibly believe it. It must be a bug, undoubtedly a bug. The system has gone awry. I must report that someone is exploiting a system glitch. Without hesitation, I promptly opened the game feedback to compose a complaint. Meanwhile, Daba had already charged forward, striking me, no trouble, please, with his staff, causing me to stagger, and then unleashed a fireball that obliterated me completely. Observing my easy defeat, Daba could not restrain his derision. Is this fellow utterly foolish? Does he cease to resist simply because his skeletal guardian has fallen? Players in this gaming era truly lack combat awareness. I could still strike down beasts with my staff, even when out of mana. A flash of light, and I respawned in the Thunderstorm City Cemetery. Concurrently, a system notification flickered before me. Bug report invalid. All player data is normal. Thank you for your feedback, and we wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Thank you for your cooperation. Damn it. No trouble. Please was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 34. Indulging their preferences. How are you, boss? Is Neodali dead yet? A message flickered once more in the Black Dragon Society's channel. Needless to say, our esteemed boss is the foremost necromancer in the entire server. Neodali must have met his match. The title of the server's premier necromancer. The words before me were painfully glaring. To witness my 4 third-tier undead being effortlessly obliterated by a mere second-tier undead. Is there truly such a feeble champion among the ranks? Brother, what transpired? Even Longxing Tianxia could not restrain his curiosity. Without uttering a word, I, do not disturb me, abruptly logged off from the game. The moment my name turned black, confusion swept over everyone in the Black Dragon Society. What is happening? What is going on? Could it be that our esteemed boss has also fallen to Neodali? Oh dear, the boss's level has dropped. He is now at level 21. A player glanced at the level leaderboard in dismay. Though Do Not Disturb Me still held the coveted top position, he had indeed lost a level. Alas, Longxing Tianxia was utterly at a loss. Everyone knew that a well-trained necromancer boasts the strongest individual power among all classes. While Do Not Disturb Me claimed not to enjoy playing with others in the guild, his summoned skeletons had consumed a considerable amount of resources from the Black Dragon Society, and they were on the verge of reaching level 4. For skeletal warriors alongside Do Not Disturb Me were nearly equivalent to a small team of over 20 levels. In contrast, Wang Yuan was merely a low-level player at level 10. In terms of both quality and quantity of skeletons, Do Not Disturb Me was an overwhelming presence. Yet, despite such a significant advantage, the one who fell was Do Not Disturb Me. He even logged off in a state of despair. What in the world? Not only was Longxing Tianxia flustered, but other players in the Black Dragon Society began to feel a sense of dread as well. Moreover, with Wang Yuan stealthily hunting down players from the Black Dragon Society throughout the streets, an air of impending doom enveloped the entire guild. Up until now, with so many casualties, not a single member had laid eyes on Wang Yuan's true form. Visible enemies are terrifying. Invisible foes breed fear. Commercial District. 6 Black Dragon Society players slain. Trading Street. 3 Black Dragon Society players slain. Central Avenue. 2 Black Dragon Society players slain. On the forum of Thunderstorm City. Wang Yuan's posts were continually updated, each accompanied by a screenshot of his kill records, and he never failed to add a mocking remark. Longxing Tianxia, I am about to wipe out all your lackeys. Are you still cowering at the resurrection point? With your kind, ruling the world is a joke. You might as well rename yourself to Turtling Toru. Pfft. Haha. This guy has a sharp tongue. The players in the forum, reveling in the spectacle, followed the events closely, relishing the sight of the Black Dragon Society being vanquished to the point where they dared not tread the streets. Now, witnessing Wang Yuan's scornful mockery of the Black Dragon Society with his derisive moniker only added to their amusement, eliciting laughter that revealed their delight. This fellow not only possessed a ruthless nature and formidable prowess, but also wielded words with remarkable finesse. Physical damage was insufficient. He sought to inflict psychological torment as well. His words struck at the very core of the Black Dragon Society's players, while they found themselves utterly silenced by his taunts. What more could they say? To claim that one was outmatched? Yet here was a solitary individual challenging an entire guild. To accuse him of deceit? He had boldly exposed their guild leader's coordinates thrice. Any defense would be a disgrace. It was far better to hide one's head in shame and quietly endure the barbs from Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's relentless pursuit of the Black Dragon Society continued until the early hours of the morning. Throughout the night, he live-streamed the slaughter of over 100 members of the Black Dragon Society, eliminating Longxing Tianxia 3 times, leaving their elite players cowering at the resurrection point like defeated underlings. Only then did Wang Yuan's fury begin to subside. In gaming, clarity of thought is paramount. Thankfully, he was able to vent his pent-up frustration that night. Had he postponed it, the Black Dragon Society's fate would have been even graver. I'm exhausted. I'll take my leave for the night. I shall return tomorrow. As long as the Black Dragon Society dares to linger in Thunderstorm City, I can find them anytime. Atop the magical tower in Thunderstorm City, Wang Yuan logged off after posting his final message. Following a gratifying act of vengeance, he retired for the night, while the players of the Black Dragon Society and the spectators remained wide awake. The Black Dragon Society was too frightened to sleep, uncertain of their next move. Conversely, the onlookers were too exhilarated to rest, eagerly sharing Wang Yuan's livestream link with friends. Not only players from Thunderstorm City, but even those from other major cities flocked to the forum to witness the unfolding drama. The names of the Black Dragon Society and Nyodali became renowned. Overnight, everyone in Thunderstorm City became acquainted with two infamous nicknames: the Living King of Hell, Nyodali, and the Cowering Taro, Longxing Tianxia. What now? Surely, they could not simply abandon their main city. Within the resurrection point of the warrior camp, Longxing Tianxia gazed at the multitude of posts humiliating him on the forum, his face pale with rage yet powerless to respond. The insults were one thing. The pressing concern was what to do tomorrow. Wang Yuan had declared his intent to continue until every member of the Black Dragon Society feared to show their face in Thunderstorm City. Could it be that the Black Dragon Society would truly withdraw from Thunderstorm City? That was the very foundation of a guild. As long as the Black Dragon Society remained in Thunderstorm City, their resources would endure. Aside from the tarnished reputation, there is, in truth, little substantial harm that can be inflicted. However, should a shift in the main city occur due to being defeated, it would indeed render us as mere subordinates. To think that a prominent guild could be intimidated by a solitary player to the extent of avoiding the main city is a notion that, if circulated, would undoubtedly deal a catastrophic blow to the prestige of the Black Dragon Guild. With this dark chapter in our history, even if the Black Dragon Guild ascends to become the foremost guild in the national server, skilled players would likely hesitate before joining us. Moreover, every main city is already firmly established with its own local powers. Transitioning to a new territory and starting afresh is far from a simple endeavor. Development in a new main city is absolutely out of the question, Yunzhong Yi quickly urged. Such advantages and disadvantages are evident to Dragon Xing Tianxia and others alike. What do you propose we do now that this ruffian has set his sights on us? We cannot possibly have 2,000 people grinding together every day. Dragon Xing Tianxia tossed this predicament to Yunzhong Yi. This. Yunzhong Yi felt at a loss. Boss, I'm unsure if I should speak candidly. Feel free to say what's on your mind. Dragon Xing Tianxia replied. At this juncture, is there anything left unsaid? Must we remain enemies with that Buldali? Of course, he has chosen to be our adversary. But it was we who instigated the conflict, Yunzhong Yi murmured. He too must level up. There is no need for him to engage with us constantly. So, are you suggesting we apologize to him? Dragon Xing Tianxia frowned. That is not entirely out of the question, but I must maintain some dignity. If you wish to retain your dignity, a mere apology may not suffice. What else is required? We must cater to his preferences. What is he like? I'm not certain, but he undoubtedly has a penchant for wealth. Yunzhong Yi responded. Chapter 35. 1,000 gold in this world. The supreme deity of Zen once proclaimed that effective communication could resolve 50% of matters, while monetary expenditure could address 90%. When one combines eloquence with a touch of financial investment, an astonishing 99.99% of issues can be resolved. The following morning, upon logging in, Wang Yuan received a message from Longxing Tianxia. Brother Nyo, this is a misunderstanding. Can we sit down and discuss this? Wang Yuan felt no surprise upon reading the message from Longxing Tianxia. Throughout his life, he had encountered similar situations. Whenever bullies sought to intimidate him, he would overturn the table, and those bullies would swiftly transform into the very image of Longxing Tianxia. Enduring a moment merely grants the bully a foothold, emboldening their audacity. Bullies will never feel remorse for your forbearance. Instead, they derive satisfaction from your concessions. Endless tolerance is far less effective than delivering a decisive blow. After all, the cost of intimidating a villain is significantly higher than that of a righteous individual. Good people ought to be defended against threats. Had they sat down for a proper discussion earlier, yesterday's grievances would not have emerged. Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Longxing Tianxia's expression darkened. This matter must be resolved eventually. He suppressed the urge to curse and reiterated, just as Yunzhong Yi had remarked. The Black Dragon Guild could not afford a prolonged conflict with Wang Yuan. Alone, Wang Yuan could engage in relentless pursuit, thwarting the Black Dragon Guild's efforts day after day. Yet the guild had its own development to consider, with players needing to level up. The competition between guilds was far more intense than among individual players. If Black Dragon Guild players failed to train or progress for a day, rival guilds would swiftly catch up, and after 3 days of inactivity, others would eagerly seize the opportunity. Within a week, the Black Dragon Guild's territory would likely be entirely divided among other guilds. This was the harsh reality facing the Black Dragon Guild. They were not merely afraid to venture into the streets due to Wang Yuan's attacks. They were grappling with a pressing dilemma that required resolution. What do you propose? Wang Yuan replied, feigning the role of a victim. I am being hunted by members of your guild. It is quite terrifying. Do you think merely saying let's resolve this will suffice? Longxing Tianxia nearly choked on his indignation upon reading Wang Yuan's message. This fellow was utterly shameless. Who was pursuing whom? Just yesterday, in a matter of hours. Over 100 players from the Black Dragon Guild had fallen to Wang Yuan's blade, with Longxing Tianxia himself being slain 3 times. Now this man dared to claim he was the one being hunted and frightened. Having encountered shamelessness before, he had never witnessed such audacity. Despite his exasperation, Longxing Tianxia responded directly, "Name your price." He realized that continuing to delay would only render him the villain in yesterday's massacre. Ah, this is more like it. Wang Yuan expressed his satisfaction, remarking, "Truly, the owner of the guild is a person of reason. In that case, how about 1,000 gold? 1,000 gold? Are you serious?" Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Longxing Tianxia leapt up in astonishment. "What's wrong, boss?" The other players from the Black Dragon Guild were taken aback by Longxing Tianxia's reaction, fearing he was once again haunted by nightmares. He is asking for 1,000 gold. Longxing Tianxia gritted his teeth. Is he out of his mind? 1,000 gold? The revelation left everyone dumbfounded. According to the current official exchange rate of the game currency, 1 gold equated to 1,000 yuan. Even purchasing gold from a studio would cost around 900. 1,000 gold amounted to nearly 1 million. To demand such a sum for a mere game, was he naive or simply dreaming? What is the matter? Wang Yuan replied coolly, offering just 2 words. Brother Niu, aren't you being a tad excessive? Longxing Tianxia retorted, his face darkening. Excessive? Wang Yuan chuckled. How much has your guild invested? How many resources does the Black Dragon Guild control in Thunderstorm City? Your price for the corpse respawn point at the entrance is not low either. Wang Yuan's demand for 1,000 gold was clearly well considered. As the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, the Black Dragon Guild monopolized various resource respawn points and leveling areas. Take, for instance, the corpse respawn point at the city gate, 1 silver coin per respawn. Even with a dwindling number of Necromancer players, the main city still housed thousands. The daily income from just that point conservatively amounted to dozens of gold. If the Black Dragon Guild was permitted to exploit other players, then Wang Yuan too was entitled to exploit the Black Dragon Guild. It was the cycle of karma. 1,000 gold. Was that even considered money for the Black Dragon Guild? Longxing Tianxia was rendered speechless. If you think my asking price is too high, we can take our time. Once other guilds seize your resource points, it may not just be about 1,000 gold. Wang Yuan sent another message, leaving Longxing Tianxia in silence. What about 800,000 in cash? Longxing Tianxia pondered for a moment before inquiring. 1,000 gold meant Longxing Tianxia would need to recharge for 1 million. If the gold were to be exchanged for cash directly from Wang Yuan, even after deducting handling fees, he would only receive around 800,000. By opting for an offline transfer, Longxing Tianxia could save 20,000, allowing Wang Yuan to receive cash directly. For professional players, the goal of playing games was to convert their efforts into cash. Cash transactions represented the quickest method of monetization for any professional player. However, Wang Yuan resolutely stated, "No, I only want game currency." It was absurd. Conducting transactions with game currency within the game was merely part of playing. In contrast, private transfers in reality involve substantial assets with obscure origins. Should Longxing Tianxia turn around and accuse him of extortion, Wang Yuan could very well find himself in prison for a decade or more. Why gamble his freedom on the integrity of someone like Longxing Tianxia? Moreover, in a month's time, all the money will turn to worthless paper. Wang Yuan currently possesses an ample supply of food and clean water. Thus his need for actual currency is minimal. Rather than seeking cash, he would prefer to acquire game currency. With sufficient game currency, Wang Yuan can amass true resources. Must it be game currency? Longxing Tianxia was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Wang Yuan's thought process. The game does not lack for recharge options, and the value of game currency diminishes with each passing day. What could possibly be the significance of hoarding it? It must be game currency. Wang Yuan reiterated. Very well. Longxing Tianxia sighed, resignedly transferring 1,000 gold coins to Wang Yuan. I have sent the money. Surely, Brother Niu will not pursue us any further now? As long as you do not provoke me, I shall not instigate any conflict with you, Wang Yuan replied. Rest assured, Only a fool would dare to provoke you. Longxing Tianxia vowed, thumping his chest. It is no jest. Experiencing shame is sufficient for a lifetime. Presently, Longxing Tianxia harbored no doubts about Wang Yuan's capability to dismantle their entire guild single-handedly. What has transpired? Observing the furrowed brow of Longxing Tianxia relaxing, players from the Black Dragon Guild at the warrior camp gathered around him. It is all well. Henceforth, we may roam the streets at our leisure. Longxing Tianxia arose and made his way towards the resurrection point, seemingly elated at the prospect of wandering the streets. Yet, upon exiting the resurrection point, he encountered a familiar figure, sword and shield in hand, blocking the doorway. Longxing Tianxia was taken aback, scrambling back into the resurrection point. Brother Nyo, what is happening? Your skeleton remains. I apologize. I forgot to inform them. Wang Yuan smiled faintly as he summoned back Xiaobai. Watching Xiaobai vanish, Longxing Tianxia instinctively touched his neck, silently vowing never again to provoke this individual. Chapter 36. The Grand Alchemist with 1,000 gold coins in hand. Wang Yuan made his way directly to the Alchemy Association. The Alchemy Association, also known as the Potion Research Society, serves as the hub for concocting potions and elixirs within the game, colloquially referred to as the apothecary. Potions are the most frequently consumed items by players, with the majority of their meager earnings from monster hunts spent on these essential supplies. It is often said in the community that it is more profitable to run a potion shop than to ambush travelers. In terms of revenue, the Alchemy Association significantly surpasses both blacksmiths and tailors, highlighting the critical role of potions in the daily lives of players. Yet, this vital item is fated to vanish entirely in a year. According to Dabai and Xiaobai, the Alchemy Association has suffered a catastrophic blow, resulting not only in the disappearance of potions, but also in the loss of the discipline of potionology itself, leading humanity to forfeit this invaluable resource. The absence of potions will drastically alter the tide of the war between humans and magical beasts, shifting humanity from an offensive to a defensive stance. Currently, while Wang Yuan has no immediate need for potions, as he levels up and commands an increasing number of undead minions, casualties are inevitable when confronting high-level bosses. Potions may not be of use to him now, but they will certainly be indispensable to others. If he can stockpile a batch of potions now, they will become an exceedingly precious resource a year hence. Come and see, brave warrior, we have what you desire. As soon as he entered, a provocatively dressed female NPC approached him. Ah, is that not Alchemist Lillian? I didn't realize she was so well endowed among them. Ma San was the most exhilarated upon encountering the NPC. Is she large? Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Of course. She is a solid 36. Isn't that considerable? Not really, she looks to be in her 20s, Xiaobai countered. Are you daft? I didn't mention her age. I said 36D. Huna, you were so lewd. You're fantasizing over characters from history books. Are you still a virgin? Say that again. The two were on the verge of a quarrel, and had Wang Yuan not been present, a brawl might have ensued. Fools, Dabai said, exasperatedly throwing up his hands. Wang Yuan thought to himself, having experienced a post-apocalyptic rebirth, these two remained so juvenile. I wish to purchase some potions, he said, ignoring the squabbling skeletons and addressing Lillian with purpose. Please, feel free to browse. Lillian opened the counter. However, upon glancing at the offerings, Wang Yuan could not suppress a grimace. Low-level life potion, health restoration, 20-second duration, 30 seconds price, 5 copper. Low-level magic potion, magic restoration, 15-second duration, 30 seconds price, 10 copper. Low-level antidote. Every single item was a low-level potion. Wang Yuan was left speechless. Currently, Wang Yuan's rank is not particularly high, and the most basic potions suffice for his needs. However, as his strength grows, it is only natural that he should acquire more advanced elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. In addition to potions, he must also procure some concoctions that enhance attributes. These items will prove vital for survival in the future. He initially assumed that the Alchemy Association in Thunderstorm City, as the main city, would offer high-grade potions and elixirs. To his dismay, the Alchemy Association resembled the novice area's apothecary, stocked only with low-level supplies. This left Wang Yuan feeling quite exasperated. Is this all that is available? He could not help but voice his frustration. I can purchase these in the novice village as well. Surely, there must be something of a higher grade. Alas, currently, medicinal herbs are scarce, and more advanced potions have yet to be developed, replied Lillian. I see. Wang Yuan nodded in understanding. The game has only just launched, so it is expected that many high-level items have not yet been released. Furthermore, considering the game's background story and the future plot as described by Bai and Xiaobai, it is evident that in the world of Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, alchemy is not highly advanced. After all, in other games, alchemy is often regarded alongside blacksmithing and tailoring as one of the three primary secondary professions for players. In Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, however, alchemical knowledge is solely held by the Alchemy Association, indicating that this world's alchemical practices remain a closely guarded secret, not yet accessible to the general populace. Since he was here, he could not return empty-handed. With a grand gesture, Wang Yuan spent 15 gold coins to purchase 100 sets each of health and mana potions, filling the backpacks of the three skeletons to the brim, and then set them to automatically use the potions. Wow, these are all ours. Bai exclaimed, dumbfounded. Wei struck it rich. These are potions. Xiaobai bubbled with excitement. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? I am but a pure little skeleton. I feel I am about to relent, but no. He has yet to employ any charm on me, Ma San'er thought, equally astonished. He had long heard from Bai about Wang Yuan's lavish spending, but had not anticipated such extravagance. Potions are legendary items for the future. Most people have only heard of them in tales. Even Bai, the captain of the Holy Light Special Forces, had only been fortunate enough to see them once. Now, Wang Yuan had outfitted each of the three skeletons with a full backpack, and their elation was palpable. Ma San'er, who had long sought to rid himself of Wang Yuan, found himself tempted at this moment. Please inform me when you acquire high-grade potions, he requested. Wang Yuan called to Lillian and turned to leave the Alchemy Association. Just then, Ma San'er suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Master Wu Shuang, little knife, am I seeing things? This old man looks so familiar." Upon hearing Ma San'er, Bai and Xiaobai simultaneously turned their gazes in the direction he indicated. In the corner of the Alchemy Association stood a frail old man with a grizzled beard, engrossed in examining a test tube. "Isn't that the Grand Alchemist Clyde? What is he doing here?" Upon seeing the elderly man, Xiaobai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "It is not surprising," Bai remarked. According to historical records, during this period, Clyde was being persecuted by the church and had just escaped from the city of Holy Light. After the merging of worlds, Clyde became renowned for his mastery of potion making. Who would have thought he would be hiding in such a small place? Truly, he is a scholar of considerable knowledge, far surpassing the other two individuals. Does he have a mission? Mawson inquired curiously. No, Xiaobai responded decisively. Potion making has been utterly eradicated. The Future Human Federation's Vocational Academy possesses no trials related to potion making. What a pity, Ma San lamented. If there were a mission, we might have procured advanced potions. Advanced potions? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Slowing his pace, he suddenly turned back to the counter. Brave warrior, do you require anything else? Lillian remained as welcoming as ever. You mentioned a lack of materials. Is there anything we can assist with? Wang Yuan asked. You must inquire with my teacher. Lillian smiled and glanced at Clyde, who was situated in the corner. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan revealed a smile. NPCs do not divulge meaningless information. Since Lillian informed the players of the current shortage of materials, it undoubtedly indicates the existence of a quest to gather materials. And the scientifically inclined Clyde in the corner is naturally the quest giver. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that the three skeletons recognized Clyde. Otherwise, Wang Yuan would not have connected the dots to trigger the quest. What the heck? There is indeed a mission. Brother Nyo is incredibly fortunate. This is what is known as the child of destiny. Do you understand? Following Brother Nyo, we are bound to succeed. The three skeletons exchanged glances as they realized Wang Yuan had received a mission from Clyde. Chapter 37. The antithesis of the Church of Light. Step aside. Do not disturb me. I am engaged in a most significant research endeavor. Upon witnessing Wang Yuan approaching with several skeletons, Clyde waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wang Yuan not to bother him. The old man was indeed as eccentric as the legend suggested. Observing Clyde's brusqueness, Xiaobai could not help but comment. Bai, however, remained composed, stating, "It is quite normal. Individuals of considerable ability often possess irritable temperaments. During my time in the city of Holy Light, I encountered numerous such personalities. Nonetheless, his discerning eye for students is commendable. I wonder when our esteemed brother will summon a few lovely ladies as well." He chuckled lewdly. "You rascal." Bai was rendered speechless by this fellow. This man truly seemed perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of women. Even if Wang Yuan could summon beautiful women, they would merely be skeletons. What purpose would that serve? Esteemed alchemist, I have heard that you are in need of materials for potion crafting. I believe I can assist you. Wang Yuan said earnestly. Oh, you can assist me? Is that so? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clyde paused his work and scrutinized him from head to toe, saying, The fanatics of the Church of Light have denied any power that rivals that of the God of Light, banishing me from the holy city. Otherwise, this research would have long been completed, and I would not require assistance from others. Young man, are you certain you wish to aid me? Providing assistance may place you in opposition to the Church of Light. The Church of Light? Are they the people from the cathedral? Wang Yuan inquired. According to the background story of Dawn's awakening, the Church of Light is a religion in this world. Paladins and priests are professions associated with the Church of Light. They harness the power of light to wield magic and martial skills, capable of enhancing their allies' attributes and employing holy magic to heal wounds. In the future, human practitioners will rely on priests from the Church of Light for healing, as alchemy will no longer exist. Consequently, the Church of Light experienced rapid development following the downfall of the Alchemy Association, becoming the preeminent religion in the apocalypse. The City of Holy Light also emerged as the capital of the Human Federation, serving as humanity's largest sanctuary. Indeed, that is them, Clyde affirmed. Alchemy is a profoundly significant discipline. Potent potions can enhance the attributes of adventurers, restoring their stamina and energy. My initial batch of low-level potions garnered considerable acclaim among adventurers in all major cities, after which the Church of Light initiated my expulsion. It is evident they do not wish for others to wield this power. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. Magic is magic, and potions are potions. One is a religion, the other a tool. Are the Church of Light truly so sensitive? Assisting Clyde would antagonize the Church of Light. Why would they act in such a manner? Xiaobai, sharing Wang Yuan's confusion, pondered aloud. To players, potions are indispensable items in the game world. Why would the Church of Light seek conflict with the Alchemy Association? Competition. After a moment of contemplation, Dabai confidently asserted. The emergence of potions has undoubtedly posed a competitive threat to the Church of Light. The God of Light, being the sole deity, cannot tolerate such competition. Xiaobai, increasingly perplexed, countered, but this is not even in the same realm. How do purchasing potions and practicing faith intertwine? It may not be a matter of stealing followers, but rather providing them with an alternative. Dabai continued, it directly influences their missionary efforts. Consider the core technology behind the propagation of the Church of Light. This. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Yuan and Xiaobai suddenly comprehended. The reason the Church of Light could flourish amidst the ravages of monsters was due to their ability to wield divine light magic for healing ailments and enhancing the attributes of adventurers, thus garnering faith in the God of Light. Conversely, the potionology studied by Clyde also heals and enhances attributes, leading to a similar effect. Consequently, a segment of the populace may opt for potions over devotion to the God of Light. Therefore, assisting Clyde in developing advanced potions would effectively dismantle the monopoly of the Church of Light, and they might even concoct items rarer than divine light magic. Naturally, this places one in opposition to the Church of Light. Wang Yuan could not suppress his thoughts, pondering whether potionology would be obliterated and dissociated from the Church of Light. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world devoid of potions, the primary beneficiaries would be the Church of Light. Cursed Church of Light. How could I have trusted them so much? It turns out they have stifled the development of potionology. Xiaobai exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, Dabai summarized, if it were not for the Church of Light suppressing potionology, even a few potion masters could have mitigated the extent to which humanity was beleaguered by monsters during the century-long war. Hee. Ma Sana chuckled. What? Do you have another perspective? Xiaobai inquired. No. What are you all discussing? Ma Sana replied, bewildered. What are you laughing at? I was reminded of the Saintess Claire of the Church of Light and her alluring figure, he retorted. Get lost. Erbai exclaimed, exasperated, wishing he could slap himself for asking such an unnecessary question. Potion Master? Wang Yuan reflected thoughtfully upon Dabai's words. These two skeletons had indeed sparked a realization in him. The oppression of humanity stemmed not only from the disappearance of potions, but fundamentally from the extinction of potionology itself. Becoming a potion master would prove far more beneficial than hoarding a plethora of potions. After all, in an uncertain post-apocalyptic world, no amount of stored potions would last indefinitely, be it 1 year, 2 years, or even 100. So, young man, have you made your decision? Clyde inquired. Observing Wang Yuan's silence with a glimmer of hope, tinged with a hint of disappointment. I have decided. I wish to assist you, Wang Yuan declared resolutely. Potionology is a magnificent discipline, one that can greatly benefit humanity. Certainly, if it were merely a matter of procuring some advanced potions, Wang Yuan would indeed contemplate whether to offend the Radiant Church. However, should this opportunity allow him to become an alchemist, what nonsense is the Radiant Church? They are nothing but a bunch of insignificant fools. Excellent. Truly, a warrior of the Empire. The hope of humanity. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clyde was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Pray tell, what materials do you require? The fangs of the shadow wolf, the blood of the vampire, the heart of the undead, and the soul rejuvenating herb. If you can procure these 4 items, I shall be able to complete my current research, and surely you will reap the rewards. Clyde promptly assigned the task to Wang Yuan. System notification. You have triggered the hidden quest alchemical potion making. Quest level A. Quest details. Find 20 shadow wolf fangs, 5 vampire blood, 1 heart of the undead, and 1 soul rejuvenating herb. Chapter 38. The Hellish Dungeon. Fang of the Shadow Wolf and Blood of the Vampires. Wang Yuan was well aware that the level 15 dungeon, Shadow Castle, could yield the coveted items, which occasionally appeared for sale at the auction house, albeit at a considerable price. However, he had never heard of the Heart of the Undead or the Resurrection Herb. Oh my, the Heart of the Undead. ISNT that an item dropped by the Skeleton King, Leoric? Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and the Resurrection Herb is what keeps Leoric's spirit from perishing. It seems we are destined to venture into the Shadow Castle, Dabai added. Hehe, the Shadow Castle. My springtime has finally arrived. Ma Sanner chuckled, his excitement palpable. Does the Shadow Castle have women? Airby exchanged glances with his companion. Huh, you underestimate me. Am I the kind of person who only thinks about women? Are you not? Ma Sanner retorted, momentarily speechless. Do you all know that there is a hidden armory within the Shadow Castle? It harbors weapons for all professions, including a unique undead crossbow specifically for archers. An armory? How come we've never heard of that? Airby inquired, astonished. Hehe, your famed Ranger Training Academy has only a handful of rangers. Accessing the armory requires the lock-picking skills of a rogue, Ma Sanner boasted. Airby fell silent. This was an undeniable fact. The Vanguard City specialized in warrior classes, while Dabai graduated from Mage City, later serving in Holy Light City, which was a training ground for priests and knights. The training hub for rogue classes, such as assassins and archers, was Linine City, where Ma Sanner resided. Rogue skills and lockpicking were indeed essential for accessing many treasuries and chests within dungeons, a task beyond the capabilities of other professions. Do these materials truly exist in the Shadow Castle? Wang Yuan pondered, bemused by the trio's conversation. If they were present in the dungeon, why were they absent from the market? Could it be that this Shadow Castle was distinct from the future iteration of the dungeon? A sudden realization struck Wang Yuan. It was true, the dungeons within the game and the future realms were indeed different. Airby had often lamented that the monsters Wang Yuan encountered were of game difficulty. Although they resembled the beasts they had seen, their power was vastly different. The monsters they faced were real creatures, possessing formidable and terrifying strength. Even the training dungeons presented challenges that mirrored those of genuine monsters. In essence, the dungeons they battled in were akin to the highest difficulty levels in the game. In other words, only the most challenging version of the Shadow Castle could yield the Heart of the Undead and the Resurrection Herb, if all went according to plan. This was undoubtedly the case, Wang Yuan mused. According to the game's design, dungeons required a party to tackle. Shadow Castle, being the first dungeon encountered by players, boasted a relatively low difficulty and was designed for a 5-person team, necessitating a minimum of 5 players to gain entry. However, with each increase in the dungeon's difficulty, the maximum party size expands by 5, culminating in a staggering limit of 25 for the highest hellish challenge. This is undeniably a collective endeavor, and its difficulty is indeed formidable. Naturally, the level of difficulty is of little concern to Wang Yuan. The crux lies in his need to assemble a team. He opened his friends list, which contained only 2 names, Shui Linglong and Long Xingtian. After a moment's contemplation, he casually sent out a message. Is anyone interested in tackling the hell difficulty of the Shadow Castle? Well, hell difficulty? How thrilling. In the next moment, Shui Linglong responded, her excitement tinged with disbelief. In Dawn of the Breaking Day, dungeons are classified into 5 levels, normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and hell. As the level escalates, so too does the challenge. It is noteworthy that players are currently in the initial exploration phase. Players above level 15 are exceedingly rare, with scarce equipment and limited skills. Even the most adept elite teams from various guilds tread cautiously when venturing into ordinary dungeons. To date, only a handful of teams have successfully cleared the Shadow Castle. The official leaderboard for dungeon completion speeds is far from full, indicating that fewer than 100 teams in the entire game possess the capability to conquer the ordinary Shadow Castle. Wang Yuan's message about attempting the highest difficulty naturally elicited a particular reaction from Shui Linglong. This man always manages to introduce a new thrill into her life. Gather a few more people, and we shall commence once we have enough, he suggested, delegating the task of recruiting to Shui Linglong. Hold on. Shui Linglong shot back, promptly opening the team channel. Is anyone up for the Shadow Castle? Everyone, we just cleared it today. It was rather uninteresting, nothing dropped. Before long, the team channel was inundated with messages. Hell difficulty. Shui Linglong sent another message. With her announcement, the channel erupted with a flurry of question marks. Hell difficulty? Have you lost your mind? Ling Jia, what has prompted this madness? Did some man break your heart, and now you seek revenge? Goodness, what a lunatic. It was clear that Shui Linglong was no stranger to such outrageous antics. Nonsense. My friend wants to run the hell difficulty dungeon, and I'm tasked with finding people. She clarified. Your friend? Besides us, do you have other friends? The others expressed their confusion. That big guy, Niodali, she replied. Ah, now it makes sense. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's name, the group instantly relaxed. Indeed, it is quite audacious for an individual to challenge an entire guild, particularly one that dares not venture into the streets, and to propose the notion of conquering the hell-level difficulty of the Shadow Castle is, in a sense, within the realm of reason. This individual, much like Shui Linglong, exhibits a brand of madness reminiscent of a derangement in their cerebral faculties. Engaging in dungeons is not akin to partaking in player-versus-player combat. His elaborate schemes and stratagems hold no sway over the monsters within the instance. At this juncture, a fellow by the name of Rinzhou Di interjected, affirming that indeed, monsters are devoid of the psychological complexities that players possess. Wang Yuan may adeptly manage Longxing Tianxia, yet that does not guarantee his command over the creatures lurking within the dungeon. The hell-level instances are not simply matters to be tackled at whim. He remarked that should they show fear, he would seek others to undertake the challenge. In response to Rinzhou Di's skepticism, Shui Linglong retorted, fear? Upon her utterance, the chat exploded with fervor. Goodness, this lad is rather arrogant. Does he truly believe himself to be the only formidable one? Where is he? At the tavern, awaiting us. I shall arrive post-haste, Shui Linglong declared. Let us see who arrives last. The one who does is the one who has succumbed to fear. To hell with that, they exclaimed, rushing unreservedly towards the tavern. Meanwhile, Longxing Tianxia, observing Wang Yuan's messages, could hardly suppress his laughter. By heavens, has this fellow been kicked in the head by a donkey? Chapter 39. A joke, boss. What are you laughing at? A player from the Black Dragon Guild, noticing Longxing Tian's exuberant mirth, could not contain his curiosity. Haha. I just witnessed something utterly amusing. That bull-headed brute, Niodali, intends to tackle a dungeon. Longxing Tian chuckled heartily. Tackling a dungeon? What is so funny about that? The crowd looked on in confusion. Though the Shadow Castle dungeon posed a considerable challenge, it was not insurmountable for seasoned players. Given the size of the Black Dragon Guild, the majority could conquer it without much difficulty. They had seen Wang Yuan's prowess, and while one could not say it would be a walk in the park for him, he certainly had the upper hand. What was there to find amusing? Has the boss lost his marbles? Has he forgotten about being cornered at the resurrection point? He was attempting to take on the hellish difficulty of Shadow Castle. Longxing Tian could hardly contain his laughter, and he even asked if I wanted to join. Hell difficulty? What on earth? Haha. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he truly think himself invincible? There is no hiding in the dungeon. At Longxing Tian's words, the players from the Black Dragon Guild erupted into laughter. Particularly, Bald Dragon and Yunzhong Yi laughed the hardest. Despite the chaos Wang Yuan had caused within the Black Dragon Guild, Bald Dragon and Yunzhong Yi were not entirely convinced of his superiority. In their eyes, the reason the Black Dragon Guild could not handle Wang Yuan was primarily due to his elusive nature. They could never locate him. While he merely commanded a few skeletons to roam the streets in search of easy prey, A large guild could hardly afford to expend its resources on a single player. Thus, they chose to bide their time. In terms of raw power, how could a guild of such magnitude ever falter against a mere individual? Clearly, this new Dali had become overconfident, unaware of his own limitations, daring to boast about tackling a hellish dungeon. Was he courting death? Dungeons were not like the open world where one could easily hide. Once inside, players were confined to that specific map, no matter how well one concealed themselves. Escape was impossible unless they failed and retreated. The Black Dragon Guild was well aware of the challenges posed by the Shadow Castle dungeon, having strategized through it previously. Even the normal difficulty was beyond the current player's capabilities, let alone the hellish challenge. It was simply unfathomable. Even with a maximum of 25 participants allowed for hell difficulty, no guild that had attempted the normal difficulty dared to challenge it. A lone player boldly proclaiming to conquer the hellish dungeon could only be described as delusional. It seemed he would need to perish a few times before realizing the gravity of his situation. Boss, did you agree to join him? Yunzhong, he could not help but inquire. Do you see me paying him any mind? Long Xingtian replied with a grin. Let us respect his choices and laugh at his misfortune. We're merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Ha. In the midst of the clouds, a crane laughed heartily, declaring that the strongest faction in Thunderstorm City was undoubtedly their Black Dragon Society. If we refuse to acknowledge him, he will become a laughingstock. No. This matter cannot be my solitary amusement, Dragon Travels the World insisted. Old Yun hastened to the forum and posted about his intent to tackle the Hell Dungeon. I want everyone to witness his folly. Previously, Dragon Travels the World had been humiliated by Wang Yuan, and now that an opportunity to witness a downfall presented itself, he was determined not to let it slip away. If I am permitted to suffer embarrassment, then he must also be allowed to face ridicule. Is that really appropriate? Yun Zhongyi, he hesitated momentarily, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. What is inappropriate? Did he consider our dignity when he sought to embarrass us? Dragon Travels the World retorted fiercely. I intend for everyone to revel in his misfortune. It's just, we recently reconciled with him. What if he chooses to confront us about it? Yun Zhongyi, his heart quivered with trepidation. Discontent does not equate to fear, the specter of a formidable adversary, whose minions were akin to relentless skeletal reapers, could instill dread in anyone. If the Black Dragon Society were to be cornered at the resurrection point once more, they might never regain their stature. Fool, can't you create an alternate identity? Have a secondary account post on various forums, with a tone of flattery. Do you not understand the concept of flattery leading to downfall? Dragon Travels the World chuckled wickedly. I understand. I grasp your intent, Yun Zhongyi, he replied, suddenly sporting a cunning smile. In Thunderstorm City, at the Han's Tavern, Wang Yuan occupied the most prominent position while Shui Linglong sat across from him. Flanking them were 5 players of varying appearances. To Shui Linglong's left sat a middle-aged priest, appearing to be around 40, whose serious demeanor belied a distinctly lascivious glimmer in his eyes. To her right was a warrior, adorned with fiery red hair and clad in armor that shimmered with a blue radiance, wielding a magnificent sword that further hinted at his considerable wealth. Despite his formidable appearance, his amiable smile exuded an inviting warmth. Next to the warrior was a youthful boy, approximately 14 or 15, carrying a bow and glancing around the tavern while muttering to himself, "What a grand tavern, yet not a single girl in sight. Truly a disappointment. When I open a tavern, I will surely hire some charming companions." Across from the bowman sat a mage draped in a black robe, who, engrossed in his wine bowl, startled Wang Yuan when he lifted his head. His abstract features were more peculiar than the 3 skeletons under Wang Yuan's command. Finally, there was a remarkably handsome paladin, his armor spotless and pristine, a stark contrast to the usual disheveled appearance of players within the game, leading Wang Yuan to question the young man's inclinations. This is Rinja Wu Di, a level 17 holy priest. Shui Linglong pointed to the priest and then gestured towards Wang Yuan. And this is Niodali. A pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your reputation. Rinja Wu Di bowed slightly towards Wang Yuan, revealing a grin that only heightened his previously hinted lewdness. This fellow smiles more lasciviously than our brother Nio. He must be up to no good. Xiaobai could not resist interjecting. This is a tale of unparalleled bravery, featuring an 18th level warrior. Shui Linglong gestured towards the red-haired warrior. Greetings, brother Nio. I hear you are also a professional merchant? The red-haired warrior smiled graciously. We must keep in touch from now on. How dare he call himself unparalleled? Bai exclaimed. his voice brimming with excitement. This child is our collective progeny, known as Random Shot, an 18th level sharpshooter. Shui Linglong glanced at the child, and the others displayed expressions of satisfaction. I'm your father. I'm your father, the archer exclaimed, bouncing up and down. Look at his ID. It seems the archers all share the same temperament, Erbai remarked, turning his gaze towards Ma San. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Ma San retorted in exasperation, resembling Random Shot even more. I am the Grim Reaper, a mage declared. I've heard of Brother Nyo, a 20th level ice mage. The mage waved to Wang Yuan before returning to his studies, perhaps fearing to intimidate him. I am Hope, a 17th level holy paladin. Greetings, Brother Nyo. The paladin nodded respectfully at Wang Yuan. Upon witnessing this assembly, a phrase flashed through Wang Yuan's mind. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed. Individuals like Shui Linglong were surrounded by no novices. Though these individuals varied in height, build, age, and appearance, their prowess was evidently formidable. Each was equipped with exceptional gear, and the lowest among them had already reached level 17. Particularly notable was the mage known as the Grim Reaper, who had clearly attained level 20. This marked Wang Yuan's second encounter with a 20th level player. Chapter 40. The Peril of Excessive Adulation. Are all these your friends? Wang Yuan gazed at Shui Linglong across from him, his heart stirred with emotion. He understood that these companions of hers had been summoned from other major cities to assist her in the battle against the Black Dragon Society. Such formidable experts were not easily recruited. Shui Linglong was genuinely committed to the cause, despite their brief acquaintance. Her willingness to lend her strength left a lasting impression on Wang Yuan. Indeed, these are all comrades I met in other games. We are all on the same side. So no need for formality, Shui Linglong declared with great generosity. Indeed, Sister Ling is right. We are all brothers here. Her matters are our matters. It's merely a hellish dungeon we are tackling, something we've long wished to attempt, Rinjawudi chimed in. Absolutely. From now on, Brother Nyo is one of us. Yongzhou Wushuang added from the side. Brother Nyo, when will the others arrive? Xiang Wang, ever practical, cut to the chase. Others? Wang Yuan was taken aback. Right? You didn't summon anyone else? The puzzled Shirsi Shin inquired. No, just us is sufficient. If it weren't for the limit on numbers, I would have gone solo, Wang Yuan replied earnestly. He was not blindly arrogant. The few skeletons under his command were elite warriors tempered by the apocalypse. For them, a dungeon of the Dark Shadow Castle's caliber was merely a trial akin to a secret assessment in a vocational academy, even against hellish-level dungeons. Wang Yuan held confidence that he could lead 3 skeletons to victory. Rather, it was the skeletons that would guide him to triumph. However, when this statement was uttered, everyone fell silent, gazing at Wang Yuan as if he were an extraterrestrial. Even Shui Linglong, who was most familiar with him, stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Good heavens, previously, Shui Linglong merely thought of Wang Yuan as someone who sought thrills, but now she realized she had underestimated him. He actually intended to attempt a solo run of a hellish dungeon. This was no mere quest for excitement. He must have been propelled by something far more intense. Wait, brother, are you joking? Suabian Wanxia, unable to believe his ears, questioned. After all, though his friends were quite daring, they paled in comparison to Wang Yuan's audacity. Ordinary individuals would not dare to entertain such thoughts unless intoxicated beyond reason. No, I'm not joking, Wang Yuan shook his head. What level are you? Suabian Wanxia asked again. Incredulous. Could it be that he was a seasoned warrior of level 50, here to guide low-level players? I'm level 10. Wang Yuan displayed his personal information. Once more. Silence enveloped the group. After a long pause, they simultaneously raised their thumbs in admiration. Incredible. Though the Dark Shadow Castle, with a minimum entry level of 10, was classified as level 15, any player daring to take on its challenges was typically above level 15, equipped with exceptional gear. Here stood a level 10 player, not only prepared to confront the hellish difficulty of the Dark Shadow Castle, but even to undertake a solo endeavor. Having encountered arrogance before, one has seldom witnessed such audacity. Countless words swirling in the minds of the onlookers ultimately coalesce into the phrase impressive. They find themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe Wang Yuan. Were it not for having witnessed Wang Yuan single-handedly confront the Black Dragon Society, a guild boasting 2,000 members, these individuals would undoubtedly have departed at once. After all, no one wishes to engage with a person who appears utterly irrational, even if that individual is a friend of Shui Linglong. Brother Nyo, Your intention to tackle the hell-level dungeon has made it to the forum. Just as the crowd was astonished by Wang Yuan's extraordinary thinking, the valiant Yujie Wushuang suddenly exclaimed, "What is going on?" The crowd paused in surprise. Didn't Brother Nyo only summon us few? I'm not sure. I just visited the forum for dungeon strategies. And it popped up. Yujie Wushuang replied. The others quickly opened the forum as well. Indeed, the forum for Thunderstorm City was inundated with posts. The foremost expert of Thunderstorm City, Nyo Dali, is set to challenge the hell-level Shadow Castle. Will the greatest of Thunderstorm City create yet another miracle? Nyo Dali, the pride of Thunderstorm City, possesses the courage to challenge the hell-level dungeon, overshadowing all major guilds. Truly, an unprecedented feat. What nonsense about dominating the world, Huaxiao Longting. Before our brother Nyo of Thunderstorm City, they are mere juniors. Do you dare to challenge the hell-level dungeon? Good heavens! Upon seeing the posts, the crowd exchanged glances. While these threads were indeed extolling Wang Yuan's prowess, their tone was scathing and arrogant, targeting not only the major guilds of Thunderstorm City but also renowned, established guilds within the national gaming community. The extreme hubris expressed was discomforting to say the least. It was evident to any discerning observer that this was not mere praise for Wang Yuan. It was a setup for potential downfall, a means to create adversaries for him, placing him squarely in the line of fire. Challenging a hell-level dungeon could yield glory and victory, yet the consequences of failure could prove dire. Even conquering the standard difficulty requires multiple attempts. However, by publicizing such a challenge on the forum in a provocative manner, the stakes had escalated dramatically. Should he falter, the once celebrated ID of Nyo Dali would undoubtedly plummet from grace. Having risen to prominence, hosting banquets, only to witness a collapse. This is the spectacle that delights the masses. The higher one is elevated, the harsher the fall when failure ensues. Such intentions are undeniably malicious. Yet, upon reading the posts, Wang Yuan merely chuckled, remaining remarkably composed, as if everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. Moreover, bets have commenced. At that moment, Yujie Wushuang called out again. Currently, the odds stand at 1 to 100. And they are continuously rising. 100 to 1. The crowd felt no surprise whatsoever. Not only other players, but even they themselves sensed a lack of certainty. In fact, they all perceived the odds to be rather low. Allow me to wager 1,000 gold coins. With this, we shall surely prevail. Wang Yuan nonchalantly tossed a pouch of coins to the valiant hero, Wu Shuang. Who would have thought you possessed such wealth? Shui Ling Long exclaimed in astonishment. Kiki, the Black Dragon Society will cover the costs. Wang Yuan replied with a grin. Money comes easily, and spending it is devoid of pressure. The onlookers were left speechless. Curiosity lingered as they pondered why the matter concerning Wang Yuan and the Black Dragon Society had abruptly concluded, leaving many questions unanswered. It turned out that the society had indeed spent an entire 1,000 gold coins merely to secure a moment of tranquility. Since you've wagered 1,000, I must place a bet of 10,000, Shui Linglong declared, casually tossing a red pouch as if discarding refuse. The others were left in a state of disbelief. These two individuals were increasingly formidable. And what about you all? Will you not join in? Shui Linglong inquired of the others after her display of wealth. The group hesitated momentarily. Haha, are you truly so lacking in confidence? Shui Linglong laughed heartily. Have you also come to fear? Nonsense. Old Ling, do you dare to underestimate me? A voice erupted in indignation as Su Bian casually flung out 10 gold coins, exclaiming, I'm all in. Chapter 41. The hellishly difficult instance 10 gold coins, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. One might think you are wealthy beyond measure. The valiant hero of unmatched prowess could not resist a jibe, producing a single gold coin, declaring, I wager one, for the essence lies in participation. Ha. Bah. With a careless gesture, the character shot a middle finger at the hero of unmatched prowess. While a single gold coin cannot be dismissed, the mere act of producing one in such a context suggests a profound lack of confidence in Wang Yuan's audacious antics. Naturally, Wang Yuan himself was aware that he had yet to attain the level of strength that would inspire unconditional trust in others. I have no money. Old Ling, lend me a gold coin. The grim reaper lamented, his already abstract visage now rendered even more so. As for mages, they are all notorious for their extravagant expenditures, often finding themselves in financial disarray during the early stages. And you, Hope? How much will you wager? My funds have all gone to outfits. Hope sheepishly extracted 10 silver coins from his pocket, stating, This is all I possess at present. Outfits. Wang Yuan could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. No wonder this fellow appeared so ostentatious. It turned out he was clad in fashionable attire. Outfits akin to skins typically confer no attributes and are primarily purchased by female players. A male player spending money on such frivolities is undeniably pretentious. Why not acquire some proper equipment instead? The hero of unmatched prowess could not help but scoff. I can offer you a 10% discount on my gear. You know nothing. Attributes are fleeting, but style is eternal, Hope asserted with conviction. Scoundrel. The Grim Reaper shot a menacing glare at Hope in response. Wang Yuan interjected. I wager 50. Just as Wang Yuan fell silent, the opponent, the unrivaled benevolence, produced a purse from his robes. Are you out of your mind? The hero of unmatched prowess exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Yuan's wager of 1,000 gold coins was born from the ease with which he acquired that wealth, rendering the expenditure burdensome. Shui Linglong's bid of 10,000 gold coins was trivial in her eyes, as the difference between 10,000 and 1,000 was negligible. However, the unrivaled benevolence was not a wealthy individual, and as a priest, he belonged to a class known for high consumption with little return. Yet, he boldly placed 50 gold coins on the table, leaving the hero of unmatched prowess in a state of incredulity. It is important to note that, at this stage, players face dire consequences not only in hellish instances but even in elite difficulty scenarios where defeat is almost guaranteed. This wager was originally intended as a jest, as any discerning observer could predict the outcome. Others joined in the betting simply to avoid being seen as cowards, unwilling to be derided by Shui Linglong. Yet now, the unrivaled benevolence had wagered 50 gold coins, a significant sum indeed, amounting to 5,000 silver. If you have an abundance of wealth, lend me some. The Grim Reaper implored. I am nearing destitution, and you squander money recklessly. I have my eye on a splendid outfit. Dear unrivaled brother, do lend me a sum. Scram. The unrivaled benevolence waved his hand dismissively. One must risk to reap rewards. What if we succeed? As one ages, there arises a penchant for thrilling escapades. All right. You are quite bold. Others remarked, momentarily rendered speechless. Wang Yuan cast a curious glance at Rinzhiwu Di, who, with a beaming smile, replied, Brother Nyo, you won't lead me to financial ruin, will you? I place my trust in you. With a hearty laugh, Wang Yuan reassured him, Fear not. It is merely a dungeon. How challenging could it possibly be? Just await your reward. Then I shall eagerly anticipate it. Rinzhiwu Di chuckled with greater delight. The others stood in astonishment, marveling at the audacity of these two, one bold enough to speak and the other willing to believe. Let us depart. To the dungeon. Wang Yuan called, prompting the group to rise and leave the tavern, heading straight for the Shadow Castle. Here they come, here they come. Brother Neo is arriving. By the time Wang Yuan and his companions reached the entrance of the Shadow Castle, it was already teeming with players eager to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing Wang Yuan's group approach, those familiar with him could hardly contain their excitement. All eyes turned in unison towards them, and the crowd erupted in fervor. Oh, Nyodali is a female? Are you blind? That big fellow is Nyodali. So this is what Nyodali looks like? Quite ordinary in appearance. Look at the mage behind him. My goodness, what a creature. And take another look at Nyodali. From this angle, he actually looks rather handsome. The Shadow Castle is situated in Thunder Bluff. According to its backstory, it was the private residence of the ancient lord of Thunderstorm City, Leoric. Yet, for reasons unknown, the entire royal family of Leoric perished mysteriously overnight, rendering the castle a forbidden ground in Thunderstorm City. A decade ago, the castle was shrouded in a veil of shadows, and on nights of the full moon, eerie sounds echoed, seemingly hinting at signs of life. Countless adventurers flocked to the Shadow Castle, drawn by the tales. Yet none returned from their explorations. Rumors circulated that King Leoric, who had died suddenly years prior, had been resurrected through mysterious forces. This, in essence, encapsulates the tale of the Shadow Castle. Presently, it stands as a long-abandoned fortress, its walls mottled and crumbling, enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. The tightly shut gates beckon countless players eager for exploration. Under the gaze of the masses, Wang Yuan and his companions navigated through the crowd to stand before the castle's grand entrance. As the captain, Wang Yuan extended his hand to push open the door. Do you wish to explore the dungeon Shadow Castle? Yes, Wang Yuan casually confirmed. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Hell, without hesitation. Wang Yuan opted for the highest difficulty. Are you certain you wish to enter Hell? Note, Hell difficulty represents the utmost challenge. allowing players to experience the most authentic dungeon scenarios with a difficulty rating of 500, a death penalty of 100, dungeon rewards of 500, first completion rewards of 200, and a team wipe considered a failure of the challenge, with a cooldown period of 7 days. The difficulty has escalated fivefold. Upon encountering the prompt before them, Shui Linglong and her companions exchanged glances filled with trepidation. A quintuple difficulty level signifies not merely a substantial enhancement in the attributes of the monsters, but also a significant evolution in their combat strategies and artificial intelligence. The challenges presented by ordinary dungeons have already proven quite formidable for players at this stage. Thus, the quintuple difficulty is indeed a daunting prospect. Moreover, it is crucial to note that in regular dungeons, the penalty for player death is limited to a reduction in equipment durability, whereas in hellish difficulty, the repercussions of dying within the dungeon mirror those of dying in the wild. The cooldown period extends to an astounding 7 days. In other words, should they fail today, their next attempt would not occur for another week, confirming their decision. Just as the others stood in astonishment, Wang Yuan had already chosen to enter. Darkness enveloped them, and the scene shifted to the interior of a castle. The once bright daylight was transformed into a shrouded night, with a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky, casting an eerie crimson glow upon the ground. Chapter 42. The difficulty skyrockets low, and behold, they have indeed ventured into the depths of hell. Outside the Shadow Castle, a crimson light erupted from its gates, engulfing Wang Yuan and his 6 companions, stirring excitement once more among the players of Thunderstorm City. To be candid, the vast majority of players regarded the notion of challenging a hellish difficulty dungeon as a mere jest. In an era where even the most casual difficulty had yet to be conquered, the prospect of hell difficulty was virtually unfathomable. It was all talk and no action. Who among them would dare to actually take on such a challenge? After all, death in a hell difficulty dungeon meant a loss of a level. Did one not need to level up? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Yuan had indeed initiated a dungeon of hellish difficulty. This fellow, was there truly no limit to his audacity? Everyone was taken aback. The name Bull Dolly had gone unheard just days prior. Yet yesterday he single-handedly conquered the Black Dragon Society, earning renown throughout the city. It was presumed that challenging a major guild alone marked the pinnacle of Wang Yuan's achievements. But who could have anticipated that he would undertake something even more formidable? He was, without a doubt, perpetually testing the boundaries of other players' perceptions. What? He truly entered the dungeon? Within the Black Dragon Society, Longxing Tianxia learned of Wang Yuan's team having entered the dungeon, and his emotions were a mix of astonishment and delight. The astonishment stemmed from Wang Yuan's audacity to challenge a hell difficulty dungeon. The joy arose from the realization that his earlier flattery had indeed elevated this individual's status. Wang Yuan, driven by his desire for reputation, had no choice but to embrace the challenge. Everything unfolded according to his grand design. With this thought, Longxing Tianxia could not suppress a laugh. Not only Thunderstorm City, but the news of Wang Yuan's challenge against the hell difficulty dungeon, with the assistance of the Black Dragon Society, had ignited discussions on the main forum, spreading to other major cities. In Holy Light City, within the office of the Hua Xiaolongting Guild, the guild leader Long Tingxi Hai furrowed his brow upon hearing the mention of a hell difficulty dungeon. What was this Bull Dolly? The name was unfamiliar. He scoffed, recalling his own guild's team, realizing it was merely a group of unknown players. With a dismissive wave, Long Tingxi Hai remarked, "Pay no mind to such news. They are merely low-level players seeking attention through hype. How is our team progressing in the dungeon?" "We have already reached the 2nd stage," came the reply. "Humph." Long Tingxi Hai sneered. "It appears to be going smoothly. If all goes well, our guild shall be the first to conquer the elite difficulty, traversing the seas. What do you possess to contend for the title of the top guild in the national server?" Good grief. Is this truly the hell difficulty Shadow Castle? Must it be rendered so vividly? It is rather eerie and terrifying. Indeed, the scene had transformed into night. Look at that moon, resembling a drop of blood. Within the dungeon, Shui Linglong and her companions gazed at the unfolding scenery with a mix of awe and nostalgia. Each of them had previously battled through the ordinary difficulty of the Shadow Castle, having witnessed its wonders firsthand. The current scene stands in stark contrast to the one previously observed, resembling 2 entirely different worlds. Within the hellish difficulty of this dungeon, the atmosphere has transformed into a realm of haunting terror. Players can feel the chilling air and the putrid stench of decaying corpses. Compared to the ordinary difficulty of the Shadow Castle, The experience here is truly immersive, sending shivers down one's spine. Even Wang Yuan, known for his audacity, felt a tingle of unease. In contrast, the skeletons behind him reveled in excitement. "Wow, this is indeed the Shadow Castle," exclaimed Xiaobai, brimming with enthusiasm. "Since graduating from the Combat Academy, I haven't set foot in the Shadow Castle again. I never imagined that in this new life, I would return to this place. Indeed, it's been over a decade since I last entered this secret realm. I've nearly forgotten how to navigate it," Dubai reflected with nostalgia. The term secret realm refers to gaming dungeons that existed prior to the onset of the apocalypse, under the auspices of the Federation's professional guild. These realms have become trial grounds for aspiring combatants from major cities' academies. Post-apocalypse, practitioners can not only enhance their combat skills and acquire essential supplies such as experience, materials, and equipment within these secret realms, but they can also uncover fragments of history from before the cataclysm. The study of history after the apocalypse is fundamentally grounded in these secret realms, which is why every practitioner is well-versed in history. They have already been exposed to pre-apocalyptic knowledge before graduating. However, these secret realms are exclusive to the Combat Academy for novice practitioners. Once they leave the academy, they can no longer access these realms, as the true battlefield is far more terrifying. Upon entering the battlefield, the benefits gained from the secret realms become negligible. Dubai, the eldest among Wang Yuan's trio of skeletons, had once served as an instructor to Xiaobai and Ma Sanner. Having graduated over a decade ago, he had not ventured into a secret realm for quite some time. "What's so difficult about it?" Ma Sanner chimed in. "The bridge positioning in the first act and the real-time counterattacks in the second act are merely basic tactical maneuvers. It's only the final act featuring Li Ao Rue Ku that poses a challenge, but to us, it's manageable." True enough. These lower-tier secret realms lack advanced tactical complexities, Dubai asserted confidently. Bridge positioning? Real-time counterattacks? Wang Yuan listened, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend their so-called tactics. Were they referring to dungeon strategies? Oh dear, why is there a bridge here? In the ordinary dungeons, one simply walks through the door. Just as Wang Yuan pondered this, he heard someone randomly shooting off comments nearby. He quickly looked up and, as expected, noticed a hanging bridge directly ahead. On the other side of the bridge were two iron gates. As they crossed the bridge and approached the gates, they could see through the bars that a pack of black wolves prowled back and forth in the courtyard beyond. Shadow Wolf, Elite, Level, LV 30 HP, 10,000 MP, 1,000 Skills, Blood-Sucking Fangs, Shadow Assault Monster Description. The Shadow Wolves, raised by Leoric, have been corrupted by dark energy, transforming them into undead beings with powers far surpassing their former lives. A cold sweat ran down the brows of Shui Ling Long and her companions. What the hell? Has the difficulty increased fivefold? Why has the number also surged fivefold? The invincible hero gasped at the sight of the monsters behind the door. In the ordinary difficulty dungeon, the courtyard was patrolled by level 15 common shadow wolves. Their attributes were merely 1/5 of the current monsters, and their numbers totaled only 20. With careful strategy, they were relatively easy to handle. Yet now, the courtyard was teeming with shadow wolves, one pressed against the other, a dark mass numbering at least in the hundreds. This was not merely a matter of numerical suppression. Monsters possessed their own aggro range. With 20 wolves, the courtyard was spacious enough for their aggro to disperse, allowing players to lure them one by one for elimination. However, the courtyard had not expanded, and the number of shadow wolves had quintupled, resulting in extreme overcrowding, with their aggro overlapping. In such circumstances, should any player strike at one, they would trigger the aggro of all. The consequences of 100 elite monsters descending upon them were too dreadful to contemplate. Chapter 43. The perfect positioning. The courtyard serves as the initial scene of the Shadow Castle and is an essential pathway to the ultimate level. Currently, it is utterly obstructed by hundreds of shadow wolves, making passage seemingly impossible. However, amidst the chaos of bewildered players observing the dense throng of monsters, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he suddenly comprehended the meaning of Ma San's words regarding positioning at the bridge. Game designers do not create superfluous elements without purpose. Every scene and every line of dialogue could hold the key to success. In this instance, the suddenly manifested suspension bridge represents a pivotal breakthrough. Surely, Brother Nyo and the others want to perish here, will they? Xiaobai anxiously inquired, glancing at the dazed players around her. For the professionals of a future apocalypse, The Shadow Castle is merely a straightforward dungeon. Yet for players of this era, facing hundreds of formidable elite monsters without a strategy poses an immense challenge. It's hard to say. It is said that people of this era can respawn infinitely and often lack the critical thinking needed for dungeons, needing to die multiple times to uncover the secrets. Should I go give him a nudge? Ma-san suggested, starting to step towards the bridge. Everyone step back. To the bridge. Wang Yuan commanded loudly. What the hell? Brother Neo is impressive. The three skeletons were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Wang Yuan's order. Is this guy really that perceptive? He can see this positioning without our reminder? Wang Yuan retorted, actually, it was your reminders that led me to realize this positioning. Otherwise, I would have needed to perish a few times to notice the bridge. Step back to the bridge. What is the point of going up there? Shouldn't we be advancing inward? Shui Linglong questioned, thoroughly perplexed. This bridge is swaying. Are we supposed to fight on it? Suabian Wanxi expressed his confusion. We can hardly stand. Falling off is far more terrifying than being mauled by a shadow wolf. Yangzhe Wushuang couldn't help but glance down into the unfathomable abyss beneath the bridge. The Grim Reaper and Hope exchanged silent glances, evidently prior to Wang Yuan's arrival. The commander of this team had been Rin Jiwudi. Rin Jiwudi thoughtfully stroked his chin and proceeded onto the bridge. Observing Rin Jiwudi ascend the bridge, the others fell silent and followed suit. Not invincible, why are you so obedient? Suabian Wanxia whispered, though he still felt somewhat unconvinced about Wang Yuan's command. Of course, if it were me, I would have insisted you all ascend the bridge too. Why? Suabian Wanxia queried, puzzled. Did you not notice how narrow this bridge is? Rin Jiwudi glanced at Wang Yuan, privately marveling at his ability to single-handedly dominate a guild, showcasing an exceptional understanding of terrain utilization. Positioning is an essential tactical strategy for skilled players. Rin Jiwudi disowned Wang Yuan's line of thinking. Yet he was aware that had he been in command, it would have taken several attempts before he noticed the drawbridge as a viable positioning terrain. Remarkably, despite it being their first venture into the hellish dungeon, Wang Yuan's swift recognition of the drawbridge's potential for positioning reveals his profound mastery of terrain tactics. Is it too narrow? Upon hearing Rin Jiwudi's remark, the others began to comprehend. Wang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Among experts, excessive explanations are unnecessary, for they possess an innate understanding that requires only a hint. What's wrong with narrow? Shui Linglong still appeared perplexed. The collective response was silence. Wang Yuan discreetly wiped his brow, noting that this particular girl was an exception. Soon after, everyone ascended the bridge. Wang Yuan pointed towards the courtyard gate and instructed, Lingzi, go open the door and retreat quickly once it's ajar. Although Shui Linglong remained somewhat confused, she obediently dashed forward and utilized her lock-picking skill to pry open the heavy iron gate. Creak. As the gate swung open, Shui Linglong turned and sprinted back. Xiaoxi, engage the enemies. Wang Yuan commanded once more. Xiaoxi, the player, casually shooting arrows, was visibly displeased and retorted, don't call me Xiaoxi. How about little urine then? Wang Yuan scratched his head. Forget it, just stick with Xiaoxi. Reluctantly, the player raised his bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the shadow wolf within the courtyard, releasing a shot. Whoosh! The arrow arced through the air, striking the shadow wolf on its head. In an instant, every shadow wolf in the courtyard seemed to have been kicked, simultaneously raising their heads. They then surged towards the bridge like a swarm. Warriors, hold the line. Wang Yuan issued the order. The valiant warrior, Yingzhw Shuing, had already positioned himself at the forefront, wielding his greatsword. Behind him, the Hope Bearer raised his staff, activating 3 radiant auras. Hero S aura increases attack power by 5, Iron aura increases defense by 5, Thorn aura 5 damage reflection. These auras enveloped the party as the shadow wolves charged onto the bridge. At this juncture, the distinctive feature of terrain positioning became evident. The bridge's narrow structure permitted only a single unit to pass through. Consequently, the shadow wolves lined up in a queue as they surged onto the bridge. Yingzhw Shuing, the formidable warrior, single-handedly obstructed all the shadow wolves at the opposite end of the bridge, perfectly utilizing the drawbridge's terrain for positioning. At that moment, even though there were over 100 shadow wolves on the opposing side, only one truly confronted Wang Yuan and his group. Although the shadow wolves were elite monsters at level 30, Yingzhw Shuing, an 18-level warrior, despite not being a shield tank, boasted high defensive capabilities due to his heavy armor, particularly as he donned a piece of silver-grade armor. Although the Shadow Wolf inflicts considerable damage, its impact on the heroic vanguard is relatively insignificant. Moreover, the heroic vanguard is supported by clerics and paladins who provide healing and enhance their status. There is no need to consider defense, evasion, or positioning. They simply withstand the onslaught of the Shadow Wolf with sheer fortitude. With the heroic vanguard holding the line against the pack of wolves, Wang Yuan casually cast a curse, weakening the leading Shadow Wolf. He then loosed an arrow, which struck the creature squarely in the head. The Shadow Wolf let out a mournful whimper, followed closely by a fireball from the Grim Reaper. With a resounding explosion, a portion of the wolf's health was obliterated. As others joined in the assault, within a single round, the Shadow Wolf had lost a third of its health. Mere moments later, it lay lifeless upon the ground. A corpse has been discovered, from which a soul can be extracted. Do you wish to extract the soul? As the Shadow Wolf collapsed, a prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Extract the soul? He paused, momentarily taken aback, and suddenly recalled the skill imparted to him by Zol. Soul extraction. You have mastered a novel summoning technique developed by High Priest Zol, allowing you to extract the souls of the deceased to create soul fire. This soul fire can be placed within a corpse, transforming it into your own undead battle companion. Cooldown: none. Chapter 44. The frustrating game designer drawing forth. With a mere thought, a swirl of azure flames emerged from the Shadow Wolf, coalescing into a flame the size of a thumb, wavering gently as it floated into Wang Yuan's voluminous cloak. You have acquired Soul Fire 1. Soul Fire, Elite, level 30 Soul Gathering, can be infused into undead units below level 30, generating new summoned entities. Undead units, presumably referring to skeletal warriors and the like, Wang Yuan understood. However, this item seemed of little utility to him. His skeletal warriors, having traversed from a post-apocalyptic future, possessed advanced intelligence and boundless potential for growth, far surpassing this meager soul fire. Yet, any addition is better than none. It occupies little space, and its current lack of utility does not preclude future usefulness. As Wang Yuan absorbed the soul fire, the second Shadow Wolf succumbed to the collective efforts of the group. Indeed, a skilled tactician can rival the prowess of an elite player in any team. Hundreds of Shadow Wolves would be catastrophic for any squad at this stage. Yet in the choke point of the bridge, these elite monsters were nothing more than a farce, their sole purpose being to queue for their demise. 1, 2, 3. They fell in succession, the cycle repeating. With each Shadow Wolf that perished, Wang Yuan amassed more soul fire, all of which were 30-level elite soul fires. When the final Shadow Wolf let out a wail and its health bar reached 0, Wang Yuan had successfully absorbed the total of 100 soul fires. Delightful. Once all the Shadow Wolves were vanquished, the mighty hero bellowed with exuberance. The others displayed expressions of profound satisfaction. They had never anticipated that the first act of the hell-level difficulty Shadow Castle would pass so effortlessly. It was all thanks to Brother Nyo. Without him, such ease would have been unattainable, mused the benevolent Invincible. Indeed, the others echoed in agreement, their gazes toward Wang Yuan reflecting newfound respect and trust. Before this, they had scarcely dared to consider how to confront hundreds of elite monsters, yet under Wang Yuan's guidance, they had effortlessly dispatched all the Shadow Wolves. Pure coincidence, merely coincidence. Wang Yuan humbly waved his hand. It was hardly coincidence. Had it not been for his skeletal warrior's understanding of the strategy, he would not have discovered the breakthrough so swiftly. Just as the group relaxed their guard, the voice of the skeleton echoed in Wang Yuan's ears once more. What are these fools still doing on the bridge? Do they not realize the Wolf King is about to respawn? If it spawns on the bridge, they'll be lining up for death. After just defeating the minor monsters, they let their guard down. One must never relax until the very last moment. How did these people learn? They are players. What do they know? A bunch of lazy couch potatoes. Do you really consider them professionals heading into battle? Another boss is about to respawn? Upon hearing the skeleton's words, Wang Yuan was taken aback. From the words of the skeleton, it is evident that upon the demise of the minor creature, the Wolf King boss will respawn in close proximity to the players. One cannot help but express frustration at the game designers for their seemingly cruel intentions. Facing 100 elite monsters undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge for the players. Once they succeed, they are likely to let their guard down, focusing on clearing the battlefield, and would certainly refrain from departing the suspension bridge. In such circumstances, having a boss spawn on the bridge is nothing short of a travesty. Under hellish difficulty, the boss's strength is quintupled, far surpassing that of the elite creatures. With no room for maneuver on the suspension bridge, even the most skilled players would struggle to endure. However, how to urgently advise everyone to vacate the bridge? Wang Yuan found himself in a quandary. Abruptly leading the team away might expose his secret of being able to hear the skeleton's thoughts. Remaining on the bridge could lead to their demise. Quickly, lead them away. Just as Wang Yuan pondered how to rationally guide the team down the bridge, 3 skeletons suddenly dashed downwards on their own accord. Teacher Wushuang, is this acceptable? Can he comprehend it? Ma Sanner was quite apprehensive about Wang Yuan's intellect. Look at Niu Ji's understanding, Dabai remarked coolly. Have no fear. Niugu is a prodigy among men. Surely he will grasp it. Xiaobai, Wang Yuan's most devoted admirer, radiated unwavering trust in him. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Wang Yuan lived up to expectations. Upon seeing the skeletons rush down, he feigned confusion for a moment before his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. We must leave the suspension bridge at once. Huh? How about that? I told you, Niugu is remarkably insightful. Xiaobai exclaimed with delight upon witnessing Wang Yuan comprehend his cue. Oh, this fellow possesses a bit of intellect after all, Ma San commented in astonishment. Otherwise, how could he summon us? Dabai smiled lightly, indicating that he had grown accustomed to it. However, Shui Linglong and the others were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Wang Yuan's command. The corpses of the shadow wolves on the bridge had yet to be cleared. Why the sudden rush to leave? The hellish difficulty dungeon boasted a tenfold drop rate for first clears, and even ordinary monsters could yield equipment. The materials from the shadow wolves were exceedingly valuable. Could they truly afford to abandon them? Wang Yuan had no time to explain and swiftly darted forward. Although the others were puzzled, they promptly followed suit, hastily vacating the suspension bridge. Just as the last of them, Ren Jiwudi, leaped off the bridge, a deafening roar erupted from behind them. Simultaneously, a swirling mass of black mist materialized, revealing a colossal beast looming behind the group. This creature stood over 3 meters tall, its body entirely black and covered in scales. With 2 fearsome wolf heads, one exhaled flames while the other belched smoke, its enormous claws brandishing razor-sharp talons. Hell Roar Christian, level, 30 health, 500, 000 mana, 5,000 skills, Fiery Incineration, Hellish Breath, Shattering Claw, Nightmare Assault. Background: the Wolf King, raised by King Leoric, has been corrupted by the forces of darkness, gaining immense and terrifying powers from hell, rendering him ferocious and combative. To one's utter astonishment, the boss has respawned right here. A golden boss, no less. As the Wolf King suddenly materialized behind them, all present stood in stunned silence. They exchanged anxious glances at Wang Yuan, who had foreseen this peril. It is unfathomable that game designers could be so cunning as to have a boss spawn in proximity to the players, and moreover, a golden one at that. It is worth noting that in the ordinary difficulty of the Shadow Castle, the ultimate boss at the conclusion is merely a level 20 silver boss. Yet here, in the very first act, a level 30 golden boss has appeared right beside the players. What audacity! The mechanics of this dungeon seem utterly devoid of decorum, as if it were deliberately crafted to ensnare the players. The mere thought of being cornered on the bridge by such a formidable foe sends shivers down one's spine. Thankfully, Wang Yuan provided a timely warning. Otherwise, they would all have met their demise upon that bridge. Chapter 45. A New Perspective Howl. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned, Christian suddenly let out a fierce roar, disregarding all caution as he lunged straight for the invincible benevolence. Watch out! Invincible dodge! Wang Yuan exclaimed, alarmed. Truly, the hellishly difficult boss possessed an intellect akin to that of a genuine monster, instinctively targeting the healer. In the midst of his warning, Wang Yuan cast a curse mark upon Christian. However, the curse proved ineffective, for in the lore of Dawn of the Breaking Day, beast-type bosses boasted an 80 resistance to control and debuff skills. Thus, Wang Yuan's 10 attribute reduction amounted to a mere 2 against Christian, a negligible impact for a level 30 golden boss. Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons had already scurried into the courtyard, and it was apparent that returning to rescue the formation would be too late. With the healer down before the battle even commenced, the challenges ahead would surely intensify. Bang! As Christian's claw descended, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Invincible Benevolence, a figure dashed from the side, charging in front of Invincible. With a valiant rush, he collided forcefully with Christian. It was the unyielding hero. Christian staggered from the impact, his attack forcibly interrupted, while the unyielding hero was sent reeling back several steps. Barely regaining his balance, his health bar diminished by a third. Yet, he had successfully intercepted Christian's lethal strike aimed at invincible benevolence. Impressive. Wang Yuan was taken aback. Accustomed to the agility of his three skeletons, his standards were set high, and most skilled players barely registered on his radar. However, the unyielding hero's charge, both in timing and reflexes, was impeccably executed. Of course, the quick response was not solely the domain of the unyielding hero. As he steadied himself, Invincible Benevolence's healing spell descended, a series of bright lights enveloping him, restoring his health completely. Christian's attack failed, and with his mouth agape, he unleashed a fireball toward the unyielding hero. Swish! Invincible Benevolence raised his staff, casting a golden light that cocooned the unyielding hero. Boom! The fireball struck the unyielding hero with a resounding explosion, yet he remained unscathed. Holy Shield, a priest's skill, casting divine light to grant immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. Before Christian could recover from his skill's aftereffects, the unyielding hero, fortified by the Holy Shield, delivered a critical strike to Christian's head. 654. Christian's head reeled from the blow. Swish! At the same moment, an arrow, imbued with a white glow, found its mark precisely in Christian's eye. Focus shot. 1321. Critical hit. Howl. Christian, in pain, let out a fierce roar as the right side of his head opened up, preparing to unleash a skill. At that moment, however, a fireball, the size of a basin, plummeted into Christian's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, engulfing his head in crimson flames. Critical hit. The moment the fireball erupted, Shui Linglong circled behind Christian, delivering a devastating stab with her dagger into one of his vulnerable spots. A chilling howl escaped Christian's lips, echoing through the air. A massive number indicating a loss of health floated above his head. Wang Yuan gasped in shock, instinctively tightening his grip. The others were equally drenched in sweat. Even the 3 skeletons watching this scene couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Goodness, these players are fierce. Indeed, it seemed Wang Yuan had underestimated this group of players. The astonishment of the trio was not solely due to Shui Linglong's backstab, but rather the overall proficiency exhibited by all the players, which surpassed the skeleton's previous perceptions of current player capabilities. It should be noted that these 3 had clawed their way through the apocalypse, and to them, the combat skills of present-day players appeared as rudimentary as children's play. Players from large guilds like the Black Dragon Society were no exception, let alone those without a guild. Yet, to their surprise, the coordinated combat displayed by Shui Linglong and her companions had even the arrogant skeletons taken aback. Although these players had yet to reach the level of elite professionals, with a bit of training, they could easily graduate from a combat academy in the future apocalypse. Especially Shui Linglong's final strike, which made the 3 skeletons silently grateful for their current undead form, devoid of any soft vulnerabilities. The first act of the Shadow Castle was challenging primarily due to the 100 elite monsters. Although Christian was a level 30 golden boss, he lacked any remarkable features, resembling an ordinary beast. For players around level 20, as long as the front line could withstand the assault and the healer maintained stability, they could easily prevail. Moreover, Shui Linglong's previous strike had precisely targeted Christian's weaknesses, each dealing a staggering 10,000 points of lethal damage. In less than 10 minutes, Christian's health bar was entirely depleted, and with a final lament, he collapsed to the ground. Loot the corpse! Loot the corpse! As the boss fell, the group erupted in excitement, surrounding him eagerly. Yet none dared to take action. Wang Yuan was curious. Why aren't we looting? Nyogo, you go ahead. Rin Jiwudi cleared a space for Wang Yuan to approach. Looting a corpse was a mark of honor. Only the member of the team who contributed the most had the right to do so, despite Shui Linglong's output being the highest. Accounting for a staggering 60 of the damage dealt, the honor of looting remained a coveted prize. Yet, everyone understands the reality. Were it not for Wang Yuan, they would have struggled to overcome even the earlier elite monster, even if they had fortuitously found a strategic position to surpass the elite creature. Had it not been for Wang Yuan leading them down the suspension bridge, they would have undoubtedly faced total annihilation and returned home defeated. The disparity in contributions is evident. Initially, one might have thought this individual capable of single-handedly challenging an entire guild was merely a reckless fool. However, it turns out he is, in fact, a genuine tactical mastermind. At this moment, Shui Linglong and her companions had already come to admire Wang Yuan wholeheartedly. Then I shall not hold back. Wang Yuan, not one to be overly sentimental, promptly crouched down and began to rummage through the spoils. Soon, he unearthed a helmet shaped like a wolf's head and casually opened its attributes. Christian's Roar, category, helmet, leather armor, quality, silver armor, 21 magic resistance, 23 agility, 7 strength, 5 wild aura, passive skill. Increases attack speed and movement speed by 15. Beast King's Roar, active skill, within 30 seconds. Enhances the attributes of beast-type companions by 15. Class requirement, none level requirement. 15. Item description, a helmet that seals the soul of the Beast King. Wow, Brother Nyo, you are truly my savior. Upon witnessing the attributes of the helmet in Wang Yuan's hands, he couldn't contain his excitement and jumped up exuberantly. Chapter 46. The Entangled Water Linglong. Alas, how could this rascal encounter such fortuitous circumstances? The others, upon witnessing the hat in Wang Yuan's possession, clenched their teeth in frustration. Their discontent palpable. Although this hat is a universal piece of equipment, only archers and assassins among the 8 primary classes possess mastery over leather armor. Most notably, the Beast King's Roar attribute is tailor-made for hunters. Archers can capture wild beasts to assist them in battle, while hunters, upon reaching level 20, acquire a talent known as the Beast King, enabling them to summon 2 battle pets and enhance their attributes by 30. Thus, a level 20 hunter is often referred to as a Beast King hunter. A pet with a 15 attribute bonus would surpass the combat power of a similarly leveled Beast King hunter's pet by a staggering 50. This singular attribute is akin to a divine artifact for the Beast King hunter. It is no wonder that such fervor ensued from a mere errant shot. What a pity to have such exquisite equipment claimed by another, lamented Steelby. What a pity. I am not a Beast King hunter, Masana remarked nonchalantly. As long as I can acquire that treasure from the armory, this endeavor shall not be in vain. The treasure in the armory? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering what might lie within that could inspire such obsession in Masana. Continuing to search the corpses, the second piece of equipment was a robe. Silence of the Night, category, robe, cloth armor, quality, silver armor, 11 magic resistance, 33 intelligence, 11 spirit, 13 night curse, passive skill. Curse magic skill level 1 Silent Lamb. Active skill, casts a curse to transform the target into a sheep, rendering them silent and unable to cast spells for 5 seconds. With a cooldown of 25 seconds. Class requirement, Mage, Necromancer, Priest level requirement. 15 Item description, a cursed robe that paradoxically enhances its wielder's power. From its attributes, this robe clearly serves as exclusive gear for curse-oriented necromancers, boasting a formidable passive skill of curse level 1 and an accompanying transformation control. Naturally, Wang Yuan, being the only necromancer in the party, claimed the robe. Regrettably, he was only at level 10 and thus unable to don it just yet. The final piece of equipment was a dagger. Tooth of Christian, category, dagger quality, gold attack, 52 magic, 37 strength, 11 agility, 14 flame, passive skill. Attacks inflict an additional 15 fire magic damage. Devour, passive skill, 15 chance to bypass defenses. Blood Tooth, active skill. The next attack inflicts 300 critical damage while granting the bloodthirst state, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Job requirement, assassin level requirement, 15 item description. The magical dagger forged from Christian's teeth possesses formidable magical attributes, yet its power seems to influence the user's mind. Lingzi, what a stroke of misfortune. The onlookers were filled with envy. A golden tier weapon, undoubtedly a rarity at this stage. Moreover, its attributes are remarkably impressive. While the 15 fire magic damage may seem somewhat trivial, it compensates for the assassin's lack of magical damage. The ability to ignore defenses elevates this dagger's attributes to an entirely new echelon. As an assassin, known for explosive output, the thought of a skill set that disregards defenses is nothing short of terrifying. Regarding the Bloodfang, despite its mere 300 damage enhancement, the 15 seconds of bloodlust significantly augments the already fragile assassin's survivability. It must be said, this dagger is undoubtedly a gem among gems, with a market value of at least 100 gold coins. However, Shui Linglong wore a frown. Why is it a dagger? Is this even human language? Upon hearing her words, the crowd was incensed. How could she be so ungrateful for such a golden weapon? She actually displayed contempt. Look, Shui Linglong casually revealed the attributes of the dagger in her hand. Upon seeing the dagger with enhanced stealth capabilities that Shui Linglong possessed, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, two exceptional daggers, and anyone in this situation would feel disheartened. Where did she acquire this stealth-enhanced dagger? The crowd was intensely curious about the source of such a divine artifact. I bought it at a high price. Shui Linglong responded, then showcased the illusion ring. Look, with this ring, I gain a 30 enhancement to stealth. What on earth? Where did you get that? Shui Linglong pointed at Wang Yuan. Brother Niu, do you have any divine gear for other classes? The crowd eagerly inquired. No, I only snatched this one from the Black Dragon Guild. Wang Yuan replied with a shrug. If you want something, just tell me who to target, and I'll help you steal it. No, everyone hurriedly waved their hands. Goodness, this gentleman truly stands out. Treating the Black Dragon Guild like a weapons depot? Why am I so unfortunate? Shui Linglong lamented, on the verge of tears. The dagger in her hand was just purchased yesterday, and now it faces obsolescence? She felt reluctant to part with it. What is there to be disheartened about? Wang Yuan chuckled. Don't assassins dual-wield weapons? Just get another one later. You're not lacking in funds. Indeed, I am not short on money. Shui Linglong's eyes brightened. All right, enough. Please be quiet. The crowd glared at her, wishing to hear nothing further from her. As the first kill of a hell difficulty boss, aside from the 3 pieces of equipment, Christian also dropped an additional skill book. Title: Shadow Envelopment Category. Skill book rank: D attribute. Shadow. This spell conjures a blinding mist of shadow magic within a specified vicinity. Item description: the shadow magic, understood by the corrupted Christian, emanates from the depths of darkness. Do not gaze upon me. I am incapable of mastering shadow magic, declared the Reaper, dismissing himself as a serious elemental mage. And do not regard me either. I am a devout follower of the light god, retorted the benevolent, expressing disdain. Very well. I shall not hold back. With a casual gesture, Wang Yuan summoned the shadow envelopment, which transformed into a streak of black light and entered his being. System prompt: you have acquired the shadow magic, shadow envelopment. Sighing, Wang Yuan opened his skill panel and lamented. As a mage, he possessed no offensive skills. All were control-oriented, indicating his innate role as a support character. After examining Christian's remains, the group tidied the battlefield on the bridge. Although they did not acquire any equipment, they amassed a substantial amount of materials. Wang Yuan's Shadow Wolf Fong directly fulfilled the quest requirements. However, he felt a twinge of regret at the realization that he could not siphon Christian's soul. The system explained that he was too weak to harness such a formidable soul. Alas, it appears the skill developed by Zhuer is fraught with shortcomings. Souls of excessive strength cannot be absorbed, rendering it inferior to his summoning arts. Traversing the courtyard, the group entered a corridor. After clearing the scattered guards within, they arrived at the second act, the Shadow Library. Chapter 47. Come. Answer my questions. The Shadow Library is the residence of the Royal Mage Ball, serving the ambitious Lyarek. In his relentless pursuit of immortality, Lyarek constructed this unparalleled grand library for Ball. Within its walls lie tomes rivaling those of the Holy Light Cathedral's archives. However, this treasure trove of knowledge has become mere history following a catastrophic event. Immortality? Upon glimpsing the information presented, Wang Yuan and his companions exchanged glances. It appears that Lyarek harbored considerable ambition, delving into the secrets of eternal life. Indeed, throughout history, all rulers share a common trait. Once they attain absolute power, they become consumed by the delusion of eternal dominion. It seems that Lyarek's untimely demise is intricately linked to his quest for immortality. Such revelations are absent in ordinary difficulty dungeons. Only in the hellish trials do players uncover fragments of history. This bears a striking resemblance to the secret realms of later generations. It is likely that Wang Yuan's conjecture is correct. The so-called hell difficulty dungeons are akin to the secret realms that emerged after apocalyptic times. The Shadow Library is vast and spacious. Towering bookshelves line the walls, yet they are eerily empty. At the heart of the library lies an open area, where a cauldron and a collection of vials are arranged, marking the spot where the great Mage Ball pursued his research on immortality. Adventurers, you have finally arrived. As Wang Yuan's group stepped into the library, a hollow voice resonated from the heavens. The group quickly looked upward, only to find nothing. Ball, that old trickster, still revels in mystery. Who doesn't he know he resides within the cauldron? How tragic for the old mage, seeking the elixir of life only to become a wraith, scattered to ashes. Yet, there are no ashes, for the remains still linger in the cauldron, quit the trio of skeletal warriors in Wang Yuan's mind. This was not their first visit. Everything felt achingly familiar. How pitiful, Wang Yuan mused, torn between laughter and pity. The esteemed archmage has met such a fate, hiding within a cauldron in a display of morbid humor. Hey, no need to search, I am right before you. The voice seemed to revel in the group's inability to locate its source. There's a ghost. Shui Linglong, pale with fright, screamed and darted into Wang Yuan's embrace. Startled, Wang Yuan sidestepped, causing Shui Linglong to collide with Ma Sainer behind him. Ah, praise my brother Niao. You shall be my kin henceforth, Ma Sainer exclaimed, exhilarated by Shui Linglong's presence. Wang Yuan, exasperated, could only shake his head as Shui Linglong stumbled forward. She sensed something amiss. Looking up, she found a grinning skull peering down at her, its hollow eye sockets flickering with dancing flames of spirit, exuding a distinctly unsettling aura. Ah! Shui Linglong screamed, nearly losing her breath. Ha! Seeing Shui Linglong so frightened, the empty voice laughed even more arrogantly. Bai, unable to bear it any longer, raised his staff, and a fireball shot forth, striking the cauldron. Boom! The cauldron was overturned, and dust flew into the air. Cough, cough, cough. How utterly impolite you all are. An elderly phantom slowly emerged from the ground, coughing. 9-star mage, ball, gold, elite, level, 30 health, 300, 000 mana, 200. 000 skills. Mastery of magic background. Once a powerful 9-star mage in life, his soul is now trapped within the library, unable to disperse. A 9-star mage? What the hell? Upon seeing Ball's information, not only was Shui Linglong and her companions astonished, but even Wang Yuan was equally taken aback. Mages are ranked from 1 to 9 stars. A level 110 is a 1-star magic apprentice, a level 1020 is a 2-star apprentice mage, a level 2030 is a 3-star junior mage, and so on. An 8090 level mage is the legendary 9-star mage, also known as the Grand Sorcerer, merely a step away from the fabled god of magic. What merit do I possess to encounter a 9-star Grand Mage in a level 15 dungeon? A 9-star mage, my foot. This fellow is only level 30 now. Devoid of a physical form, where is his peak strength? The 3 skeletons wore expressions of disdain. It has been countless years. I have nearly died of boredom. Finally, you adventurers have arrived. Would you care to play with me? Before anyone could respond, the old man flickered and appeared before the group, his face alight with excitement, resembling a lonely elder who hadn't seen anyone in ages. Play what? Wang Yuan asked curiously. Although this old man was a boss trapped in the dungeon, his intelligence was no different from that of a human. He enjoyed pranks, but didn't seem particularly unpleasant. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ball's gaze immediately fell upon him. At the same time, Ball displayed a look of confusion, and the next moment, he was right in front of Wang Yuan, sniffing him vigorously. You, my dear fellow, possess multiple soul fluctuations. Whose disciple are you? Ball asked, astonished. My mentor is the Necromancer High Priest Soul, Wang Yuan replied truthfully. No wonder. So it's him. Has he succeeded? Splendid. I can finally escape this wretched place. Ball suddenly became exhilarated. Wang Yuan. Hurry, summon me. Let me become your undead. Ball eagerly commanded Wang Yuan. Huh? The others were dumbfounded, gazing at Wang Yuan with eyes filled with admiration. Damn, it's true that comparison breeds envy. At this stage, a necromancer could at most summon a skeleton warrior, which is already quite an achievement. At this very moment, a 9-star Grand Mage grasped Wang Yuan's arm, eagerly requesting to become his undead servant. This was so outrageous that, had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would have dared to believe such absurdity could occur. Even while it unfolded before their eyes, the onlookers pinched themselves hard, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. Although the game lacked the sensation of pain during combat, self-inflicted harm was still a reality, as the system automatically classified players who engaged in self-harm with a certain tendency, resulting in a pain threshold elevated by 500. Upon experiencing this quintuple agony, the player finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was indeed reality, not a dream. Astonishingly, the player almost fell to his knees before Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was equally bewildered. Although he yearned to assist, he found himself utterly incapable. Firstly, summoning a spirit required performing the invocation of skeletons at the spirit shrine beneath the church. Furthermore, the spirits he could summon were elite beings from a future apocalypse, and he could not specify whom to call forth. What? Are you unwilling? Upon noticing Wang Yuan's indifference, Bale's expression shifted to one of fury. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, I simply do not know how to proceed, Wang Yuan replied, hands raised in exasperation. This truly posed a challenge for him. Very well. You dare to jest with me. I am not pleased in the slightest. Ball exclaimed in anger, prepare to face my wrath. Now, answer my question. Answer a question? The crowd was left in confusion. Wait, why is this boss behaving so absurdly? Shouldn't we be engaging in battle directly? Why are we playing a riddle instead? Chapter 48. The ridiculously powerful mage, do not heed his words. Strike him down. This old man has begun his deceitful antics once more. Once he matures, everyone shall meet their demise. After all, he is a 9-star mage. Upon hearing the question, 3 skeletons erupted into a frenzy of shouts. Wang Yuan was filled with confusion, yet he understood that this so-called question-and-answer session was clearly a ruse. What would happen if one chose not to respond? Randomly, he shot out a query. Haha. Ball chuckled. You see, noble mages do not resort to violence as others do. But should you incite his displeasure, you shall bear the brunt of his wrath. Are you implying that failure to answer the question will lead to violence? You have grasped it well. Let us commence with your question. Ball smiled slightly, pointing his hand, and a radiant light enveloped randomly. Pray tell, which is preferable, eternal life or a fleeting existence? Huh? How would I know? I have never experienced eternal life. Without a moment's thought, randomly replied. Incorrect. Next. Ball smiled faintly, and the light surrounding randomly vanished. What the hell? I've dropped 5 levels. What is happening? At that moment, randomly shrieked. The crowd fell silent. And Wang Yuan cast a detection spell. Ball's level had risen to 35. No way. Wang Yuan gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, is this even possible? This Ball is using such a method to siphon players' levels. Do not answer his questions. Benevolent Invincible also sensed something amiss and hurled a holy light sphere at Ball. The holy sphere wobbled as it passed through Ball's form. Huh. Benevolent Invincible's eyes nearly popped out. Holy light is the nemesis of all undead. The holy sphere naturally counters undead beings, and as a ghost, Ball should surely be harmed by it. Yet he remained unscathed. The sphere didn't even touch him. Damn it. Brave Unmatched also roared, striking with his sword. Similar to Benevolent Invincible, the great sword passed through Ball's body and crashed heavily to the ground. This. The crowd exchanged terrified glances, their expressions filled with dread. Any monster should be toppled by players. Indeed, there may be immunities, be it to physical or magical damage, but complete immunity is impossible. This Ball not only evades magical attacks, but physical ones as well. Could it be that this fellow is invincible? You reckless adventurers are nothing but ignorant ants. Ball scoffed at their futile attacks, then turned to Brave Unmatched and asked coolly, Pray tell, which is preferable, eternal life or a fleeting existence? A glow enveloped Brave Unmatched. Eternal life. It must be eternal life. Brave Unmatched declared confidently after a moment's contemplation. Huh. Have you ever experienced eternal life? How can you be certain that eternal life will bring joy? How do you know it will not become tedious? I currently feel as if I am living in torment. An incorrect answer. Next. Ball's tone turned menacing, and the radiance vanished. The level of the unmatched hero diminished by 5, while Ball's brilliance flickered, elevating him to level 40. As they observed Ball's escalating level, panic ensued among the crowd. After this round, would Ball not ascend directly to level 60? A level 60 golden boss. What chance do we have? Yet the pressing issue remains. Attacks are ineffective against Ball. One can only respond to his queries. Pray tell, which is preferable, eternal life or a fleeting existence? Ball posed his question for the 3rd time, and the Grim Reaper was enveloped in light. A fleeting existence. Very well. Incorrect answer. Insect. Ball sneered. And the Grim Reaper was also reduced by 5 levels. Your question is flawed. It possesses no correct answer. At that moment, everyone began to realize the truth. Indeed. Did I ever claim there was a correct answer? Ball retorted with undeniable nonchalance. How outrageous. You are jesting with us. The crowd erupted in anger. Precisely. Ha ha. Ball laughed heartily, pointing once more, this time toward Wang Yuan. However, at that very moment, Wang Yuan raised his staff and hurled a curse at Ball. Crack. The light emitted by Ball dissipated, and a curse mark materialized upon his brow. He has been cursed. Hope exclaimed. Alas. My virtuous and handsome paladin would never cast a curse, only bestow blessings. It has nothing to do with curses. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He only suffers damage when utilizing his skills. While Ball demanded answers, Wang Yuan had been observing him closely. He discovered that although Ball was but a shadow, each time he cast a skill to bind those answering his questions, he would momentarily transform from an apparition into a corporeal form, combined with the real-time counterattack strategy mentioned by Ma Sanner. Wang Yuan swiftly discerned Ball's tactics. How vexing. So this is the insidious mechanism at play. Thankfully, the game designers conceived of it. You filthy necromancer, dare you curse a grand mage? Ball glared furiously at Wang Yuan. Extending his right hand as a staff materialized within his grasp, though he showed no intent to attack. Grand mage? You are merely a pitiful creature imprisoned here. Your ashes have been scattered, and you still dare to call yourself a grand mage. Wang Yuan retorted directly. Scoundrel, you have provoked my wrath. Ball bellowed. And a fireball coalesced from his staff, hurtling toward Wang Yuan. Now, focus your fire. At Wang Yuan's command, the group unleashed their attacks upon Ball. The invincible sage, quick-witted and agile, swiftly enveloped Wang Yuan in a shield of holy light. Boom. The fireball exploded upon Wang Yuan, yet he emerged unscathed. Whoosh. An arrow had already soared toward Ball's face. Hiki. Ball chuckled, effortlessly grasping the arrow with his left hand. Boom. Meanwhile, the fiery orb of death had already soared before Ball. Go. Ball, unhurried, casually released an arrow. Bang. The arrow struck the fireball, causing it to explode with a thunderous roar. Charge. The valiant hero rushed in from the side, colliding with Ball. Whoosh. Yet, Ball swiftly evaded, teleporting behind the valiant hero and striking him on the head with a staff. Crack. The valiant hero was left dazed by the sorcerer's blow. Die. Just as Ball attacked the valiant hero, the air behind him twisted, revealing Shui Ling Long, who lunged forward with a dagger aimed at Ball's lower back. Thud. The moment the dagger pierced Ball, Shui Ling Long felt an emptiness in her hand. Ball had transformed into an illusion. Unable to regain her balance, Shui Ling Long stumbled forward, nearly falling to the ground. This. The crowd was astonished. Clearly, before them stood Ball, a 30-level, now 45, golden boss. Yet his strength far surpassed that of Christian. Indeed, the 9-star Archmage was not merely a title. Even though his power had waned, his combat skills remained impeccable, far beyond what a group of low-level players could contend with. Most astonished of all was Wang Yuan. He had believed that mastering the strategy would guarantee victory, never anticipating Ball's formidable prowess. Shui Linglong's crew, each a master in their own right, couldn't even graze the hem of Ball's garment despite their combined efforts. Was this the overwhelming presence of a 9-star Archmage? Even the 3 skeletons were bewildered. Is this old man really that strong? Those last 2 moves would have been futile even if we had all attacked together, Ma Sanner remarked in astonishment. Something feels off. The Ball we faced in the dungeon wasn't nearly this strong. Xiaobai was utterly confused. They had fought Ball countless times, and this version was on an entirely different level. Could it be due to the first completion? Dabai pondered. It is said that the first completion of a dungeon triggers hidden storylines. Hiss, there seems to be some truth to that. Xiaobai and Ma Sanner suddenly realized. Hidden storylines? Wang Yuan's heart sank. Indeed, I nearly fell to your blows. Ball chuckled, saying, it seems you possess some strength. Very well, I shall not bully you. Set the rules. If you can defeat me, I shall allow you to pass. Chapter 49, The Soul Fire of Ball. As we exchanged glances, we found ourselves at a loss. Despite the presence of individuals from various professions when it came to establishing rules, no one could conceive of a challenge that could rival the formidable figure before us. Comparing swordsmanship, we had all witnessed Bale's prowess, although he identified as a mage. His melee skills were unmatched, wielding his staff with a ferocity that belied any notion of a mage's decorum. Could we compare assassination skills? What form of stealth could possibly rival his ethereal form? As for archery, he could effortlessly nullify a mage's fiery spells with nothing but his bare hands. And to compare spells, what kind of fool would dare to match their magic against a 9-star sorcerer? What about blessings or healing? The enhancement spells mastered by a 9-star mage could easily surpass those of 2 novice clerics. This truly was a deadlock. How could we compete? All right, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? Just as everyone was at a loss, Wang Yuan suddenly chuckled. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's suggestion, everyone paused in astonishment. What? Is that even permissible? Did he explicitly state we must demonstrate our skills? Wang Yuan countered. The crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, Ball had merely requested that players establish the rules, without specifying that we must test our martial or magical prowess. Logically, rock, paper, scissors fit the criteria. The onlookers regarded Wang Yuan with admiration. This fellow was truly remarkable. The three skeletons nearly choked on their own disbelief. All right. No wonder he's the legendary Brother Nyo. What an audacious idea to suggest rock, paper, scissors. It was a stroke of brilliance. Even Ball was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Well, you cunning necromancer. You are indeed insidious. Do you not realize that mages of my caliber are adept in telepathy? Do you think rock, paper, scissors can defeat me? I see. Wang Yuan scratched his head. How about we see who can urinate the farthest? You bloody fool. Shui Linglong nearly dropped her dagger. Uffed. The others couldn't help but laugh aloud. You insolent wretch. In my current state, how can I compete with you? Ball fumed. Shall we compare who possesses the most weapons? Or who has the most followers? Who has the most professions? Wang Yuan proposed 3 additional rules in quick succession. Are you here to cause chaos? Ball growled menacingly, at the very least. Make it something plausible. Don't suggest such frivolities. Plausible? Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, then smiled mischievously. How about we see who is the most terrifying? Oh, competing in terror with me, a ghost? Young man, you are quite bold, Ball chuckled. Old dang, don't be so confident. Grim Reaper, come forth and let him behold your visage. Wang Yuan beckoned to the Reaper. The Grim Reaper approached Wang Yuan with a look of bewilderment, locking eyes with Ball. Ball was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step and drawing forth his staff. After a moment of stunned silence, he regained his composure and, with a forlorn expression, remarked, after all these years of my existence, as a being of death, I find myself frightened by a mere human. Very well. I concede this round. Simultaneously, the Grim Reaper recovered and lunged towards Wang Yuan, exclaiming, You wretched creature, I shall fight you. Do not act rashly, please. The crowd hastily intervened. Someone randomly exclaimed, In critical moments, we still rely on the great mage. Damn it, I shall fight you too. The Grim Reaper began to lash out at the one who had spoken. You can choose your equipment first. Wang Yuan quickly interjected. Is this truly the case? My adoptive father? The Grim Reaper instantly quieted, his fury transforming into a fawning demeanor. Do not be swayed by his words. We have not slain the boss. So where would the equipment come from? A benevolent sage enjoys the spectacle regardless of the chaos. The Grim Reaper's glare returned to Wang Yuan. Unfazed, Wang Yuan turned to Ball and inquired, Old lamp, we have completed the challenge. It would be unreasonable for you not to provide some equipment. It is only fair. Ball replied, But you have not met my requirements. Did we not defeat you? Wang Yuan countered. Winning is not my requirement, Ball clarified. I have been solitary here for countless years, and while I am pleased by your arrival, I cannot be taken away, which leaves me quite dissatisfied. And to ask for equipment? Dream on. Wang Yuan, curious, asked, How can we take you away? Summon me, and I shall become your undead servant, allowing me to leave this place. Though I shall not regain freedom, at least I shall not be trapped here for eternity, Ball lamented. The notion dawned on him. To become a lich is to forsake freedom, yet remaining in this place also offers none. It is preferable to choose the former, if only to behold the vibrant world outside. I cannot. Wang Yuan shook his head. I cannot summon the specified spirit. Then why do you speak at all? Ball retorted, noticeably displeased. However, I have another idea, though its success is uncertain, Wang Yuan continued. You are a 9-star mage, a golden boss. This method may not be effective against you. What is it? Transform your soul into soul fire, and then I will help you find a body of the undead. Wang Yuan explained. But your powerful soul, I simply cannot. You are indeed a genius. What kind of mind could conceive such a brilliant idea? Before Wang Yuan could finish, Ball leapt up in excitement. To absorb soul fire and utilize an undead form to become an eternal being. How did I not think of this sooner? Rest assured, as long as I do not resist, you can draw upon my soul fire. Is that truly so? Wang Yuan asked, half in disbelief. Of course, Balder, in pursuit of the art of immortality, I have dedicated the latter half of my life to the study of necromancy and the arcane arts of the undead. No one possesses greater authority than I in this realm. The formidable souls I unleash cannot be drawn forth and tamed into soul fire due to their powerful consciousness, which instinctively resists becoming the thralls of necromancers. However, should I refrain from resisting, you may indeed succeed in subjugating and siphoning my soul fire. Very well. I shall make the attempt. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, directing his wooden staff at Balder before invoking the soul siphon. With a flash, a blue light enveloped Balder's ethereal form, subsequently constricting. Balder's soul, ensconced in the azure radiance, diminished in size until, after a brief moment, it transformed into a purple soul fire. Soul Fire, Grand Mage Balder. Epic, level, 90 soul gathering. Capable of being infused into undead units of level 90 or below, thus generating new summoned entities. Item description: the 9-star Grand Mage Balder has comprehended the essence of immortality. His soul shall become an undying entity, and his spirit shall endure throughout the realms of existence. Chapter 50, Baal's Apprentice and the Fiery Robe. System notification: you have successfully absorbed the soul of the 9-star Archmage Baal, earning 500 reputation points. Your soul absorption skill level has increased. System notification: the 9-star Mage Baal has successfully broken free from his confinement. A new program has been generated by the system, which will override the current difficulty level upon the reset of the instance. As Baal was drawn into the soul fire, 2 system notifications flickered before Wang Yuan's eyes. It was indeed as Dabai and the others had mentioned. When one first clears a hell difficulty instance, there exists a certain probability of encountering hidden storylines. Baal was one such hidden storyline NPC. According to the fragments of memories Wang Yuan had gathered, Baal was invited by Leoric to research the art of immortality. Ultimately, Baal set his sights on necromancy, believing that true immortality could only be achieved through the transformation of humans into the undead. It seemed that Baal had conducted some experiments, resulting in all living beings within the castle losing their lives overnight. Although Baal comprehended the essence of immortality and became an undead being, he was eternally imprisoned in this forsaken place. The price of immortality was unending solitude. Only after Wang Yuan's arrival did Baal's soul find liberation. From that moment on, the true Baal transformed into the soul fire that Wang Yuan now possessed, while the Baal in the instance became a treacherous NPC, far inferior to the real Baal. With Baal's disappearance, a treasure chest fell to the ground, his relic. Yet, the attention of everyone present was not on the chest, but rather fixated on Wang Yuan. Their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Wait, Brother Nyo, what did you just do? Where is Baal? Just moments ago, Baal had been feigning ignorance, only to vanish at Wang Yuan's gesture. Such a bizarre scene was astonishing even within the realm of the game. It's nothing. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I simply granted him salvation. Though these individuals were friends of Shui Linglong, and Wang Yuan trusted them, they were still strangers. They had yet to reach a level of camaraderie where nothing was left unsaid. One must remember that in a few weeks, the apocalypse would descend, merging reality with the game. Naturally, his secrets were best kept under wraps. Who could predict if former close comrades would stab him in the back after experiencing life and death? Salvation? So Brother Nyo is a monk? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Can a necromancer even grant salvation? The Grim Reaper frowned, puzzled. If anyone should provide salvation, it ought to be me, the priest, not a necromancer. Enough. Open the equipment. Grim Reaper, it's your turn. Wang Yuan indicated the treasure chest on the ground, diverting the conversation. Do I really get to do it? The Reaper, eagerly poised on the ground, first drew a cross before his chest, then brought his hands together in prayer, murmuring incantations. May the god of wealth bless me. May Lord Guan protect me. My hands shall be red. My hands shall be red. With a profound sense of ceremony, he then opened the chest. In contrast to Christian, Baal was not particularly affluent. Perhaps it was also because he had not truly been vanquished by the players. Inside the chest lay merely 2 items. Atop was a robe. Baal's Apprentice Flame Robe. Category: Robe, Cloth Armor. Quality: Golden Armor. 31 Magic Resistance, 50 Intelligence, 11 Spirit, 14 Fire Magic Proficiency. Passive Skill: all fire-related magic skill levels increased by 1. Fire Magic Resistance. Passive Skill: 30 Resistance to Fire Magic. Flame Shield. Active Skill: conjures a fire magic shield that absorbs 30 of incoming damage, transforming it into magical damage that is rebounded. Class requirement: Mage, Necromancer. Priest level requirement: 15. Item description: a catastrophe left Baal with nothing but this robe, which he had cherished since childhood, inherited from his most esteemed magical mentor. My goodness! My goodness! My goodness! Upon witnessing the attributes of the robe, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Though it was also a golden piece of equipment, this robe far surpassed the dagger of Shui Linglong. After all, that dagger had only 3 attributes, with a mere 15 ignoring defense being the only truly formidable feature. The other 2 attributes hardly qualified as exceptional, especially the fire magic damage, which seemed almost ludicrous. In contrast, this robe before them was a genuine artifact. The notion of fire magic skill level 1 speaks for itself, undoubtedly a supreme treasure. A 30 fire magic resistance rendered it a veritable nemesis to mages. It is essential to understand that in the game, most mages' spell-casting skills are fire-based. Thus, a 30 resistance to fire magic effectively diminished all mages' output by a third. The most impressive feature, however, was the flame shield. This ability, combined with the 30 magic resistance, transformed a mage into a formidable tank. Not only could it negate up to 60 of damage, but it could also rebound that damage back. Imagine, if you will, a mage capable of not only delivering remote firepower, but also withstanding damage like a tank class. It would be a sight to behold. The shield warriors fell silent. The paladins shed tears, while mages silently raised their middle fingers. This robe, truly, was the priest's ultimate attire. The benevolent and invincible was eager to seize it, justifying his intention, "If I survive, so shall you." Ridiculous. The archer interjected, unable to contain himself. "Isn't it a waste for a priest to wear such a thing? Give it to me. Archers ought to don cloth armor. As long as I endure, others will fall." This robe, vibrantly red and flamboyant, surely deserved to adorn someone as dashing as myself, one would hope to ponder. Isn't cloth armor meant for warriors? What tank does not wear defensive gear? The brave warrior clenched his fist and proposed, "Shall we roll the dice?" The benevolent replied, "I am in favor." The reckless added, "I concur." Hope exclaimed, "Count me in." A group of rascals eagerly produced their dice, eager to determine superiority under the watchful gaze of the system. "Damn it, are you even human? This was earned with my very face." The Grim Reaper muttered curses beneath his robe. Had he not frightened Ball away, this robe would not have been his. Well, forget it. The others glanced at the robe, then at the Grim Reaper, ultimately surrendering with raised hands and retracting their dice. Their faces reflecting sympathy. "What the hell do you mean by this?" Although the Grim Reaper had acquired the robe, his frustration only deepened. Wang Yuan remarked, "Well, these individuals are truly raucous." Beneath the robe lay a black plant. Resurrection grass. Category, quest item description. This plant harbors the secrets of immortality. What is this? The Grim Reaper questioned, perplexed. The secret of immortality? Wang Yuan shared the quest item. Oh my gosh. Everyone immediately clicked to abandon it. Typically, quest items are not contested. Let us move on. There's nothing left. Upon noticing the empty chest, the group prepared to continue. Wang Yuan squinted, seemingly anticipating something. "Don't leave yet. The armory hasn't opened." Just then, Ma Sanner shouted as he approached a bookshelf, feigning a collision with it. Boom. The bookshelf collapsed, revealing a tightly shut iron door behind it. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Wang Yuan's mouth, barely perceptible. Chapter 51. The broken bow, our skeletal companion, is quite the convenience, effortlessly running over to unveil the hidden door without any commands. It feigns nonchalance, yet its clumsy performance elicits a chuckle from Wang Yuan. "Are you capable of anything? Just barging in like that? How foolish." Xiao Bai's tone drips with disdain. "What else should I do? Didn't teacher Wushuang just dash in directly?" Ma Sanna retorts. Well, I must admit, your performance was utterly seamless." Xiao Bai quickly concedes. Look, there's a door." At that moment, the ever-alert Sui Bian she spotted the hidden door behind the bookshelf and exclaimed loudly, "A door?" The group stirred at the sound, instantly invigorated. As seasoned players, they understood the significance of a door appearing in a dungeon. It signified hidden maps, concealed scenes, secret bosses, and undiscovered rewards. Anything shrouded in secrecy was undoubtedly valuable. However, the door remained locked. "Ling Jie, it's your turn." All eyes turned to Shui Linglong. In the game, only assassins possessed lock-picking skills, and those skills required monetary investment to enhance. Shui Linglong, a player of unmatched dedication, had maxed out her lock-picking skill on her very first day of class change. Unless the system deliberately intervened, there was no lock she could not open. You thought of me, didn't you? Shui Linglong took 2 steps to the door, producing a shimmering golden key to insert into the lock. With a click, the door swung open. "You actually have a key?" Wang Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Such a novice. This is the universal key of the lockpicking skill," Shui Linglong explained. "The higher the level, the more advanced the key." Wang Yuan. The skill system in this wretched game is utterly absurd. Who would have thought that an assassin's lockpicking prowess primarily relies on keys? Upon stepping through the door, everyone stood agape. Before them lay a warehouse, lined with 2 weapon racks, each brimming with an array of weapons. System notification: you have discovered a hidden scene, the long-sealed arsenal. This is actually an arsenal. Upon seeing the gleaming equipment adorning the racks, the group quickly realized the treasure they had unearthed. Weapons were the most crucial equipment for players. In the game, one could forego armor, but a weapon was indispensable. Without it, one could not even cast their skills. Thus, weapons were not merely significant items. They were among the most valuable equipment available. Players had to prioritize weapon selection when acquiring gear. Now, with 2 fully stocked weapon racks before them, shimmering with extraordinary attributes, the excitement was palpable. Well done, Xiaozhong. There truly is an arsenal. Several skeletons could not help but express their astonishment. Of course. Do you think we are the type to build things haphazardly? Regrettably, I already possess a complete set. Subai felt utterly disheartened. His equipment required 3 pieces to unlock the set attributes, and weapons seemed forever out of reach. I too have acquired a staff that restores magical energy. Dubai also expressed his disappointment. If only there were magical armor, he might have shown interest. However, for weapons, he deemed it unnecessary to change for the time being. Hiki, exclaimed Masan, brimming with excitement. Then I suppose I shall benefit myself. Dubai chuckled lightly. Do not rejoice too soon. Within our party, there exists an archer. And it may not be your turn. This left Masan momentarily stupefied. Indeed, in his fervor at discovering the treasure trove, he had seemingly forgotten his identity as a skeleton warrior, mistakenly believing himself to be a professional player. Were he a player, upon encountering weapons suitable for himself, he would undoubtedly be the first to claim them. Yet, he was merely a skeleton soldier, a battle pet to a player. Attempting to acquire equipment while an archer was present in the party would be utterly absurd. Unless there were surplus weapons, forcefully claiming one would be shameless. Stealing equipment would invite scorn from all. Haha, feeling deflated, are we? Xiaobai reveled in his misfortune. Damn it. Masan became increasingly dejected. While the 3 skeletons engaged in their frivolous banter, Wang Yuan and his companions had already secured the weapons they sought. Yongzhe Wushuang obtained a silver-quality one-handed shield. Although his warrior class lacked proficiency in heavy shields, making do with a lower defense one-handed shield was acceptable, especially since the shield bore the signature skill of a shield warrior, Shield Strike, bestowing him an additional control skill. Rinjawudi finally acquired a priest-exclusive silver staff, which granted a 30 healing bonus and a 15 cooldown reduction, significantly enhancing his healing capabilities and survivability. The Grim Reaper bore an unattractive visage, but his hands were indeed fortunate, as he procured a magical tome as a secondary weapon. This tome not only greatly amplified his magical damage, but also came equipped with a lightning spell. Lightning magic is renowned for its rapid casting and high output, making it one of the rarest skills in the game. Hoping to wield a dark, unattractive staff, he lamented, "Damn, why is this thing so hideous? I must purchase a weapon cosmetic. What properties does it possess?" Everyone inquired with curiosity. Skill enhancement, aura bonuses, and a built-in heavy injury aura. Hope retorted, "Go to hell," as the group pinned him down and playfully pummeled him. The most unfortunate of all was Shui Linglong, who clutched a glowing blue dagger. On the verge of tears, why must it be another dagger? I already have 2. Your grandfather. Why are my weapons so subpar? She carelessly threw her longbow to the ground in exasperation. What's wrong? The others gathered around, faces alight with schadenfreude. This shabby bronze bow is inferior to what I possess, she scoffed, picking up the bow and activating the attribute display. Wanderer's Longbow of Plague. Category: Longbow Quality. Bronze Attack. 20 Magic. 20 Agility. 10 Strength. 10 Plague. Normal attacks inflict plague damage on the target. Movement speed is reduced by 10 while in a plague state. Class requirement: Archer level requirement. 10 item description: an antiquated longbow, the origins of which remain a mystery. Ah. Truly, your fate is rather lamentable. Huh. You should consider starting anew. What a stroke of misfortune you possess. Witnessing the hapless archer brandishing this bow only elicited more laughter from the crowd. Within this armory, predominantly filled with silver weaponry, it was indeed amusing to see such a misfortunate soul wielding a bronze weapon. One could hardly suppress the joy, firstly relieved that they themselves were not the unfortunate one, and secondly, finding solace in the plight of another, such as the duality of human nature. Wang Yuan found it peculiar that such a dilapidated bout could garner such fervent interest from Mosaner. Was there perhaps some hidden allure? If you have no use for it, consider selling it to me, Wang Yuan suggested, giving Suabian Wancha a friendly pat on the back. Ah, you wish to purchase this? Suabian Wancha replied, momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 52. The Dark Golden Boss. Although bronze weapons are currently quite rare in the market, as players' levels rise, the difficulty of acquiring gear will decrease correspondingly. At this stage, it is nearly impossible to sell them at a reasonable price. One day they may be worth 100 coins, and the next, merely 10, rendering the market position of bronze equipment rather precarious. It is indeed rare, yet difficult to sell. Wang Yuan, an expert player, typically scorns such items, yet his desire to purchase this bout comes as a surprise. Olnyo. You need not pity him. He is not short of funds, others chimed in. This group of mischievous friends reveled in his predicament. Not a problem. I have my uses. Wang Yuan pointed to the skeleton behind him and declared, my skeleton lacks proper weaponry. The others paused in astonishment. Your skeleton can wear equipment? Indeed. Did you not notice? Wang Yuan retorted, bemused by their ignorance. Wow, I wondered why your skeleton appeared more dashing than others. I thought it was mutated. I thought so too. I had no idea skeletons could equip gear. They were all astounded. In their understanding, the equipment on skeletal warriors was inherently part of their summoning, with mutated skeletons bearing more impressive gear than their ordinary counterparts. They never expected that skeletons could actually wear equipment. My skeleton can wear gear. I possess a hidden class. Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, his words shrouded in ambiguity. A hidden class. No wonder. The crowd exclaimed in realization. This game boasts numerous hidden branches, and one can never anticipate the peculiarities a hidden profession might introduce. Name your price. If it's reasonable, I shall take it. Wang Yuan turned to the player named Random Shot. How about 1 gold coin? Random Shot inquired cautiously. Knowing that the market price for bronze equipment ranges from 1 to 5 gold coins, with weapons being even pricier. Thus, 1 gold coin was not exorbitant. Have you lost your mind? You want 1 gold for this rubbish? The bystanders criticized Random Shot vehemently. Fine, 50 silver. Random Shot conceded. Deal. Wang Yuan produced 50 silver coins and handed them over, then casually passed the longbow to Ma San. Ma San received the longbow, momentarily frozen in place. His eyes flickering with disbelief. He actually gave it to me. Wang Yuan secretly smiled. This was merely a bronze bow. Even for a golden weapon, he would compete with Random Shot if Ma San desired it. It wasn't solely due to Wang Yuan's fondness for the foolhardy player. Rather, Ma San was a spirit he had personally summoned, representing his assurance in navigating the apocalyptic world ahead. To secure his loyalty with a mere weapon, Wang Yuan was more than willing to invest. Xiao Zhang, are you still planning to hunt Brother Niu? Xiao Bai asked with a mischievous grin. Nonsense. Who dares to lay a finger on Brother Niu? From now on, Brother Niu is my own brother. To harm him is to harm me. Ma Saner equipped himself with a longbow, loudly pledging his allegiance. Bah, how shameless, to be bought off by a mere weapon. The Bai sneered. Aren't you the same? Ma Saner retorted with disdain. This is a silver weapon. The Bai asserted that his standards were somewhat higher. I possess an entire set. Xiao Bai boasted even more, claiming his standards were even loftier. Do you think this is a bronze weapon? Ma Saner laughed heartily, asking if they understood what a plague was. Plague. Upon hearing Ma Saner, Airbai was momentarily taken aback. Could it be contagious? Indeed, contagious. Ma Saner declared, you think I desire a weapon? What I seek are attributes. Once the level is sufficiently elevated, I can synthesize it with a high-grade bow, and thus create a divine artifact. Damn. Who would have thought this trinket was such a treasure? Airbai couldn't help but curse upon hearing this. Contagious? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, having learned a new term. Judging by Airbai's reaction, this contagious attribute must be exceedingly formidable. Nyoge, do you not possess a weapon? Noticing Wang Yuan still wielding a wooden staff, everyone was quite curious. No. Wang Yuan replied, his expression one of dejection. How unfortunate. To have utilized a novice wooden staff this long without even a weapon in the arsenal for himself. Quite normal. Rinzhou Di remarked, if there were necromancers in the castle, Li Auric wouldn't need Ball to study the so-called art of immortality. Makes sense. Wang Yuan nodded. I must admit, Rinzhou Di's deductive skills are impressive. No wonder this unruly group listened to him before me. Passing through the library, Wang Yuan and his companions arrived at the final scene. This final act was titled The Lost Throne. In the ordinary difficulty dungeon, This scene featured a throne, where players could defeat the skeletal King Leoric to complete the quest. However, in Hell difficulty, the final act revealed a scene of carnage. Bones littered the ground, and in the center stood a throne made of skeletal remains, eerily empty, surrounded by dozens of servants adorned as attendants. These attendants, known as blood servants, were originally the loyal retainers of King Leoric in the Shadow Castle. Corrupted by darkness, they transformed into bloodthirsty demons, yet retained the elegance of their former lives. Although they were elite monsters, their numbers paled in comparison to the shadow wolves at the entrance, and they did not share any hatred overlap. Under Wang Yuan's command, this horde of vampires was swiftly vanquished. The fangs dropped by the vampires were among Wang Yuan's quest items. As the last blood servant fell, the lost throne suddenly shattered. A hand burst forth from the ground. Subsequently, the earth trembled as a colossal skeleton over 3 meters tall emerged from the depths. Its bones gleamed with a dark golden hue. Adorned with a crown and wielding a great sword, it radiated a dark golden light under the crimson moonlight. King Skeleton, Leoric, Dark Gold, level, 30 health points, 1,000,000 mana points, 100,000 skills. Mastery of martial arts background. Once a supreme lord endowed with unparalleled power, he sacrificed his kingdom in pursuit of eternal life. Subsequently, succumbing to the corruption of dark forces, he descended into the abyss, transforming into the Lord of the Undead, thus fulfilling his dream of immortality. Dark Gold Boss. Leoric at hellish difficulty emerges as a Dark Gold Boss. This is astounding. As Shui Linglong and her companions gazed upon the Skeleton King, they were enveloped by an uncanny sense of dislocation in time. It is noteworthy that, in normal difficulty, King Leoric was merely a level 20 silver boss. Even so, the intricate mechanics of the high difficulty had deterred numerous players, leaving only elite members from formidable guilds and a few affluent experts capable of barely overcoming the challenges. Now, standing before the crowd was a Dark Gold Boss, with its level escalated to 30, naturally amplifying its difficulty manifold. To confront such a formidable boss, the margin for error was exceedingly narrow. A mere misstep could lead to utter annihilation of the group. However, when everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Yuan, they found him remarkably composed. Chapter 53. Since we are here. Wang Yuan remained composed, largely due to the 3 skeletons behind him, who exhibited an even greater calmness, engaging in light-hearted banter. It has been a while, Shaoli. Who would have thought we would find ourselves in a similar predicament? What a lamentable fellow you are. We used to strike you daily, and now, after being reborn, we shall do so again. How unfortunate. You shall continue to be struck for centuries to come. Were these beings truly so self-assured? Although Wang Yuan maintained a serene expression, he found himself perplexed by the nonchalance of the 3 skeletons. Despite their formidable past, they were merely 3 level 10 skeletons, their attributes clearly defined. In stark contrast stood Leoric, a bona fide 30-level Dark Gold Boss, a formidable presence within the game, reigning supreme over the current players. Surely, the 3 skeletons were exhibiting an excessive degree of ease? It was difficult to fathom just how powerful they must have been in their own era. Brother Nyo, do you have confidence? At that moment, the valiant warrior Wu Shuang tightly gripped his weapon, nervously inquiring of Wang Yuan. A 30-level Dark Gold Boss, mind you. Prior to this, the most formidable boss we encountered was merely a 20-level silver boss. The difficulty has escalated from novice to exceedingly challenging. It is only natural for anyone to feel uncertain, even a skilled player like warrior Wu Shuang. The others turned their gazes toward Wang Yuan, hoping for reassurance. After all, he had been their guiding force throughout this journey. From the first act involving the Shadow Wolf Army to the second act featuring the Soul of Baal, without Wang Yuan, they would not have made it this far. Now, they stood before a 30-level Dark Gold Boss, and their success hinged entirely on Wang Yuan's leadership. Despite Wang Yuan's calm demeanor, there lingered an undercurrent of apprehension among the group. In the face of overwhelming power, all strategy seemed futile. The highest level among them was just over 20. And facing Leoric, a boss 10 levels above them, was akin to the disparity between a child and an adult. What level of tactical acumen could Wang Yuan possess to lead a group of novices against a seasoned fighter? However, in response to their doubts, Wang Yuan scratched his head and remarked, "I don't know. Since we are here, we might as well give it a try." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. "Wait a moment, my friend. We have followed you this far out of trust in your guidance, and your strategy boils down to let's give it a go? What kind of tactic is that? Brother Nyo, Quit jesting. Everyone is quite serious, Rinjawudi interjected. I truly don't know. This is my first encounter with Liao Reich, Wang Yuan stated. If you are uncertain, I shall challenge him alone. If I falter, you can simply retreat. You won't lose levels if you don't die, and I am only level 10, so I fear nothing. His tone was grave. Goodness. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, the group stirred restlessly. Brother Niu, I must confess, I am not fond of that sentiment. It is akin to our fear of death. The valiant warrior is quite displeased. Indeed, if we feared death, we would not have come. The Grim Reaper merely scoffed. The benevolent one declared, we are all friends, jesting is permissible. But we shall not tolerate humiliation. Undoubtedly. The others nodded in agreement. All of them are formidable experts, each possessing their own sense of dignity. Wang Yuan's words clearly conveyed that if you are afraid, you may retreat, for I, at least, am unafraid. No one can endure such an affront. Although Wang Yuan did not insult them, his sentiments were heartfelt. I refuse to leave. The irascible one, known for his recklessness, drew his bow and loosed an arrow that struck the crown of Leoric. Clang. The crown wobbled slightly from the impact. Leoric slowly lifted his gaze, the dark golden flames of his soul flickering like twin lanterns. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Greedy adventurers. This place is not meant for you. Leoric surveyed his surroundings, his authoritative voice resonating in the ears of the crowd. The terrifying pressure made it impossible for anyone to meet Leoric's gaze. Truly, he is the Skeleton King, despite being merely level 30. His innate regal presence far surpasses that of other bosses, radiating an oppressive force. Yet, in Wang Yuan's mind, the three skeletons remained unperturbed. Oh. He is putting on a show. Why can't we speak, being skeletons as well? His sword is quite impressive. Wang Yuan replied, I shall grant you a chance. Depart from this place and disturb not the tranquility of the eternal beings, or you shall remain and join our ranks. Leoric issued another warning, drawing forth his colossal sword. The crowd exchanged glances, looking at one another, then at Leoric, and finally at Wang Yuan. Seeing their hesitation, Wang Yuan reiterated, You may. Bah, do you think we are cowards? Before Wang Yuan could finish, the reckless one loosed another arrow. It was unclear whether his words were directed at Leoric or Wang Yuan. The arrow swiftly flew towards Leoric's face. Seeing this, Leoric nodded, Excellent. You are true warriors. I, King Leoric, accept your challenge. As he spoke, Leoric raised his long sword to defend himself. Clang. The arrow shot by the reckless one was deflected. Just as Leoric blocked, the Grim Reaper raised his staff, unleashing a massive fireball. It must be said that although the Grim Reaper is not particularly loquacious, he is ruthless, keen-eyed, and adept at seizing opportunities, always striking when his opponent reveals a vulnerability. The reckless one's attack was merely a feint. The Grim Reaper's magic was the true assault. Heh. As the fireball descended upon the Leoric, he merely chuckled. His longsword twisting in his grasp, enveloped in a shroud of black light. With a swift horizontal sweep, he cleaved the oncoming burst of flames in twain. Boom. One half plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater amidst the bones, sending up a cloud of smoke. Boom. The other half soared skyward, exploding into a cascade of sparks, dazzling like fireworks. Before the smoke could dissipate, a figure emerged, head bowed, charging through the haze straight for Leoric. It was the valiant hero without equal. Leoric, seemingly having anticipated this, took a slight step back to create distance, firmly gripping his sword as he delivered a heavy strike aimed at the hero's head. The hero without equal's eyes narrowed, a golden light enveloping him. Thud. The sound echoed as Leoric's sword struck home. The hero's charge was abruptly halted, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. Oh, Leoric, observing that his strike had not felled the hero without equal, displayed a flicker of confusion mingled with admiration. He had never expected these seemingly feeble adventurers to engage him so fiercely. The arrow's feigned attack, the magic ambush, the controlled charge, these individuals coordinated seamlessly, leaving no openings. Had it not been for his vastly superior attributes, he might have been caught off guard, especially by that holy light spell, which had taken him entirely by surprise. Excellent. You have earned the right to challenge me. To demonstrate my respect for worthy opponents, I shall reveal the might of a king. Leoric bellowed, golden aura erupting from his being. Yet, at that very moment, a dagger pierced through his rear. Chapter 54. Soloing the boss. Let us momentarily set aside the question of whether the skeletal King Leoric possesses a posterior. Regardless, the blade has been thrust in. Shui Linglong emerged from behind Leoric, and the arena fell into a profound silence. Even from a distance of several meters, Wang Yuan could sense the chilling aura emanating from Leoric. The stillness persisted for a full 3 seconds before Leoric unleashed a thunderous roar. "You scoundrel!" Immediately thereafter, the aura surrounding Leoric transformed into a dark golden hue. His once towering frame shrank rapidly, diminishing to the size of an ordinary man. His bones radiated a dark golden light, and the flames of his soul became increasingly refined. "Haha, I can't believe I punctured him," Shui Linglong exclaimed in excitement as she witnessed Leoric's transformation. The others were equally astonished, pondering the skill Shui Linglong had employed to inflict such a change upon the boss. However, Wang Yuan's expression turned grave, for as Leoric shrank, he heard the sarcastic remarks of 3 skeletons echoing in his ears. "What is this woman doing there? Look, Leoric has entered his 3rd transformation. Impressive. In our previous battles, we had to deplete his health to trigger a transformation. Yet this beautiful lady accomplished it with a single strike." "Reiko, run," Wang Yuan urgently called out, but it was too late. Leoric stepped back and delivered a powerful kick to Shui Linglong's abdomen. Assassins are not known for their durability, and had it been any other assassin, that kick from Leoric would likely have been fatal. Yet, Shui Linglong was no ordinary player. She was a top-tier spender. A wealthy individual destined for historical recognition even a century and 20 years hence. The strength of her equipment was self-evident. An assassin's armor and health pool surpassed that of even the mightiest tanks. Remarkably, Leoric's kick did not kill her. In fact, her health bar merely dipped by a third. Goodness! Everyone was astounded by this woman's extraordinary resilience. Indeed, there are no professions that defy the heavens, only players of wealth who can transcend limitations. An assassin was transformed into an output tank by Shui Linglong. Truly incredible. Of course, Shui Linglong was not unscathed. The kick had bent her over in pain. Leoric turned, his sword slicing through the air, poised to strike at Shui Linglong's head. Just as she was about to be cleaved in two, a shimmering arrow suddenly flew in from the side, striking Shui Linglong. The force of the impact sent her crashing to the ground. Whoosh! Leoric's sword narrowly missed her forehead. Sweat poured down Shui Linglong's face as she swiftly rolled backward and activated her stealth. "Incredible!" she exclaimed. Upon witnessing the scene, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the one who shot indiscriminately. That arrow just moments ago was nothing short of miraculous. The force behind it aided Shui Linglong in evading danger, and thanks to the cooperative mode, she remained unharmed. To have launched such an accurate and timely arrow under those circumstances speaks volumes about not only one's reflexes but also an extraordinary tactical acumen. Truly remarkable. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." The one who shot indiscriminately shook his head repeatedly. "Hey, is this really the same arrogant and shameless brat I know?" The crowd was even more astonished. At that moment, Li Aoruik, having missed his strike, turned angrily, his eyes filled with malice directed at the skeletal archer Ma San, standing beside Wang Yuan. "Ents, do you dare to challenge me?" As he spoke, Li Aoruik swiftly transformed into a streak of light, covering several meters in an instant, arriving before Wang Yuan. What speed! Goodness! Is this guy really that fast? The crowd was filled with dread. Just moments ago, Li Aoruik, though towering and valiant, did not possess extraordinary speed comparable to that of other players. Yet now, he seemed to have transformed entirely. It was evident that he had switched from an offensive-defensive stance to one focused on speed. "Protect Brother Niel." Despite their astonishment, the elite players retained their composure. The valiant warrior, YNGZHW Shuing, turned and raised his shield, charging once more at Li Aoruik. Meanwhile, Li Aoruik had already thrust his sword towards Wang Yuan's throat. Clang! Just as it seemed Wang Yuan would be pierced through the throat, a shield suddenly appeared before him. Huh? Everyone stared in disbelief, momentarily taken aback, unable to trust their own eyes. It was Wang Yuan's skeletal soldier. How is this possible? YNGZHW Shu Ying was now questioning his very existence. It is widely acknowledged that, compared to players, the intelligence of skeletal soldiers summoned by necromancers is exceedingly low, and their movements can only be executed under direct command, rendering them generally slower than players. More importantly, skeletal soldiers possess weak attributes in the early stages, fragile and feeble. In dungeons and while leveling up, their role is typically relegated to that of cannon fodder and mindless damage dealers. utterly incapable of executing the precise maneuvers required in high-stakes situations. Consequently, when entering dungeons, the three skeletal soldiers behind Wang Yuan were regarded as mere decorations. No one ever anticipated that these minions could be of assistance during a boss fight. Yet, in the face of Li Eruik's lightning-fast strike, Wang Yuan's skeletal soldier successfully blocked it. Indeed, it blocked it. Not only did Wang Yuan remain unscathed, but the skeleton took the hit without losing any health. It is worth noting that even the formidable YNGZHW Shuing and the affluent Shui Ling Long would suffer significant damage from a single strike by Li Eruik. How could this skeletal soldier exhibit such prowess? Little did they know that Xiaobai inherently possessed growth attributes, further enhanced by the addition of Wang Yuan's attributes, and was adorned in a set of gear renowned as the Novice's Artifact, Xian's Revenge, a shield that prioritized defense, making his attack and defense capabilities rival those of a level 20 hero. After Leoric transformed, his speed significantly increased, yet his offensive and defensive stats diminished. Thus, his sword merely struck the shield, failing to inflict any harm on Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai was not unscathed. He bore the brunt of Leoric's strike, depleting the shield's protective value to 0, almost risking its durability. With determination, after blocking Leoric's assault, Xiaobai swiftly thrust his longsword upward. Suddenly, Leoric's eyes flickered with the fire of his soul as he shifted backward, evading Xiaobai's blade. Just then, Xiaobai advanced a step, forcefully bringing his shield down upon Leoric's head. A resounding explosion of flames erupted around Leoric. Enormous damage numbers, 778 and 3456, floated above his head. The once eager heroes who had intended to assist were left dumbfounded, frozen in place as they murmured in disbelief. He can truly solo the boss. Chapter 55. Is this still a person? From the very beginning, the group known as the Invincible Benevolent Ones understood that Wang Yuan had single-handedly challenged the Black Dragon Society, rendering them so disoriented they dared not venture into the streets. However, they had never witnessed the true prowess of Wang Yuan's skeletal minions firsthand. After all, the members of the Invincible Benevolent Ones were also skilled players, more acutely aware of the limitations that even the most formidable players faced within the game. No matter how powerful an individual might be, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront a large, organized guild head-on. Thus, in their minds, the reason Wang Yuan was able to subdue the Black Dragon Society was primarily due to his exceptional tactics and his profound understanding of targeting weaknesses. By grasping the psychological state of the Dragon-S domain, he successfully ensnared the Black Dragon Society in a clever scheme. It was evident that he possessed genuine strength, yet it was unlikely to be significantly superior to that of his companions. Upon entering the dungeon, Wang Yuan's tactical command further validated their assumptions. However, it was only at this moment that they truly beheld Wang Yuan's extraordinary capabilities and comprehended how he managed to confine the Dragon-S domain at their resurrection point. To their astonishment, this individual was not only a master strategist but also possessed an absurd level of strength. Despite being merely a level 10 Necromancer, he adeptly commanded his skeletal soldiers to suppress a level 30 Dark Gold boss. What manner of skill was this? Even more astonishing was his ability to execute simultaneous dual operations, coordinating two skeletons to deliver synergistic damage. This was truly beyond comprehension. It is important to note that controlling skeletal minions is not akin to the hands-on combat of other classes. Their mode of operation resembles that of a mouse and keyboard ARPG. A typical necromancer would command skeletons in a manner reminiscent of a strategy game, issuing commands in a broad area without any finer distinctions, focusing instead on overwhelming numbers rather than precision. A necromancer capable of manipulating skeletons with the finesse akin to heroes in a MOBA game, employing intricate techniques, could be rightfully hailed as a top-tier necromancer. Such an individual would typically emphasize quality over quantity, designating one skeleton as the primary operative, the hero, and the others as support, the minions. Yet, Wang Yuan had maneuvered his skeletons to exhibit combat proficiency reminiscent of classic fighting games like King of Fighters or Street Fighter, and he was executing this with dual control. Can you envision a person simultaneously controlling characters of professional caliber, such as Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami, to engage in battle against an opposing character, and moreover, executing coordinated attacks? The first impression upon witnessing this scene was disbelief, and the second was a realization that it was as if he were utilizing cheats. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, the Invincible Benevolent Ones would have never dared to imagine that such a feat was possible. Of course, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. After enduring a fierce blast of fire from Daba, Leoric regained his composure from the daze, brandishing his sword to retaliate. At that moment, however, an arrow, gleaming with a radiant white light, flew forth and struck precisely in Leoric's eye socket. The powerful impact jolted his head back. A mosquito coil mark once again appeared above his head, indicating shock shot. Leoric had just regained control when he was stunned again. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed as a fiery orb struck the back of Leoric's head. 774-1247, two massive critical hit damages floated into view. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. One control against three. Was there no limit to his abilities? The expressions on the faces around him shifted from incredulity to sheer terror. To multitask in such a manner transcended the realm of normal human cognition, bordering on the legendary. This individual before them could indeed control three at once. Incredible! Was he even human? He was akin to an entire squad by himself. Was this the mark of a top-tier expert? No. Even the most elite could not achieve such a feat. Even Shui Linglong, who had previously witnessed Wang Yuan's prowess, was now utterly astounded. While she had long known of Wang Yuan's extraordinary abilities, she never anticipated the limitless nature of his talents. No wonder. Observing the three skeletons that had subdued Leoric and Wang Yuan wielding his staff to cast curses upon him, Rinjawudi was thrown into disarray. He finally grasped why Wang Yuan dared to challenge a hellish difficulty dungeon. It turned out that Wang Yuan possessed this power from the very beginning. Previously, when Wang Yuan mentioned that if it weren't for the limit on numbers, he could solo the dungeon. Everyone had assumed he was merely boasting after taking down a few foes, dismissing the hellish difficulty with arrogance. Now, it appeared that those words were heartfelt and sincere, and he had been misjudged. However, realizing the authenticity of Wang Yuan's claims only deepened their discontent. After all, it was one thing for a friend to boast. It was quite another to discover that a friend was genuinely more formidable than oneself. Of course, only Wang Yuan understood that his ability to suppress Leoric was not solely due to his own prowess. It was entirely reliant on the three skeletons resurrected from the future. Although Wang Yuan was not weak in his own right, his operational skills were on par with Shui Linglong and her companions. Yet, he was bolstered by three exceptionally powerful subordinates. If one were to ask whether Wang Yuan felt embarrassed being mistaken for a top-tier expert, the answer would be a resounding no. He was a necromancer, after all. Necromancers thrived on their minions. Each of them was a seasoned warrior, an elite who had clawed their way up from the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. In the presence of Wang Yuan's three skeletons, Leoric was hardly a challenge, even though these three skeletons were only at level 10. Their seamless coordination left Leoric with no opportunity to retaliate. Just as Ma San's shock shot stun effect ended, Xiao Bai's charge and shield bash had already cooled down. As Xiao Bai's shield bash stun effect concluded, Ma San's shock shot was once again ready for use. Poor Leoric, his head perpetually surrounded by the incense of torment, remained in a state of disorientation, repeatedly caught in the throes of dizziness. Behind him, the fiery orbs erupted in a cacophony of flames, one after another, transforming the ARPG into a relentless shooting game. The group, led by Shui Linglong, stood in stunned silence. Goodness, level 10 attributes are utterly inadequate. My mana is depleting rather swiftly, one remarked. At that moment, Wang Yuan caught wind of Xiao Bai's lament. I too am down to half my mana, Ma Saner added. I am faring slightly better, but without your control over him, given my current attributes, I could hardly contend with Leoric in his third transformation. Upon overhearing the trio of skeletons, Wang Yuan glanced at Leoric's health, which had barely diminished by 1/5. He then called out, Hey, are you lot merely here to spectate? Lend a hand. It seemed as though they were audience members at a comedic performance, while this group merely observed their struggle against the boss. What? You still need our assistance? They replied, bewildered. Of course. I am only at level 10. What did you expect? Wang Yuan retorted, frustration evident. How can we help? We wouldn't want to disrupt things, they replied. Seasoned players understood that when a boss was under pressure, one must refrain from intervening carelessly, lest they disrupt the rhythm of battle. With a grand gesture, Wang Yuan declared, Forget everything else, just focus on unleashing your full power. Chapter 56, Naked Humiliation without concern for anything else. They unleashed their full power. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly stirred, excitement bubbling to the surface. As output-oriented players, what do they desire most? It is undeniably the freedom to unleash their capabilities without restriction. However, whether in dungeons or the wilderness, bosses possess a hate mechanism. To prevent the boss from shifting its aggro, players must meticulously calculate their output data and avoid disrupting the front line or the control rhythm over the boss. Thus, it can be said that output classes often feel quite constrained during boss fights. The phrase "without concern for anything else" unleash your full power is undoubtedly the most cherished mantra for these classes. With a command from Wang Yuan, the group wasted no time and directed their relentless firepower towards the Stunly AO Reich. Even the two support classes, Hope and Benevolent Invincible, charged in with their weapons drawn. The output pressure on Daba was significantly alleviated in an instant. In Thunderstorm City, within the Black Dragon Association's office, "What is going on?" Longxing Tianxia eagerly inquired of his subordinate beside him. Haha, Neo Dali's challenge of the Hell Dungeon has already ignited the forums. The entire game community is aware of his endeavor to tackle the Hell difficulty dungeon. The players of the Black Dragon Association were brimming with energy. We posted in a tone of excessive praise. It's been an uproar, with the thread reaching over 10,000 replies. If he fails after such a grand show, Neo will face immense embarrassment. Deservedly so. That fool. Longxing Tianxia seethed. To provoke our Black Dragon Association, he should be prepared for the consequences. Damn it. Even if we can't bring him down, we must ensure his reputation is tarnished. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. The official game forum has opened a bidding pool, and the odds have skyrocketed to 1 to 500. Wow, that's insane. Longxing Tianxia's eyes lit up. Indeed, the others chimed in. Who knows which idiot wagered 10,000 gold on them completing it? What a waste of money. 10,000 gold. Longxing Tianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is this guy to throw away money like that? Who knows? There's even someone who bet 1,000 gold, said the bald dragon. It seems there are indeed many affluent individuals, Longxing Tianxia mused. As a player managing a commercial guild in the game, he was not impoverished himself. Yet he felt a distinct gap compared to those frivolously spending their wealth. Let us place a bet as well, Longxing Tianxia declared, gritting his teeth. Bet on them to lose? The odds are too low. That's not worthwhile. Yunzhong Yi shook his head. No, let us bet on him to win. Longxing Tianxia insisted. What? Isn't that just wasting money? Yunzhong Yi scoffed. Those betting on them to win are just foolishly wealthy. Boss. You have money, but you're not a fool. Hiki. It's fine. Let us wager a single copper. How much could we possibly lose? Longxing Tianxia chuckled. Consider it our friendly sponsorship. Haha. Indeed, it is the boss, and you excel at humiliating others. Upon hearing the words dragon soaring the world, the crowd could not suppress their laughter. A mere copper coin. This was not merely a matter of wealth, but rather a blatant act of humiliation. Very well. I shall wager a copper coin as well, the bald-headed dragon exclaimed with exuberance. Others quickly joined in, declaring, I too shall place a wager. We cannot allow that scoundrel to be humiliated alone. In the Holy Light City, within the Huaxia Dragon Rising office, Dragon Soaring the Seas inquired, what is the status? How far have we progressed with the strategy? Ever mindful of the dungeon's advancement, he learned that the second boss had been defeated, and the final Skeleton King was nearing its end. Soon, joyous news echoed from the dungeon. Really? So smooth? Dragon Soaring the Seas was filled with excitement upon reading the message. If all proceeded without incident, Huaxia Dragon Rising would be the first guild to conquer the elite difficulty of Shadow Castle. It is worth noting that, at this stage, few guilds had even cleared the normal difficulty, and elite difficulty was a realm no one dared to approach. Dragon Soaring the Sea's sole regret was that the first completion of normal difficulty Shadow Castle was not achieved by Huaxia Dragon Rising, as the premier guild on the national server. They could not afford to lag behind this time. Securing the first completion in elite difficulty would undoubtedly place other guilds beneath Huaxia Dragon Rising. Thus, their status as the foremost guild would be solidified. Indeed, the elite difficulty is inherently more challenging, with a greater number of monsters. The dungeon mechanics remain largely unchanged. But thankfully, we have brought sufficient potions. Li Orek is about to fall, with only 10% remaining, reported the captain of the strategy team, resolutely updating Dragon Soaring the Seas. Excellent. Keep it up. Thank you all for your hard work. Once we clear it, come to me for your rewards. Dragon Soaring the Seas enthusiastically encouraged them. Thank you, boss. The determined captain immediately announced within the dungeon, everyone, let's give it our all. Once we clear it, we shall receive rewards from the boss. Yes, the promise of real gold and silver invigorated the crowd, who unleashed their skills upon Li Orek with fervor. Your expression suggests progress is favorable. Observed Phoenix dance in the heavens, noticing dragon soaring the sea's cheerful demeanor. Let us wait for the server announcement. We are about to be featured on television. He chuckled, radiating excitement. I wonder how that group attempting the hell difficulty is faring. Phoenix dance mused, her brow furrowed. What could they be doing? Likely facing annihilation. Need I ask? That is hell difficulty. Dragon soaring the seas replied without hesitation. A bunch of nameless juniors. Hoping to tackle hell difficulty? They must be dreaming. It is merely a ploy for publicity. I know. Phoenix dance interjected, but the issue is, as far as I know, they have yet to perish. How do you know? Now, this matter has become known to all gamers. One can only wonder how many eyes are fixed on the resurrection point. Once they perish, news will undoubtedly circulate on the forums. Could it be that they entered the instance without engaging in combat, merely lingering at the entrance to waste time? Long Ting Hai pondered for a moment and remarked, hasn't there been a handful of publicity seekers who have done this before? They lingered at the instance door for hours, and others believed they had persevered through the challenges for that long. Indeed, this holds merit. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Upon hearing Long Ting Hai's words, Feng Wu Jiutian's eyes lit up, and her furrowed brow relaxed. In this era of vast online data, the number of those seeking fame is abundant, while the truly capable individuals are few and far between. These individuals are likely mere pretenders. Otherwise, would they dare to challenge the hellish difficulty? Even the illustrious Huaxiao Longtung Guild only dares to confront the elite difficulty. Is it conceivable that a few obscure players could surpass the prowess of the elite team from the top guild in the national server? Absolutely not. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Chapter 57. First Clear System Announcement. The Huaxiao Longtung Guild has successfully achieved the first clear of the elite difficulty Shadow Castle. Their remarkable feat shall be eternally inscribed in history. In the elite difficulty Shadow Castle, as Li Ao Reich fell. The announcement of the first clear resonated throughout the game. The resplendent golden letters of the announcement echoed thrice in the sky. Players witnessing the announcement were utterly astonished. What the heck? The elite difficulty has been cleared? I haven't even conquered the normal difficulty yet, and someone has already triumphed in elite? Truly, Huaxiao Longting is deserving of its reputation as the premier guild in the national server. Incredible. Incredibly so. Yet there are still players on the forum struggling with hell difficulty? For every boast, there are naysayers, and immediately, someone brought up the ongoing discussions about the hell difficulty dungeon. What nonsense are you spouting? Clearing hell difficulty at this stage? Do you actually believe that those sensationalists could achieve that? Are you foolish or simply inexperienced in gaming? Idiot, why not try clearing normal first? Soon. A wave of insults drowned out the chatter. What the heck? That startled me. I thought those bastards had succeeded. Inside the Black Dragon Guild's office, Longxing Tianxiao broke into a cold sweat. This unexpected announcement indeed caught everyone off guard. Boss, you really worry too much, Bald Dragon remarked, still feeling uneasy. Damn it. Huaxiao Longting knows how to choose their timing. Yun Zhongyi cursed, saying they stepped in just as others were gaining traction. And now all the heat is directed towards Huaxiao Longting. Indeed, it seems that Longting Sihai, that scoundrel, has benefited from this. Longxing Tianxiao was taken aback, feeling quite disheartened. Isn't it true? The hottest topic on the forum right now is the challenge dungeon, and with the momentum building, Huaxiao Longting's first clear of the elite dungeon undoubtedly used Wang Yuan and his group as stepping stones. The crucial point is that the hype surrounding Wang Yuan's group was instigated by the players of the Black Dragon Guild. In essence, the Black Dragon Guild meticulously aimed to embarrass Wang Yuan, only to have Huaxiao Longting capitalize on it. What a classic case of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fishermen benefiting. Thankfully, it was Longting Sihai who reaped the benefits. However, upon further reflection, Longxing Tianxia felt somewhat relieved. After all, Huaxiao Longting is the top guild in the national server, and it was only reasonable for them to seize this opportunity. If it had been a lesser guild, Longxing Tianxiao would have been even more frustrated. Ha! Wonderful. You all did splendidly. Come back to my office to collect your red envelopes. At that moment, in the Huaxiao Longting Guild office, Longting Sihai was grinning from ear to ear. From Wu Jiutian and the others were equally ecstatic. Although the initial completion of a dungeon may not yield substantial direct benefits, perhaps merely a slightly higher equipment drop rate, it holds significant importance for prominent guilds. It serves as a tangible manifestation of their prowess. The strength of a guild is not solely determined by its dungeon clearing capabilities. However, A guild lacking in power cannot possibly be the first to conquer a dungeon. When a guild accomplishes what others cannot, it demonstrates a superiority over rival guilds. A powerful guild will command greater resources, and an abundance of resources attracts more skilled players, further enhancing the guild's strength. This creates a closed logical loop, a virtuous cycle. Hence, those who engage in guild activities are inherently drawn to the pursuit of being first. Whether it be the first to establish a guild, the first to clear a dungeon, set speed records, or even initiate a guild war, the competition is fierce. After all, it is the first that remains etched in memory. When the guild Huaxiao Longting lost the first position in an ordinary difficulty dungeon, they sought redemption in a higher difficulty. One can only imagine the elation of Huaxiao Longting's members upon reclaiming their honor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this record is unlikely to be broken within a week. Huaxiao Longting basked in their triumph. Following elite difficulty comes the challenging difficulty, and at this stage, Huaxiao Longting's team does not possess the confidence to tackle it. While other guilds will have to wait at least a week for their opportunity to challenge, this merely grants them the qualification for a challenge. Whether they can succeed remains another matter entirely. Indeed, by that time, we will likely have reached level 30. Feng Wu Jiutian remarked that they would be ready to challenge the next dungeon. What does it mean to be the number one in the national server? The other players in Huaxiao Longting nodded in agreement, their faces radiating pride. System announcement. Player Nyodali's team has successfully completed the hell difficulty of Shadow Castle for the first time, and their achievements will be forever recorded in history. However, just as all members of Huaxiao Longting celebrated their guild's first clear of the elite difficulty, a new system announcement echoed through the skies. It was the same as before, repeated thrice, with golden letters shining brightly in the sky. The moment the announcement sounded, all players momentarily paused, and then a profound silence enveloped the game. What did the announcement say? It seemed to indicate that the hell difficulty dungeon had been cleared for the first time. Those few who had been boasting, they cleared it? A bug. Surely, it must be a glitch in the system. Instantly, emotions shifted from confusion to astonishment, then from astonishment to disbelief, and finally from disbelief to skepticism. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Huaxiao Longting, hailed as the number one guild in the national server, have only just completed the elite dungeon? While these unknown players could conquer the hell difficulty, by what merit? Indeed, by what merit? In the eyes of regular players, such an occurrence seemed utterly unfounded and devoid of reason. It is akin to an incredulous scenario in a premier online game where a novice player, with clumsy hands, accompanied by 4 random individuals, triumphantly advances to the finals, vanquishing all the world's esteemed experts and claiming the championship title. Such an occurrence is baffling, leading one to ponder whether a glitch or a script was involved. What on earth is happening? In the office of Huaxiao Longting, the team is utterly bewildered. The first completion of Hell Mode? Are you jesting with me? How could this be? Those individuals were merely a product of hype, weren't they? From Wu Jiutian is equally flabbergasted. The Huaxiao Longting players, who were previously in a state of celebration, are now utterly disheartened. The excitement they felt moments ago has been replaced by profound dejection, even leading some to question the very essence of their existence. After all, Huaxiao Longting is renowned as the premier guild on the national server, and its elite team comprises some of the finest players in the region. They painstakingly conquered the elite dungeon, barely having time to revel in their success, only to be eclipsed by others. The emotional turmoil is overwhelming. It is akin to having dedicated a millennium to ascension, only to be ambushed by a legion of celestial soldiers, resulting in one's defeat at the hands of a mere 3-year-old demon monkey. This stark contrast has led every member of Huaxiao Longting to question whether they truly deserve the title of the leading guild. Chapter 58, utterly absurd at this moment. The most bewildered individuals were undoubtedly the members of the Black Dragon Society. Had they succeeded? Inside the office of the Dragon Rising Guild, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping resonated clearly. The members of Dragon Rising and Yunzhong Yi exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. How could they have possibly succeeded? It was unfathomable. The Shadow Castle was renowned for its infernal difficulty. How could such mere amateurs have managed to conquer it? Which part of the equation had gone awry? What was truly astonishing was that Wang Yuan and his group achieved this feat on their very first attempt. Progressing through a dungeon was no trifling matter. Even in the case of a lower-level dungeon like the Shadow Castle, players had to engage in relentless trials, sacrificing lives repeatedly to devise a comprehensive strategy for success. To illustrate, while Wang Yuan was still scavenging for corpses in the novice village, the elite team from Huaxiaolongting had already embarked on their own quest to conquer the dungeon. After 2 full days of effort and over 20 failures, they finally triumphed today. What does hellish difficulty entail? It meant a return to the most authentic form of combat, where the challenges transcended mere gameplay and entered the realm of reality. It was akin to having battled a few wolves in the game only to be thrust into the real world to confront a pack. The sheer magnitude of difficulty was staggering. Not only were the attributes and numbers of the monsters escalated, but their combat AI was also significantly enhanced. Compared to standard and elite difficulties, it was akin to a dimensional descent into despair. Even a top-tier guild like Huaxiaolongting dared not embark on the venture of hellish difficulty lightly, fully aware of the resources that such an undertaking would require. To officially commence a raid, every member needed to be at least level 30, fully equipped with skills and gear. Yet, Wang Yuan's group not only dared to venture forth, but astonishingly succeeded on their first attempt. The impact of this on the Black Dragon Society was nothing short of cataclysmic. Why was Dragon Rising so desperate to publicize this event? In his mind, the probability of Wang Yuan achieving success was less than 0.001, verging on the infinitesimal. Thus, he aimed to elevate Wang Yuan to a pedestal only to witness him crash and burn, bringing shame upon himself. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Wang Yuan had indeed succeeded. At this moment, the turmoil within Dragon Rising was beyond articulation. What did it mean to suffer in silence? What was the essence of swallowing one's pride? What did it signify to lift a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot? Shock, doubt, resentment, fury, and regret surged simultaneously, coalescing into an overwhelming sense of terror and fear. Who, precisely, was this prodigious figure, Niodali? Was he, perhaps, a walking, breathing bug in human form? Compared to the earlier humiliation inflicted upon him by Wang Yuan at the resurrection point, Dragon Rising now felt an even greater dread. After all, it is evident to discerning individuals that Wang Yuan's solitary challenge against the Black Dragon Guild is a mere ruse. Longxing Tiantang has fallen victim to Wang Yuan's manipulation, allowing him to lead them by the nose. While Wang Yuan's true prowess is formidable, it is not overwhelmingly so. He has merely succeeded in eliminating a few members of Longxing Tiantang in one-on-one encounters, and has stealthily dispatched some ordinary players from the Black Dragon Guild. However, now that Wang Yuan has conquered the hellish difficulty dungeon, the implications are entirely different. The monsters within the dungeon cannot be outsmarted by Wang Yuan. To emerge victorious, one must possess genuine strength. In other words, Wang Yuan and his companions now possess a power that utterly eclipses the elite teams assembled by the top guilds. They are no longer operating on the same plane as the current players. Previously, the members of Longxing Tiantang were disheartened, lamenting that their conflict with Wang Yuan had inadvertently benefited Huaxiaolongting. In retrospect, this was not merely a case of Huaxiaolongting reaping the rewards. They have been swept along in the tide, becoming collateral damage. Initially, the Black Dragon Guild elevated Wang Yuan's notoriety, followed by the premier guild of the nation making a splash, only to find themselves thoroughly trampled by Wang Yuan and his cohort. With Huaxiaolongting reduced to a stepping stone, it is utterly astonishing. Longxing Tiantang had hoped to leverage this situation to diminish Wang Yuan's reputation, yet they found themselves unceremoniously cast aside. How infuriating! They would gladly slap themselves in frustration. The only silver lining is that each of them has managed to extract a copper coin from the one surnamed Niu, yielding a profit of 500 times. Yun Zhongyi He, ever the humorist, finds solace in jest even at this juncture. However, upon hearing Yun Zhongyi He's quip, tears nearly brimmed in the eyes of Longxing Tiantang. It would have been better left unsaid. The outcome is inconsequential. At worst, it is merely a humiliating defeat. Yet, the mere mention of it exacerbates their discomfort. It would have been preferable to have lost outright. Not only do they not wish for Wang Yuan's team to achieve success, but the bitter truth remains, they have ostensibly triumphed, yet they are left with only a copper coin. It is akin to purchasing a lottery ticket and being left empty-handed, yet spending $1 only to win 500, leaving one seething with regret for not having invested more. Wang Yuan's successful expedition further deepens the anguish of Longxing Tiantang, who now faces an additional psychological blow from within. The 500 copper coins are a blatant mockery of their plight. Have we truly succeeded? Meanwhile, within the shadow castle of hellish difficulty, The valiant group known as Righteous Ones gazes in disbelief at the lifeless form of Lyric sprawled on the ground, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Did they truly vanquish the final boss so effortlessly? The unmatched heroes can scarcely believe it. The previously ferocious boss has been so easily subdued by their team. Indeed, if it were not for Brother Nyo's adept control, do you believe it would have been so straightforward? The Grim Reaper, not one for excessive words, possesses a sharp eye, pinpointing the crux of the matter with surgical precision. Indeed, according to the words of the 3 skeleton warriors under Wang Yuan's command, the third stage of Liao Reich is exceedingly formidable. Although his attack, defense, and resilience diminish in this transformation, his agility surges dramatically. His speed and reflexes surpass those of a typical 30-level boss. It is not merely the current players who find themselves at a disadvantage. Even a level 30 player appears as fragile as paper before the third stage of Liao Reich, rife with vulnerabilities. The most effective strategy against Liao Reich is control. Moreover, it must be precise control, for striking him is no easy feat given his swiftness. Were it not for the extensive combat experience of the 3 skeletons, mastering Liao Reich would prove to be an arduous task. It is noteworthy that even with the combined efforts of the 3 skeletons, they can only manage to exert a tenuous control over him, with their output lagging significantly. Without additional support to bolster their damage, it is merely a matter of time before the 3 skeletons fall victim to Liao Reich's retaliation. The disparity in level and attributes is simply too great. In such circumstances, experience and skill begin to reveal their limitations. Hiss. Upon hearing the Grim Reaper's words, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards Wang Yuan and the 3 skeletons beside him. Yet, Wang Yuan appeared utterly at ease, as if it were not he who had just subdued Liao Reich with a singular control over 3 entities. This only served to deepen their respect for him. Chapter 59. Bone Jade. Frequent readers who engage in monster slaying are well aware that an individual's mental fortitude is thoroughly taxed during intense confrontations with creatures. A single high-stakes battle can leave one more fatigued than an entire day spent vanquishing ordinary foes. For a necromancer, the exertion required to command battle pets is even more pronounced, as controlling 3 skeletal minions simultaneously entails a mental drain that far exceeds mere triplication. Yet, Wang Yuan maintained an air of calm and ease, betraying no signs of weariness. What manner of formidable individual is he? Unbeknownst to all, the 3 skeletons were in a fervent uproar. Damn it, we almost fell victim to the boss, lamented Ma San, still shaken. Who knew the attributes of a level 10 skeleton soldier would be so pathetic? I nearly ran out of mana, grumbled Xiaobai. Comrades, we must learn from this. Next time we encounter such a scenario, we ought not to act recklessly, but first gauge our own capabilities, concluded Dabai sagely. Nonsense. The real question is whether our esteemed brother Nyo can assess his own strength. He likely perceives us as superhumans, Xiaobai retorted, disgruntled. Do not speak ill of brother Nyo. Ma San shot back defiantly. Hey, you wretched creature. Bai was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this rascal was once intent on eliminating Wang Yuan to claim a woman as his own. Bah. Wang Yuan privately scoffed, thinking, each of them boasts of their elite status, yet this mere Liao Reich nearly met his demise, and they still dare to call themselves masters. If this were to reach the ears of others, Wang Yuan, the one who stood unscathed, would undoubtedly be subdued and pummeled. What audacity! To refer to a level 30 Dark Gold boss as merely insignificant is akin to a toad yawning, quite a lofty air for one who ought to know better. In terms of skill, Liao Reich pales in comparison before 3 skeletons. The fundamental issue lies in the low level. Skeleton soldiers are inherently weak creatures. And with a mere level 10, even if he continuously suppressed the skeletal king Liao Reich with his skills, his mana would not suffice to keep pace with the frequency of skill usage. According to game mechanics, a Necromancer's undead minions cannot exceed the player's own level. Why then are the 2 skeletons so weak? It is simply due to Wang Yuan's own low level. Ultimately, the crux of the matter resides with Wang Yuan himself. Quick, let us see what loot we've acquired. The tone of Sui Bian had shifted, brimming with excitement and eagerness. The others, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of anticipation. After all, in the realm of dungeon raids, what spoils the boss yields are the player's foremost concern. Brother Nyo, hurry and loot, they urged Wang Yuan. Hiki. Then I shall proceed, Wang Yuan replied, striding confidently to Liao Reich's corpse and beginning his search. A blade of the fallen, exclaimed Yangzhe Wushuang, their hands clasped in prayer. A holy light cross for the offhand. The benevolent one traced a cross before his chest. Bring forth the bow, bring forth the bow. He shot arrows haphazardly, fists clenched, murmuring incantations. Although the Grim Reaper remained silent, his eyes could not conceal a yearning for the staff. Hope, stroking his chin, remarked, "The Skeleton King's attire is rather unappealing. Might it drop the wings of a paladin?" Shui Linglong gritted her teeth. "If it drops a dagger, I shall be furious." Wang Yuan mused, "Good heavens! In the eyes of these scoundrels, Leoric is hardly a boss. He is merely a turtle in the wishing well." Wishes for swords or staffs seemed somewhat acceptable, but the audacity of requesting a cross from the Skeleton King was truly remarkable. The benevolent one even dared to justify it, claiming that undead creatures might have met their demise by a cross, thus a drop would not be unreasonable. Especially Hope, whose boldness was utterly incomprehensible. Most absurd of all was Shui Linglong, who had ceased to speak coherently. While lamenting, Wang Yuan searched Leoric's body and soon extracted a smooth white staff. Bone staff, category, staff quality, gold attack, 47 magic, 59 intelligence, 15 spirit, 14 whisper, passive skill, reduces casting speed by 30, cooldown by 30, and consumption by 30. Jade seal, passive skill, increases skill power by 30. Undead sovereign, passive skill, triggers undead enhancement when health is below 30, lasting for 30 seconds, during which damage is increased by 100. Usage requirement, mage, priest, necromancer level requirement, 15 item description, an artifact refined from the vertebrae of the Skeleton King Leoric, possessing terrifying magical power to command the forces of the undead. By the heavens, this is outrageous. Once again, it is a mage's staff. When Wang Yuan revealed the staff's attributes, the others nearly erupted in disbelief. They had just unearthed an exquisite golden robe for mages, and now another golden staff materialized. Does this wretched game favor mages so excessively? The Grim Reaper beside them could hardly contain his laughter, his face contorting in amusement. This lad's abstract features only made the situation more comical. Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on whether this fellow had sacrificed his looks for his character's fortune. It was one thing for him to obtain red-hot weaponry, but for others to also claim his loot from bosses seemed utterly absurd. Perhaps they might as well let this lad loot the bosses himself. The attributes of this bone staff surpassed even those of Bale's apprentice's fiery robe. What is paramount for a mage? Firstly, damage. Secondly, mana consumption. And thirdly, casting speed. This staff amalgamated all the coveted attributes for a mage. Not only does it reduce mana consumption, but it also accelerates casting and cooldown times, while the undead sovereign skill directly doubles damage output. Coupled with the fiery robe, a mage at low health could transform into an indomitable artillery. Alas, such is the allure of the protagonist's halo. As the Grim Reaper found delight, his concealed arrogance immediately surfaced. "Huh, I can do that too." The benevolent warrior defiantly raised his middle finger at the Grim Reaper, unwilling to let him claim victory so easily. "Come on, you possess a staff now?" The Grim Reaper exclaimed in exasperation. "I do not," Wang Yuan replied, lifting the worn wooden stick in his hand. Indeed, it would be unjust for Brother Nyo to exert such effort without receiving the first piece of equipment. The others, witnessing the scene, began to cheer excitedly. "Hee, this piece of equipment undoubtedly suits Brother Nyo as well," the benevolent warrior chuckled. The Grim Reaper, glancing at the group and then at the almost tearful Wang Yuan, pondered. It was true, reduced mana consumption, cooldown, and chanting time were essential for all magic professions, and it seemed entirely appropriate for Wang Yuan to possess this staff. The boss had been vanquished by Wang Yuan, or rather, his skeleton. And considering Wang Yuan was still wielding a novice wooden stick, this equipment was rightfully his. At that moment, Wang Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it. After all, the stick was indeed a novice's tool, and the attributes of the bone jade were quite commendable. However, he did not occupy a damage-dealing role, and claiming the staff would seem wasteful. Moreover, the Grim Reaper's attire would synergize better with this weapon. Yet, he could always give it to Dabai, who could benefit from the staff. Just as Wang Yuan resolved to take the staff, he suddenly heard the voices of Dabai and the others. "What is so great about this broken thing?" "Exactly. Doesn't everyone know that Leoric is most famous for the Sword of Kings? That is a universal weapon. Can archers even use it? Get lost, nitpicker." Chapter 60. The esteemed Wang Yuan and the Sword of Kings. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, casually handing the bone jade staff to the Grim Reaper. "Ah, Brother Nyo, you." The Grim Reaper was momentarily stunned by the staff being presented to him, rendered speechless. Is it really wise to indulge him like this, Brother Nyo? Others looked on, their hearts heavy with frustration, wishing they could snatch the staff away. A golden grade staff. No less, boasting exceptional attributes. The market value was staggering, but its allure to anyone in need was utterly irresistible. Wang Yuan himself was still wielding a novice wooden stick. Yet he bestowed such a remarkable piece of equipment upon another. This act was more astonishing than Wang Yuan facing a formidable boss alone. In the realm of the game, the worth of equipment surpassed that of life itself. Countless friendships have splintered over a single item, and many have turned into bitter enemies due to the allure of gear. Before a live audience, the treachery surrounding coveted equipment was rampant. Yet here was Wang Yuan, relinquishing a top-tier item to another, a testament to his character. The onlookers felt a mix of admiration and a hint of dissatisfaction. They were moved by Wang Yuan's integrity, respected his gesture, yet felt a pang of envy for not being a mage themselves. Especially the Grim Reaper, whose expression resembled that of a true specter. Tears brimming in his eyes, Brother Nyo, I shall not say more. Your matters henceforth shall be my own. Such a trivial matter. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In my current state, wielding a weapon makes little difference. The group felt an immediate sense of dismay at Wang Yuan's words. Yet upon reflection, they realized the truth in them. As a necromancer, his prowess lay in his undead companions, rendering the staff's damage-enhancing attributes somewhat inconsequential to him. However, his blunt honesty struck a nerve, for the truth often stings more than a lie. Wang Yuan continued to search. The others resumed their hopeful prayers. Suddenly, Wang Yuan paused, a bemused expression crossing his face. What happened? What did you find? They inquired, gathering around him. Surely at ISNTA warrior's weapon? Someone exclaimed. Nonsense. With that look on Brother Nyo's face, it must be a crucifix. Get real. I bet it's a staff. The Grim Reaper interjected. Have you no shame? Can't you just take a brief rest? Could it not be a bow? Waterlinglone's expression turned serious. Yet before she could finish her thought, Wang Yuan had already drawn a dagger from Leo's chest. Death's Harvest. Category. Dagger quality. Golden attack. 60 magic. 37 strength. 13 agility. 14 soul mark. Passive skill. Each attack on a target adds a layer of soul mark, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Soul Harvest. Active skill. Upon activation, Soul Harvest transforms soul marks into the holder's health, with each layer converting 5. Soul Detonation. Active skill. When activated, soul marks convert into damage, with each layer inflicting 5 damage to the target, ineffective against bosses. Class requirement. Assassin level requirement. 15 item description. A dagger forged from the rib of the Skeleton King. Leoric. Imbued with formidable soul energy, possessing immense power to slay targets. Oh my goodness. Shui Linglong is nearly losing her mind. For daggers. After one dungeon run, she has transformed from 1 blade into 4, and each dagger is exceptional, each with its unique attributes. How on earth is she supposed to choose? Even dual wielding. She can only carry 2. Oh my goodness. The others were on the verge of breaking down. This dungeon seems to be exclusively for Quan Jia. The constant droppage of daggers is a blatant waste of resources. ISNT it. Even if Quan Jia is a level 15 VIP, this level of favoritism is excessive. Is it true that the rumors about increased drop rates with money are valid? Oh dear. Wang Yuan is almost speechless. He doesn't even know how to assess Shui Linglong's luck. If he praises her, it's all about daggers. If he criticizes her, each dagger is exceptional. Meanwhile, he is stuck with a measly stick. Don't worry, Linglong. Just equip dual wielding for your feet next time. Renja Wudi offers consolation. Dual wielding for feet? That's adorably foolish, Shui Linglong replies. That's impossible. So why are you spouting nonsense? Can't you see I'm jealous of you? Get lost, you scoundrel. The two embark on yet another round of mutual insults. Nyo Go, can't you find a piece of equipment for warriors? Yongzhou Wushuang laments, nearly in tears. Seriously, the Skeleton King is at least a warrior. Why is it always either mage gear or assassin gear? Does he possess no shame? A bow would suffice. Random shooting is also quite anticipated. I want the angel wings. His unreasonable demands prompt indifference from the others. Let me take a look. Wang Yuan casually reaches out. With a flash of light, a piece of armor appears in Wang Yuan's hand. Undead Holy Armor. Category. Armor. Plate. Armor. 60 magic resistance. 60 constitution. 15 spirit. 15 undead guardian. Passive skill. increases health by 15. Undead Redeemer, passive skill. Enhances health recovery by 20. Undead Immortal, passive skill. When health reaches 0, enters an immortal state for 15 seconds. Upon the state's conclusion, death occurs. Cooldown, 3,600 seconds. Class requirement. Warrior, Paladin level requirement. 15 item description. The personal armor of the Skeleton King, Leoric, once enchanted with necromantic magic, possessing the ability to transcend life and death. Wow, this is a berserker's artifact. Wang Yuan could not help but be startled. As is widely known, the weapon known as the Slashing 2 Transformations is the hallmark of the berserker class. This class possesses a skill called Blood Fury, which, when activated, causes a continuous loss of health. The lower their health, the greater the enhancement of their attributes. Thus, berserkers revel in the act of consuming potions while relentlessly attacking their foes. This armor not only augments a berserker's survivability during fierce combat, but, with its unique attribute of allowing the wearer to remain undying, elevates the equipment to an extraordinary level. The lower a berserker's health, the more potent their attributes become, theoretically peaking when their health is entirely depleted. Furthermore, the ability to remain alive for 15 seconds after their health hits 0 effectively grants the berserker a brief window for maximum output. While the first two attributes might be deemed ordinary for warrior equipment, the final attribute instantaneously transforms this armor into a legendary artifact. Upon witnessing the armor's properties, everyone was momentarily taken aback, and soon thereafter, the valiant hero, unmatched, leaped into the air, embraced Wang Yuan, and planted a fervent kiss on him, exclaiming, "My goodness! Brother Nyo, you are truly my kin. Strike! Hit them mercilessly!" Furious, Wang Yuan commanded his 3 skeletons to pry unmatched off him and pin him to the ground. After which he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the hapless individual, with others seizing the opportunity to deliver a few kicks of their own, venting their pent-up frustrations. In the midst of this chaos, Wang Yuan drew a long sword from the corpse of Leoric. With a swift motion, as the sword was unsheathed, a radiant dark golden light erupted forth. Chapter 61. The Sword of Kings. What is this? A dark gold item has emerged. Upon witnessing the radiant aura of the equipment, everyone was struck with astonishment. Even Wang Yuan couldn't suppress a slight tremor. Dark gold equipment. While players have generally reached the level required for dungeon raids, only a select few can truly conquer these challenges. The predominant gear among players remains the basic whiteboard equipment available in stores. Those possessing bronze gear are considered relatively rare, and only elite teams from prominent guilds can clear dungeons to obtain silver gear. Nonetheless, under the abysmal drop rates of Dawn of the Rising, even silver gear has an astonishingly low probability of dropping in dungeons. To this day, no one has managed to assemble a complete set of silver gear. Not even the affluent super player Shui Linglong, who openly offers tenfold prices for equipment, possesses much silver gear. As for gold gear, it is even rarer, and the scarcity of higher-tier dark gold items is beyond comprehension. It is no exaggeration to assert that the dark gold item in Wang Yuan's possession could very well be the first of its kind within the game. What attributes does it possess, Brother Nyo? As Wang Yuan delayed in revealing the attributes, impatience surged among the crowd, especially for Yongzhe Wushuang, who was particularly eager. "Hurry up and show the attributes. I can hardly contain my excitement." "Get lost." The group collectively raised their middle fingers, clearly indicating that it was a sword, most likely warrior equipment, which made Yongzhe Wushuang even more anxious than the others. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment. "Wushuang, if something happens later, can you hold your ground?" "Absolutely. Absolutely." Yongzhe Wushuang nodded fervently. "Really?" "Without a doubt." "Could you each shout father for us?" Rinja Wudi inquired from the side. Shouting grandfather would suffice. "Brother Nyo, please hurry." Yongzhe Wushuang became increasingly frantic. Haha. Witnessing Yongzhe Wushuang's excitement, Wang Yuan chuckled and casually displayed the attributes. The Sword of Kings, category, longsword quality, dark gold attack, 75 magic, 75 all attributes, 15 monarch's aura, passive skill, grants a 20 attribute bonus to all summoned units. Dominion aura, passive skill, all summoned units inherit an additional 20 of the player's attributes. Undying aura, passive skill, when summoned undead units' health reaches 0. There is a 50 chance to resurrect after 4 seconds of immobilization, restoring 50 of base health and 100 of maximum mana, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. King's Command, Active skill activates the king's command, enhancing all allied units' attributes by 100, consuming 5 of maximum mana per second, with a cooldown of 3,000 seconds. Required class, none. Required level, none. Item description, the sword wielded by King Leoric during his life, imbued with tremendous magical power, has not been destroyed despite being corrupted by the forces of death. Instead, it gains an even greater enhancement against the undead. Indeed, it is a miraculous artifact. Wang Yuan silently rejoiced, grateful for the reminders from Dabai and Xiaobai. This sword of kings was undoubtedly more suited to him than the previous staff. It was as if it were a weapon exclusively for a necromancer. Not only did it enhance the attributes of summoned units by 20, but it also provided an additional 20 boost to attribute inheritance. As a high priest of the undead, Wang Yuan already enjoyed a 10 advantage in attribute inheritance over other necromancers. With this sword, he gained an extra 20, bringing his total to an astonishing 110 inheritance for his 3 skeletal warriors. In contrast, a level 10 necromancer's second-tier skeletons typically had only 80 inheritance. Moreover, with the growth characteristics of his skeletons, their attributes far surpassed those of other necromancers' 4th-tier skeletal generals. What further delighted Wang Yuan was the undying aura. Unlike other necromancers who needed to find corpses to resurrect their fallen minions, Wang Yuan, owing to the heroic chronicles, could infinitely revive his undead. However, resurrection came with a cooldown, requiring a 5-minute wait after a skeleton's demise. While 5 minutes might not seem long in a casual context, it felt interminable during battle. With the undying aura, Wang Yuan's undead gained an immediate chance for resurrection, significantly enhancing their endurance in combat. As for the final ability, King's Command, it was undoubtedly a formidable skill at this stage. Alone, its power might not be fully realized. However, in a guild of thousands, envision the scene when King's Command activated, attributes doubling for 20 seconds. The sheer terror of such an event was unimaginable. Compared to the staff that merely increased casting speed and reduced cooldowns, the Sword of Kings was in a league of its own. What the? Upon witnessing the attributes of the Sword of Kings, the expression of brave and invincible shifted dramatically. Initially intending to celebrate, he found himself at a loss for words, managing only to utter 2. Hilariously, others could not help but revel in his misfortune. Although the equipment had not yet reached their hands, it had certainly eluded Brave and Invincible's grasp, providing a sense of psychological balance. As for Wang Yuan claiming it, no one felt the slightest discomfort. Everyone was acutely aware of Wang Yuan's contributions to the team. Without his guidance in the first segment, they would have faced total annihilation. Moreover, he had single-handedly subdued Liao Reich with his skeletons. In every aspect, leadership, personal prowess, character, and charisma, Wang Yuan commanded profound respect. Even before this sword was unveiled, Wang Yuan had been wielding a novice wooden staff gifted during character creation. There would be dissent regarding the sword's allocation to anyone else, but for Wang Yuan, no objections would arise. Even Brave and Invincible conceded that if he could not claim the sword, no one else was worthy of it. After examining the equipment, the body of Liao Reich began to dissipate. As Liarek vanished, a cerulean heart materialized in Wang Yuan's grasp. System notification: you have slain the dark gold boss Liarek and obtained the unique item, Heart of the Fallen. Heart of the Fallen, category, quest item. Item description: an energy entity imbued with formidable undead power, crafted through deathless sorcery by the 9-star Mage Ball. The sole item. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the quest he undertook was, in fact, a unique hidden mission. What is this? Just as Wang Yuan was about to stow away the quest item and depart the dungeon, a sudden commotion erupted. The crowd turned toward the source of the noise, only to discover that a small chest had inexplicably appeared atop Liarek's throne. The chest gleamed in a resplendent gold hue, adorned with intricate engravings. Wang Yuan hurriedly approached, swiftly seizing the chest in his hands. With a flourish, the chest opened automatically, releasing a radiant burst of light. As the brilliance dissipated, a solitary black token lay quietly within the chest. The token, forged from an unknown material, bore 3 grand characters: Thundercliff. Chapter 62, The Guild Residence Token. Guild Residence Token Thundercliff. Category, Special Item. Item description: the residence token of Thundercliff in Storm City. Lo and behold, it is indeed a guild residence token. Upon seeing the token in Wang Yuan's hand, recognition dawned upon the onlookers without him needing to reveal its attributes. After all, The name of the guild residence token is well known among all players. In Dawn of the Breaking Day, players can register a guild simply by paying a fee. However, the system does not provide a residence upon registration. Instead, players must rent a guild office as a temporary stronghold. Only by acquiring the guild residence token can one undertake the guild residence quests. A guild that possesses a residence is considered a true guild. For this reason, the guild residence token is an object of fervent desire for all major guilds. Any guild of considerable size yearns to be the first to acquire a guild residence, to become the inaugural guild with a stronghold in the game. After all, being the first to secure a guild residence ensures that regardless of how formidable or large subsequent guilds may be, their residences will forever be deemed second. The distinction of being the first guild is a lifelong pursuit. Presently, on the homepage of the gaming forum, prominent guilds are offering exorbitant sums for the acquisition of a guild residence token. Yet, to date, no one has succeeded in obtaining one. Who would have imagined that the first guild residence token would emerge from a hellish difficulty dungeon? It is Thundercliff. The excitement was palpable, not only among Shui Linglong and others, but also by Da, who could hardly contain his exhilaration. Is it that sacred ground of the undead? Ma Sano inquired, astonished. Indeed. Moreover, it is the most significant stronghold of the Human Federation, strategically located and difficult to conquer. It was here that the Lich Grandmaster Zul single-handedly thwarted the Orc army for 16 years. Xiaobai exclaimed. Who would have thought that the Thundercliff residence token would be in the possession of Leoric? What is so surprising about that? Leoric is the Lord of Storm City. Possessing the Thundercliff residence token is quite natural. Now, the pressing question is how Brother Nyo will handle this token. Hiss. He wouldn't he sell it, would he? Upon hearing Bai Da's words, Ma Saner and Xiaobai exchanged glances. Strangely enough, upon seeing Wang Yuan produce the residence token, death and hope immediately approached. This item is of no use to us. Indeed, it is of little utility. The benevolent nodded. We don't even have a guild. And there are only 7 of us. Do we really need a guild residence? We can't even fill a rented office costing 1 gold. So, what should we do with it? Randomly asked. What can we do? Sell it, of course. The heroic Unmatched suggested. Let me handle the sale. We can split the proceeds. And I'll just take a 10% service fee. Pfft. What is the point of selling it? It won't fetch much anyway. Shui Ling long scoffed. Is 10,000 gold not worth anything? The group was taken aback. Is it? Shui Ling Long declared emphatically. Fine. If you say it's not worth anything, then it's settled. The others had no choice but to acquiesce. Shui Ling Long turned to Wang Yuan and inquired, Old Bull, what do you think? Whether to sell or not ultimately depends on you. Who said Shui Ling Long lacked intelligence? At this moment, she demonstrated remarkable insight. Well, I also believe it should not be sold, Wang Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. In truth, the instant he produced the token, his first thought was to sell it. To post it on the forum and subsequently hype it up, easily fetching 20,000 gold. However, upon further reflection, Wang Yuan suddenly realized that this object should not be sold, for he indeed needed a sanctuary of his own. As the apocalypse loomed, while strength was undeniably important, a safe refuge was even more vital. With a secure haven, all else could flourish. Upon hearing the conversation among the 3 skeletons, Wang Yuan's conviction solidified. This Thunder Cliff was not only a sanctum for the undead, but also a fortress that was difficult to breach, resembling a chosen land. How could he relinquish such a splendid sanctuary to another? Moreover, from the dialogue among the 3 skeletons, he discerned that this Thunder Cliff served as a crucial stronghold between humans and beasts. Entrusting such a significant stronghold to others would be less reassuring than retaining it for himself. Brother Bull isn't selling. That is commendable. Truly our leader. Visionary. A talent. The 3 skeletons sighed in relief upon realizing Wang Yuan's decision not to sell the token. Not selling? Perhaps keeping it as a collectible? But this item has no collectible value. The valiant and unmatched one questioned, bewildered. The others shared a similar look of confusion, unsure of Wang Yuan's intentions. A guild residence was typically a necessity for large guilds. For ordinary guilds, merely having an office sufficed. Wang Yuan, without even having a guild. Clinging to a guild residence token seemed excessive. Once others acquired their own guild residence tokens in the future, this one would lose its premier value. We shall establish our own guild residence, Wang Yuan declared with certainty. We? Just the few of us? Everyone was taken aback. Brother Bull, I have no objections to playing in a guild, but the reality is, with just the few of us, wouldn't it be a bit wasteful to create a residence? Rinjawudi frowned and asked. A guild residence involves more than merely establishing a base. It also requires regular maintenance, undertaking residence tasks, and contributing to the guild, which could be quite troublesome. Wang Yuan was not the type to enjoy being shackled. Rinjawudi and his companions were also free spirits. While building a guild to foster camaraderie was one thing, establishing a guild residence could entrap them in ongoing tasks, akin to a daily grind, which would detract from the essence of gaming. Furthermore, how valuable could a guild residence be? 7 individuals establishing a residence would undoubtedly squander resources. I find it quite necessary. Wang Yuan replied calmly. Owning a guild residence equates to possessing a personal domain. It may seem useless now, but it could prove crucial at an unexpected moment in the future. Wang Yuan yearned to reveal to them that the apocalypse was set to descend in a month's time. However, to utter such words now would undoubtedly lead one to be deemed insane, and it is, in truth, rather impractical. One can only strive to imply subtly. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's remarks, the invincible benevolent was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Very well, Brother Nyo, since you wish to proceed, I shall undoubtedly support you. For some reason, I find your sentiments to be quite valid, though I remain uncertain about the opinions of others. I, too, concur with Brother Nyo's proposal. Brother Nyo must certainly take us along in the guild. The Reaper was the first to raise his hand, for he had become an ardent admirer of Wang Yuan. I also agree. The carefree shooter chimed in. Although I sense it may prove futile, I trust that Brother Nyo would not lead us astray. What say you? Wang Yuan then inquired of the brave, invincible, and Hope. I still wish to earn some money to purchase attire. Yet having a guild base would indeed be much more impressive. Hope chuckled. I would feign reluctance, for they would surely strike me down. But in truth, I am quite willing. The earnest, brave, invincible replied. And you? Wang Yuan turned to Shui Linglong. What a ridiculous question. You ought not to ask such a thing. Shui Linglong shot Wang Yuan a fierce glare. Very well, I shall take this token for now. Wang Yuan nodded, placing the token into his backpack. And then the scene before the group shifted, leading them away from the dungeon. Chapter 63. From birdshot to cannon as Wang Yuan and his companions emerged from the dungeon. Radiant beams of golden light erupted from their forms. The Shadow Castle, set at a hellish difficulty, was designated by the system to be accessible only to players above level 30. The experience points awarded were commensurate with those expected from high-level dungeons. Moreover, the first completion of this challenge granted double rewards, making the experience gains extraordinarily bountiful, far surpassing those of the standard difficulty Shadow Castle. Wang Yuan and his 3 skeletal allies instantly ascended to level 15. Shui Linglong and the others also surged several levels, with even those above level 20 casually advancing to level 21. Observers outside the Shadow Castle were left in awe. A single dungeon grants such a level increase? Of course. Do you know who these individuals are? Who? Nyodali. No wonder. They are the ones who conquered the hell difficulty. Upon realizing the identities of Wang Yuan and his group, the astonishment of the onlookers transformed into admiration. Indeed, comparisons could be disheartening. While some had triumphed over the hell difficulty of the Shadow Castle, others struggled even with the standard version. Now at level 15. Wang Yuan equipped the Knight's Silence and the King's Sword, which resulted in a dramatic enhancement of his attributes, although he had allocated his points evenly across all attributes. His exceptional gear, complemented by the bonuses from the Heroic Codex, rendered his stats competitive with those of other player classes. He possessed formidable attack power, high defense, and remarkable speed. The only drawback was the lack of diverse offensive abilities. However, under the influence of the King's Sword, Wang Yuan's attribute inheritance soared to an impressive 110, and with the enhancement of his equipment, the attributes of his 3 skeletal warriors underwent a qualitative leap. At this moment, the 3 skeletal soldiers were on par with players equipped with level 20 gear, particularly Xiao Bai, whose health surpassed 5,000 points. For context, players of the same level who invested entirely in vitality typically had health around 3,000 points. The superiority of their other attributes was equally apparent. Should the current 3 skeletons face off against Leoric again, they would certainly not find themselves in a similar predicament and might even dominate the encounter. What does it mean to be a hero? Beyond their substantial attribute boosts, the 3 skeletons, upon reaching level 15, automatically acquired their professional skills. Dabai learned a skill called Chain Fireball, an advanced version of Fireball that allows the casting of 10 fireballs at once against a target. The higher the skill level, the greater the number of fireballs released, making it the most potent single-target damage skill for early-stage mages. Xiaobai acquired the taunt skill, another core ability for shield warriors aside from shield bash, enabling him to forcibly redirect a target's attacks toward himself. Ma San learned the tracking arrow skill, which, while not as damaging as focus shot, could pursue targets, categorizing it as a finishing move. Excellent. Wang Yuan closed the attributes panel with great satisfaction. The true mastery lies not in a single individual, but in the synergy of four. Brothers, shall we indulge in a few drinks? After the completion of the dungeon, everyone reaped substantial rewards, and upon returning to Thunderstorm City, Rinjawudi proposed a celebratory gathering. Come on, Nyogo, it's on me. The enthusiastic death god greeted Wang Yuan. Let us go, Nyogo, from now on we are brothers. Yongzhi Wushuan also joined in. Clearly, this time in the dungeon had dramatically elevated their impressions of Wang Yuan. It must be noted that prior to entering the dungeon, the group's perception of Wang Yuan was not particularly favorable, although he had achieved a remarkable feat by soloing the Black Dragon Guild. His manner of speaking was often nonsensical and brash, which left many feeling quite unsettled, especially among this group of experts. Hearing Wang Yuan boast about soloing the dungeon if it weren't for the numerical restrictions nearly provoked them to voice their disdain. One can imagine how irritating it would be to have someone who appears inexperienced act arrogantly in your area of expertise. It's akin to an individual who has never read a novel telling an author how to write one, claiming their debut work will surpass the industry's elite platinum authors and elevate them to the pinnacle of the field. Such audacity and flippancy imply that their presence would somehow overshadow the entire industry, which would leave established authors feeling belittled. Rinjawudi and his companions initially viewed Wang Yuan in this light. It is worth noting that these individuals were also experts with rather peculiar temperaments. Had it not been for Shui Linglong's influence, they would have undoubtedly walked away. However, who would have thought that this pretentious individual would indeed prove to be extraordinary? Not only was he capable of tactically leading a smaller force to victory against a larger one, but his personal prowess was also sufficient to dominate the final Dark Gold boss. Especially during the distribution of loot, he exhibited what it truly means to be a master. Both his strength and character left a lasting impression on everyone. Typically, these individuals held themselves in high regard and had never before acknowledged another player in such a manner. All right, but I must first complete a quest. Wang Yuan smiled, accepting their invitation. Gaming has never been a solitary endeavor. The apocalypse is also not a realm for lone heroes. Both Shui Linglong and the present company of Rinjawudi left a positive impression on Wang Yuan. Although this group could be quite boisterous and enjoyed teasing one another, it was evident they were a band of loyal friends. After all, to rally from various main cities at the mere request of Shui Linglong to confront a major guild is something that even real-life friends would find challenging. Undoubtedly, these individuals would become his allies in the apocalypse. Great. We will wait for you at the tavern. The group disbanded at the city gate. Wang Yuan made his way directly to the Alchemy Association. At this time, it was peak leveling hour, and the Alchemy Association was bustling with activity. Lillian was surrounded by a throng of shameless players who were incessantly vying for her attention. Little sister, how old are you? Surely not older than 34? Your narrow perspective is quite amusing. This is at least a level 36. Dear young lady, might I take your delicate hand for a moment? Oh, what a spectacle. Each remarkable individual possesses their own unique brilliance, while those of lesser caliber seem to be cut from the same cloth. The tone of this group is strikingly similar to that of Ma Saner. I am grateful for holographic simulation technology. It is far more exhilarating than mere viewing or indulging in less savory entertainments. Ah, old coup. I have returned. Wang Yuan maneuvered through the crowd, arriving before Clyde. In an era where one's values seem to follow the contours of their features, the old man's advantages clearly pale in comparison to the allure of level 36 Lillian. Clyde, huddled in a corner, resembled a forsaken elder abandoned by his descendants. Fortunately, he relished the tranquility. So, how goes it, Nyodali? Have you managed to procure the materials I requested? Upon seeing Wang Yuan, Clyde's eyes brightened instantly. Look, Wang Yuan chuckled as he retrieved all the materials he had brought back from the Shadow Castle. Ah, this is indeed the Fong of the Shadow Wolf. The magical energy contained within exceeds my expectations. Blood of the vampire, such a stable source. And this is the resurrection herb. The heart of the dead. It truly is the heart of the dead. Hiss. Clyde's eyes widened in astonishment at the materials Wang Yuan had brought back. Chapter 64, The Villain Grows Old. Ah? Is this not the material you requested? Wang Yuan expressed his confusion. The old man had specifically asked for these materials, and after much effort, Wang Yuan had procured them. Yet, he appeared as if he had never encountered them before. It is, but you have astonishingly brought me the genuine heart of the departed. Have you ventured into the depths of hell? Clyde inquired, astonished. Hell. Wang Yuan paused momentarily before nodding. I suppose that's one way to describe it. The hellish realm Clyde referred to must be the notorious Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty. Indeed, that explains everything, Clyde exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Wang Yuan. I merely instructed you to gather some materials from the Shadow Castle, yet you boldly ventured into hell itself and returned with the authentic soul grass and heart of the departed. This is remarkable. If I had received those feeble replicas, I could have only advanced my potion making to an intermediate level. Now, with the genuine soul grass and heart of the departed, my research can leap to unprecedented heights. Goodness. Upon hearing Clyde's words, Wang Yuan quickly comprehended the situation. It turned out that these materials could indeed be acquired in a normal difficulty dungeon, and he had unnecessarily ventured into hell difficulty. However, according to the game's mechanics, the materials from the normal dungeon were mere replicas, while those obtained from the hell difficulty dungeon were authentic. Replicas lack the energy sufficiency and stability of their true counterparts, especially the soul grass and heart of the departed, which had vastly different effects. Initially, the materials Wang Yuan obtained would only allow Clyde's alchemy to progress from a low to an intermediate level, but now, they could potentially elevate him to an advanced or even master level. Did this mean he had exceeded the task's requirements? The thought filled Wang Yuan with elation. He had indeed stumbled upon an unexpected success. Of course, you have exceeded expectations. Clyde regarded Wang Yuan with admiration. Then the reward should be doubled. Wang Yuan rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. Before Clyde could respond, Dabai and Xiaobai erupted into laughter. Our brother is truly unmatched. Just like the third brother capturing a giant lizard, haha. Unfortunately, this time he has met his match. Old Clyde is notoriously stingy. Doubling the reward? It would be a miracle if he does indeed declare the task a failure. Wang Yuan was left bewildered by their words. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase double the reward, Clyde's expression abruptly shifted from admiration to distaste. What are you thinking? When did I ever say that you would receive double the reward for exceeding the task's requirements? You undertook this of your own volition. I never compelled you. Good heavens. You old curmudgeon. Wang Yuan retorted angrily. Clyde continued, I required replicas. Who asked you to bring me the genuine items? By rights, this task cannot be considered complete. It is already generous of me to grant you a reward. Humph. I knew the old fellow would say that. It's just a matter of habit. The older they are, the lower their character seems to be. Zhuer is no different. Bad people grow old, indeed. The three skeletons were not the slightest bit surprised by Clyde's words. Rather, they appeared quite accustomed to it. It seems that the historical accounts of the alchemy master truly reflect a lack of moral integrity. Of course, had this been directed at any other player, they might have accepted it without protest. However, our hero Wang Yuan is certainly not the type to be easily taken advantage of. All right, good. Wang Yuan responded with a chuckle upon hearing Clyde's words. Then return my materials to me, and I shall procure a replica for you. Upon hearing this, Clyde was momentarily taken aback. Kid, do you even comprehend what you're saying? You wish to reclaim what you've given me? What is this? You're not going to complete the quest, and now you intend to rob players? Wang Yuan's expression darkened as he drew the Sword of Kings, saying, I've already dispatched Leoric. I wouldn't mind adding you to the list. Ha ha. Clyde laughed heartily. You're not seriously considering taking me on, are you? With that, Clyde showcased his level. Gazing at the LV-90 hovering above Clyde's head, Wang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. What on earth is the system thinking? Assigning such a high level to an alchemist? The old rogue Clyde coldly remarked, You are not the first to seek my demise. Very well. You're quite bold. After a moment of thought, Wang Yuan replied, I may not be able to defeat you, but are you certain you fear nothing? Your earlier threat was recorded. I shall report this to the game company. You might not grasp its significance, but I intend to inform the creator, compelling them to eliminate you. If the company does not respond, I shall sue them. At worst, I will stop playing this game, yet I will ensure they format you. Let us see who ultimately suffers. As a level 90 NPC, Clyde clearly possessed a high level of AI. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clyde was momentarily stunned, his proud expression visibly twitching before he replaced it with a benevolent facade. Haha, young man, I was merely jesting. Surely, you didn't take it seriously? Clyde inquired with a laugh. And what do you think? Wang Yuan retorted coldly. I, too, am merely jesting. Very well, very well. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Clyde replied. Let us say the quest is considered complete. As for the reward, you may request anything, and I shall provide it. Is that so? I fear you may not comply, Wang Yuan replied with a smile. You ask for money? I certainly have none. You must request something I possess, Clyde declared. I am certain you have what I seek, Wang Yuan asserted confidently. And what might that be? Clyde inquired with curiosity. Quite simply, once you surpass your current limits, impart your knowledge of potion making to me, Wang Yuan said with a slight smile, revealing a mischievous expression. The age-old adage, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, rings true. No matter how many premium potions one acquires, they will inevitably be depleted. However, mastering the art of potion making bestows upon one an inexhaustible well of resources. You insatiable wretch. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's request, Clyde's countenance darkened with evident ire. You dare to seek my knowledge of potion making? Wang Yuan retorted. Is this not something you possess? Indeed, Clyde replied. So, will you share it? Clyde faltered. To grant such a request would be a bitter pill to swallow, yet to refuse would mean confronting a formidable adversary. Very well, since you are reluctant to share, return my materials, and let us part ways as strangers. Observing Clyde's expression, Wang Yuan continued unabated. I have always prided myself on my humility, elegance, and integrity. I would not stoop to coercing you. You need not feel pressured. Potion making is not solely your domain. As long as the materials are in my possession, any alchemist could achieve breakthroughs with them. All right, I shall give it to you, Clyde exclaimed, his resolve firming as he seized Wang Yuan's arm. But do not seek assistance from others. Chapter 65. Arrival of Equal Standing. Witnessing Clyde's demeanor, Wang Yuan could not help but let out a cold laugh. It must be said that the game Dawn of the Breaking Day has indeed invested considerable effort. The intelligence of its advanced NPCs rivals that of real humans. Clyde is indistinguishable from the unscrupulous merchants in reality. A miser is invariably avaricious. Individuals like Clyde, who are driven by greed, dread two things, the inability to amass wealth and the prospect of their rivals succeeding in doing so. Although the Alchemy Association's potion researchers are few in number, Clyde is not the sole alchemist. Moreover, in the realm of potion making, Clyde, despite being a grand alchemist, may not significantly surpass other alchemists. Given that they all focus on the development of rudimentary potions, if Wang Yuan were to bestow these materials upon others, Clyde would fall behind not only in potion making, but would also face additional competition for the title of Grand Alchemist. More importantly, without access to intermediate-level potions, Clyde would certainly be less profitable than his fellow potion researchers. When faced with the choice of imparting his alchemical knowledge to Wang Yuan or the terrifying prospect of his rivals profiting, Clyde would know, even with his eyes closed, which option to select. As he spoke, Clyde produced a black notebook from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yuan. Clyde's alchemical journal category, special item description, insights into alchemy from a grand alchemist, chronicling Clyde's lifetime of research achievements. What on earth? How could Brother Nyo have extracted alchemical insights from Clyde? Upon witnessing Wang Yuan acquire this knowledge from Clyde, the three skeletons were rendered speechless. As aspiring elites, the trio had a considerable understanding of the legendary Grand Alchemist Clyde. Historical records indicate that while this old man possesses remarkable alchemical skills, his character is profoundly lacking. He is not only miserly and ungrateful but also exceedingly selfish. The fact that his greed has been etched into history speaks volumes about his outrageous nature. Since the onset of the apocalypse and the subsequent disappearance of potion making, merely a year has elapsed. Yet the number of renowned individuals who have fallen victim to Clyde's schemes is in the hundreds. Moreover, it is precisely due to Clyde's stagnation and singular focus on profit that a malignant competition has arisen among potion researchers. Everyone is engrossed in their own studies, unwilling to share or develop their knowledge. Consequently, when the Alchemy Association met its demise, potion making vanished entirely. The disappearance of this discipline transformed humanity from a proactive stance to a reactive one during the century-long war against the beasts, ultimately leading to their extinction. Clyde, the Grand Alchemist, can be deemed the root of all evil. Yet, unexpectedly, even this miserly curmudgeon, detested by all, has had his sustenance extracted by Wang Yuan. What sort of individual could achieve such a feat? Thankfully, We are on Brother Nyo's side. Even the typically arrogant Ma Sanner could not help but break into a cold sweat, expressing his astonishment at the turn of events. Goodness, if this were an enemy. It is difficult to imagine the extent of the predicament one might find oneself in. Oh, dear sir, had you only acted sooner. Wang Yuan took the notebook, clapped his hands, and the notebook transformed into a beam of light, burrowing into his very being. System notification, you have acquired advanced alchemy. Advanced alchemy, active skill, capable of crafting high-level magical equipment as well as potions of advanced and lower tiers. Current unlocked magical equipment blueprints, none. Current unlocked potion recipes, none. What on earth? I still need blueprints and recipes? Upon reading the introduction to alchemy, Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't he merely learned the technique for concocting potions? How could it also require blueprints and recipes? How novel. Clyde, wearing a sinister grin, remarked, the alchemy I taught you did not include my recipes. And you never asked for them. You. Wang Yuan was left speechless. Clyde's statement held a kernel of truth. It was akin to studying medicine. Medical practice and prescriptions are two entirely different matters. He had only learned the art of healing, not the recipes. Of course, even if he had access to the recipes, he could not grasp them without having learned advanced alchemy. It appeared he had underestimated his youth and overlooked this crucial detail. In this round, they were at an impasse. Neither had lost, yet neither could claim victory. Do you desire the recipes? Clyde's expression suddenly morphed into a lewd grin as he inquired, how might one acquire them? Wang Yuan's heart jolted. Was he not pursuing alchemy precisely to concoct potions in the future? The recipes were what he coveted most. Heh. With gold, of course. Clyde opened the front of his robe, revealing a myriad of recipes. One could only wonder about the mental state of the game designers who conceived these NPCs. Low-level life potion, price, 1 gold. Low-level magic potion, price, 2 gold. Low-level gale elixir, price, 5 gold. Low-level wisdom elixir, price, 5 gold. Low-level titan elixir, price, 5 gold. Such exorbitance. Wang Yuan gasped in shock. 1 gold equates to 1,000 coins. The lowest price for a low-level recipe is a staggering 1,000 coins. Thank heavens he knew the apocalypse was imminent. Had he thought like an ordinary gamer, he would have turned and walked away. Expensive? If you hadn't learned my alchemy, I would sell them to anyone else. Clyde retorted, rolling his eyes. His expression did not suggest deceit. Why are they all low level? Wang Yuan asked again. If one is to learn, why not learn the advanced ones? Wouldn't pursuing the low level be a waste of money? I haven't developed the advanced ones yet. If you wait another month, I will have them ready, Clyde replied. Currently, I am in dire need of funds. Why not invest 1,000 gold coins? In half a month, I could complete my research. You provide the funds, and I'll provide the effort. Together we can achieve academic collaboration and reap mutual benefits. Wouldn't that be splendid? Good heavens, splendid. This fellow not only knows how to swindle, but has quite the eclectic knowledge as well. Go away. Wang Yuan's expression darkened as he casually spent 18 gold coins to acquire all the low-level recipes available. 18,000, an entire sum of 18,000 coins. Nearly for 5 low-level recipes. In the past, he might have questioned whether he was being foolish. But now he increasingly suspected that this purported future apocalypse was merely a sophisticated ploy devised by game companies to extract money from players. Hiki. Clyde. Having pocketed the gold coins Wang Yuan tossed his way, observed the young man's demeanor softening considerably, smiling warmly. Young man, do come again next time. That expression was strikingly reminiscent of a street girl standing in an alleyway. Suddenly, Wang Yuan entertained the notion of reporting him to the Church of Light. Curious about the bounty the Holy See might offer for such a tip. After departing from the Alchemy Association, Wang Yuan made his way to the church cemetery, where he learned a level 15 skill from Zuer, the Necromancer. Strengthen Skeleton Life, a passive summoning skill that enhances the health of summoned undead by 10. Soul Fire, an active curse skill that condenses soul fire to scorch its target, inflicting 120 magical damage. Finally, he possessed an offensive skill. Tears welled in Wang Yuan's eyes as he gazed at the soul fire in his skill bar, and he then proceeded to Han's tavern. Brother Nyo, we have struck gold. Upon stepping through the tavern's door, he was greeted by the excited shouts of his companions. Chapter 66, It is advisable for you to remain calm. Wang Yuan, with a perplexed expression, inquired, What? Is there a lucrative business opportunity? Profitable? You're already a billionaire, Brother Nyo. Someone shouted exuberantly, Come, let us divide the spoils. Instantly, All eyes in the tavern turned towards them. On the table lay a multitude of money bags, bright red and numbering in the hundreds, completely covering the surface. The atmosphere in the tavern became electric, as players were astounded by the sight of such wealth for the first time. Greed stirred within them as they gazed longingly at the bags. "Brother, let us seize one. It would secure our fortunes for life." Some players began to stir restlessly. "Indeed, we will snatch it and flee without looking back. I suggest you all maintain your composure." Someone pointed towards the entrance. As they turned to look, they beheld a burly necromancer accompanied by 3 even larger skeletal warriors. The intoxication of greed evaporated in an instant. "What is happening?" A young man, seemingly unfamiliar with Wang Yuan, asked. "Don't you know who this is?" "Who?" "Brother Niu. The one who single-handedly challenged the Black Dragon Guild yesterday, and today conquered the inferno difficulty of the Shadow Castle." "Indeed, that's him." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Life was quite satisfactory as it was, and there was no need to gamble for riches. Upon seeing the table adorned with money bags, Wang Yuan appeared even more bewildered. Approaching the table, he curiously asked Rinzhiwu Di, "What is going on?" Rinzhiwu Di seemed the most reliable among the group, far more coherent than the boisterous one. "Brother Niu, do you know how much the odds of our previous bet have increased?" Rinzhiwu Di asked excitedly. "Bets?" Wang Yuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had wagered 1,000 gold coins. "Oh no, I almost forgot. What are the final odds?" "You can't just forget 1,000 gold coins." The crowd was speechless. However, considering the circumstances, it was understandable that 1,000 gold coins had been given to Wang Yuan without effort. So it was only natural for him not to regard it with much weight. 500. A staggering 500 times. Rinzhiwu Di exclaimed animatedly. "You're poised to collect 500,000 gold coins." 500,000? Wang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The official exchange rate for game currency was 1 to 1,000, with black market prices exceeding 900. 500,000 gold coins equated to 450 million. Just 3 days ago, Wang Yuan had been an unemployed drifter. His sole purpose in gaming had been to provide for his family. Little did he anticipate that within a mere 3 days, he would ascend to the status of a billionaire. Even though Wang Yuan had witnessed tumultuous storms and experienced great highs and lows, even having 3 time travelers as his subordinates, he could not help but feel a moment of shock. I have only earned 5,000 gold, carelessly reveling in his triumph. He now felt immensely fortunate for having previously wagered all his cash in a bold gamble, resulting in a 500-fold return. However, the brave and unparalleled warrior was left with a rather complex emotional state. Although it was indeed a minor profit worth celebrating in comparison to others, his situation was rather dismal. This middle-of-the-road outcome was the most pitiable, likely to haunt him with regret for a lifetime. Damn it! Why did I spend so much on fashion? What good is a shabby outfit? He lamented, for the first time questioning his own aesthetic sense, while the unfortunate fellow beside him had only bet 10 silver coins. Earning something is better than losing everything. Let us all find contentment in our fortunes. The Grim Reaper, maintaining a good demeanor, tossed a gold coin to Shui Linglong. The Reaper's words resonated with me. "You see, I have nothing to say." "Of course. You wagered 50 gold." Everyone collectively raised their middle fingers. Some even bet 10,000 gold. The Reaper's disdain shifted toward Shui Linglong. "You lot truly place too much importance on wealth. What is money, after all?" Shui Linglong scoffed dismissively. If such words were spoken by others, they would surely come off as pretentious, but from her lips, they carried a weighty resonance. After all, to casually produce 10,000 gold for a gamble with no chance of winning is a boldness few possess. "Please take your money away. I cannot bear to see this." Careless reveler, initially unperturbed, began to feel disheartened upon hearing Shui Linglong's remarks. "Sister Ling, would you allow me to share some of your burden?" The shameless brave and unmatched inquired. "To hell with you all. My money is my own. Not a single coin will I part with." Shui Linglong waved her hand, clearing the table of coins. 5 million gold. Truly, she was a woman capable of impacting the global financial system. Observing the empty tabletop, Wang Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotion, though he had no knowledge of Shui Linglong's true wealth in reality. This 5 million gold alone could influence the economy of an entire region. It is worth noting that Shui Linglong was not a miser. She would call for gear and items in multiples of 10, and when it came to teleportation scrolls, she would toss away 10,000 gold without a second thought. Her ability to spend was remarkable. Rather than diminishing, her wealth seemed to multiply. a testament to her inherent fortune. According to the course of history, it seemed she was destined to become the world's richest person. Indeed, some are born into privilege. All right, old bull, how do you intend to use the residence token? Shui Linglong clearly preferred to avoid excessive discussion about money, and before anyone could gather their thoughts on the matter, she swiftly shifted the topic. Residence token. Wang Yuan has yet to respond, and nearby players immediately perked up, their faces alight with excitement as they opened their friend list. Boss, a significant event is unfolding. What event? Longxing Tian Xiao was still immersed in the sorrow of Wang Yuan's struggle to conquer the hellish difficulty dungeon. Someone possesses a guild-based token, reported the player. A base token? Shunfeng Che Chi, if you dare to jest with me, I shall retaliate. Upon hearing his subordinate's news, Longxing Tian Xiao's spirits were instantly lifted. No way. I am currently at the tavern, Shunfeng Che Chi replied. Inquire if he is willing to sell. If not, we shall seize it. Longxing Tian Xiao remained unabashedly domineering. Seize? Boss, I suggest you remain calm. This is a venture we are unlikely to succeed in. Shunfeng Che Chi responded, somewhat apprehensive. Nonsense. You are named Shunfeng Che Chi, not Shunfeng Che Dan. Is there anyone in Thunderstorm City that our Black Dragon Society cannot seize? Longxing Tian Xiao fumed. Just take a look. Shunfeng Che Chi casually snapped a photo and sent it to Longxing Tian Xiao. Before long, Longxing Tian Xiao replied, in that case, do not provoke him. I shall negotiate with him. Chapter 67. Wang Yuan's ambition. Are you planning to establish a guild? Surely not. In the tavern. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's intentions, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. How utterly tedious. Someone remarked, wouldn't that mean being tethered to the guild every day? Indeed. Another chimed in. With our strength, do we really need to form a guild? It's merely a matter of disliking the guild atmosphere. Exactly. When there are too many people, it becomes convoluted. Shui Linglong expressed, resonating with the sentiment. Wang Yuan understood the collective hesitation. Although they had only recently met, he perceived that these individuals shared a similar disposition-free spirits. Unconfined by constraints. The concept of a guild necessitated daily logins for quests and participation in guild activities, and if guild wars were to ensue, they might even have to rise at the break of dawn to engage in PvP. While enjoying the resources of the guild, they would simultaneously be ensnared by its constraints. Most players relish this kind of environment. However, for players like Wang Yuan, who cherished freedom and did not lack resources, the guild felt more like a cage. As Yuanzhou Wushuang aptly noted, given their prowess, any guild would welcome them. Why bother creating one themselves? Moreover, in a larger community, diverse personalities would emerge, complicating dynamics. In their current intimate group of 7, trust was abundant, and camaraderie flourished. Yet, an influx of members could easily foster factions, potentially leading to discord among the 7. This was the last scenario they wished to encounter. Thus, upon hearing Wang Yuan's proposal to form a guild, their initial reaction was one of resistance. Even the ever-supportive Shirshin could not suppress his discontent. I detest guilds, but if you insist on establishing one, I suppose I can comply. Though I doubt my tenure will be long. Fear not. Wang Yuan, observing their reactions, smiled and reassured them, I merely seek to find us a sanctuary. I have no intention of recruiting many others. At this moment, I prefer it to remain just us. A guild of 7? The others were perplexed. But, Brother Niu, we could simply form a team channel. Why squander a residence token? Do you not realize how costly they are? Of course, I understand, Wang Yuan replied. But having our own space brings a sense of security. Security? Ren Zhawudi furrowed his brow. Brother Niu, I comprehend your desire for a personal domain. But the guild residence isn't merely granted upon submission of a token. One must conquer the residence as well. At that moment, Ren Zhawudi's expression shifted as if a realization struck him. His gaze became vacant, and he exclaimed in horror, Brother Niu, you can't possibly mean. Precisely. Wang Yuan affirmed, the 7 of us should be able to seize the guild residence. His face radiated unwavering confidence. What? The 7 of us attacking a guild residence? As soon as Wang Yuan uttered these words, everyone was left in stunned silence. Even Shui Linglong, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you truly not jesting, Anyo? Attacking a guild stronghold is no ordinary task. According to the game's mechanics, each guild stronghold is guarded by formidable monsters. And players must eradicate all these creatures to seize control and become the new lords. It is essential to understand that every guild capable of undertaking such a mission is a top-tier guild. Even so, capturing a guild stronghold demands an exorbitant price. and many renowned guilds have faced total annihilation during these assaults. This endeavor requires the combined strength of an elite guild, underscoring the immense difficulty of such a task. Even hellish dungeons pale in comparison. To think that merely 7 individuals would attempt to assault a guild stronghold, Wang Yuan would assert that no one could fathom the magnitude of this undertaking, even if the individual before them had successfully guided them through a hellish dungeon. How could one be so audacious? What on earth was going through his mind? Just yesterday, he single-handedly faced a major guild. Today, he challenged a hellish dungeon. And now he spoke of 7 people attacking a guild stronghold. How audacious must one be to contemplate such an act? If no one intervened, would they be rushing to conquer a divine-level boss and complete the game tomorrow? There must be limits to absurdity. Does this incompetent author even comprehend what he is writing? This is supposed to be realistic literature, not a wish-fulfillment novel. Do you not believe me? Wang Yuan retorted. Brother Nyo, please do not think so. Everyone quickly replied. We do not doubt your strength. We merely question our own capabilities. Indeed, these individuals were all exceptional talents. And it was unprecedented for Wang Yuan to elicit such words of self-doubt from them. After all, daring to assault a guild stronghold with just 7 people is a challenge akin to Li Yunlong leading 7 men to attack Ping'an County. Everyone couldn't help but question their own prowess. Goodness, how highly must Brother Nyo regard himself? Even Shui Linglong, who relished the excitement, could not resist saying, I might end up dragging you down. However, Wang Yuan calmly waved his hand and assured, rest assured, I can handle it. The group nearly choked on their own disbelief. If there were such a thing as online bullying, Wang Yuan's words would undoubtedly qualify as one. Of course, Wang Yuan was not blindly confident. The reason he dared to assault Thundercliff with just 7 people was entirely due to the presence of Dabai, his skeleton companion. Dabai had previously aided Zhuer in fending off the demonic army at Thundercliff, and thus, Wang Yuan was intimately familiar with the layout of the stronghold. When Wang Yuan had just obtained the token for the Thundercliff outpost, Bai, along with 2 other skeletons, had boasted about his endeavors to assist in the defense of Zul's undead legion. He had acquired the defensive map of Thundercliff, meticulously memorizing all its hidden mechanisms, and even knew of a secret passage leading to the council hall. It was this very knowledge that solidified Wang Yuan's resolve to seize the outpost. After all, in the discussions among the 3 skeletal warriors, Wang Yuan learned that Thundercliff was destined to be one of the 10 fortresses of the impending apocalypse, second only to the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge in terms of fortitude. The area was replete with traps and was the site of ancient battles, housing countless relics from a bygone era, and was dubbed the Sanctum of the Undead. It was through the power of these ancient remains that Zul had swiftly assembled his undead army during the invasion of the orcs, withstanding their relentless assault for 16 years single-handedly. It is worth noting that the undead are immortal beings that require neither sustenance nor rest, unwaveringly obeying commands. Had it not been for Zul's assassination by a demonic assassin, Thundercliff could have continued to safeguard humanity for decades. Now, if Wang Yuan were to capture Thundercliff, those ancient corpses would become his own. Chapter 68. Does he look down on the system? Brother Nyo, I have heard that you possess a guild residence token. Name your price. As Shui Linglong and the others were lost in thought, Wang Yuan unexpectedly received a message from Longxing Tianxia. He chuckled. Upon seeing the message from Longxing Tianxia, Wang Yuan felt no surprise. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at the player from the Black Dragon Guild, who was eavesdropping in the corner. Feigning astonishment, he inquired, How did you know? Hee. There are members of our guild in the tavern, so it was overheard. Longxing Tianxia replied, Brother Nyo, we are familiar with one another, and you must not sell that guild token to any other guild. I am willing to pay any price. After all, we are all from Thunderstorm City. If our Black Dragon Guild secures the residence, it will also reflect well on you. Familiar. Wang Yuan felt a wave of frustration. One must admit, Longxing Tianxia was quite adept at bending to circumstances. It was uncertain how he interpreted the term familiar. Nevertheless, the insinuation was clear. He was determined to acquire that guild residence token, hoping Wang Yuan would not sell it to anyone else. After all, we share a main city. There should be a sense of collective honor. The Black Dragon Guild would gain renown, and the other players from Thunderstorm City would also benefit from the prestige. Wang Yuan had no intention of selling the token and directly chose to decline. What? Not selling? Then what do you intend to do? Longxing Tianxia asked, bewildered. In the mind of a typical individual, a player like Wang Yuan, who belonged to no guild, would view the acquisition of a guild residence token solely as a means to convert it into currency. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. Gain renown, of course. Wang Yuan replied with a smiling emoji, I intend to use it myself. Rest assured, old Long. I, too, am from Thunderstorm City. If we secure the guild residence, it will also reflect well on you. What? Upon reading Wang Yuan's message, Long Xingtian Xia was stunned for a good half-minute. And only after a long pause did he respond with a single word. At this moment, Long Xingtian Xia was utterly flustered. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Does he possess any sense of purpose? What thoughts occupy his mind day by day? What's wrong, boss? Seeing the expression on Long Xingtian Xia's face, Yinzhong Yihe and the others inquired with curiosity, has Brother Niu threatened you again? Not. Wait. What do you mean by threatened? What are you implying? Long Xingtian Xia was furious. Haha, don't mind the details, the others quickly chimed in. We were merely concerned because you looked so lost. Indeed, it is concerned. They all nodded in agreement. Boss, what's the matter? Didn't you say you wanted to buy the guild residence token? Did Brother Niu ask for an exorbitant price? If only it were just extortion. Long Xingtian Xia waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. At least there should be a price. Long Xingtian Xia sighed in exasperation. This fellow said he wouldn't sell. He intends to use it himself to bring glory to Thunderstorm City. Use it himself? Are you mistaken? Does he even have a guild? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. It turns out this fellow possesses a guild as well. I had assumed he was a solitary wanderer. No wonder he can conquer hellishly difficult dungeons. It appears he is backed by a formidable force. Is there any word of him having a guild? Long Xingtian retorted. No guild. What then does he intend to do with the territory token? The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. He claims he brought a few people to seize the territory, Long Xingtian reported candidly. Goodness. 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 The onlookers were left speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity at Long Xingtian's revelation, as if they had stumbled upon some astounding truth. This fellow is utterly audacious. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Indeed, to think he would launch an assault on a guild stronghold with merely a handful of individuals. How greatly does he underestimate the other prominent guilds? Or perhaps he holds the system in contempt. It is nothing short of reckless folly. Absolutely reckless. After the initial shock, everyone voiced their astonishment. This. However, only Yunzhong Yihe stroked his chin, pondering, why does that sound so familiar? Did we not express something akin to this before? Upon hearing Yunzhong Yihe's comment, everyone froze, and in the next moment, their faces flushed crimson. Strangely enough, it is quite true. They had certainly uttered similar sentiments at least twice. The first instance was when the formidable Nadali declared war on his own guild yesterday. The second instance arose today when they learned of Nadali's intent to tackle the hellish dungeon. Yet, the outcomes were all too evident. But how can that even compare? Long Xingtian exclaimed, yesterday, we fell for that absurd trick. How could our guild possibly be outmatched by one solitary individual? Continuing, Long Xingtian added, moreover, tackling a dungeon requires a certain finesse. Perhaps they exploited some glitch to navigate the hellish difficulty, but besieging a guild stronghold is an entirely different matter. It's a siege, devoid of any possibility for trickery. That makes sense. Upon hearing Long Xingtian's words, Yinzhong Yihe nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Xingtian's assertion held merit. Yesterday, Wang Yuan had employed psychological tactics, seizing the initiative and exploiting the psychology of the guild leaders, allowing him to act with impunity. In contrast, dungeon challenges are inherently skill-based. If one can exploit a glitch, success is not entirely out of reach. The crux lies in discovering the right technique. However, assaulting a guild stronghold diverges significantly from that. It is a genuine frontal assault on fortified defenses, a siege of the capital. Historically, sieges have always posed formidable challenges. Only forces that vastly outnumber the enemy dare to engage. Furthermore, in the case of a terrain as defensible as Thundercliff, ancient wisdom holds that one man at the gate can fend off 10,000. Such strongholds, with their inherent defensive advantages, have always been coveted by strategists. And the difficulty of breaching them is so great that even tenfold forces may falter. It is indeed a matter of life and death. Even the most prestigious guilds, with their vast manpower and resources, would incur an 80 casualty rate in their attempts to conquer a guild stronghold. Yet here stands Wang Yuan and his mere band of 7, audaciously contemplating a siege. This is not merely a disregard for other major guilds, but a flagrant dismissal of the game's developers themselves. What shall we do now? Yun Zhong Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring of Long Xing Tianxia. What can we do? Just watch the spectacle. Long Xing Tianxia retorted with irritation. Should we give them another round of publicity? Yun Zhong Yi suggested further. Not necessary. Long Xing Tianxia dismissed the idea outright. What if they actually succeed? Boss, you can't possibly believe there's a real possibility of that happening, can you? Yun Zhong Yi replied, exasperated. Then what do you think? Long Xing Tianxia shot back, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Zhong Yi. Well, I can't really guarantee anything, Yun Zhong Yi admitted, images of Wang Yuan flashing in his mind. Damn it, I have to say. This guy is indeed peculiar. There is an air of uncertainty surrounding him. Once might be a fluke, but twice is truly unfathomable. As for this guild stronghold affair, no one dares to assure us of his capability to seize it. Chapter 69. They still owe us money while we have no particular objections. It seems rather implausible for just the 7 of us to assault the guild stronghold. At that moment, the tavern echoed with the concerns of the others, including the formidable Ren Zhiwu. Attacking a city is not akin to defending one, nor is it merely a matter of raiding a dungeon. It is a serious endeavor that demands lives as sacrifices. How could 7 individuals possibly achieve this? No matter how formidable one might be, it is hardly conceivable that a mere 7 could seize a stronghold. What I meant to convey is that this is our guild of 7. Not that only we 7 would be undertaking the siege, Wang Yuan interjected with a slight smile. Oh, do you have other friends? Everyone paused in surprise. No, I do not, Wang Yuan replied, shaking his head. Then, are you planning to spend money to hire help? The eyes of the group brightened at this notion. After all, Wang Yuan was now quite affluent, possessing 500,000 gold coins. Hiring 1,000 or so individuals to assist would be a trivial matter. Not necessary. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. We won't spend any money. Rather, we shall have others provide us with funding. At this proclamation, all present were left in utter bewilderment. What do you mean, Brother Niu? Are you suggesting that someone would pay to help us? The illogical nature of this statement caused a mental stir, leaving many unable to grasp its meaning. Even the astute Ren Zhiwu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implications. Traditionally, one would pay to hire workers for such endeavors, particularly for a significant operation like assaulting a guild stronghold, which necessitates considerable expenditure to secure reliable assistance. Wang Yuan's assertion was perplexing. Why would someone pay to assist others? Wasn't he that inherently absurd? Even the trio of skeletons struggled to comprehend this reasoning. What did Brother Niu mean just now? It seemed as though he suggested that someone would willingly pay to assist in the siege, which led the ever-analytical Bai to quiver in disbelief. The reason he was nicknamed the unmatched old dog was not solely due to his calculating nature, but also his keen observational skills that enabled him to swiftly identify the crux of any issue. Yet, in this instance, he found himself utterly baffled by Wang Yuan's thought process. How can he be so confident? Has he received some sort of stimulation? Ma San, the newly devoted junior, also found Wang Yuan's words hard to believe. They were left questioning what state of mind Wang Yuan must be in to utter such nonsensical proclamations. To work for you and be paid? That defies all logic. Meanwhile, in the office of the Black Dragon Society, Long Xingtian was on the verge of losing his sanity. Damn it, are we just going to let this happen? Long Xingtian was visibly displeased. True to his nature, while he would not dare to confront Wang Yuan directly, should Wang Yuan attempt to attack the guild stronghold, he would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, as he could not allow Wang Yuan to proceed without opposition. However, after the last incident of inadvertently causing one's own downfall, the members of Dragon's Domain find themselves gripped by uncertainty this time. Logically speaking, no matter how formidable or clever Wang Yuan may be, he should be utterly incapable of challenging a guild stronghold, a task meant for organized guilds. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Dragon's Domain has suffered losses under Wang Yuan's command twice, leading them to conclude that this individual plays by his own rules, defying conventional logic. Thus, when faced with the dilemma, Dragon's Domain finds itself torn. Should they annoy Wang Yuan, fearing that he might retaliate and leave them in a worse predicament, as happened previously? Conversely, to refrain from action would leave them uncomfortably watching someone they detest flaunt their superiority, which is indeed a rather disheartening feeling. I believe I have found the solution. Just as Dragon's Domain wrestles with this quandary, Yun Zhongyi, his eyes suddenly light up. Oh, what is it? Dragon's Domain promptly inquires. Boss, Do we really have to meddle with that bull-headed fellow, Nyo Dali? Yun Zhengyi, he asks. What else is there to do? Am I supposed to assist him? Dragon's Domain retorts irritably. It may not be such a bad idea. Yun Zhengyi, he grins deviously. Dragon's Domain is left perplexed. Old Yun, what are you planning? Hee, let us go lend a hand to Nyo Dali. Yun Zhengyi, he chuckles, proposing his idea. Assist Nyo Dali? Have you lost your mind? You traitorous fiend. Dragon's Domain erupts in anger, pointing a finger at Yun Zhengyi, he. Boss, please hold your ire. Let me explain first. Yun Zhengyi, he quickly interjects. Fine, I will hear your reasoning, but if you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure your demise. Dragon's Domain glares at Yun Zhengyi, he, the apparent turncoat. Do you believe that Nyo Dali can conquer the stronghold? Yun Zhengyi, he inquires. Well, logically, he shouldn't be able to, but one can never be certain. Dragon's Domain ponders aloud. And what about our Black Dragon Guild? Yun Zhengyi, he continues. Our chances of victory would be at least 70%. Dragon's Domain asserts. What use is that? We lack the stronghold token. If we were to collaborate with Nyo Dali, do you think we would have a chance? Yun Zhengyi, he asks again. Dragon's Domain, growing impatient, replies, Of course. Those fellows are hardly pushovers. Precisely. Yun Zhengyi, he beams. In truth, whether Nyo Dali can seize the guild's stronghold matters little to us. It merely affects your mood. If we assist him in capturing the stronghold, it would be beneficial for everyone involved. How so? Dragon's Domain grows increasingly bewildered. Just think about it. If our Black Dragon Guild and Nyo Dali join forces to assault the stronghold, who will other players attribute the success to, according to conventional logic? Naturally, it would be us. Dragon's Domain concludes. Hee. Thus, you understand that as long as we emerge victorious this time, the ultimate benefit will undoubtedly be ours. At this moment, the Dragon's Domain was momentarily taken aback. In truth, such matters are not difficult to comprehend. Humans possess an inherent tendency to idolize strength. When confronted with triumph, they tend to disregard the journey and instead blindly attribute the spoils of victory to the victors. It is akin to an author competing in ranked matches alongside professional players. Even if the author carries the entire game, others, oblivious to the nuances of the process, will instinctively conclude that the author was merely elevated by the prowess of the professionals. This illustrates the concept of first impressions. Are Nyo Dali and his companions formidable? Indeed, they are. However, they are but a handful, and under normal logical reasoning, no matter how exceptional they may be, they cannot seize the guild's stronghold. In contrast, the Black Dragon Guild boasts a staggering 2,000 members, each an elite, with an average level exceeding 17. Such a colossal entity, how poor can its performance truly be? In a siege battle, it is undoubtedly the side with greater numbers that holds the advantage. Therefore, logically speaking, when the Black Dragon Guild confronts Nyo Dali's group for the guild stronghold, the process is of little significance, as long as they succeed. Other players will naturally attribute the fruits of victory to the Black Dragon Guild. Moreover, even if they fail to capture it, as the first guild to extend assistance, Nyo Dali would inevitably owe a personal favor, wouldn't he? Previous grievances may have existed, yet after this, as they all coexist in the same main city, how could they not extend a hand to one another, even if only in passing? Chapter 70. He owes us his gratitude indeed, Xiao Yun. Upon realizing the situation, Long Xing Tian Xia trembled with astonishment. Previously, his sole intention had been to disrupt Wang Yuan, never imagining that he could instead lend assistance to him. Moreover, it now appeared that the benefits of aiding Wang Yuan far outweighed those of causing chaos. This is truly a clever scheme of leveraging one opportunity to create another. Yun Zhengyi chuckled with great satisfaction. I shall contact Nyo Dali immediately. Long Xing Tian Xiao promptly opened his friends list and sent a message to Wang Yuan, Brother Nyo, if you require assistance in attacking the guild's stronghold, do not hesitate to let us know. We are all brothers from the same main city, and it is our duty in the Black Dragon Guild to bring glory to our city. Hee. Upon reading Long Xing Tian Xiao's message, a faint smile crept onto Wang Yuan's lips. See, the fish has taken the bait. Wang Yuan did not rush to reply. Instead, he waited a while before responding. No need, old dragon. Other guilds from different main cities have already contacted me, expressing their willingness to assist us in attacking the guild stronghold. Long Xing Tian Xia felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and his expression darkened at once. What's wrong, boss? Does he not agree? Is he looking down on us? Yun Zhengyi observed with confusion. It's not that someone has already beaten us to it, Long Xing lamented. Damn it, I didn't expect others to be quicker than us. Quickness is not the issue. The key is whether they possess the strength, Yunzhong remarked. No guild in Thunderstorm City is stronger than our Black Dragon Guild. And certainly, the other main city guilds cannot be as close to us. That's true. Long Xing conceded. From what Brother Nyo implied, it seems that the assistance is indeed coming from guilds in other main cities. Then let us act swiftly, while the opportunity still exists. Let us approach them directly. It's far better than merely sending messages. Yunzhong promptly suggested. That makes sense. I shall go at once. Long Xing immediately stood up and exited the office. It must be said that Yunzhong was indeed a person of great strategy, capable of discerning the advantages of the Black Dragon Guild and understanding how to execute the plan to achieve the best outcome. However, as he decided to let the Black Dragon Guild assist, he had already fallen into Wang Yuan's trap. Inside the tavern, Wang Yuan addressed Shui Linglong and the others. Everyone, please remain silent for a moment. A friend will be arriving shortly to discuss a collaboration. Friend? Collaboration? Shui Linglong and her companions looked bewildered. Brother Nyo, so you are indeed here. Just as everyone was puzzled, Long Xing strode directly into the tavern and confidently approached Wang Yuan. Ah, President Long. My apologies. Wang Yuan casually grabbed a stool and gestured for Long Xing to take a seat. What is going on between these two? Weren't they just at each other's throats before? Why are they now acting like brothers? Witnessing this scene, everyone in the tavern was left in utter astonishment. Good heavens. It turns out that the two who were acting irrationally yesterday were none other than these two. Even Shui Linglong and the others were utterly bewildered. What on earth? Why has this fellow arrived? Why is Brother Nyo so cordial towards him? Why is President Long here? Wang Yuan feigned ignorance. Oh. I heard you were planning to assault the guild stronghold. Long Xing replied. I came to see if there was anything I could assist with. What the hell? Upon hearing Long Xing words, everyone was left in stunned silence. Even the three skeleton warriors behind Wang Yuan were dumbfounded, their heads adorned with a cascade of question marks. What is happening? Is there truly someone eager to lend a hand? That's quite unnecessary. I've already been contacted by several other guild leaders from different main cities, offering their assistance. Wang Yuan began to fabricate. The information regarding the assault on the guild stronghold was known only to a few core players of the Black Dragon Guild, including Long Xing and Yunzhong. Brother Nyo appeared confused. Long Xing immediately slammed his thigh and exclaimed, how can we allow outsiders to meddle in the affairs of our Thunderstorm City? Besides, they are all strangers. It's not easy for them to travel back and forth. We, as brothers, are far more convenient. I share the same sentiment, but it's hard to resist their enthusiasm. Wang Yuan revealed a hint of helplessness on his face. No matter how enthusiastic they are still outsiders. We are the true insiders. Long Xing seemed to disregard his own dignity. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Goodness, who knows which so-called insider Wang Yuan had trapped at the resurrection point yesterday. Truly deserving of his position as president. He could adapt to any situation, his audacity rivaling the very walls of Thunderstorm City. I've already agreed to it. How can I decline? I've made a commitment. And they are preparing to come. Cross-regional teleportation costs quite a fortune. Wang Yuan spread his hands. It's just money. Long Xing boldly declared. How much travel expense? I'll cover it. Tell them to go back. The rest is up to our Black Dragon Guild. But Wang Yuan still wore a troubled expression. Do you know about Hua Xiaolongding? What? That scoundrel from Longting Sihai is coming too? Long Xing exclaimed, you must not let him come. And Wang Ding Zhong Yuan. Wang Yuan added, they've said that as long as they can have their names associated, everyone will be able to join. Feng Qi Longxi is coming too? Long Xing fumed. Damn it. These scoundrels are targeting our main city. Brother Nyo, you must not fall for their tricks. Wang Yuan appeared helpless. It's just a name association. Is it really that serious? Is it not serious? Of course it is. Seeing Wang Yuan's attitude, Long Xing decisively stated, Brother Nyo, your affairs are our Black Dragon Guild's affairs. We are committed to assisting you. How about 1,000 gold? That seems inappropriate. I feel quite embarrassed. Wang Yuan hesitated. 2,000 gold, including an additional 100 gold for your travel expenses. Observing that Wang Yuan was beginning to waver, Long Xing clenched his teeth resolutely. Once again, it must be stated that reputation is of paramount importance to the guild. It matters not if we cannot attain it ourselves. but we must ensure that no other guild can acquire it. Particularly, we must be wary of Huaxia Longting and Wang Yuan, renowned as prominent guilds within the national server. Should they succeed in obtaining this prestige, it will become exceedingly challenging for any new guilds to rise thereafter, even if it requires financial expenditure. We cannot allow other guilds to seize this opportunity. Is this for real? What sort of statement is this? Shui Linglong and Rinzha Wudi's group were utterly perplexed. Earlier, Wang Yuan mentioned that someone would be willing to pay for assistance, and everyone thought he was merely jesting. Little did they expect that someone would truly be inclined to spend money to play the fool. Where can one seek justification for this? This is simply renting out advertising space. Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled lightly and replied in the team channel, "He should be thanking us." With a resigned gesture, Wang Yuan added, "Since President Long has shown such sincerity, it would be unreasonable for me to decline again. Very well, I shall endorse the other guilds. Thank you. Thank you. I am most grateful. Today, my brother's expenditures shall all be on my tab," Long Xing Tianxia declared with grandiosity. At that moment, Dabai, Erbai, and Ma San exchanged glances, each reflecting the thoughts of the other, an unspoken agreement forming. Goodness, our brother Nyo is indeed a remarkable talent. Fortunate for us that he is not our adversary. Henceforth, let us continue to follow his lead with utmost sincerity and refrain from harboring any untoward intentions. Chapter 71. Goblins assaulting a guild stronghold is no trivial task. Such grand guild missions require meticulous preparation. Wang Yuan and Long Xing Tianxia agreed to meet the following day. Elated by Wang Yuan's approval, Long Xing Tianxia departed joyfully, leaving Shui Linglong and her companions in a state of bewilderment. "Brother Nyo, I suspect you are not a necromancer, but rather a voodoo practitioner," casually remarked Sui Bian Luanxi in astonishment. "What sorcery did you employ?" "Enough nonsense. I have never engaged in such matters," Wang Yuan retorted, casting a sharp glare at Sui Bian Luanxi. "See? He did not deny it. He truly can," Sui Bian Luanxi exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. "Be quiet," Rinzha Wudi interjected, pulling Sui Bian Luanxi back, his own expression riddled with confusion. "I still cannot fathom what Long Xing Tianxia aims to achieve." "Hiki," Wang Yuan chuckled. "In such a scenario, one must consider what they desire and what they fear." "I see. They wish to be the first to seize the guild stronghold?" Raised the hand of Yongzhu Shuang. "What they fear is that someone else will claim the stronghold first," the Grim Reaper mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Precisely." Wang Yuan nodded, prompting thoughtful expressions from the group. "But why would he spend money to assist you? Logically, he should be purchasing a token instead," Shui Linglong pondered, struggling to discern the connection. "If the two of us were to take on a boss, who do you think would be the main force?" "Obviously, it would be you," Shui Linglong replied without hesitation. "Indeed, others share that sentiment," Wang Yuan remarked with an enigmatic expression. "Understood. I comprehend now." Rinzha Wudi and the Grim Reaper exchanged knowing glances. Soon after, Yongzhu Shuang and Shiwan also displayed expressions of realization. Sui Bian Luanxi, though somewhat perplexed, seemed to grasp a semblance of the correlation. Only Shui Linglong remained utterly baffled, cursing under her breath, "You bunch of scoundrels. Can't you articulate your thoughts more clearly? You imbeciles." Everyone else remained silent. The humble, refined, and upright Supreme God Chan Xin Daogu once stated that to enlist someone as assistance, one must make them feel as though they are acting in their own interest, even convincing them that they are aiding you. No wonder. It's all thanks to Brother Nyo. What a cunning strategy. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's explanation, the three skeletons regarded him with increasing reverence. Indeed, in terms of strength, this necromancer appeared significantly weaker than the three of them. Yet his intricate scheming and insidious tactics were unmatched. As they followed him daily, none could discern when he might ensnare Long Xing Tianxia in a trap, effortlessly reeling in this large fish to serve him. He was truly a prodigy, adept at manipulating the psyche of everyone around him. When he wished for you to undertake a task, you would find yourself inexplicably compelled to comply without understanding why. How terrifying that is. No wonder Sui Bian Luanxi claimed he could sway hearts and minds. As Wang Yuan logged off, night had already descended. Removing his gaming headset, he casually wiped his greasy face before heading to the bathroom. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from the living room. Almost immediately, a chilling scream pierced the air from the neighboring unit. It was Miss Liang from next door. Startled by the cry, Wang Yuan rushed towards the door. Miss Liang, known as Liang Fong, had been his neighbor since he moved in, living with her young daughter. She made a living through online streaming and occasionally sent Wang Yuan local delicacies from her fans, establishing a reasonably amicable relationship. Naturally, he could not stand idly by. As he opened the door, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. In the corridor stood a small, grayish-green creature, wielding a spiked wooden club and mercilessly battering the door of Liang Fang's apartment. The wooden door had already been breached, leaving a gaping hole. On the other side, Liang Fang desperately pushed against the door, her face contorted in fear. Behind her, the cries of a little girl echoed intermittently. Hearing the child's distress only fueled the creature's fervor. Wooden club goblin, level, LV 5 health, 100 magic, 50 skill, heavy strike monster description, a ferocious creature dwelling in the monster forest, known for its cruel and vile nature. As Wang Yuan's gaze swept over the scene, the creature's information materialized before his eyes. A goblin. This is a monster from the game. Stunned by the revelation, Wang Yuan recalled the news he had previously half believed, yet still held doubts. After all, the notion of monsters manifesting in the real world was something one would need time to reconcile. But now, a creature from the game stood before him in the flesh, and his emotions were understandably tumultuous. It seemed that everything was indeed real. The apocalypse was truly upon them. However, Wang Yuan felt no fear. He had mentally prepared himself. Besides, he had encountered far more dangerous creatures in the game than this goblin. Such a low-level monster was hardly worthy of concern. A mere level 5 creature dared to act brazenly before him. Big White, Little White, take care of it, he commanded with a booming voice, issuing an attack order. Yet, the goblin's attention was solely fixated on him, rendering his command ineffective. Damn it. It suddenly dawned on Wang Yuan that he wasn't in the game. His 3 bodyguards were not by his side. Cackling, the goblin turned to see the towering figure of Wang Yuan and immediately abandoned its pursuit of Liang Fang. Clearly, in its eyes, a woman, though delicate and soft, was far less enticing than a larger man. Damn. Wang Yuan could not help but shudder, silently cursing. Why on earth did I choose to be a necromancer? In such circumstances, a warrior could easily dispatch a goblin with a single blow, and a mage could conjure a fireball. A necromancer, devoid of their undead minions, was merely a large, supersized soldier. No, I possess skills too. Do not underestimate a necromancer as a mere spellcaster. With this thought, Wang Yuan silently chanted, "Curse." As he uttered the incantation, he distinctly felt a surge of mysterious energy coursing through his body, ultimately coalescing in the palm of his hand to form a chaotic sphere of energy. He casually hurled the sphere at the goblin, which appeared to slow down as if someone had pulled it back. It worked. Wang Yuan rejoiced, preparing to unleash soul fire to scorch the goblin, but the creature's wooden club was already swinging toward him. Before he could evade, a pink figure darted past him. A foot clad in cartoonish sandals came down heavily upon the goblin's face. Thud. With a dull thump, the goblin was sent flying, crashing against the wall with considerable force. Chapter 72. Wang Yujia in Wang Yuan's eyes. A colossal blood-loss numeral floated above the goblin's head, signaling a sudden drop in its health by half. Goodness, such ferocity? Startled, Wang Yuan quickly glanced at the newcomer. Before him stood a petite girl clad in pink pajamas, her expression solemn as she regarded the monstrous creature. Although her attire was loose-fitting, her demeanor exuded a sense of competence. With a resounding thud, the goblin was kicked in the face, letting out a shriek as it swung its wooden club towards the girl. She remained unfazed. The moment the club descended, she deftly sidestepped the attack and, with an uncanny maneuver, positioned herself behind the goblin, delivering a swift kick to its knee. Thud! The goblin fell to its knees, and the girl seized its head from behind, wrenching it violently. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed in the air. The goblin's health was instantly depleted, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Wang Yuan was utterly stunned. The sequence of evading the attack and subsequently snapping the goblin's neck unfolded in an instant, showcasing a fluidity so remarkable that it left him in awe. It is worth noting that Wang Yuan commanded 3 elite fighters from the future, and having observed them for some time, his standards had become exceedingly high. Among them, Xiaobai's melee prowess was unparalleled, known for her swift and ruthless strikes. Yet, inexplicably, her combat skills paled in comparison to this girl before him. It was evident that her level of expertise surpassed Wang Yuan's expectations. Could there truly be such a master in reality? Surely, this girl was a player, perhaps even a martial artist. However, upon further reflection, Wang Yuan found himself questioning this notion. In the game Dawn's Awakening, martial artists were notoriously difficult to master and currently languished in obscurity, merely stylish yet ineffectual. Often regarded as one of the two most inept classes alongside necromancers. While the necromancer had potential for growth, the martial artist seemed devoid of any promising future. Thus, renowned players were conspicuously absent in the martial artist class. What on earth is this? As Wang Yuan pondered these thoughts, he overheard the girl muttering, "This doesn't seem like an animal. Not a player." Upon hearing her words, a chill ran down Wang Yuan's spine. Based on his own experiences, had she been a player, she would have, like him, been able to see the monster's information, and it was impossible for her to be unaware that this was a goblin. This meant that she had not undergone any game enhancements and possessed the strength to defeat a level 5 monster. Incredible! Wang Yuan was completely bewildered. It is essential to understand that the physical prowess of monsters in the game far surpasses that of humans. Even a common level 1 creature boasts strength exceeding that of an adult human. At present, level 5 monsters are undeniably beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even I, a 15-level necromancer enhanced by the game, would find it quite challenging to confront them without my skeletal minions. Yet, this seemingly frail young girl effortlessly dispatched a level 5 goblin in mere moments. Is she not a monster herself? Indeed, the real world is teeming with hidden talents. Such formidable individuals exist. It appears to be a goblin. Wang Yuan observed the lifeless goblin sprawled on the ground. A goblin? What manner of creature is that? Is it a protected species? Surely, I cannot be breaking the law. Goodness, what kind of world is this? It's illegal to harm both humans and animals. Must I relocate? The young girl cursed under her breath before looking up and fixing her gaze on Wang Yuan, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Wang Yuan quickly shook his head. From the girl's words, it seemed she might have moved here to evade trouble after a confrontation. "As long as you're fine. You won't tell anyone, right?" she inquired again. "Absolutely not." Wang Yuan shook his head once more. It wasn't fear of her, rather. It would be entirely ungrateful to speak out when she had come to the rescue. "Splendid." The girl turned to glance at Liang Feng, who was peering out from the doorway. "You won't betray me, will you?" "Of course not." "No." Liang Feng repeatedly shook her head. "I'm grateful for your help." "Yes, you are indeed good people." The girl extended her hand to Wang Yuan, introducing herself. "I am Wang Yujia, your new neighbor." "Wang Yuan," he replied. "We share the same surname. We must be kin from 500 years ago." "Perhaps. Fortunately, you were not born into my family." Wang Yujia replied with a subtle smile. "You should clear this place. I fear it may attract unnecessary trouble. If you need anything, call me. I reside in 1102. With that, Wang Yujia turned and returned to her dwelling, leaving Wang Yuan and Liang Feng exchanging glances. "Wang Gu, what should we do now?" Liang Feng trembled behind the door, still shaken from the recent ordeal. "You need not worry about it." Wang Yuan waved her off, signaling her to retreat. Before approaching the goblin's corpse, suddenly the goblin's body vanished. Ding! A ring fell from where the goblin had been. Goblin ring, category, accessory grade, bronze attack, 6 magic, 3 strength, 3 agility, 1, goblin transformation, active skill, transforms the user into a goblin for 60 seconds. Class requirement, none level requirement. 5 item description, a magical ring that allows transformation into a goblin. It turns out that monsters in the real world can respawn and drop equipment. Wang Yuan fully embraced this new reality and adorned himself with the goblin ring. As he slipped the ring onto his finger, he distinctly felt a surge of power coursing through him. Is this the wondrous nature of equipment? Wang Yuan could not help but feel a wave of exhilaration. The enhancements in reality are far more palpable than those in the realm of gaming. One wonders how the fusion of these two worlds will unfold. Just as Wang Yuan was preparing to return home, Wang Yujie suddenly appeared before him. Wang Yuan nodded. "Well, I crave instant noodles, but I have none at home." Wang Yujie's face flushed suddenly. "You don't have hot water, do you?" "I have some." Wang Yuan quickly replied. "But I lack noodles," Wang Yujie said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Wang Yuan sighed, feeling exasperated. "You could just say you have no food to eat." "I have plenty." Wang Yuan called out. "If you don't mind, come over." "How could I possibly mind?" Wang Yujie rubbed her hands together and followed him, stating, "I can eat quite a lot." "Humph." Wang Yuan assessed the petite girl before him, stifling a laugh. This little one stood at merely 5 feet 8 inches, appearing rather slender, weighing no more than 80 to 90 pounds. Could she really out-eat him? If he couldn't even afford instant noodles, his situation would indeed be dire. Chapter 73. I am not a violent woman. Have you not eaten for days? Wang Yuan gazed at Wang Yujie and the empty instant noodle packets on the table, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could consume 2 bags of noodles in one sitting. Occasionally 3 at most. Yet, this petite girl, weighing less than 100 pounds, devoured 8 packs in one go, and fearing she might still be hungry. He had also provided her with 6 eggs and a pack of ham. Such provisions would typically last him 2 days. How on earth could Wang Yujie, with her slight frame, manage to consume so much? It was not that Wang Yuan was stingy or reluctant to share. After all, the young lady had just saved his life. His primary concern was that she might have gone days without food and risked overindulging. Wang Yujie, slightly embarrassed, explained, I usually don't eat this much. It's just that I haven't had a meal since last night. Skip dinner? Are you on a diet? Wang Yuan inquired with curiosity. I ran out of money after renting a place. Wang Yujie shrugged. I haven't found a job yet. Wang Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy upon hearing this. As a young man facing unemployment himself, he understood the difficulty of finding work in the current climate. It was a struggle even for someone like him, let alone a young girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to laboring in the gaming world. I see you have some skills. You don't seem like an ordinary worker, he remarked, furrowing his brow. It was evident from her earlier display of combat that Wang Yujie had undergone rigorous training. Not the superficial kind one might find in typical martial arts classes, but real training that could be applied in practical situations, and she was exceptionally proficient at it. As the saying goes, the poor may excel in literature, but the rich excel in martial arts. In today's society, those who have access to genuine combat training are rarely from impoverished backgrounds. Achieving the level of skill required to effectively engage in combat against formidable opponents is certainly not the domain of an average individual. Surely, you aren't just looking for a job to make ends meet, Wang Yuan speculated. Well, I was sort of kicked out by my family. Wang Yujie replied. Kicked out? What for? Were you pressured into marriage? Wang Yuan asked, intrigued. He had seen countless stories in novels where martial arts prodigies left home due to familial pressures to wed. Not quite. Wang Yujie waved her hand dismissively. I got into a few fights and ended up causing some trouble. Causing trouble? Wang Yuan was left speechless. Recalling how Wang Yujie had mentioned that fighting was against the law, whether against humans or animals, it seemed she had genuinely experienced these events. Yet, this rationale for her expulsion was far more compelling than mere pressure to marry. However, it did raise concerns about the severity of her actions. Well, I broke the arms and legs of 3 individuals, and the leader of the group. I incapacitated him completely, Wang Yujie stated nonchalantly, as if recounting an insignificant event. Wang Yuan was left utterly flabbergasted, although he wasn't privy to the exact details of what incapacitated entailed. It was clear from Wang Yujie's tone that it was far more severe than merely breaking limbs. What a formidable woman she was. Rest assured, I am not the type of woman given to violence. Upon seeing Wang Yuan's pallid visage, Wang Yujie realized she had startled him and quickly clarified. I will not resort to violence unless provoked, especially not against those scoundrels who are not ordinary people like you. Ordinary people. Wang Yuan scratched his head, realizing that in Wang Yujie's eyes, he was merely an ordinary individual. By the way, what is your profession? Wang Yujie seamlessly shifted the subject, glancing around Wang Yuan's room. Her curiosity piqued about his identity. A necromancer, Wang Yuan blurted out. Wang Yujie was left utterly perplexed. I play games, Wang Yuan explained. Would you like to join me? He had witnessed Wang Yujie's remarkable skills firsthand. Despite being a girl, her prowess was unparalleled in Wang Yuan's experience. An unenhanced ordinary person could dispatch a level 5 creature in just 2 moves, a feat beyond the capabilities of most. If he could enlist her in his team, their combat strength would be significantly augmented. With the impending apocalypse, her early entry into the game would undoubtedly make her one of his most formidable allies. Moreover, as the end approached, low-level monsters were increasingly manifesting across the globe, and incidents like today would become ever more frequent. In reality, Wang Yuan had no bodyguards. As a necromancer, his singular attack skill did not confer great combat prowess. With Wang Yujie by his side, however, his safety would be considerably enhanced. Can one really earn money from playing games? Wang Yujie inquired, her surprise evident. It was clear that this young woman was accustomed to a privileged life and had little exposure to the struggles of the lower classes. Unaware that gold farming had emerged as a new profession. Absolutely. Some individuals have even amassed fortunes worth billions through gaming. Wang Yuan began to entice her. This was no mere exaggeration. The esports industry had long since matured, and those whose gaming skills reached a professional level possessed significant commercial value. Not only the elite players, but even second-tier competitors and retired professionals who now streamed had seen their worth exceed millions. To illustrate, should Wang Yuan manage to convert all the gold he possessed, he would indeed be a billionaire. Is that true? Wang Yuan, upon hearing this, appeared genuinely stirred. While the prospect of becoming a billionaire held little allure for her, her immediate concern was merely to fill her stomach. Indeed, moreover, the gaming world offers another advantage, Wang Yuan continued. What advantage? Wang Yujia's eyes brightened. In the game, committing murder is not a crime. Slaying monsters is an everyday necessity. The more foes you vanquish, the more renowned you become. Wang Yuan was oblivious to the profound impact his words would have on Wang Yujia in the future. Are you saying that we can fight freely without worrying about the consequences? Even if we kill someone, there are no repercussions? Upon hearing this, Wang Yujia leaped from the sofa, exclaiming, "Buddy, take me to play games with you." Witness. Wang Yuan was indeed well-versed in the art of persuasion. Although it was his own desire to have Wang Yujia as his teammate in the game, Wang Yuan managed to have Wang Yujia plead with him for assistance. With a subtle smile, Wang Yuan readily agreed. However, engaging in the game necessitated an investment in equipment, with the most affordable headset costing 5,000 yuan. Yet, there was an option for installments. He would cover the down payment for now, and Wang Yujia could repay him gradually as he earned money. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Yujia exclaimed with boundless excitement. Under the fervent gaze of Wang Yujia, Wang Yuan placed an order for the gaming headset online, financing the 5,000 yuan over 36 installments. One might wonder, isn't the apocalypse supposed to arrive in just a month? Oh, you are indeed a perceptive and kind reader to ask. Unlike Wang Yuan, who harbored no intention of repaying the remaining 35 installments. Upon entering the game, remember to add me as a friend. I am Neodali. After imparting this advice to Wang Yujia, Wang Yuan handed him a few boxes of instant noodles and several packages of ham sausages. With a heart full of gratitude, Wang Yujia departed from Wang Yuan's residence. Chapter 74. Miracles through great efforts. After Wang Yujia departed, Wang Yuan once again accessed the forum Dawn of the Breaking Day, searching for the user ID known as Dahai Wuliang. As expected, this individual had posted yet again. I actually conjured a fireball. Although it is not as large as in the game, it has indeed been formed. Below the post, there was a photograph capturing the fireball nestled in the palm of his hand. The fireball, approximately the size of an egg, exhibited a pale red hue, with the fire elements appearing rather loosely bound. Haha, this young man is truly immersed in the experience. It looks remarkably authentic. There is no trace of Photoshop. How did he manage that? The comments beneath the post were rife with mockery. However, Wang Yuan could discern at a glance that this fireball bore an identical structure to the gray energy sphere he himself had conjured. It seemed that he and this Dahai Wuliang, a mage, had both undergone enhancements in the real world due to the game. From his current observations, Wang Yuan speculated that only after a player's attributes reached a certain threshold within the game would there be observable enhancements in reality. As it stands, players who ranked higher in the game had likely experienced some form of enhancement. The reason why only Dahai Wuliang had posted was likely because the vast majority had yet to realize their newfound strength. After all, extreme attribute allocation was predominantly seen among physical classes like warriors. Other classes tended to have a more balanced distribution. For instance, assassins and archers would supplement strength to enhance their attack and judgment. Mages would allocate points to agility to facilitate kiting, and priests would enhance spirit or constitution to bolster survivability. Clearly, Dahai Wuliang was a mage focusing entirely on intelligence. While the physical enhancement might go unnoticed by the predominantly sedentary individuals, the cerebral enhancement was palpable at all times. As for Wang Yuan, despite a more balanced attribute allocation, the bonuses from his equipment enabled him to rival players with extreme allocations in both intelligence and strength, allowing him to conjure curses. Closing the game forum, Wang Yuan searched for news regarding anomalous creatures. As he had anticipated, low-level monsters had begun to invade the real world. Just yesterday, there had been a single incident of monster invasion, but today, the news featured dozens of similar reports. This was aside from the encounter Wang Yuan himself had experienced. The monsters reported were primarily goblins and slimes, and these occurrences transpired in public areas, where they were quickly subdued and eliminated, causing no significant harm to humanity. Of course, it was possible that any casualties had not been reported. Everything currently pointed towards an impending apocalypse. A secure refuge was urgently needed. In reality, Wang Yuan's residential complex, although dilapidated, was a military family housing unit built to military standards. After the previous military families vacated, it had transformed into a housing facility for individuals like Wang Yuan, who faced difficulties in employment. Presently, it appeared to be quite safe. After all, the goblin had spent a considerable amount of time pounding on the door, merely creating a hole in the wooden barrier. If such a sturdy wooden door could withstand such efforts, one could only imagine the resilience of a security door. With the presence of Wang Yujia as a formidable ally, it was evident that the low-level monsters would remain unable to breach their defenses prior to the onset of the apocalypse. The crux of the matter lay within the game itself. All players remained oblivious to the changes occurring in reality, within the mindset of an ordinary person. A game was simply a game. Logging in to slay monsters and logging out to rest was the norm. Except for the larger guilds, few would consider establishing a refuge within the game. When the apocalypse struck, ordinary individuals and players lacking a sanctuary would inevitably be among the first to be eliminated. Conversely, those guild players who possessed a base or an office would undoubtedly evade the initial wave of catastrophe under the protection of their refuge. Thus, Wang Yuan's decision to retain the guild base token was evidently a sagacious choice. To assault the guild base, one must first possess a guild. Upon logging in the next day, Shui Linglong and her companions were already waiting for Wang Yuan at the tavern. Once everyone had arrived, the 7 of them made their way to the municipal hall to register the guild. Please confirm if you wish to establish a guild. Please confirm to proceed with guild establishment. After Wang Yuan submitted the registration paperwork, a line of information flashed before their eyes simultaneously. Confirmed. They all unanimously clicked yes. Then, another message appeared. Please name your guild. What shall we call it? Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings. The Illuminati. Proclaimed the invincible benevolent. Agreed. Expressed hope and support. Ugh, that sounds utterly repugnant. The others wore expressions of disdain, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this Illuminati? It sounds like a cult. I think we should name it the Bloodthirsty Youth League." Randomly suggested, "We are forever young." What the hell? Why does that sound like a prelude to annihilation? They all frowned, images of the leader, Qin, meeting his demise within moments of his appearance invading their minds. How about Hell's Messenger? The Grim Reaper inquired softly. A great idea, but let's keep the name grounded, not something from the underworld. Shui Linglong was the first to object. Dahai? Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow. You do realize that the Grim Reaper is named Li Dahai, right? That name is utterly uninspired. Randomly shot back, mocking the Grim Reaper's name. Haha. Wang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, that name was quite pedestrian. Let us just call it the Livestock Shed. You lot are indeed deserving of such a title. The unmatched hero is quite valiant. For heaven's sake, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. The crowd surged forward, pinning the unmatched hero down and delivering a flurry of playful punches and kicks. Stop it, stop it. Wang Yuan pleaded while also delivering a couple of kicks himself. System notification. Guild Miracles of Strength created successfully. Just as they were engaged in their antics, a game notification suddenly rang in their ears, flashing the message of successful guild establishment. What the hell? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Not me. Wang Yuan shrugged. Is this name not suitable? Shui Linglong retorted. It's rubbish. Utter nonsense. What a terrible name. The crowd erupted in vehement criticism. What do you think, old Niu? Shui Linglong turned to Wang Yuan, completely disregarding the dissatisfaction of others. I think it's quite all right. Wang Yuan appeared rather pleased, particularly with the first 2 characters of the guild name. Which character do you find unappealing? Wang Yuan inquired of the others, his expression earnest. Ah, well, I suppose it's not entirely unusable. The Grim Reaper scratched his head. Indeed, upon closer inspection, this name possesses a certain charm. Random Shot expressed his agreement. Yes, excellent. With great effort comes remarkable results. This name is splendid. Renja Wu Di began to praise it fervently. Others echoed the sentiment, asserting that the name truly resonated with their personalities. Who will assume the role of the guild leader? Wang Yuan asked again. Is there any need to ask? The guild name clearly indicates it. Everyone replied in unison. Such courtesy? Wang Yuan was taken aback. This group of individuals, who would argue over a pile of dung, had unexpectedly conceded the position of guild leader. Just then, another message flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Guild leader confirmation. Yo Dolly, please remit 50 gold coins for the guild establishment fee. Damn, these scoundrels. Wang Yuan was left utterly exasperated. Chapter 75, Waiting for a Woman? Brother Nyo, now that you are the president, shouldn't you treat us to a drink? The guild had successfully been established, and the crowd gathered around, grinning. Drink my foot. Wang Yuan scoffed, feeling rather disheartened after having been swindled out of 50 gold coins. Whether you drink or not, let us settle this first. You owe each of us a gold coin. A member, Brave Invincible, produced a small abacus from somewhere. Support. Agreed. Absolutely. The others chimed in enthusiastically. Wang Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, I've heard that other guilds have to pay a membership fee. Isn't 2 gold coins per person reasonable? Haha. Brother Nyo, saying that feels a bit distant. We are good brothers. Indeed. By the way, when do we start applying to attack the stronghold? Brave Invincible and the others quickly shifted the topic. Not so fast. We must wait for someone. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Wait for whom? The crowd looked puzzled. Who else have you contacted? Brother Nyo. Don't tell me you have no friends in the game? In real life. Wang Yuan responded. Male or female? Shui Linglong's inquisitive tone piqued the interest of the group. The crowd fell momentarily silent. I'm just asking, Shui Linglong hurriedly clarified. Hee, we are also curious. A few mischievous members grinned slyly. Haha, I too am eager to know. Ma Sanner excitedly clenched his fist, only to be met with the derisive scorn of Airby. What does it matter to you? You don't even have that thing. Hey, you 2 scoundrels, I'm cutting ties with you for 5 minutes. Ma Sanner fumed. Is this really important? Wang Yuan furrowed his brow. Of course. Rin Jawudi interjected. Males are certainly experts, while females can provide a degree of emotional value, akin to having multiple assistants or an added buff. In the realm of gaming, it is indeed a common perception that the contributions of female players generally do not match those of their male counterparts. After all, not everyone possesses the financial prowess of someone like Shui Linglong, who can procure top-tier players with sufficient funds. The objective of recruiting female players typically revolves around having someone who adds emotional value to the team. If we were to wait for male players, the team might benefit from the presence of several capable experts. However, if we were to wait for female players, the male player's effectiveness would only be at 20%. Thus, whether the awaited ally is male or female holds considerable significance. A female, an expert. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan merely uttered 4 words in a calm manner. Haha, a female player, and an expert too. The crowd erupted in laughter. Even Shui Linglong couldn't suppress her amusement. The very notion had subtly ingrained itself in her mind, for she would not be mingling with a group of male players otherwise. Indeed, a female, Masano exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, resembling a grinning skeleton in his exuberance. Female players, sigh. TSK. Upon hearing this, Dabai and Xiaobai were filled with disappointment. What do the brothers mean by this? Ma Sanner inquired with confusion. Let us not even mention the female players of this era. How many formidable women were there in our time? Dabai countered Ma Sanner. This. Ma Sanner was momentarily taken aback. It is not that we harbor any disdain for women, but the nature of combat has never been deemed a woman's responsibility. Xiaobai interjected, stating, in our era, the total number of female professionals in frontline combat across all major cities in the East Asia region of the Federation barely exceeded 1,000. We are not embarking on a leisurely outing. We are attacking a guild stronghold. How can we allow a woman to jeopardize our mission? Xiaobai, usually composed, grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, clearly dissatisfied with Wang Yuan's decision to wait for a woman. Ma Sanner found himself at a loss for words. Xiaobai's remarks were not made lightly. In the game, there was no disparity in attributes between genders. The gender dynamics were relatively balanced. However, once the game merged with reality, the physical differences between men and women became evident. Even the most formidable female professionals could barely endure the training intensity of third-tier male professionals, and there were virtually no women in frontline combat ranks. This was merely the physical aspect. Combat encompasses more than mere attributes, on-the-spot tactics, performance under pressure, psychological factors, and various other elements all contributed to the inferiority of female professionals compared to their male counterparts. Thus, in this future era, women, much like children and the elderly, occupied roles that required protection, with positions in logistical support, such as those of healing priests, predominantly filled by women. The gravity of attacking a guild stronghold was paramount. Yet Wang Yuan chose to wait for a woman, which naturally provoked considerable resistance from Dao Bai and Xiao Bai. It is essential to understand that in their eyes, Wang Yuan was the destined savior of humanity. Their unwavering loyalty to him stemmed not only from the equipment he provided, but also from their perception of him as a cunning leader. A leader of strategy should not allow trifling matters to impede significant undertakings. In this future era, leaders who faltered due to lust for women were not in short supply. They were destined to be immortalized in humanity's Hall of Shame. How could one, whom they regarded as their rightful commander, jeopardize the grand mission of saving humanity for the sake of a woman? At this moment, both Dao Bai and Xiao Bai were overwhelmed with disappointment and dissatisfaction towards Wang Yuan. While Dao Bai remained silent, even Xiao Bai, typically mild-mannered, was growing impatient, an indication of the profound impact this situation had on them. Wang Yuan could only offer a bitter smile, uncertain of how to respond. Brother Niu, when did we start? We are ready. Meanwhile, Longxing Tianxia also sent a message. After returning yesterday, Longxing Tianxia notified all guild players that they would attack the guild stronghold today, regardless of the circumstances, and that all must be online or face penalties for absence. Before 10 in the morning, over 2,700 players from the Black Dragon Guild were already assembled, awaiting Wang Yuan's orders. No need to rush. Please come to the tavern first. Wang Yuan casually replied to a message and then returned to the tavern with Ren Zhiwu Di and others. What? Waiting for a woman? In the tavern. Upon hearing that Wang Yuan intended to wait for a woman, Longxing Tianxia and Yunzhong Yihe, who had just arrived, reacted almost identically to Dao Bai and Xiao Bai, especially Yunzhong Yihe, whose face turned dark. Brother Niu, we are at the guild stronghold, not here to indulge whims. We must present our best selves. If we finish this without focus, how about I treat everyone to a foot massage afterward? I can arrange for additional therapists for Brother Niu as well. Longxing Tianxia chimed in. Speaking of therapists, I typically prefer number 8. Upon hearing this, a few people perked up and gathered around. Wang Yuan. Herein lies the divergence in aspirations. Ren Zhiwu Di and his companions seek joy within the game. As long as they are happy, the manner of play is inconsequential. The presence of one woman, or even 10, would only amplify their delight. In contrast, Longxing Tianxia's group is driven by the ambition to develop the guild and dominate the realm. While women may be part of the equation, they cannot interfere with serious matters. In such circumstances, not only women, but even male players lacking strength are unwelcome, for any hindrance could jeopardize their efforts to seize the guild stronghold, rendering all endeavors fruitless and exhausting. Chapter 76. The Blind Master. It is not as you presume. This individual is indeed a master. Wang Yuan elucidated. A master? Are there female players who can be masters too? The members of Longxing Tianxia gazed at Wang Yuan in astonishment, seemingly questioning. Are you jesting? You see, what did I tell you? The valiant Yu shrugged, remarking that this is fundamentally common knowledge. In the realm of disparaging female players, a consensus was reached between Ren Zhiwu Di and a few from Longxing Tianxia. The author has never entertained such thoughts. Should the female readers wish to express their ire, let it be directed at that scoundrel from Longxing Tianxia, and not at the author. Once you arrive, you will comprehend. Wang Yuan refrained from further elaboration, for he understood that individuals are inclined to believe what they wish, unless they experience it firsthand. No amount of explanation would dissuade them from perceiving him as a mere charlatan. If he had not showcased his prowess, these individuals would certainly dismiss the notion that a low-level necromancer could single-handedly challenge an entire guild. Very well. Everyone is here to assault the guild stronghold because of Wang Yuan. Hence, he naturally assumes the central role. Now Wang Yuan must bide his time. No matter how disgruntled others may feel, they cannot voice their discontent openly. Especially the group from Longxing Tianxia, who had paid for their positions, cannot afford to quarrel with Wang Yuan lightly. They can only mutter their grievances in private. Damn it, I once thought this bull dolly was a hero, but it turns out he is just a worthless fool. I had held him in high regard. Longxing Tianxia harbored the greatest dissatisfaction towards Wang Yuan. Historically, those who achieve great feats do not dilly-dally with women. True masters possess character, ambition, and principles. Yet, Wang Yuan, for the sake of a woman, kept so many waiting, resembling a petty player seeking validation through aiding others. No matter how formidable his abilities may be, he remains confined within the bounds of mediocrity. Bah! Trash! Loser. At this moment, Wang Yuan's image had utterly crumbled in the eyes of Longxing Tianxia, the aura of mystery and strength shattered, replaced by that of a pathetic wretch who only craves attention from women. Alas, whether he is a loser matters not. Yun Zhongyi wore a troubled expression. I now fear someone might sabotage us. This opportunity to assault the guild's stronghold was purchased, aimed at leveraging Wang Yuan as a means to elevate the Black Dragon Guild's reputation. Should we succeed in the challenge, the Black Dragon Guild would undoubtedly achieve notoriety. If we falter due to a female player, it would not merely be a matter of wasted money. The Black Dragon Guild would likely become a laughingstock once more. Yun Zhongyi could almost envision a forum post ridiculing the Black Dragon Guild for daring to challenge a guild stronghold. What a disgrace. They have no self-awareness. On the other hand, Shui Linglong and Rin Jiwudi's group did not react as vehemently as the Black Dragon Guild, yet they expressed some surprise. Who would have thought? Brother Nyo is merely a petty player seeking to level up alongside a woman. Indeed, even at my level, I wouldn't stoop so low. Brother Nyo is even more pathetic than I. Unexpected and astonishing. The crowd was utterly incredulous. Goodness, I'm in the group. Wang Yuan sent a middle finger emoji. All right, let us establish a new group and continue. Wang Yuan seemed to have grasped the situation typically. When leveling up or dungeon diving, the presence of a lady would leave these fellows envious. However, when it came down to reality, they could still discern priorities. At this moment, the most vocal dissenters were the two skeletal soldiers. Ma Sen-er believed that he and Wang Yuan were cut from the same cloth. Thus he refrained from voicing any objections. Dabai and Xiaobai were indignant beyond measure. Wang Yuan's ancestors had all been cursed by these two. Despite the fact that Wang Yuan had no knowledge of his own parents throughout his life, there was no helping it. The psychological disparity for these two was immense. The factions of Longxing Tianxia and Rin Jiwudi, who once regarded Wang Yuan as a master, now perceived him as a sycophant, which led to unexpected and vehement criticisms. In Airbai's mind, Wang Yuan was a strategic mastermind, capable of leading humanity to vanquish the beasts and save the world. However, this recent behavior of his had caused him to plummet from grace. The contrast felt akin to discovering that a humble and erudite author was, in reality, a reclusive hermit, which was undeniably difficult to accept. Wang Yuan, overhearing his two subordinates berate him, could only endure in silence. What could he do? Surely, he could not dismiss these two. Soon, they would learn what it meant to be humbled. To recognize that there are always greater forces at play beyond their understanding of modern players. In the game Dawn of Destiny, novice players may not level up swiftly, but neither do they progress at a sluggish pace. An hour passed, then 2, 3 hours, 5 hours. Everyone was becoming restless. Just as Longxing Tianxia was on the verge of eruption, a familiar figure appeared at the tavern entrance. The individual was not tall, with short hair and a sweet, gentle demeanor. Clad in a tattered skirt issued by the novice village and sporting the village's hand wraps, with bare feet that looked pitiful. This person was none other than Wang Yuan, who had tirelessly leveled up the previous night. This morning, upon logging in, Wang Yuan received her friend request, which prompted him to invite her to assault the guild's stronghold. Over here, Wang Yuan beckoned to Wang Yuan. Is this the expert you were waiting for? Upon seeing her, everyone was taken aback. It is customary for novice players to acquire at least a few white gear pieces by the time they reach level 10. For someone to reach level 10 still clad in novice gear is certainly unprecedented. How on earth is this considered an expert? Where is the expertise in that? Brother Nyo had a discerning eye. To be fair, she is quite attractive. Brother Nyo is fortunate indeed. Several were enviously lamenting Wang Yuan's acquaintance with such a beautiful friend in reality. Beauty is of little use. Merely a pretty face. The infatuated fool. Longxing Tianxia secretly scorned Wang Yuan for being such a lecherous individual. What a dreadful place. Why is it so difficult to find? At this moment, Wang Yuan had also arrived beside everyone, lamenting, I've been searching for over an hour. Upon hearing her words, everyone was taken aback, and they instinctively turned their gaze towards Wang Yuan. Is this woman blind? In dawn of the breaking day, every city boasts two main thoroughfares, Central Avenue and the Commercial Street. The tavern is situated in the most prominent location on the Commercial Street. Even a dog could find its way if you tossed it a bone. Yet this child took an entire hour to locate it. Does she perhaps have some cognitive deficiency? Wang Yuan, too, was left speechless. He had witnessed Wang Yujia's prowess firsthand and knew her to be an exceptional fighter. But he never imagined she could be so directionally challenged. To not even recognize the streets, how perplexing. At this moment, Wang Yuan began to doubt whether he should have brought her along. Didn't you say there was a mission? Why are we still here? Wang Yujie curiously inquired, noticing everyone's expressions. Aren't we waiting for you? Wang Yuan retorted. Once again, everyone was left in a state of utter disbelief. A large bead of sweat trickling down the back of Wang Yuan's neck. Chapter 77. Thundercliff. What on earth does this top-tier comprehension entail? No, dear. Haven't you ever played a game before? Shui Linglong, generally tolerant of female players, could hardly contain her bewilderment upon hearing Wang Yujie's words. Being directionally challenged is one thing. Some people even struggle with 3D environments. Yet, lacking such fundamental knowledge about completing quests clearly marks this individual as a novice. Indeed, this is my very first gaming experience, and I had no idea it would be so enjoyable, Wang Yujie exclaimed with palpable excitement. It appears her initiation into the novice village has been exceedingly joyful. So, this is the expert you sought? Shui Linglong rolled her eyes at Wang Yuan, while the others shared her exasperation. Although they had braced themselves for a challenge, they had not anticipated that Wang Yuan would summon an outright liability. All right, everyone is here. Let us hasten our departure. Rin Jiwudi, being the more mature and composed among them, quickly intervened, sensing the group's discontent, since they had all gathered. And given Wang Yuan's connection, it would be unkind to dismiss someone in his company, rather than harbor grievances against Wang Yuan. They might as well extend him some courtesy in front of the lady. Fine, fine. Yun Zhongyi also nudged Longxing Tianxia, with a hint of emotion. Longxing Tianxia issued a directive in the Black Dragon Society's channel, calling for assembly to Thundercliff. Wang Yujie was also invited into the party. Ku Xiao Tian Mei has joined the party. Upon noticing Wang Yujie's ID, the group was once again taken aback. The name suggested a player who would only tag along, seeking to earn points by following behind. They don't seem very welcoming, Wang Yujie noted, acutely aware of the atmosphere. It's all right. They behave like this towards strangers, Wang Yuan whispered in reassurance. Oh, Wang Yujie nodded, brushing it off as inconsequential. With everyone finally gathered, Wang Yuan, as the guild leader, submitted the guild residence token at the municipal hall. After the war of gods and demons, Thundercliff has been besieged by undead demons. Are you certain you wish to reclaim human territory and become the Lord of Thundercliff? Confirmed. Wang Yuan casually clicked to confirm. System notification. Your guild has accepted the large-scale guild mission, Thunderlord Task, Level S. Task details. Defeat the demons occupying Thundercliff and successfully seize the territory. Task rewards. Territory of Thundercliff. Task hint. This is a large-scale guild task with extremely high difficulty. Upon failure, a guild residence token is required to reattempt. As Wang Yuan accepted the task, all members activated task sharing. Upon reading the task notification, the group was momentarily stunned. What a surprise, this is actually a one-time task. In other games, although a guild residence token is required, if the assault on the residence fails, one can regroup and continue until victory is achieved. Little did they expect that in Breaking Dawn, failing the task would preclude any chance of rechallenge. A second token must be procured for a second attempt. This implies that the task allows no room for failure, nor any leeway for strategy. Victory must be assured in the first endeavor. This situation has caused considerable alarm among everyone. After all, this task is unprecedented. And with its formidable difficulty, who could guarantee success on the first attempt? However, the task has already been accepted, and there is no room for regret. 30 minutes later, Wang Yuan and his companions, along with all players from the Black Dragon Guild, arrived at the designated location for the guild task, Thundercliff. Thundercliff, situated at the forefront of Thunderstorm City, is recorded as a military stronghold of the city. It became the final battleground during the Divine Demon War 3,000 years ago, where countless deities and demons perished, and many human heroes met their demise. The lingering resentment of the souls has coalesced over time, rendering the area uninhabitable, and it has long since become a desolate wasteland. Subsequently, under the corruption of the deathly powers emanating from the Shadow Castle, the deceased at Thundercliff were resurrected as formidable undead beings, claiming dominion over the area. The Lord of Thunderstorm City had once dispatched troops to quell the undead, but their immense strength and immortality led to an increasing number of adversaries, resulting in repeated and devastating defeats. Thus, Thundercliff became a forbidden zone for Thunderstorm City. Infested with level 30 undead creatures, including powerful liches and dark knights, as well as ghostly monsters. Even the highest level players dared only to explore the fringes of this treacherous territory. As Wang Yuan and his group approached Thundercliff, he finally comprehended why this place is regarded as the fortress second only to Ironforge. Thundercliff is nestled against the towering Thunder Mountain range, forming a flat, circular valley wedged into the mountainside. The entrance to the valley is exceedingly narrow, merely a few meters wide, flanked by towering cliffs. At the end of the mountain path stands a black stone wall, several dozen meters high, which serves as the entrance to Thundercliff, sealing off the entire area save for a grand gate that looms above. The fortifications atop the city wall have weathered over time, yet it is evident that, had it not suffered a catastrophic blow, a mere squad could easily defend this gate against countless foes. Wang Yuan was nearly moved to tears. What an embodiment of easily defensible but hard to assault. Just by gazing upon it, one could sense the security it provides. In this apocalyptic world, having such a refuge is nothing short of exhilarating. This is undoubtedly the sanctuary he has long yearned for. All players in your guild have arrived at the task territory. Would you like to initiate the siege task? Just as Wang Yuan marveled at the strategic advantages of Thundercliff, a prompt flashed before him. Is everyone ready? Wang Yuan inquired, turning to the group. Absolutely. Longxing Tianxia replied with a hint of sarcasm. We've been waiting for hours for you to give the word, Brother Niu. Then I shall commence the task. Wang Yuan, disregarding Longxing Tianxia's antics, promptly clicked to initiate the task. System notification. You have commenced a siege mission. With a preparation time of 10 minutes. The siege will officially begin after this duration. All players are required to remain online. Any player who disconnects or dies will be deemed eliminated. Should the number of participating players fall below 1, the siege mission will be considered a failure. Successfully breaching the Thundercliff fortress and occupying the fortress crystal will result in a successful siege. The siege lasts for 24 hours, with a 10-minute break every 3 hours. If the fortress crystal is not secured within the allotted time, the mission will be declared a failure. System notification. Countdown initiated. Players may log off freely within the 10-minute window. One cannot help but remark that this mission, while singularly challenging, is rather thoughtfully designed. After all, it spans a full 24 hours, with 10-minute intervals for preparation and rest every 3 hours, allowing players the opportunity to check their internet connection, take a brief respite, or perhaps attend to personal matters, such as soothing a significant other, just in case. Otherwise, imagine the misfortune of losing connectivity mid-game, running out of power, or needing a restroom break, only to have one's headset removed by a partner. How utterly unfortunate that would be. What? You say you have no partner? Very well. You are indeed an enigma. Chapter 78. The Monstrous Formation. How does one enter this place? As Ma Sanner gazed upon the towering city walls and the narrow city gate at the far end of the mountain path, he peered inside momentarily. The narrowness of this mountain trail itself posed a formidable challenge. The safety of traversing it was highly questionable. After all, there were nearly 3,000 individuals on their side, and in such a confined space, they could hardly leverage their advantages. The greatest difficulty at Thundercliff lay with the gates. Dubai remarked. If we can breach the gates, the interior will be spacious, and then we can engage effectively. Clang. Just as Dubai's words echoed, the gate at the entrance of Thundercliff descended, sealing the city gate shut. Simultaneously, countless skeletal archers emerged from the barren city walls. The ground of the mountain path began to writhe, and in the next moment, a multitude of monsters erupted from beneath. Longspear Skeleton Soldier, level, LV 30 health, 4,000 magic, 400 skills, basic thrust monster description. The fallen heroes remain unyielding, transformed into undead beings guarding their territory. Archer Skeleton Soldier, level, LV 30 health, 2,500 magic, 500 skills, basic shooting monster description. The fallen heroes remain unyielding, transformed into undead beings guarding their territory. Shield Skeleton Soldier, level, LV 30 health, 5,000 magic, 500 skills, basic block monster description. The fallen heroes remain unyielding, transformed into undead beings guarding their territory. Is this it? Upon witnessing the monsters before them, everyone was initially taken aback, but after seeing their attributes, they were nearly overcome with laughter. They had anticipated formidable foes akin to those in the guild's base quests, yet the attributes were surprisingly feeble. It is worth noting that the elite monsters at level 20 in the dungeons boasted health nearing 5,000, while these level 30 creatures were even weaker by comparison. Even more absurd was the fact that these skeleton soldiers possessed only basic skills such as thrusting, shooting, and blocking. To assess a monster's strength, one considers both attributes and skills. Some monsters may have poor attributes but fierce skills, while others may possess strong attributes but lack in skills, making them challenging opponents. However, the diminutive creatures before them, with their lackluster attributes and feeble skills, were simply trifling adversaries. Onward. Let Brother Neo witness the prowess of our Black Dragon Society. Before Wang Yuan could issue the command to attack, Long Xing Tianxia had already waved his hand, and dozens of players surged forward in unison. Wang Yuan was not at all surprised by Long Xing Tianxia's actions, for everyone understood his sentiments at that moment. As a show of support, one could not simply stand idly by. One must actively demonstrate the requisite attitude. As the leader of a prominent guild, he could not allow Wang Yuan to think less of him, particularly since Long Xing Tianxia had previously suffered losses under Wang Yuan's command. He felt compelled to prove his strength. Alas, these fellows are doomed. Upon witnessing this, Dabai exclaimed in astonishment, "This is no ordinary minion. These are the heroic spirits of the soldiers." Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Before he could intervene, over 30 players from the Black Dragon Society had already charged towards the skeleton warriors, brandishing their weapons, eager to unleash a massacre. However, at that very moment, the shield-bearing skeletons retreated in unison, raising their shields simultaneously to execute a fundamental block. A dazzling array of black light emanated from the shielded skeletons, merging into a formidable formation that enveloped all the skeleton warriors, resulting in the emergence of an impenetrable shield wall. Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneously, the attacks from the Black Dragon Society players struck the shielded skeletons. The tremendous force of the assaults collided with the ebony shield wall, producing a deafening roar. Yet, the shield wall remained steadfast, while the advancing players were jolted back, each sporting a distinctive mark resembling a coiled incense. They had been repelled. In the combat mechanics of Dawn of the Breaking Day, executing a shield block skill at the moment of an attack triggers a counter effect, interrupting the target's skill and stunning them for a second. Before the stun state could dissipate, a barrage of polearms surged forward. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Dozens of polearms pierced through the first several players in the front line. The air was filled with the ominous glow of death. The attributes of these polearm-wielding skeletons were unremarkable, yet their attacks were inexplicably potent. Within a single round, 10 player corpses littered the ground. What in the world? Everyone was taken aback by the sight. Retreat. We must retreat immediately. Long Xing Tianxia hastily commanded a withdrawal. Buzz. The remaining players of the Black Dragon Society turned to flee, but before they could take more than a few steps, a rain of arrows descended upon them like a swarm of locusts. Another flash of white light illuminated the scene, and moments later, the ground was strewn with the forms of dozens of individuals, pierced by obsidian arrows. What is happening? At this juncture, others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. These are military formation monsters. By the heavens! Yun Zhongyi shouted in alarm. Military formation monsters. No wonder. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Dragon Society displayed expressions of sheer terror. Even the experts from the Renjiwu D group furrowed their brows in concern. Military formation monsters are a unique category of minions, distinct from ordinary creatures. These minions have undergone rigorous military training within the lore, endowing them with exceptional discipline and obedience. Although their individual attributes may seem lackluster, once they form a military formation, their combat prowess escalates dramatically, and they automatically gain the benefits of formation buffs. The greater the number of minions in formation, the stronger their combat capability becomes. Take, for instance, the elite creatures known as Shadow Wolves within the Shadow Castle. In a one-on-one scenario, a single Shadow Wolf can easily overpower several skeleton warriors. In a confrontation of 10 versus 10, both sides may reach a stalemate. However, in a battle of 100 versus 100, the Shadow Wolves would undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat. When the numbers escalate to 1,000 versus 1,000, it becomes a one-sided massacre, where these minor foes would scarcely sustain any injuries. This exemplifies the distinction between a rogue brawl and a clash of professional combat machines. Thus, what vexes players most within the game is the presence of these formidable formations of enemies. To their astonishment, this seemingly feeble cadre of skeletons turns out to be a military formation. It is hardly surprising. If their attributes were akin to that of a typical 30-level adversary, engaging them would be utterly unnecessary. How can one even hope to contend with this? The onlookers cast their gazes toward Wang Yuan. He is the tactical maestro, and if he finds himself at a loss in this predicament, the prospects for others would be even bleaker. This is indeed a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, Dabai remarked, there are far too many skeletal archers. We cannot breach the shield formation at the front. In this constricted terrain, players can only endure the onslaught. Indeed, the opposing shield-bearing skeletons are arranged in 2 rows, with 2 ranks of spear-wielding skeletons behind them, while the remainder consists entirely of skeletal archers. In such a narrow landscape, the contest hinges upon reach. The farther the attack range, the more units can engage. Consequently, the archers, possessing the longest range, emerge as the primary source of damage. In contrast, although the siege players on Wang Yuan's side boast superior attributes and more refined professional equipment, they are at a significant disadvantage in combat within this particular terrain. Chapter 79. Absolute advantage is a disadvantage. Hiki. This is quite manageable. However, Wang Yuan faced the battlefield with a subtle smile. Manageable? The crowd glanced at one another. They had all witnessed the prior spectacle. Given the arrangement of the players, only the frontline tanks, along with the rear mages and archers, could truly make an impact. In such a confined terrain, there was no room for maneuvering or evasion. They were left with no choice but to stand their ground and engage directly. Aside from the 2 rows of tanks and soldiers at the front, the rear was entirely comprised of archers. In a confrontation, all output units on the opposing side could contribute. How on earth could they fight? Without tactics, they would inevitably be consumed wave after wave. Is this really manageable? An absolute advantage is, in fact, a disadvantage. Wang Yuan remarked, their formation is both their strength and their weakness. If we disrupt their offensive and defensive arrangement, their battle line will collapse on its own. While it sounds simple in theory, how do we execute it? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This assertion held merit. Everyone understood that the formidable aspect of the skeletons before them was their formation, which rendered them powerless when disbanded. Yet, how could they possibly break that formation? Naturally, the answer lay in the assassins breaching the back line. Wang Yuan pointed towards the assassins in their ranks. The assassin players grew anxious upon hearing this. Brother Nyo, if the warriors cannot charge through, how can we assassins? The mountain path is scarcely a dozen meters wide, and a line of shield-bearing skeletons stands resolutely blocking the way. When the shield wall is raised, there are no gaps. They can only charge head-on. If the warriors cannot withstand it, would the fragile assassin class not be courting death? You need not charge. Simply seek an opportunity to slip through. Wang Yuan instructed, everyone, follow my lead shortly. The assassins from the Black Dragon Guild exchanged glances with Longxing Tianxia. Ultimately, as members of the Black Dragon Guild, they were obliged to follow Longxing Tianxia's orders. Dying once was inconsequential, but they feared being led to their demise without cause. Even in death, it should align with the boss's intentions. After all, Longxing Tianxia was the one footing the bill. Trust him. Longxing Tianxia, having no better options, gritted his teeth and chose to place his faith in Wang Yuan. Truly worthy of being the guild leader, he possesses remarkable courage. Witnessing Longxing Tianxia's trust in him, Wang Yuan suddenly found him less insufferable. All right, warriors, step forward and form ranks. With command of the Black Dragon Guild, Wang Yuan issued a direct order. With a clatter, following Wang Yuan's command, the warriors of the Black Dragon Guild promptly stepped forward, raising their shields before them. Truly, as a major guild, their discipline and obedience were commendable. A smaller guild would never exhibit such uniformity. First row. Charge. Wang Yuan pointed his longsword towards the shield-bearing skeletons across from them. Charge? Although the warriors of the Black Dragon Guild were somewhat perplexed, they complied with the order and initiated their charge. Thunderous footsteps echoed. A dozen warriors, heads bowed and bodies hunched, charged forward with their shields raised against the skeletal soldiers ahead. With a resounding clash, the skeletons, like automatons, uniformly raised their shields in defense. As the warriors closed in, they executed a synchronized block at the very last moment. The frontline warriors of the Black Dragon Guild were momentarily stunned by the impact, allowing the spear-wielding skeletons behind the shield-bearers to thrust their weapons forward, while the archers raised their longbows skyward. A torrential downpour of arrows descended upon the battlefield. Now is the moment. Observing the archers unleash their barrage, Wang Yuan commanded the rogue players, charge. Go stealthily through. Without hesitation, the prepared rogues dashed toward the skeleton formation. However, as they approached, They were taken aback. Between the shielded skeletons lay ample gaps, perfectly suited for an incursion. It is impossible for any formation to be devoid of flaws, just as no task is insurmountable. Wang Yuan's keen perception had already noted the vulnerabilities when the skeletons first annihilated the Black Dragon players. The skeleton spearmen represented the formation's weak point. After successfully blocking, the shield bearers would need to yield their positions to the rear-line spearmen, leading to a momentary lapse in their formidable shield wall. With the once impenetrable barrier gone, an opportunity to breach the backline emerged. Moreover, these skeletal warriors, though part of a formation, were merely low-tier common foes, not elite monsters from a dungeon. Their attacks were directed solely based on the primary target's threat level. Thus, Wang Yuan instructed the frontline tanks to charge forth and draw the initial aggro, thereby ensuring that the shield bearers and spear skeletons would naturally focus their assaults on the robust tank players. The rogues could slip past them with relative safety, especially as they activated their stealth abilities. Unbeknownst to the skeletons, the rogues maneuvered through the gaps, leaving the frontline warriors to suffer the brunt of the assault. The archers, characterized by the lowest health and the highest agility among all classes, typically relied on their long reach and speed. However, when the rogues closed in, the advantage of their lengthy limbs evaporated. In other circumstances, the archers could evade targets through nimbleness and kiting. Yet, confined by the formation and terrain, their advantages dissipated. What had once been a deadly hail of arrows transformed into a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The rogue players of the Black Dragon Guild surged into the archer ranks with reckless abandon, disregarding positioning and defensive techniques, wielding their daggers with unrestrained ferocity. Amidst the ranks of the skeletal army, a horde of rogue players suddenly emerged, moving with the ferocity of tigers among sheep. Armed with daggers, they unleashed their skills recklessly. And in but a fleeting moment, a multitude of skeletal archers fell before them. As the assassins infiltrated the rear lines, chaos ensued within the skeletal formation. The archers, originally focused on attacking the frontline tank players, shifted their ire towards the encroaching rogues, resulting in utter disarray. With the formidable damage output of the rear archers lost, the frontline shield-bearing skeletons and spear-wielding skeletons found themselves bereft of their offensive advantage. The absence of the archers' potent strikes turned the tide of battle in an instant. The players swiftly seized the upper hand. Everyone advance. Attack, commanded Wang Yuan with a snap of his fingers, ordering a full-scale assault. With the archers preoccupied and decimated by the rogues, the mages on the players' side no longer faced the threat of ranged attacks, allowing their formidable firepower to flourish once more. Combined with the auras and healing from the paladins and priests in the rear, the players' forces utterly overwhelmed the shielded skeletons, who had lost both their rear support and formation bonuses. Within a mere 5 minutes, what was once an impregnable skeletal phalanx was reduced to a mere scattering of shattered bones beneath the player's relentless advance. Chapter 80. The Invincible Gatehiss. Has he truly shattered the stalemate? Gazing at the obliterated army of skeletons before him, Dabai's eyes widened in disbelief. As a professional who had assisted Zur in defending Thunder Cliff, no one understood the formidable nature of this skeletal battle formation better than he did. Once activated, the frontline shield wall attributes experienced a qualitative leap, while the attacks of the rear archers surged in potency, although their agility was nearly non-existent. Their seamless blend of offense and defense rendered them virtually indomitable. Particularly when the undead army employed this formation, it became utterly flawless. After all, humans are subject to various objective factors such as sustenance, excretion, resupply, sleep, and even psychological influences. In contrast, the undead, as soulless beings, operated like robots, devoid of thought and solely obedient to their commander. Given a command, they could stand unwaveringly for eternity. It was thanks to this skeletal battle formation that Zur had withstood the onslaught of the beast army for 16 years. While Dabai had witnessed Wang Yuan's strategic prowess and recognized his exceptional talent in troop deployment, he never anticipated that Wang Yuan would merely glance at the formation and discern its fatal flaw, executing a targeted breakthrough. What an extraordinary talent! Even though Dabai had mentally prepared himself, he found himself utterly astonished. Xiaobai and Ma San, having never undertaken the Thunder Cliff secret mission, were unaware of the strength of the skeletal formation, yet they knew well of Dabai's reputation. He was the captain of the Special Forces in Holy Light City, the chief instructor for the 17 city's professionals, who had led numerous teams to accomplish high-level assassination missions, earning the title of a living legend. At this moment, even Dabai was staggered by Wang Yuan's maneuver, highlighting the incredible nature of his actions. Impressive, Brother Nyo. You're indeed the epitome of excellence. Not only Dubai, but the entire group from Longxing Tianxia was thoroughly convinced, particularly Yunzhong Yihe, whose gaze towards Wang Yuan had shifted dramatically. Within the Black Dragon Society, it was Longxing Tianxia that held the most respect for Wang Yuan, having personally experienced his overwhelming presence. Conversely, Yunzhong Yihe had the most skepticism, still believing that Wang Yuan's solo conquest of the Black Dragon Society was a result of trickery. Even when Wang Yuan later conquered the Hell Difficulty Shadow Castle, Yunzhong Yihe suspected he had exploited a bug. After all, no one had followed them, and no one knew how they had cleared the dungeon. However, witnessing Wang Yuan command the annihilation of the skeletal army firsthand, Yunzhong Yihe was utterly convinced. His previous disdain for Wang Yuan transformed into profound respect. It must be noted that Yunzhong Yihe prided himself on being a master strategist, yet in that critical moment, he could not have devised a solution. For that formation, with its blend of attack and defense, positioned in the narrow mountain path, was indeed unparalleled, holding every advantage of time, place, and circumstance. Amidst the skeletal battalion, the lone crane in the clouds felt an overwhelming sense of futility, akin to a dog attempting to bite a hedgehog. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Wang Yuan merely cast a glance and, exploiting the hatred mechanism of the lesser monsters, opened a breach for the assassin, successfully infiltrating the rear ranks and turning the tide of battle in favor of the players. This was utterly astounding. In terms of game comprehension, insight, and strategy, the lone crane in the clouds realized the vast disparity between himself and Wang Yuan. This individual was not to be trifled with, absolutely not. Currently, he was merely a necromancer accompanied by 3 skeletons, but once he assembled an undead legion, he could easily lay waste to cities and annihilate nations. How could a mere guild dare provoke such a formidable being? In contrast, the members of the Ren Zhiwu Di faction, though exhilarated by their successful breakthrough, were not overly astonished by Wang Yuan's capabilities. The Dragon Walks the World group, however, was filled with dread. Good heavens, could this be his standard modus operandi? During the siege mission, the lesser monsters surprisingly did not drop any loot. They had just dispatched over 500 skeleton soldiers, yet not a single item had been yielded. Navigating through the narrow mountain path, Wang Yuan and his party, accompanied by the Black Dragon Society players, arrived at the base of the Thunder Cliff entrance. According to the mission prompt, players needed to pass through this stone gate to enter the interior of Thunder Cliff. Above the stone gate, the walls were lined with skeletal archers, already knocking arrows and aiming at the players below. As the players approached the stone gate, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. The elevated position of the attackers granted them enhanced damage output. The higher they stood, the greater the advantage. Nevertheless, the players remained unfazed by this onslaught. The mountain path was only a few meters wide, and even with 100 archers, only the front row could effectively target the players, their damage potential significantly inferior to that of the previous skeletal formation. Such minor disturbances posed little threat to players fortified with shield warriors. Raise your shields. In this situation, there was no need for Wang Yuan to give orders. The frontline shield warriors bellowed, raising their shields overhead like a colossal canopy, shielding everyone beneath. The arrows clanged against the shields, producing a crisp sound. Under the protection of their shields, the players approached the city gate and began to strike it fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. However, after a prolonged assault, they finally realized something was amiss. To their astonishment, despite the sparks flying from their weapons and the wear on their durability, the city gate showed no signs of damage. This was simply absurd. Witnessing this scene, Dragon Walks the World was left bewildered. Equally perplexed were the members of Ren Zhiwu Di. What was going on with this city gate? Was it impervious to physical attacks? Mages, mages. Dragon Walks the World bellowed. Blast it. Boom, boom, boom. Magic swirled through the air, with ice shards and fireballs of myriad colors raining down upon the city gate. Yet, the gate remained steadfast, unmoved. Not even a speck of debris falling from it. Could it be that only holy light would suffice? The wise and indomitable sage furrowed his brow. His reasoning was quite straightforward. Since this was the domain of necromantic relics, and holy light was the bane of undead creatures, physical and magical assaults were futile. Thus, an attack with holy light was essential. With this thought, he casually hurled a sphere of holy light towards the gate. With a resounding clap, the sphere struck the gate. which not only withstood the impact and scathe, but also transformed the holy light into a dark taint that rebounded, crashing to the ground and corroding a large pit into the earth. What on earth was happening? All present stood in stunned silence. This was not part of the mission's design. Passage through this gate was a requirement to enter Thunderclap Cliff. How could they possibly breach this indomitable barrier? Had the game developers lost their minds? Focus, everyone, exclaimed Wang Yuan. Let us search for another route. Chapter 81. Vine's other routes? Could it be that Brother Neo is mistaken? Did the mission prompt not state that we must pass through this door to enter Thundercliff? It is inconceivable that there could be another way. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's command, everyone wore expressions of confusion. In the realm of gaming, undertaking missions revolves entirely around the guidance of mission prompts. This is a fundamental principle known to all players. Otherwise, even if one completes a task, failing to meet the requirements outlined in the prompt may result in a determination of failure. For instance, in the previous material quest that Wang Yuan undertook, although he procured higher-level materials, that old codger Clyde threatened him with the mission rewards simply because the materials he provided were not those specified in the task. This exemplifies the consequences of not adhering to mission prompts. Were it not for Wang Yuan's determination to confront Clyde in a life-and-death struggle, anyone else in that situation would have suffered a grievous injustice. Hence, everyone regarded mission prompts with utmost reverence, believing them to be an essential requirement for completing tasks. Wang Yuan chuckled lightly and posed a question to the group. The mission prompt instructs us to pass through this door, but does it specify that we must destroy it? This. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. To be frank, while Wang Yuan's statement may seem a bit far-fetched, it is not entirely without merit. The system did indeed state that we must pass through this door, and yet this door cannot be destroyed. Combining these two conditions presents a contradiction, does it not? Thus, Wang Yuan's assertion might hold some truth. This door and the act of passing through it may be two distinct concepts, suggesting that there could be another path leading to this door, allowing players to traverse it. Damn, this is convoluted. Everyone, search for an alternative entrance. With that thought in mind, the frontline tanks drew the fire of archers beneath the door, while other players began to explore the sides, seeking a new entry point. Sure enough, moments later, a player shouted from not far to the left of the city gate, "There's a vine here. We can climb up the mountain." Could it be that there truly is another way? The crowd gazed at Wang Yuan, their faces awash with astonishment. While they had merely speculated on Wang Yuan's words, they had not fully embraced the idea. The reason they followed his lead in searching for another route was simply due to the lack of better options. Yet, to their utter surprise, they had indeed found a solution. This is unbelievable. The system truly plays word games with players. Truly, Brother Neo is remarkable. I always knew he wouldn't steer us wrong. The group was already accustomed to Wang Yuan's uncanny ability to predict outcomes, and while they were surprised now, their reaction was not as exaggerated as before. Goodness, is this guy a fortune teller? How does it feel like he possesses a divine perspective? He is remarkable, almost akin to a celestial being, displaying extraordinary foresight. Brother Neo, you were right. This fellow is indeed Brother Neo. Amidst their astonishment, the members of the Black Dragon Guild bestowed upon Wang Yuan a nickname. Unbeknownst to others, Wang Yuan was already aware of an alternative route before entering the valley. The Great White Dragon had previously mentioned that this door was known as the Dragon Severing Stone, reputed to be the hardest stone in existence, not even the mightiest creature. The dragon itself could inflict damage upon it, hence its name. To unlock this door, one must discover the concealed path, ascend the cliff, defeat the guarding monsters, and activate the mechanism. The players from the Black Dragon Society were not entirely mistaken. Wang Yuan indeed possessed a godlike perspective at this moment. Up. Wang Yuan glanced upwards along the vines and pointed at the cliff face above. All right. Random archer shot upwards recklessly. Wang Yuan swiftly grabbed him, exclaiming, "Let the warrior go first." It was no jest. There were indeed monsters lurking atop the cliff. While archers were agile and climbed faster, they would be swiftly overwhelmed if ambushed by monsters upon reaching the top. The sturdy warriors, with their tough hides, could endure a while longer. "I'll go." Dragon soaring across the world volunteered, grasping the vines and climbing upwards. Soon, he reached the top, but just then, darkness engulfed him. Something struck him, and a tremendous force sent him tumbling back, causing him to plummet from the cliff. Thud. With a horrifying scream, Dragon soaring crashed down. creating a large crater in the ground. Upon witnessing the enormous pit, everyone was filled with terror, especially Random Archer, whose face turned pale. Damn it. In the game, there was no sensation of pain, and player deaths were commonplace. However, being struck down to 0 health and being thrown from a great height were fundamentally different experiences. It felt akin to bungee jumping. Although one knew they wouldn't truly die, how many would dare to leap without hesitation? Goodness, that scared me to death. After a moment, a hand emerged from the large crater, and Dragon Soaring sat up, looking ashen. It was evident from his appearance that although his health bar had only dropped by half, his life might have been entirely spent. After a lengthy recovery, Dragon Soaring, with tears in his eyes, said, "There were monsters up there. They pushed me off. All right. Thank you for your efforts, old dragon." Wang Yuan hurriedly approached to console him, seeing the poor lad so frightened, especially given his timid nature. "Who will go up to take a look?" Wang Yuan turned to the others. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively took a step back. Damn it. If Dragon Soaring is scared, the rest of us aren't exactly fearless either. Only the brave one stood still, unperturbed. "All right, brave one, you go." "Me? I'm afraid of heights." The brave one hastily waved his hands, then stepped forward. "I didn't do anything." The brave one looked around, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it. Are you all human? Brave brother, you're amazing. It's up to you now." Yinchong, Iha, and a few players from the Black Dragon Society cheered from the sidelines, reveling in the misfortune. "Damn it. They're setting me up." The brave one shouted loudly. "Go to hell. Are you not ashamed?" Shui Ling Long, with a fiery temper, curses freely and then adds, "Whoever dares to step forward, I'll reward him with 100 gold coins." Me. What does it mean that a generous reward brings forth brave souls? What does it signify that money emboldens the timid? This group of scoundrels displayed their eagerness in the most vivid manner, all clamoring to step forward. Even the valiant warrior of the Unmatched shouted from the sidelines, "Get lost, you cowards. Why didn't you stand up earlier?" As he spoke, the warrior of the Unmatched kicked away the others rushing towards him and began to climb the vines. "Brother Nyo, you must protect me," he shouted halfway up. "Rest assured, you will be just fine," replied the invincible benevolence, thumping his chest. "I don't trust you." "All right, now you're in trouble. Grim Reaper, unleash a fireball at him." "You scoundrel." The warrior of the Unmatched, feigning fear, climbed faster than Longxing Tian, swiftly reaching the top of the cliff. With a clang of iron chains, a towering black humanoid monster lunged at the warrior of the Unmatched. Chapter 82, The Corpse King. Alas, do not approach me. Upon witnessing the creature charging towards him, the valiant brave one was seized by a profound terror. His fear was not rooted in the notion of being devoured by the beast. Rather, it stemmed from the precariousness of his position. Having just ascended, he had yet to find his footing. Should the creature strike him, he would inevitably share the fate of the dragon, cast from the precipice. Whether he would survive such a fall was uncertain, but the sensation was undeniably one that no sane individual would wish to endure. Yet, just as brave one braced for the impending disaster, a brilliant white light descended from above, enveloping him. The holy shield. With a resounding thud, the creature's colossal fist, entwined with iron chains, crashed against brave one's visage. But he stood resolute, unyielding, invincible. "Truly, you are like a brother to me." Overwhelmed with emotion, brave one found himself on the verge of tears as he gazed upon the holy shield that protected him. "Leave me be. Spare me your sentiments." At that moment, the compassionate, unyielding one clambered up from below, followed closely by others. Apart from the 7 of miraculous strength, Dragon and Cloud, along with a few others, were present. The limited space at the cliff's summit prevented further individuals from joining them. "Do not cluster at the edge. Disperse quickly." Upon reaching the summit, Wang Yuan gestured for everyone to spread out. Heeding his words, they promptly complied, yet brave one remained, tears streaming down his face. "Do any of you care for my well-being? Why are you still alive?" The careless random shooter inquired. "There are indeed those who care." Wang Yuan retorted with an open-handed shrug. "Just wait." Brave one shot a fierce glare at random shooter. As a mighty roar echoed, all attention was drawn to the creature. They beheld the monstrosity upon the cliff face, a beast of dark brown hue, exuding a palpable aura of malevolent energy, towering at 2 to 3 meters in height. It bore 2 chains draped from its muscular arms. Its visage, however, was obscured, for its face had succumbed to decay. One eye was embedded within its socket, while the other dangled grotesquely, a sight rivaled only by the fully unleashed Reaper. "Corpse King, Golden, level, 30 health points, 500, 000 mana points, 10, 000 skills, Malevolent Fist, Malevolent Entanglement, Malevolent Roar. Background. Once the captain of the Thunderstorm City Guard, he heroically perished during the defense of Thunder Cliff, only to be resurrected by the dark powers released from Shadow Castle, transforming into a corpse demon. It is a corpse demon. The revelation of the Corpse King left everyone momentarily stunned, including Wang Yuan, who was equally astonished, as they had fought their way through, encountering only skeletons. They were taken aback to discover that the gatekeeper boss was, in fact, a corpse demon. It is widely acknowledged that undead beings are categorized into three classes: skeletons, phantoms, and corpse demons. Among the spectral entities, the skeleton stands as the most rudimentary of the undead beings, summonable by players at level 1. The most basic skeleton soldier is classified as an F-grade companion, often referred to as the fearless vanguard of the battlefield. A mere pawn easily manipulated and overwhelmed by any adversary. The ghost, in contrast, possesses a slightly elevated status compared to the skeleton. Upon reaching level 20, the Necromancer can summon a ghost, with the weakest variant classified as an E-grade companion, capable of disregarding physical damage while exhibiting negligible magical resistance, rendering it an effective counter against warriors. In comparison to the skeleton and ghost, the corpse demon is undeniably more formidable. Only upon attaining level 30 can the Necromancer summon the most basic form of the zombie corpse demon. This creature boasts not only high armor but also considerable magical resistance, alongside commendable offensive capabilities. Were it not for its sluggish mobility, it would be deemed nearly the perfect companion. The Corpse King, on the other hand, is a creature of significantly higher caliber than the zombie. Furthermore, the Corpse King before us is a golden boss, its formidable prowess evident without need for elaboration. With a furious roar, the Corpse King fixates its wrath upon the champion, gesturing with its left hand. Suddenly, the chains adorning its arms swell like a serpent, ensnaring the champion. With a powerful tug, the champion is unceremoniously pulled forward. Before the onlookers can comprehend the situation, the Corpse King raises its massive, chain-bound fist, preparing to strike the champion's head. Yet, the champion, a seasoned warrior, swiftly raises his shield upon realizing the imminent danger. A resounding clash reverberates as the heavy iron fist collides with the champion's shield. The collision generates a shockwave that radiates from their feet, causing the durability of the champion's shield to plummet to zero. In disbelief, the champion finds tears welling in his eyes. While death in the game is but a temporary setback, the destruction of one's equipment signifies a true loss. In this realm, equipment invariably outweighs the individual. Seeing the champion survive the devastating blow, the Corpse King appears momentarily astonished. Undeterred, it prepares to strike again. If one blow is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Just then, a colossal fireball erupts upon the Corpse King's visage. It is conjured by the mage, the White Hand, whose magic is evident. A meager damage value of 171 floats above the Corpse King's head. Though the damage is minimal, it successfully interrupts the Corpse King's attack, allowing the champion to break free from its grasp and roll away, evading further assault. What just transpired? The onlookers are momentarily taken aback by the damage dealt by the White Hand's fireball. While they have yet to witness the full extent of Wang Yuan's capabilities, they are well aware of the extraordinary damage inflicted by the skeletons trailing behind him, which is simply astonishing. When we initially confronted Leoric in the Shadow Castle, it was a sight to behold, as the dark golden boss could be forcefully subdued. Especially notable was the formidable player, Bai, who had once obliterated Long Xing Tian Xiao with a single explosive fireball, such terrifying damage that even a level 20 mage adorned in the finest gear would find it nearly impossible to replicate. Yet now, as a fireball struck the face of the Skeleton King, it dealt a mere fraction of 200 damage, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Even Wang Yuan found it hard to believe. What could possibly be amiss? Surely, something must have gone wrong. Alas, the magic resistance was far too high. We must exploit the attributes to counter it. Ren Zhiwu Di, a veteran gamer, quickly discerned the issue and shouted, "All priests, utilize the holy light balls." The Skeleton King, being a creature of the undead, could only be countered by the holy light. In such encounters, priests often stood with an air of superiority, their damage output rivaling that of mages. Seizing the opportunity, the group wasted no time. Several holy light balls were hurled at the Skeleton King. Bang! Bang! However, when the holy light balls struck the Skeleton King, they were akin to water balloons colliding against a stone wall, inflicting no damage whatsoever, but instead disintegrating into shimmering motes of light before the eyes of the onlookers. What on earth was happening? This time, it was Rin Zhiwu who found himself in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 83. The Bug of Lightning Magic. It is undoubtedly a bug. The priests from the Black Dragon Guild have turned to the light and are now loudly pointing at the Lich King. It is a fundamental tenet of gaming that light magic counters undead creatures. Players are well aware that monsters with high resistances require elemental counters to inflict damage. The Lich King, without a doubt, belongs to the realm of the undead. To hurl a completely countering light spell at it, only to find no effect whatsoever, not even a hint of damage. Is this not a bug? Master Wushuang, what is happening? Even Xiaobai and Ma San'er were taken aback. Dabai pondered for a moment and remarked, it seems that this Lich King was possibly a fervent believer of the Light Church in its former life. As far as I know, light-affiliated monsters retained their holy resistance even after becoming undead. Is that so? Xiaobai and Ma San'er were evidently hearing of this setting for the first time. After all, the magical beasts they would encounter in the future were not undead, making their unfamiliarity with such a concept understandable. No wonder. Wang Yuan suddenly realized. Indeed, this Lich King was originally the captain of the guard, having perished in battle due to his zealous faith in the light. His resurrection by the forces of death was not of his own volition. Although he had become undead, his light attributes had not vanished. It was no surprise that his resistance to light spells was so formidable. Faced with the Lich King, who was impervious to light magic, everyone felt utterly at a loss. Undead creatures inherently possess high physical defenses. One cannot simply say that they are invulnerable to blades and guns. Conventional methods yield only mediocre results, leaving magic and elemental counters as the sole means of inflicting damage. However, this Lich King not only boasted high magic resistance, but was also impervious to elemental counters. How on earth could they fight it? If only I could wield lightning magic. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, Dabai interjected, lightning magic possesses the ability to dispel magic. Although it may not be as powerful as light's counter, it is indeed effective against undead creatures. Lightning magic. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It just so happened that someone in their party could use it. Previously, in the armory of the Shadow Castle, the Reaper had obtained a secondary weapon that came with a lightning spell. With this thought in mind, Wang Yuan promptly messaged the Reaper, try using the lightning spell. Huh, is that all right? Unsure, the Reaper hesitated. Just give it a shot. Wang Yuan encouraged. Okay. The Reaper raised his hand. Boom. A bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking the Lich King squarely on the head. Zila. The Lich King trembled, momentarily stunned, as the decaying skin on its body emitted wisps of smoke from the impact of the lightning. 9,999. A colossal number depicting damage floated above the Lich King's head. What the hell? What an extraordinary output. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. It is important to note that the magical attacks from the White Mage can inflict less than 200 points of damage on the Lich King, while the Holy Light magic fails to even breach its skin. In contrast, the Reaper's singular skill can strip away nearly 10,000 hit points in one fell swoop. This is astonishing. I comprehend now, it is a matter of names. The casual remarks made in excitement are perceived as profound insights by others. Indeed, the juxtaposition of the Reaper and the Lich King elevates the former to an entirely different echelon. Perhaps it truly is a matter of nomenclature. Nonsense. If there were to be a counter, it would be the Thunder attribute. After all, seasoned players like Rin Zhiwu often discern the nuances at the first opportunity. Thunder attribute. Yes. I recall in past games of Legend, Thunder magic was effective against the undead. Those present echoed in agreement, all retroactively asserting their knowledge. Truly, a professional mage. The brilliance of Dali is undeniable. The crowd applauded the Reaper while simultaneously deriding Rin Zhiwu, exclaiming, "What are you on about? You think holy light can vanquish the undead? You must be delusional." Rin Zhiwu seethed with frustration. Thunder magic. How is it that these individuals possess such an array of knowledge? Meanwhile, the members of the Black Dragon Society wore expressions of astonishment. In the game Dawn of Awakening, Thunder magic occupies a uniquely special position. Typically, mages can only harness the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Earth and wind are considered rare elements, leading to the prevalence of water and fire spells among mages. Thunder magic, however, transcends these four elements. It not only delivers the high damage characteristic of fire spells, but also offers the control of water spells and the defensive capabilities of earth spells, all while maintaining a casting speed comparable to wind magic, thus earning the title of the King of Elements. Consequently, thunder elements are the most challenging to master, and thunder magic skills are exceedingly rare. To date, players have merely heard of the existence of thunder magic. No such skills have ever surfaced in the marketplace. There was even a wealthy individual who squandered vast sums to acquire thunder magic skills, yet no responses have emerged on the forums. This led most players to believe that thunder magic has yet to be unlocked. Little did they expect that within the small guild of Dali, comprising only 8 members, someone would possess such skills. However, the Reaper was on the verge of clarifying the situation when Wang Yuan reminded him that he himself wielded thunder magic. Yet, Wang Yuan gestured for silence. Although the Reaper did not understand Wang Yuan's reticence, he chose to remain silent. Wang Yuan, being a particularly cautious individual, understood that Dali and the others were unaware that he could hear their thoughts. Just as Dali had stated that only thunder magic could counter the Lich King, Wang Yuan suggested the use of thunder spells to the Reaper, an uncanny coincidence indeed. While Xiaobai and Ma San were easily misled, Dali was far from naive and would not allow such revelations to go unnoticed. At present, Wang Yuan harbors no desire to unveil his secret to Dabai and the others, for no one wishes for their innermost thoughts to be laid bare. Moreover, each of them is a child of a different realm, having traversed dimensions. Should they discover that there exists not a single secret between Wang Yuan and himself, it would be as terrifying as parading through the streets in utter nakedness. Who knows what actions these individuals might undertake? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the Corpse King had already dispelled the paralysis, unleashing a furious roar as he summoned the malevolent spirits, sending the iron chains hurtling towards the Grim Reaper. Clang! Just as the chains were about to strike the Grim Reaper, the valiant hero, adorned with the newly bestowed halo of hope, leaped in front of him. Splash! The chains once again yanked the valiant hero towards danger. The Corpse King's right fist, imbued with a flash of dark radiance, descended upon the hero. At that moment, the sacred light shield of the invincible benevolent had finally cooled down. Raising his staff, he enveloped the valiant hero in holy light. Thud! A punch landed. Yet the valiant hero stood unyielding. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a flurry of arrows soared forth, embedding themselves in the eyes of the Corpse King. The impact caused him to tilt backward, relinquishing his grip on the valiant hero, who seized the opportunity to charge forward. Bang! The Corpse King was forced to step back. Boom! The Grim Reaper's Thunderbolt spell struck once more. Chapter 84, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The massive blood loss number of 9,999 floated into view once more. The Corpse King was once again paralyzed by the lightning spell. Suddenly, a dagger plunged into the Corpse King's lower back. The air behind the Corpse King warped, revealing the figure of Shui Linglong. A critical damage of 745 appeared above the Corpse King's head. Although Shui Linglong's attack was not as ostentatious as the Grim Reaper's lightning spell, it triggered a 15 chance of Devour to bypass defenses, resulting in a critical hit. The damage exceeding 700 points left everyone in the Black Dragon Guild utterly astonished. Their astonishment only deepened upon seeing the golden glimmering dagger in Shui Linglong's hand. By heavens! Does this woman possess such high attack power? Goodness! Is that a piece of golden equipment she wields? The members of the Black Dragon Guild were increasingly alarmed. In the world of Dawn of the Breaking Day, acquiring equipment was notoriously difficult, which they all knew from personal experience, not to mention golden equipment. Even Long Xing Tian Xia, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, only had a single silver piece to showcase. The plight of other players was even more dismal. The golden weapon in Shui Linglong's possession truly left everyone in awe. However, just as the members of the Black Dragon Guild envied Shui Linglong for her golden weapon, she flipped her left hand, revealing another golden glimmering dagger, and swiftly thrust it between the Corpse King's legs. A critical hit of 2,142. Hee. Shui Linglong chuckled, wearing a satisfied expression. Indeed, this maneuver proved most effective. Goodness, that Shui Linglong is as infuriating as ever. Wang Yuan and his companions felt a tightening sensation. Their brows furrowed in disbelief. This woman certainly had a penchant for mischief. The members of the Black Dragon Guild were utterly flabbergasted when they noticed Shui Linglong's second golden dagger. Their jaws dropped to the ground, completely oblivious to her attack. What on earth? How did she acquire 2 golden daggers? They could hardly fathom the implications. Roaring in rage, the Corpse King, having suffered a humiliating blow to a vital point, felt the paralysis lifted and turned to attack the retreating Shui Linglong. In that instant, the valiant Yuanjia Wushuang stepped forward, delivering a shield bash to the back of the Corpse King's head. Shui Linglong took a step back and activated stealth. With a thunderous crash, another bolt of lightning struck down. It must be said, Shui Linglong and her companions truly exemplified the perfect synergy that comes from years of gaming together. Despite the formidable attack and defense of the Corpse King, he is nonetheless vulnerable to the elemental weakness of lightning and the critical strikes from assassins that bypass his defenses. The Corpse King aims to target the high-output damage dealers, the Grim Reaper and Water Linglong, yet he finds himself ensnared by the control of the valiant heroes. Just as he manages to grasp one of the valiant heroes, the holy shield of the unyielding sage cools down, allowing him to withstand the Corpse King's heavy strike unscathed. Before the Corpse King can unleash a second blow, a random shot from the shockwave attack interrupts his skill. As the Corpse King turns to attack Water Linglong, he is met with a shield bash from the valiant heroes, striking him at the back of the head. As he regains his senses from the shield bash control, the holy shield of the unyielding sage is once again ready. The coordination among the 3 players is remarkable, leaving the Corpse King spinning in circles, unable to escape their control, thereby creating a perfect environment for the Grim Reaper and Water Linglong to unleash their damage. In truth, once the strategy is understood, the Corpse King's strength is not particularly high. The challenge lies in his physical defense and magical resistance. Under the assault of the Grim Reaper's lightning magic and Water Linglong's offensive capabilities that ignore defenses, the Corpse King resembles a beast trapped in a cage, having no opportunity to retaliate aside from a final roar upon his demise. Both Water Linglong and the Grim Reaper are capable of inflicting over 10,000 points of damage with each wave, causing the Corpse King's health bar to visibly plummet. With a final, unwilling roar, the Corpse King's health bar is depleted, and he collapses heavily to the ground. Observing the lifeless body of the Corpse King and the jovial demeanor of Water Linglong and her companions, the members of the Black Dragon Guild stand in stunned silence, exchanging glances, utterly at a loss for words. Although the Black Dragon Guild is not one of the renowned, long-established guilds in the national server, as the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, the players who have secured a core position possess considerable strength, both in level and equipment, far superior to that of ordinary players, even qualifying them as elite experts. However, upon witnessing the miraculous prowess of the group led by Dolly, the disparity in skill becomes painfully evident. Before embarking on the mission to assault the stronghold, the members of the Black Dragon Guild were unaware of Water Linglong and her companions, only knowing that this group had enjoyed good fortune by trailing Wang Yuan and managed to complete a hellish difficulty dungeon for the first time. Upon seeing them, they hardly appeared to be formidable experts, just a scruffy-looking child, a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles, a cheerful warrior, an unattractive mage, a flamboyant knight, and a woman. This ensemble resembled nothing more than a ragtag troupe. Yet, to their astonishment, the unsightly mage wields lightning magic, and the woman brandishes 2 golden weapons. Furthermore, their combat coordination exemplifies the finesse of true experts. The members of the Black Dragon Guild find themselves with no opportunity to intervene, relegated to mere spectators. Such is the nature of like attracting like. The formidable Dali indeed surrounds himself with equally exceptional friends. However, one cannot help but wonder why such skilled individuals are not enjoying the bountiful resources of a grand guild, instead opting to form a ragtag group and endure a life of hardship. The members of the Black Dragon Society found themselves increasingly perplexed. Come, let us loot the equipment. This time, you have made the greatest contribution, Wang Yuan said, gesturing towards the corpse of the King of Corpses lying on the ground. I truly will, replied the Death God, casting a glance at Wang Yuan. His companions were not the most virtuous of individuals. They only permitted him to loot when they acknowledged his efforts. Under normal circumstances, they would have bickered fiercely over who would claim the spoils, resorting to violence to settle their disputes. Go ahead, Wang Yuan concurred. The Death God eagerly approached the corpse and began to rummage. The others from the Black Dragon Society watched with eager anticipation, for this was their first encounter with a golden boss, a level 31st kill. According to the game's mechanics, a first kill guaranteed the drop of equipment of equal rank. This meant that the King of Corpses was bound to yield at least 1 piece of golden equipment. However, After a few moments of searching, the death god revealed a puzzled expression. What is it? Have you found something? The others inquired hastily. It only dropped this. The death god produced a dark, indistinct mass and presented it to the group. Simultaneously, the corpse of the king of corpses vanished from their sight. Chapter 85, The Soul Extraction Technique of Wang Yuan. What on earth is this? As the crowd beheld the object in the Grim Reaper's hand, a wave of nausea washed over them. Though obscured by pixels, it was evident that the item resembled a mass of internal organs, inexplicably writhing. A heart. The Grim Reaper casually opened the item's properties. Heart of the Guardian, category. Special item description, the heart of the captain of the Thunderstorm City Guard. Untouched by the forces of death due to his fervent faith in life. Is this it? After all the effort expended to vanquish a golden boss, we are rewarded with this ghastly thing? Damn it. Hi, you better not touch anything again. Upon reviewing the attributes, several members of the benevolent warriors could not restrain their curses. Truly, beauty is fleeting and luck is fickle. The dragon's domain crew whispered among themselves. At the very least, this was a golden boss and a first kill at level 30. Even if we couldn't loot high-tier golden gear, we should have at least obtained something useful. What purpose does this revolting item serve? The Grim Reaper was effectively stripped of the privilege to loot corpses for life. Wang Yuan could not help but frown. Although the Grim Reaper possessed an unappealing visage, he typically enjoyed good fortune. Today, however, he had drawn a lamentable item of uncertain utility. What on earth is this? Such a grotesque mass. This is a sacrificial offering to activate the heroic spirit altar. Just as Wang Yuan pondered the item's purpose, Dabai suddenly exclaimed, "There is a heroic spirit altar at Thunderclap Cliff, so we used a mass of corpse entrails to activate it back then." An altar? What is that for? Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. It seems that one can summon designated heroic spirits through the altar, Dabai responded. As for other functionalities, I am not well versed. So, this means we can summon the Soul King with this item? Ma Sanner asked. Theoretically, yes, Dabai nodded. Summoning the Soul King. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Yuan contemplated deeply. In that case, this heart is indeed a treasure. Normally, only a level 30 Necromancer could learn to summon corpse demons, and the Soul King, being a high-tier corpse demon, would require at least level 40 for summoning. With this heart in possession, one could summon a Soul King-level corpse demon a full 20 levels earlier. Who wants it? Who wants it? If no one does, I'll just toss it away. The Grim Reaper, still clutching the heart, pursued the others, inquiring who wanted it. Ugh, keep your distance. I find this utterly repulsive, someone said, backing away while pinching their nose. Shui Linglong brandished a dagger in threat. Step aside. Be wary, or I shall strike you. Randomly darting behind Shui Linglong, another protested, I don't want it. The unmatched hero chuckled, saying, I'll take it if you pay me. The benevolent warriors were fervently casting purification spells at the Grim Reaper, chanting, May the God of Light bless us. Members of the Black Dragon Society also retreated, fearful that the Grim Reaper might hurl this filthy item at them. This is truly something extraordinary, exclaimed Wang Yuan. Even if it seems useless now, who knows what value it may hold in the future? We mustn't discard it. This item, nestled within his bag, exuded an unsettling aura. The Grim Reaper wore a disdainful expression. Any sane individual would feel queasy at the thought of carrying a lump of heart. Then hand it over. Wang Yuan feigned a look of resignation as he accepted the heart and casually tossed it into his backpack. Impressive. No wonder he called Brother Niu. Observing Wang Yuan's calm demeanor as he stowed away the heart, a sense of reverence arose among the crowd. This individual not only possessed formidable strength but also an extraordinary mental fortitude. He remained unperturbed even when bearing such a grotesque item. One could wonder if he harbored a penchant for dismemberment in reality. These individuals lacked insight. A genuine necromancer thrives in the company of corpses. Fresh entrails are merely a part of the arsenal, and decayed innards are commonplace. This is merely the beginning. It is worth noting that the scarcity of necromancers in the future might stem from this very reason. After all, summoning the departed requires corpses. Few would wish for their loved ones to be enslaved post-mortem, and the repugnant nature of this profession deters all but a select few with peculiar tastes. Wizards. Such a noble and rare vocation, yet to think of engaging with corpses sends shivers down one's spine. As the skeletal king fell, the flames of the soul within the eye sockets of the skeletal archers at the city gate extinguished, leaving mere piles of bones scattered upon the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the gate of Thunderclap Cliff slowly ascended. Longxing and his companions, accompanied by players from the Black Dragon Society, marched triumphantly into the valley of Thunderclap Cliff. However, upon passing through the city gate, Wang Yuan ascended directly to the city wall. "Brother Niu, what are you doing?" The others observed in bewilderment. Could there be some hidden treasure atop the wall? That seemed implausible. There were merely a host of level 30 skeleton soldiers. What could they possibly yield? Just as the crowd pondered, the skeleton archers, now mere heaps of bones, began to rise unsteadily beside Wang Yuan, their eye sockets aglow with blue flames. "Brother Niu, move aside." The sight sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting urgent warnings to Wang Yuan. Yet he merely gestured calmly, indicating the group below. With a rustle, the skeletal archers behind him aligned and aimed their bows at the crowd below. This time, the astonishment among the onlookers had evolved into confusion, misunderstanding, and a hint of trepidation. What was happening? How had these creatures suddenly begun to heed Wang Yuan's command? Could it be that he had been possessed by a specter? Although such notions contradicted materialistic values, this was a game, and particularly set in a realm of the undead, rendering such occurrences entirely plausible. With this realization, the crowd hastily drew their weapons, directing them at Wang Yuan. In a fit of excitement, Wang Yuan shouted, "You up there? Whoever you are, you're already in my sights. No matter your identity, swiftly descend from my brother Niu's back, or I shall not hesitate to fire." "Have you lost your mind?" Wang Yuan said, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. "Who is on my back?" "Ah, you are brother Niu?" The onlookers stared at Wang Yuan in disbelief, still grappling with the reality before them. With a sly grin, Wang Yuan showcased the skill of soul extraction he had acquired in the guild channel. "You have practiced the novel summoning technique researched by the High Priest Zul, which allows you to extract the souls of the deceased to create soul flames. These soul flames can be placed within undead bodies, transforming them into your personal undead battle companions. Cooldown, none." Indeed, it was soul extraction that Wang Yuan employed. The soul flames he wielded had been drawn from the shadow wolves in the Shadow Castle dungeon. A total of 100 soul flames had been collected, and previously, Wang Yuan had utilized 30 of them to resurrect 30 skeletal archers. Regrettably, the low-grade soul flames were only capable of reviving undead creatures, failing to inherit the attributes of their original forms. Thus, these skeletal archers did not benefit from the enhancements of the elite Shadow Wolf souls. Nonetheless, Wang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the ability to summon an additional 30 skeletal archers. Chapter 86. Thousands of elite monsters. Upon witnessing the introduction of Wang Yuan's skills, the members of Renjiwu D were rendered utterly speechless. Particularly, Shui Linglong was left in a state of astonishment. She had been present when Wang Yuan transitioned his class, and while she was aware that he had assisted Zuer in enhancing the summoning arts, transforming the mundane summoning of skeletons into an advanced summoning technique capable of invoking heroic spirits, she had never anticipated that Wang Yuan would acquire this skill himself. The description of the Necromancer indicates the ability to summon an army of the undead. However, according to the lore of Dawn of the Breaking Day, the Necromancer's Legion of the Undead is subject to numerical constraints. A level 10 skeleton summoning can only conjure 11 skeletons. And the same limitation applies to level 10 ghost summoning and level 10 corpse demon summoning, resulting in a maximum of merely 33 undead minions. It is impossible to summon vast armies as depicted in the background story. After all, the essence of the game lies in maintaining a balance among classes. Even a legion of 33 undead battle pets is formidable enough to instill fear in other classes, which is why the early game Necromancer faces numerous restrictions, rendering them less appealing to play. However, Wang Yuan's soul extraction skill has completely overturned the conventional understanding of the Necromancer class among players. Theoretically, with the acquisition of soul extraction, Wang Yuan has transcended the numerical limitations of undead minions. Whether summoning skeletons or corpse demons, he is no longer bound by skill constraints, as he can now create undead in bulk through the act of soul extraction. As long as he can draw upon the flame of souls, there is no upper limit to the size of Wang Yuan's undead army. Descriptions of summoning thousands of troops have transformed from mere narrative into tangible reality for him. One can only imagine how the other necromancers revel in their modest legions of a few dozen undead, while Wang Yuan calls forth tens of thousands. Even if they were all the most basic skeleton warriors, the sheer spectacle would be enough to instill terror. With a modest smile, Wang Yuan retracted the 30 skeletons he had summoned. These skeletons, crafted through soul extraction, were consumable. For each one that fell, another would be lost. Unlike Bai and his companions, who remain immortal as long as the flame of souls endures, bolstered by the heroic chronicle. Wang Yuan understood the importance of reserving his resources for critical moments. Having finished collecting the skeletons, Wang Yuan and his companions swiftly rejoined the main group. At this moment, the players of the Black Dragon Guild had ventured into the depths of Thunder Cliff. What a sight! From the outside, Thunder Cliff appeared as a narrow valley. But upon entering, one was greeted with an expansive vista. Everyone stood in awe. The entirety of Thunder Cliff revealed itself as a vast natural canyon, with towering mountains serving as its formidable barricade. Though the entrance was modest, measuring merely a few meters in width, the interior of Thunder Cliff was remarkably spacious, rivaling even Storm City. The streets were exceedingly broad, flanked by the remnants of various structures. It was evident that Thunder Cliff, once a bastion guarding Storm City, had been a thriving hub in its prime. The Dragon Wanderer could hardly contain its envy. In the realm of this game, guild residences, though coveted by many, were ultimately quite rudimentary, particularly those guilds that had yet to develop, which, if one were to be charitable, could be called residences, but were in reality nothing more than abysmally simple villages. The space merely accommodated basic facilities such as alchemy rooms and forges. Upgrading a guild residence required players to tirelessly undertake quests, accumulate contributions, and gather resources, a gradual process that could span years, evolving from village to town, from town to city, and ultimately to a main city. In stark contrast, Thundercliff was already on par with a major city in scale. How utterly infuriating! Despite the fact that Thundercliff was now strewn with the debris of buildings, presenting a visage ravaged by artillery, the mere possession of such a vast stronghold was enough to induce a pang of envy. Suddenly, as everyone marveled at the expanse of Thundercliff, the entire mountain began to tremble. Almost immediately, mounds of earth began to rise in the open space before them. In the next moment, a horde of undead warriors emerged from the ground. Within moments, the clearing in Thundercliff was filled to capacity with these ghoulish beings, a sight that was utterly horrifying. What was even more alarming was that these undead were not the feeble, unarmed zombies typically encountered, but rather formidable figures clad in armor and wielding weapons, far surpassing the ordinary undead. Undead Warrior, Elite, Level, 30 Health, 10,000 Mana, 5,000 Skills, Charge, Stomp, Heavy Strike. Background: once the bravest of warriors, they perished on the battlefield defending their homeland, resurrected by leaked death energy, retaining their fighting spirit from life. Elite Monsters. All of them elite monsters. Upon witnessing the attributes of these undead warriors, the players of the Black Dragon Guild turned pale. Just moments ago, they had mocked the skeletal foes outside for their poor attributes. Now they were confronted with the reality of elite monsters, and not just one. Every direction their eyes fell upon was filled with undead warriors. It was no exaggeration to say that there were easily tens of thousands. Even more terrifying was the likelihood that these undead warriors were also reanimated fighters, potentially akin to the skeletal foes outside, serving as battleground monsters. What did it mean to face 30-level elite battleground monsters? The average level of players in the Black Dragon Guild was above 17, and even the more seasoned players, equipped to the teeth, found it challenging to defeat ordinary monsters beyond level 13, let alone these significantly stronger elite creatures. Under the enhancement of the battle formation, the mere 2,000 players, all under level 20, were merely fodder for death. Brother Nyo, it's over. We are doomed. Upon witnessing the countless undead warriors before him, Longxing Tianxia was suddenly filled with dread. He had initially thought that attacking a guild stronghold would be straightforward, considering they had over 2,000 members. Even if the task was challenging, it should have been manageable. Yet now, Longxing Tianxia and his companions realized that they had fallen into a trap. What kind of guild stronghold required the defeat of over 10,000 elite monsters? Especially those of the formation type? Even Yunzhong Yi's face turned pale. What on earth is this? Is this the current guild task? Had I known, I would not have come. Indeed, they feared that Wang Yuan and his group would capture the stronghold, which is why they had decided to seize the opportunity for fame. Now, confronted with this overwhelming situation, Yunzhong Yi realized that his efforts were in vain. Given this level of difficulty, it was not just the 8 of them. Even if they summoned all the top 10 guilds from the national server, it seemed unlikely they would surpass this challenge.